Imagine being reborn as a sapling in the Stone Age, constantly getting pelted by bird droppings. This went on for several thousand years. During that massive stretch of time, you grew from a tiny sprout into a towering giant. You expected life to stay boring until you saved a local tribesman. 3 months after that fateful rescue, a sudden commotion jolts you awake. Right there beneath your massive trunk, a crowd of people dressed in animal skins has gathered. While you're wondering about their origin, you spot the very man you rescued. He steps forward from the group, walks right up to you and drops to his knees. Looking up at your ancient bark, he starts babbling in some strange tongue while bowing with total devotion, and everyone behind him follows suit. After a while, the man finally stops talking, yet the whole group remains pinned to the dirt with no intention of moving. You're baffled at first, but then you start to catch the vibe. You rustle your canopy to make a sound. At the hearing of this divine noise, they all scramble to their feet in excitement, letting out wild cheers. Even though their language is foreign, their joyful energy is totally contagious, and it actually puts you in a pretty great mood. Consequently, the tribe starts setting up camp right by your trunk and moves in. So you begin observing them, watching the lives of those living in your shadow. It turns out the guy you saved is actually the big boss of this clan. He often leads hunting parties out. Every time they bring back a kill, the man carves out the prey's heart and lays it reverently at your base. You didn't get it at first, but the realization eventually dawns on you. This is a sacred ritual, and that heart is your tribute. To these primitive people, a fresh heart is likely their most prized possession. That is why they offer it to the ancient tree. They never take it back, just leaving it to sit at your feet. Your wood is quite unique, repelling all pests, so over time those hearts simply dry out. Thinking those shriveled organs look messy, you nudge a root upward until it finally pokes through the surface. Now you can control this root to drag those dried-up hearts deep into the soil. When the tribespeople saw their offerings had vanished, it caused a massive panic. The leader immediately led his kin in bowing and banging their heads, only stopping when you rattled your leaves. Only then did they stand feeling relieved. The rituals continued, and you would secretly bury the hearts under the cover of night. After a few times, the tribe got used to it and accepted it as normal, and their worship of you only grew stronger. Every so often, the chief would lead the entire village in a grand sacrificial ceremony. After years of people watching, you finally picked up their spoken language. No more guessing games, you can finally understand what they are saying. During another ritual, the same man you pulled from the brink approached with his people. Listening to their conversations, you learn his name is Shifeng. These folks do not have surnames. When a baby is born, they just pick a random object they see, tweak it slightly, and use it as a name. This guy's name basically means the Eastern Peak. Shifeng stepped forward, hoisting a fresh boar heart he had just harvested. Offering the organ up, he whispered pleas for the great tree's eternal blessing. He sought plenty of game and a safe return for his fellow hunters. He asked for the toddler's health and the old one's continued longevity. You marveled at their audacity. They essentially dumped every life problem onto you. You never knew you were so versatile, yet some requests were actually manageable. For instance, keeping the community safe from various nasty diseases and plagues. Your innate ability to ward off insects meant the tribe rarely fell ill. 10 years vanished quickly, and the little tribe dwelling beneath you flourished. Their numbers surged from 30-odd members to about 50 active souls. The hunting party returned ahead of schedule one afternoon without any fresh kill. Instead, they bore the broken body of Shifeng on a litter. Time had finally caught up. Leopard had ended his long life. His kin laid him to rest in the soil just beside your roots. With Shifeng gone, a more muscular man took over the leadership role. The new chief was a man called Blackwood, while the leader changed. Their reverence for you actually grew even stronger. Offerings became a daily occurrence until you sensed something strange inside yourself. A sudden, unfamiliar energy began to pulse deep within your inner fibers. This wasn't some parasitic beetle, but a genuine force under your direct control. The spark was quite fragile, leaving you clueless about its actual practical applications. You spent time analyzing this strange essence, but couldn't find its true purpose. Following another ritual, that tiny flicker of energy became noticeably more intense. Could this be the legendary strength derived from pure human belief and faith? The connection to their prayers seemed undeniable as the power surged once more. You continued your internal research until you were absolutely certain of its origin. This energy was undoubtedly the physical manifestation of the tribe's collective devotion. Yet what could it do? Without a teacher, you had to improvise everything. You attempted to guide the flow of energy into a single sturdy limb. You watched closely for a reaction, but to your dismay, nothing changed at all. Your meager reserves were depleted before you could even see a single result. You decided to halt your experiments until you gathered more spiritual fuel. After a while, the strange energy within your trunk began to accumulate again. You launched in another attempt, pouring a much larger volume of power this time. Slowly, you detected a subtle transformation taking place within that specific wooden limb. That branch started to look quite distinct from all the other ones surrounding it. A miniature sprout emerged at the end, looking unlike any normal leaf bud. As the little growth expanded, you finally realized exactly what was forming there. It was a flower bud getting ready to blossom. You were absolutely stunned. You'd been a tree for hundreds of years without ever producing a flower. You had long since concluded that blooming simply wasn't in your biological nature. Intrigued, you funneled every last bit of that sacred energy into the bud. You were curious about the bloom's color and if it would eventually bear fruit. The floral pod expanded steadily, nourished by the concentrated power of their prayers. You carefully shielded it behind thick foliage, keeping it invisible to those walking beneath. Plus, those cavemen never bothered to scale your trunk. Staying hidden was easy. A whole year soon passed. You spent every second focusing on that single bud. After 12 months of care, the bloom was ready. A faint pop echoed. The moment had finally arrived. A snowy blossom emerged, 5 petals unfurling in total. It wasn't massive, just the size of a man's palm. Deep inside the core sat a tiny green embryo. It looked like a type that could self-pollinate easily. Once it opened, a heavy perfume filled the air. Below, the whole village was swallowed by the scent. Tribesmen scrambled out, scanning the area in confusion. They were clueless. Even Blackwood hurried outside now. The chief was stumped until he noticed the tree. Only one thing could produce such a heavenly smell: their ancient guardian. Blackwood quickly rallied the tribe. He led them to the base. Everyone knelt instantly. They began praying to the giant. In that heartbeat, you felt a fresh surge of power within you. This boost was stronger than any previous offering. Their level of faith clearly dictated your total gains. Deeper worship meant you soaked up way more energy. To them, this thick aroma was a divine sign. Your power was manifesting. You funneled every bit inside, into the flower, making the scent even more intense. On the ground, the villagers prayed even more fervently. Suddenly, an elder gasped and raised his trembling hands. His wrinkled skin was turning healthy and pink again. Furthermore, he felt a spark of lost energy return. His aging body was practically reversing time right now. Realizing this, he screamed, "Our great tree lives!" A miracle. Blackwood saw the transformation and shouted. He bowed low, yelling, "Everyone worship the tree now. This scent is a gift our guardian is helping. He grants us eternal health and massive strength." After the chief spoke, the rest of the tribe noticed the physical changes. Their devotion hit new heights. Their faith spiked. Right then, Blackwood stood up tall. Arms raised, he bellowed, "O mighty spirit tree, be our totem, grant us the honor of your name. We will honor you forever across all these lands." Blackwood knelt again, and a heavy silence fell over. They stayed bowed, and you gazed at your subjects. By any definition, they had become your true followers. You pondered the idea of being their tribal god. There is something in it for you, too. So you take control of your massive trunk, letting out a deep, rhythmic wooden creak. The second that sound echoes through the air, Haimu snaps his head up with a wild, cult-like intensity in his eyes. He shouts at the top of his lungs, "The great tree has spoken. It accepts us as its own. We are now the children of the bark." Behind him, the entire tribe erupts into a roar. The tree tribe. The tree tribe. You can't help but feel a smug sense of pride. After drifting through the centuries, you finally become a local legend. You take that fresh energy and funnel it straight into your petals, releasing a thick, intoxicating perfume. You keep a close eye on the primitives below to see the results, breathing in your floral scent. Their bodies start undergoing a complete overhaul. The wrinkles on the elders begin to smooth out, and the young men start looking like absolute tanks. The children don't seem different at first, but the magic is already baked into their DNA. Once they hit their growth spurts, they will be absolute units, smarter, faster, and tougher than any normal human. You quickly dial back the aroma. You can't have these guys just lounging around your roots all day. They've still got chores to do and food to find. As the sun climbs toward high noon, you let your blossoms unfurl once more. This time you keep a tight lid on the scent, letting out only the tiniest hint of sweetness. You're just waiting for these petals to drop, so you can finally see some fruit. You aren't sweating the harvest at all. This bloom is anything but ordinary. It doesn't have to follow the boring old rules of nature, so a harvest is pretty much guaranteed. But right in the middle of your thoughts, a faint annoying hum starts echoing from somewhere off in the distance. It sounds exactly like a mosquito looking for a snack, and it's already getting on your nerves. You instinctively try to eyeball the source and reach out to swat it away, momentarily forgetting that you're a tree and don't have hands. Still, the impulse triggers a reaction, and one of your branches whips through the air. You feel a satisfying little thud, wondering if that was actually a bug. Then you remember something important. Your very presence is supposed to act like a natural insect repellent. This persistent pest didn't run, but instead kept circling back for more. You lock in and focus all your senses on the spot where your branch made contact. You see nothing but empty air at first, but then you spot it. A fat yellow honeybee is wobbling up from the dirt, looking a bit dazed before heading straight for you again. You hold back from smacking it this time, just watching as it cruises closer and closer, disappearing into your canopy and making a beeline for your prize blossom. It hits you like a ton of bricks. The little guy is just hooked on your perfume. With a tiny plop, the bee lands on a petal and starts scrambling toward the center. It's clearly looking to score some nectar, but on pure instinct you flex your power, and a twig comes down like a whip, swatting the bee into the next county. Even after taking a massive hit, the stubborn little bug just keeps coming back for more. Whack, whack, whack. After a few more hits, the bee finally seems to snap out of its trance. It hovers there, looking totally lost, like, where am I? Oh, right, that smell. It remembers the mission get. That nectar, the bee scans the area like a radar, and zeroes in on your bloom once more. Daddy's home baby, it seems to buzz, diving back in. You're practically rolling your eyes at this point as you give it one more solid thwack. That finally did the trick. The bee hovers at a safe distance, eyeing your branches warily. You figured it would buzz off for good, but surprisingly, the little guy decided to move in next door. This leaves you quite puzzled. Isn't your trunk supposed to ward off insects? Why won't this bee leave? Perhaps your repelling power is limited, or maybe you just haven't mastered it. You don't really mind him, though. If you truly wanted, a single whip of a branch would easily chase him away. You sense something unique about him, so you let him nest in your bark. He flies off daily, presumably seeking food only to return when night falls. Despite living on you, he's still obsessed with your lone blossom. He tries sneaking closer at various times, but you always spot him and give him a little swat. It makes you wonder, is this bee a glutton for punishment? Another month passes, and your flower finally withers. 5 white petals drift down, which you catch with your limbs. Only a small green fruit remains. Just a sprout, yet it's already half the size of a fist. You're quite curious to see what happens once it ripens. What form will it take? What powers will it grant? Since the bloom empowered the tribesman, the resulting fruit is bound to be even better. The bee stays put. Even without the flower, he occasionally circles your trunk. Like a sentry on patrol, you decide to ignore him. One day, a massive argument breaks out in the tribe. 2 factions face off, each desperate to win the debate. We must drive them out. The great tree is ours alone, and no outsiders shall have it. We should wipe them out. The tree belongs to us. The other side disagrees. They're just passing through. Let's just tell them to leave. Why start a war when we migrated to this place? We crossed other lands and those people didn't attack us. We shouldn't do this. We aren't like those people. Back then, we always moved quickly through their territory. But these people are camping here. They clearly want our land. They have to go. You're listening in on the whole thing. Now you understand the conflict. Blackwood sits between them, remaining silent while the chaos continues. Both sides are trying to win his approval. As the tribe's chief, his decision will settle everything. Chief, what's the call? What should we do? Someone finally puts him on the spot. He has an idea, but he's torn. He raises a hand for silence. This matters to our tribe and to the great tree. I will ask the tree for the answer. Everyone shuts up, right? If the choice is hard, why not ask the divine? Listening from the sidelines, you're completely blindsided. Why is this suddenly your problem? The real kicker is, even if they ask, you can't exactly talk back. You catch every word they say, but your voice is trapped inside. If these folks had a script, you'd just carve letters with a twig, answering their questions that way. Too bad these primitives haven't dreamed up a written language yet. It's not laziness, just a total lack of literacy. You find yourself wishing for a voice. Speech in both man and beast comes down to simple vibrations. A light bulb goes off. Even as a static tree, vibration is totally possible. And vibration equals sound right. Sure, you're a solid trunk, but a little shaking should get some noise out of you. You feel a surge of hope. Then reality hits. Just vibrating won't cut it. At best, you'd be knocking limbs against your bark, making rhythmic thuds. That's a far cry from actual speech. Back to the drawing board. Human voices rely on the throat. It's all about air from lungs hitting the vocal folds to make one. You're missing the chords. So why not just grow some? With that goal in mind, you start forcing a new sprout. You tap into your pool of faith. When focused, this energy acts like a super growth serum for your wood. You shape the growing branch into a makeshift larynx. This might take forever for some, but time is all you've got. Powered by divinity, the wood warps and stretches rapidly. Within 5 minutes, you've birthed a primitive vocal box. Next, you hollow out a branch to act as a set of bellows. It's designed to gulp and squeeze air. Creation finished, you test it. You force a gust over the chords. Only a pathetic sputtering sound comes out. The texture is way too stiff. You dive back into trial and error. You keep forcing new growth over and over, searching for that perfect flexible reed. A typical maple would never pull this off. Luckily, you aren't ordinary. You're a worshipped deity. After 40 or 50 failures, you finally manage a setup that can hold a note. It's not exactly a throat, more like a wind instrument. A hollow tube with a slit and a razor-thin, tough leaf acting as the reed. When the air hits, it finally sings. Turning those notes into speech, though, is going to take serious practice. You keep these experiments hidden deep inside your hollows. No need to spook the locals. Haimu steps up to your trunk. Great tree, guide me. I cannot support the plan the elders proposed. I promised to spread your name across this land. I want this clan absorbed into the tree tribe. Let them become your people, honoring and worshiping you forever. You're actually quite amused. You didn't expect Haimu to be such an expansionist. You definitely dig the vibe. Growing your following is the surest way to skyrocket your divine energy levels. Not bad, the kid's got some serious vision. So how are you going to answer Kuroki? You mull it over for a second before coming up with a plan. You direct a bare leafless twig to descend toward the forest floor, its tip sharpened to a fine point. The moment Kuroki notices it coming down, he collapses to the dirt in a fit of terror, pressing his forehead into the mud, too scared to even flinch. You're a little speechless at his reaction, but the work still needs to get done. You use that wooden tip to start sketching in the soft earth by his feet. Before long, the drawing is finished. It's definitely not a masterpiece, but the message is easy enough to read. Seeing him still pinned to the ground, you use the twig to give his head a light poke. Kuroki finally looks up and you use the branch to gesture toward the sketch in the dirt right in front of him. He glances down, immediately spotting your abstract artwork. It shows a massive, towering tree, clearly a self-portrait. Down beneath the heavy branches, a crowd of tiny figures are bowing in worship. The meaning hits him instantly. He bangs his head on the ground again. Great Guardian, I see the path now. I'll bring that small tribe back here so they can offer their prayers to you. Hearing his vow, you rustle your leaves in approval. Having found his answer, Kuroki rushes back home. He gathers the entire clan together right away, relaying the divine instructions the great tree gave him. A few people were skeptical, but they did a total 180-degree turn once they heard the tree itself had agreed. You watch as Kuroki leads the group out of the village to find those newcomers. You can only hope things go smoothly out there. He wants them to follow you, but people don't just change their faith on a whim. A few clashes are probably bound to happen. Still, you aren't really in the mood to worry about that. You're putting all your focus into engineering a set of vocal cords. After trial, you've managed to craft several different types of sound-making structures. Some are like instruments, resembling flutes or pipes. They can make noise, but they're useless for actual talking. Others work like the buzzing organs of an insect, an idea you actually swiped from that bee living on your bark. Again, it makes noise, but it's no good for a conversation. Finally, you manage to build a structure that can actually handle human speech. After practicing about 100 times, you finally master the technique. You can now express your thoughts with total clarity. The whole process took 6 days. With that finished, you finally have the mental space to look at other things. You peer into the village but can't find Kuroki. They must still be out on their mission. Feeling a bit bored, you stealthily move one of your talking branches right up to the sleeping bee. A sudden sharp buzzing sound erupts, startling the little guy awake. He zips into the air, flying in frantic, confused circles, clearly trying to find where that noise came from. Watching him panic makes you laugh internally. It's just like messing with a pet dog or cat. Only your pet happens to be a bee. You're starting to seriously suspect that this isn't just a normal insect. The intelligence it shows is actually pretty entertaining. During this long, dull wait, it provides a nice little distraction. You decide to give the pranks a rest for a bit, settling back into a patient watch for Kuroki to return with the final word. He'd always been a lone wolf of a bee. You'd never spotted another like him. This bee was a total unit, too, nearly the size of a grown man's fist. No normal bee grows that massive. Luckily, you're a giant tree with room to spare. He's tucked away inside you, invisible to the world, and you keep him from the tribesmen. So, the tree tribe remains clueless. After 2 days, Blackwood finally limps back. He's only got his original crew with him. No new faces in the crowd. A total bust. You're confused. Wasn't it just some tiny, insignificant tribe? How did they hold off Blackwood's squad? You've buffed your people significantly. They're physically leagues above average primitives, yet they still came home empty-handed. This definitely piques your interest. What kind of group are they dealing with? Blackwood brings the intel. Lord Tree, I've failed you, he grovels. I couldn't bring them in. Suddenly, you find your voice. Don't sweat it. Just give me the details. Blackwood freezes eyes, darting around in terror. He can't figure out who's talking. Eyes up. I'm right here in front of you. I'm the ancient tree you're always talking about. Blackwood's jaw hits the floor. He drops into the dirt, immediately shaking. Oh, great ancient tree. You can actually speak. He doesn't even wait for a reply. He starts rambling to himself in a panic. I've been such a fool. Of course the great tree can talk. A god's power is beyond comprehension. He's practically face-planting in the dirt, praying to calm his racing heart. This miracle has him absolutely terrified. You watch this hulking warrior crumble. Just a few words and he's a wreck. Even your super soldiers can't handle it. We must have been slackers. Our faith wasn't strong enough before. We finally pleased you enough to earn a response. You're speechless, whatever. Not worth trying to explain. Keep this quiet. No need to alert the rest of the tribe yet. Just tell me about the other tribe. You're just trying to stop him from screaming at the top of his lungs for everyone to come worship. Rituals generate a decent amount of faith, sure, but the constant ceremonies get annoying fast. Besides, you get faith anyway. It just trickles in a bit slower when they aren't actively praying. Blackwood scrambles up, wearing a goofy grin. You're the best Lord Tree. Hearing your voice is incredible. Oh wait, the mission. I took the boys to that village. There were only about 30 of them. If it was just a numbers game, we would have crushed them. So what went wrong? Blackwood finally spills the beans. Even though they're small, they possess a totem. There's that word again. Does totem hold some special weight in this world? What is theirs? Blackwood explains their totem is a black tortoise, and they travel with it. You can actually move a totem. You make a mental note of that. Sucks being a tree sometimes. Blackwood continues, I met their chief. I told them they should worship the ancient tree instead. But the chief refused. He said they only serve their own totem. Then he showed it to me, a black turtle about the length of my arm. Kuroki gestured wildly as he spoke, so I offered him a new deal. Either they honor the great tree, or they clear out of this land. I nodded, listening as Kuroki explained their chief found the soil too fertile. They won't back down easily and would rather fight to settle things. The land's fate hung in the balance, so I agreed right then. I told him to start the battle immediately. Meanwhile, I suspected Kuroki must have lost that fight. Otherwise, he wouldn't return empty-handed. However, his explanation was a bit different than what I'd imagined. Our wood tribe is incredibly strong now, thanks to your divine blessings. We're tough, but the people of the black tortoise tribe are different. They also have a turtle's blessing, giving them a nearly unbreakable defense. I fought their chief Aoshan but couldn't even scratch his armor. Since he couldn't beat me either, I decided to come back home. I'm here seeking your help, Great Tree. He looked up with hope. It was obvious he was wishing for even more power from me. That put me in a spot. I haven't researched how to grant power. Besides, what kind of energy would I even give to him? I only have faith, which I've only used on flowers and branches. That flower just grew one fruit, and it's still far from ripe. Speaking of flowers, I remembered something from when the last one died. I had managed to collect 5 petals when it withered away. I quickly checked on those 5 petals to see their current state. Months had passed since the flower died, but when I checked, those 5 petals were still perfectly fresh. Maybe they could be useful. I used a branch to lift a petal and held it before him. Swallow this. I didn't suggest he try it. I commanded him. I'm an ancient tree sounding unsure would just ruin mine image. I had to stay confident. Hearing my command, Kuroki's breath hitched. He took the petal with trembling hands and swallowed it instantly. The moment he ate it, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He sat by my trunk immediately to absorb the energy inside. I'd poured a massive amount of faith into that original blossom. It was top-tier stuff. Kuroki shut his eyes and focused hard. He felt a constant surge of power flooding into his limbs. It felt like that old floral scent, only 100 times stronger. He immediately remembered that fragrance. Could this be from that same flower? Kuroki was so moved that he nearly started crying from gratitude. The great tree was so kind to give him something this precious. Suddenly, a massive wave of faith hit me, equaling a major ritual. It was like the tribute of several tribes. I looked at Kuroki. This sudden surge of faith was definitely coming straight from him. If followers had ranks, this guy would be a total fanatic now. Gradually, Kuroki felt something entirely new forming within his core. He couldn't name it, but felt it circulating through his entire body. Every single cycle of that energy brought him a sense of bliss. A profound sense of evolution washes over you deeper than anything you've felt before. Haimu's presence shifts suddenly as if a thread of your own life force is now woven into his. This isn't your imagination playing tricks. The bond you feel is undeniably real. It is as though he has become a living extension of your canopy, yet fundamentally distinct. He is on your radar now, though you currently lack the power to pull his strings directly. Suddenly, Haimu's eyes snap open and he lunges to his feet in one fluid motion. He lets out a sky-shaking roar that sends a literal shiver through your bark. Your leaves rattle with the vibration, and that is when you spot it. A faint emerald vapor swirling around him, hugging his frame like a protective shroud. The mist coalesces into a spectral silhouette of a towering tree. The resemblance to your own form is uncanny. He finishes his outburst, finding himself transformed in ways he is just beginning to grasp. The commotion draws the tribe out. Clutching heavy bludgeons and jagged stone spears, they rush toward your trunk, only to find their leader radiating a strange verdant light. Chief, what in the world happened to you? Haimu clenches his fists, feeling a raw, explosive energy coursing through his veins. He lets out a triumphant laugh before dropping to his knees in front of you. I am in your debt for this gift, Great Tree. I will crush the turtle tribe and bring them home. The realization dawns on the crowd that this miracle came directly from you. The whole village prostrates themselves, though you are not handing out any more petals today. You are down to just 4, and you have got to be stingy with your stash. Sprouting a new bloom is not on the agenda quite yet. The results were better than expected. Watching the energy radiating from him, you decide to call it Bloodline Link. Since it makes you feel kin, the name seems perfect. Haimu heads out again with his warriors hell-bent on making the rival chief submit. He wants total surrender. Once he is out of your sight, you realize you can still track his location. That is definitely the new bond at work. A low hum breaks the silence. Your little forager is back from the hunt. The bee touches down on your trunk, but something is clearly wrong. He is a mess, matted with the blood of some unknown creature. One leg is dangling uselessly. He clearly got into a nasty scrap out there. Battered and broken, he drags himself into the crook of a branch. He huddles there, and you hope a little rest will do the trick. But morning comes, and the little guy has not moved an inch. He is completely still, looking more like a corpse than a friend. You reach out a twig, ready to give him a proper burial at your roots. He has been your constant companion, and you have come to see him as a true pal. Just as you touch him, one of his tiny legs gives a weak shudder. He struggles to lift his head, eyeing the approaching branch. A wave of pure desperation hits you. He is begging for his life. He is terrified of the end. He is not ready to go yet. He will serve you forever if you can just pull him back from the brink. You agree instantly, but then reality hits. How do you even fix a bee? You are stuck. You do not exactly have a degree in medical training. On a wing and a prayer, you start funneling your gathered faith energy into his body. The energy surged through your branches and right into the bee. It flowed inside him. Without any resistance yet, it didn't seem to do much of anything at first. The little guy still looked half dead. Clearly, pure faith wasn't the answer, so you tried a different approach. You recalled that flower you grew earlier. Its scent could restore youth, so maybe it could heal physical wounds too. Using your divine power, you concentrated on sprouting a tiny little bud, barely the size of a fingernail. Since it was so small, it didn't take much effort or drain your energy reserves at all to make it bloom. A delicate fragrance began drifting from the petals, and the bee immediately seemed to perk up after catching a whiff. But his injuries were still there. He just felt more energized, which wasn't a real fix. You kept pouring that power into the tiny blossom, eventually distilling a single drop of nectar in its center. Then, you carefully fed the nectar to the bee. The moment he swallowed it, a faint green mist began to swirl around his body. It reminded you of the same mist you'd seen on Blackwood. Could they be related? You soon witnessed the effects as the mist slowly began knitting his wounds shut. Seeing that you finally relaxed, your theory had been right on the money. With the help of that green glow, the bee's injuries fully healed up, and he managed to scramble back onto his legs. He gave his wings a test flutter before taking off into the sky. He was totally back in action, making you feel pretty proud of your new skills. It seemed the flowers, grown from your power, had incredible hidden properties and potent healing magic. This got you thinking, was there a more efficient way to use this? Growing a whole flower every single time felt like a massive chore. An idea hit you. Could you just use your power directly? To produce that healing liquid, you decided to give it a shot. You started experimenting, and soon at the very tip of a bare branch, a single drop of green sap appeared. Another bee was resting on a nearby twig, so you beckoned him over to act as your test subject. You fed the distilled sap to the bee. As soon as he ate it, that familiar green mist appeared again. The sap was just as effective as nectar. Getting that confirmation made you stoked. This was a skill you'd developed yourself. You were basically a healer now, a great tree dedicated to saving lives. Once the excitement wore off, you noticed your connection with the bee had become much stronger. It was a strange sensation, quite different from the deep bloodline-style bond you shared with Blackwood. You realized you could actually communicate with his soul. He couldn't speak, only emitting various buzzes, but you understood exactly what he meant. Not bad. You're my new sidekick now in charge of patrolling the area. Psst, psst. As you wish, Lord Ancient Tree. Just call me Boss White. None of that Lord stuff. Yes, Boss White. Hey, do you have a name yet? I'll call you Jinfeng. Awesome, I actually have a real name now. From now on, I'm Jinfeng. After giving the little guy a name, you officially took him under your wing. So Jinfeng, what can you do? Hey, boss, my jaw is my only weapon, but it packs a serious punch. It can snap through almost anything. Still, that sounds a bit underwhelming. You realize this just won't cut it. Jinfeng, after you ate from the tree, did you feel any strange energy inside? You start wondering. Maybe Jinfeng can tap into bloodline power too. That might give him a fighting chance. Jinfeng focuses deeply. Before long, faint green mist starts drifting off his body. You give a slow nod. Not bad. Looks like he's got the spark in him too. But suddenly the green fades away, replaced by a strange yellow glow. This catches you completely off guard. The kid actually has some real talent. You can see it clearly now, that swirling yellow aura. It is definitely a form of bloodline energy, but it did not come from you. It is a power Jinfeng woke up from deep within his own soul. Finally, the yellow mist completely swallows Jinfeng up. Within the haze, you can vaguely see the shape of a massive bee. Jinfeng's eyes snap open. He stares at the shimmering fog surrounding him. Seeing that giant bee shadow behind him, even he looks totally shocked. Boss, what is this weird stuff? You explain that it is called bloodline power, and it comes from his own body. As for what it can do, he will have to figure that out himself. He just nods, confused, not really getting it. You do not have much advice to give him. After all, you only just stumbled onto this whole power thing yourself. Something is bugging you, though. Why did Jinfeng manage to unlock his own unique power when Blackwood could not do the same? Blackwood's manifestation was a mirror image of your own tree form. Yet here is Jinfeng projecting a giant version of his own bee self. You figure humans must just be built different. This needs more research. Jinfeng pulls the energy back inside. Boss, I need to head out for a bit. Going hunting. Sure. Just keep doing your usual thing. I will call you if I need a hand. He takes off with a loud hum. Actually, boss, I am out for blood. Ran into a snake while foraging yesterday. The bastard tried to jack my meal, so we went at it. I lost that round. Your eyes widen. Hold on 1 second. You were scrapping with a snake over food. What exactly do you eat? Jinfeng says he is not picky. Nectar, fruit, crunchy insects, anything goes. If I can find it, I will eat it. Well, damn, you thought. He was just some innocent honey gatherer. Turns out he is a predator. Then again, carnivorous bees are a real thing, like hornets or wasps. Even killer bees hunt other bugs. You realize you totally misread him. But that is that. You just tell him to watch his back. A snake is a heavy hitter for a single bee to take on. Besides, it has been 24 hours. That snake is long gone by now. Jinfeng shakes his head. No, boss. He definitely is not gone. There is a massive tribe nearby and those people breed snakes. That snake belongs to one of them. A whole other tribe. The weight of that information hits you instantly. Now that is some top-tier intel. After thinking it over, you told Jinfeng to put his grudge on ice. I need you for something else. Head to that snake handling tribe and get the full lowdown on their setup. Find out their numbers and exactly what kind of totem they worship. Get back here once you're done. We need to stay ahead of the curve. As the tree tribe grows, running into the neighbors is a matter of time. In times like this, having the inside scoop is a total game changer. Friend or foe, having the facts gives us the winning edge. Jinfeng took off and you watched him fade into the horizon. You figured that snake tribe was probably a good distance away. Standing nearly 50 meters tall now, your view of the world was wide open. But even with that range, no other settlements were popping up in sight. As for the tortoise clan, there happened to be a mountain in the way, blocking your line of sight. Right next to that peak, a little river flows by. The tortoise folk picked that spot by the water to set up their camp. You remember when you first arrived here, that river was barely a tiny creek. Several hundred years later, it carved out a deeper path to become the river it is today. Meanwhile, Blackwood and his people had reached the tortoise settlement. It wasn't huge, just a bunch of low-slung huts made of wood and grass. Once the locals spotted Blackwood's crew, the whole tribe scrambled to assemble. The men grabbed their gear, while the women moved the kids to safety. As for the elderly, they hadn't survived the brutal trek during the tribe's long migration. Blackwood stood his ground in front of the crowd, totally unfazed. He hollered toward the village. "Ocean, I'm back. We didn't settle it last time, but today I'm taking you down for good. You're all going to be subjects of the great tree." The man he called out was the tortoise chief. Aoshan stepped out, looking grim. "You've got a big mouth." Blackwood, our last scrap proved. The great tortoise is just as strong as your tree. We aren't giving up our faith for anyone. Blackwood just scoffed. That was a fluke. Come on then, let's see if you can handle the great tree's true power. The two of them locked eyes as members of both tribes cleared a wide circle to serve as the arena. Both men gripped their stone spears, tracking each other's every move. Then Aoshan let out a roar and lunged forward first. Blackwood again and charged right back. Their spears collided mid-air, knocking them both back a step. But they lunged again, instantly trading a flurry of strikes. They were dead even in the center of the ring. Blackwood was a tank, showing zero signs of slowing down while Aoshan started losing ground. Still, the guy was built like a shell. When Blackwood's spear grazed him, it barely left a scratch on his arm. even though he was being pushed. Aoshan's insane durability kept him safe from Blackwood's onslaught. Their last duel was identical a stalemate, until both were completely drained. Haimu knew that without using his divine blessing, overcoming Aoshan was impossible. He began channeling his inner strength, which surged through his veins like a rushing river of fire. Haimu's arms snapped taut, releasing a low, vibrating hum. That single shock sent Aoshan reeling back to find his footing. Looking up, Aoshan froze at the sight of a verdant glow. A faint spectral tree seemed to wrap Haimu in its branches. "Try again, you're losing this time," Haimu snarled, stomping down hard. He left a crater in the dirt and lunged forward instantly. Aoshan scrambled to raise his spear and block the coming blow. Haimu leaped high, putting every ounce of weight into his strike. The pressure was immense. Aoshan's spear snapped like a dry twig. Without slowing, Haimu's weapon slammed into the man's chest. Aoshan was hurled back, coughing up a spray of crimson mid-flight. The turtle tribe cried out, their faces pale with pure terror. They rushed to the fallen leader and pulled him upright. Blood leaked from Aoshan's mouth as he fought through the agony. "Quickly summon the great turtle," he wheezed to his men. Several warriors bolted toward the village's rear near the creek. There sat a watering hole that had recently been dug out. A massive black tortoise rested there, partially submerged in the mud. At first glance, it looked ordinary despite its impressive physical scale. The panicked tribesmen reached the bank and fell to their knees. They bowed frantically. "Great disaster has come for us. The tree people have returned and defeated our proud chief." The creature's eyes slid open, staring coldly at the messenger. "Great One, the chief begs for your divine intervention. Please help us crush that arrogant monster once and for all." The tortoise nodded slowly. The men hopped in to carry it. Back at the gate, Haimu lowered his weapon and exhaled. In a few moments, the misty aura retracted into his chest. Seeing the victory, the tree tribe erupted into thunderous cheers. Haimu signaled for silence. "This glory belongs to our Lord." "Praise the ancient tree," he shouted, leading the triumphant cry. "Glory to the tree." The chorus echoed through the valley. He approached the rivals. "You lost. Now follow the pact. Bring your tributes and swear your faith to the ancient tree." Aoshan hobbled forward, leaning heavily on his kin to speak. "This isn't over. The great turtle hasn't had its say yet." Haimu's eyes flared. "You dare back on your word." The turtle warriors suddenly brandished their blades in a show of defiance. The tree scouts charged, but Haimu raised a hand to stop them. He wanted to avoid a massacre. His expression turned deathly cold. "I'll give you one last chance. Come with us peacefully." Just then, the men lugging the massive tortoise shoved through the mob, pushing to the very front. Once Aoshan spotted that great black shell, he bellowed, "Lord Tortoise, we beg you, save us from our enemies." Haimu instantly tensed up, his body wreathed in a sudden thick mist. But then the black reptile snapped its jaws shut right on Aoshan's hand. He let out a blood-curdling scream, making the porters drop the beast in shock. It hit the dirt hard. To everyone's absolute disbelief, the tortoise just scrambled away without looking back. Panic-stricken Aoshan roared, "Bring the Lord back here now." Haimu's expression darkened, and with a sharp wave of his hand he barked, "Cut them off!" A chaotic brawl broke out between the two tribes. While Haimu watched, the black tortoise scrambled to the riverbank, dove in, and vanished into the depths. Within moments, every tortoise tribesman was captured. Haimu stood over the dying Aoshan, a cruel smirk on his face. "Bet you didn't expect your own god to ditch you. Starting today, your tribe is history." Aoshan spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes going vacant as his final breath escaped him. He was gone. Haimu buried the corpse in a shallow grave and led the remaining captives back. From afar, I watched Haimu and his warriors returning in triumph. They were followed by a bedraggled line of families, clearly the remnants of the Tortoise clan. They would need a new name now. Absorbing them into the tree tribe would be a slow process, taking quite some time to complete. Eventually, Haimu brought them all back and lined them up before me. Standing at the front, he announced, "This is the great ancient tree we serve. From now on, he is your god too." The whole group fell to their knees in worship. I felt only a flicker of faith, though. It was obvious they weren't truly won over yet, but I was confident they'd become devoted followers soon enough. After settling them in, our population had grown to 61 people. With these 32 newcomers, we were now at 93. Late that night, when all was quiet, Haimu came to me alone. "Lord Tree," he whispered softly. I was wide awake naturally. Ever since becoming a tree, I rarely ever sleep. When things get boring, I just let my mind go blank and drift away for a while. It's a lot like sleeping, I guess. I spoke then. "You did well, Haimu." He gave a modest, goofy grin. "It's all thanks to the power you gave me, Lord. I couldn't have beaten their chief otherwise, but why are you here so late?" Haimu went on to explain exactly how they'd conquered the tortoise clan. When he finished, he hesitated. "Lord, can a totem really just abandon its people?" Hearing his question, I knew exactly what was on his mind. He was afraid that one day I might just leave them behind like that tortoise did. I chuckled softly. "Tell me, Haimu, if your god stopped granting you strength, would you just go find a different one?" A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He dropped to the ground instantly, bowing his head over and over. "Great ancient tree, I will be your faithful servant until the day I die." A spindly limb reached out, hoisting him to his feet. "Relax, I'm merely theorizing here." "Deep down you already know." Blackwood stood frozen, his chest thumping like a drum. His lips moved, stammering that he lacked any insight or solutions. Would he even dare suggest one? Hardly. It was honestly a bit pathetic. "Forget it, let me just lay it out. It's a two-way street with totems. They pick you just as much as you pick them. Act like a bunch of lowlifes. And they'll bail. Just look at those black tortoise refugees. Go find out how they offended their guardian." Blackwood bobbed his head frantically. "Right away, Great Spirit. I'll get on it." Honestly, most of this was just an educated guess on your part, though you figured you weren't far off. As the guy turned to bolt, you chimed in. "Wait until morning, kid. The whole village is fast asleep right now." He nodded again and again. "Then rest well, Lord Tree." With that, he vanished into the dark. It was basically a sprint. "Geez," you muttered. "Am I really that intimidating? I'm literally just a plant." You shrugged the thought off. Shifting your focus, you scanned the heavens. The sky above this world was eerily pristine. It had its own sun and moon, sure, but look closely enough, and they seemed tiny, almost like they were painted on. When night fell, that moon sat up there in a total void, not a single star in sight. Naturally, you were the only one who noticed the glitch. You had seen what a real sky looked like elsewhere. To these primitive locals who had never known anything else, as the sun they grew up under was just part of the scenery. It was their reality. Nobody ever questioned the celestial bodies above them. Even if the whole thing felt like a low-budget simulation, it was the only world they had. You glanced back down at the campsite. The villagers were out cold. Even the newcomers were snoring. Suddenly, a distinct splashing echoed from the distant stream. In the dead of night, the sound was impossible to miss. You turned your attention toward it. A massive turtle was paddling through the water. Could that be the missing deity? Blackwood had mentioned their guardian vanished into the river after all. This unexpected visitor definitely piqued your curiosity. Flicking a branch, you sent a vine whistling toward the riverbank. These weren't your average twigs. You had pumped them full of spiritual energy. They could be as pliable as silk thread if you wanted, or as rigid as reinforced steel. You liked to think of them as your tentacles. The turtle barely sensed the movement before your grip tightened around its shell. It tried to submerge and disappear, but your vines were already locked in place. With a sharp yank, you hoisted the heavy reptile clean out of the water. It snapped its jaws at the wood, desperate to bite its way to freedom. Too bad for him, these weren't just some random tree limbs. You hardened the surface instantly. It was like trying to chew through a boulder. Aside from nearly cracking its beak, it did zero damage. You hauled it into your canopy. Foliage and branches wove together, fashioning a makeshift prison in seconds. The beast kept thrashing, but you ignored the fuss to get a better look. It measured about 1 meter long, covered in a dark, murky hide. It matched the description of the black tortoise totem perfectly. Your interest wasn't accidental. It stemmed from what Blackwood had let slip about his people's history. Their totem's blessing an incredibly tough defense. You attempt a mental link with the tortoise using Jin Feng's technique. It worked when you saved him, but who knows with this reptile? Are you the black tortoise totem? You project your query, and through the tentacles gripping the beast. Suddenly, it stops cold. You feel a surge of joy realizing your plan actually worked. The link is live, but the tortoise just stares, offering no response. You try to guide it. Just think of what you want to say. Focus on your thoughts and I'll be able to hear you. The moment you finish, the giant tortoise completely panics. It instantly yanks its head and limbs into its massive shell. You didn't expect such a coward. After waiting for it to calm down, a flicker of consciousness returns. I was their totem, it says, but that tribe is gone. Sir, I'm just a normal little turtle. Please have mercy and let me go. I'm mostly just shell. There's barely any meat here. Don't even think about eating me. Taste absolutely terrible, I swear. I'm not good at all. If you're hungry, I can dive and catch some fish for you. I'm begging you, let me go. I'm a great fisherman, really. Spare me and I'll bring you a fresh catch every single day. You quickly cut the link. The creature's rambling was never ending. It wouldn't stop begging for its life. Fine, you say, I'll release you. But you have to be quiet first. I have some questions. You beam the message over and immediately sever the connection. After a moment, you finally see the massive tortoise poke its head out. It takes a cautious look around the area. It pulls back slightly but seems calmer now. Time to try again. Reconnecting, you ask. So you really blessed the black tortoise tribe? The turtle nods its head. I did, sir, but they totally forced me. It wasn't my choice. You're stunned. Those primitives bullied you. Don't lie to me. The tortoise starts wailing and complaining. Sir, I'm just a little guy. Don't have your kind of power. I was just a regular turtle living in a big river. Then one day those humans snatched me up to be their totem. I tried to refuse at first. I even tried to run away once. But they caught me and said if I ever tried to escape again, they'd boil me for dinner. Those savages actually threatened me. I only became their totem to survive. Are humans always this scary? Listening to its tragic tale, you can picture its miserable past. The tree tribe folks are way nicer. At least they never used force. Suddenly you recall the day they first arrived at your doorstep. They were begging for help, but if you had turned them down, would you have ended up like this turtle? At least it has legs. You're a tree. You're stuck here with absolutely nowhere to run. A sharp sense of dread hits you. This status quo has to change. The tree tribe might respect you now, but their devotion won't last forever. Don't trust others with your safety. You have to get stronger yourself. The old turtle kept talking. The totem had only one real perk. He didn't have to hunt. They brought him food every single day. You nod slowly. It sounds just like the tribe's offerings to you. Eventually, they came back to him begging for a divine blessing. He had no clue what to do, but this was the part you needed. With his back against the wall, he had to try something. He ended up giving them some blood, and it actually worked wonders. Those who drank it became much more powerful and resilient. They were harder to kill. That was the secret of his blessing. So they just ate his blood. It's like the petal you gave Blackwood. That petal was practically a piece of your own physical body. Those people were basically eating you a thought that felt truly disturbing. You felt a surge of unease and asked if he felt a change inside. The massive turtle gave a heavy nod of confirmation. He felt something new take root inside, and some is still there. He asked what it was, so you named it the power of faith. It is the energy created when those primitives offer their worship. Faith energy, is that what we should call this force? The turtle was stunned, impressed that you knew such a thing. If this power is so great, why are you in such a pathetic state? He sighed while you smirked. The old guy was quite the flatterer. He was just desperate for freedom. You were finished with your questions. You asked about his future, and he just wanted a place to settle. You laughed and told him to follow you so he wouldn't get caught again. You weren't strong enough yet and realized you needed some protection. You already had the bee, might as well take the turtle too. The turtle tentatively asked if he could possibly say no. You were honestly just trying to have a civilized discussion, but it seemed like he was getting the wrong idea entirely. You promised to let him go while he eyed the vines on his shell. He nodded quickly, though you insisted you were really setting him free. He definitely thought you were lying through your teeth. You put him back in the river and he promised to stay close. He offered to bring you one fish every day and you allowed it. It gave him something to do. After he left, started thinking. Looking at the tribe below you, realized you still thought like a human. You liked those people, which is why you helped Blackwood so easily. But the turtle's ordeal was a cold reality check for you. To these primitive people, are you anything more than just a tree? If they ever grow more powerful than you, things might turn dangerous. They could eventually become a threat to your very existence. Yet you can't leave them. Their faith is what's making you grow. From now on, you'll have to play this game very carefully. Dealing with these primitives requires a delicate balance. You can't just coddle them, but you can't leave them to their own devices either. The next morning, Kuroki visited the Black Tortoise clan. He pressed them for details about the giant turtle while you listened in on every word. Their story lined up perfectly with what the old turtle had shared the day before. They had indeed imprisoned the creature, bleeding it dry for their own selfish gain. Kuroki looked troubled as he walked away from their camp. Deep in thought, he approached you alone. He tilted his head back, gazing up at your towering, sturdy branches. After a long silence, he spoke softly. "Great tree, I've spoken with the tortoise folk. I know exactly what they did to their own guardian spirit." His gaze sharpened with sudden, fierce resolve. "But our clan would never dream of betraying you like that." You listened in silence. Kuroki dropped to his knees. "Great tree, as long as I draw breath, no soul shall ever lay a finger on you." As the words left his lips, a massive surge of faith energy flowed into you. It was a relief to see. It confirmed you were right. To grant him that petal ritual, still, one man's devotion wouldn't change your broader plans for the tribe. You rustled your leaves slightly, giving him a faint sign of acknowledgement. He didn't linger long. As chief, he had an entire village depending on him. Around dusk, Jinfeng returned from his scouting mission. The bird tucked himself into the canopy and chirped, "I'm back." "Good work. What did you find?" Jinfeng's playful tone vanished as he got serious. "The group is called the Snake Clan, and they worship a massive serpent. I tracked it to a mountain about 500 meters from their camp. That thing is huge, about this wide." Jinfeng circled in the air to show you. The circle was nearly 2 meters across, which actually took you by surprise. If it's really that big, snake is an understatement. It's more like a python. With enough sacrifices, it might even evolve into a drake or a dragon someday. Who knows if this world even allows that kind of growth? Jinfeng landed and kept talking. They've got about 200 people, all seasoned hunters who know the mountains well. They're snake charmers, too. Everyone has one, mostly venomous ones. A heavy feeling settled over you. These guys were clearly a serious threat. They outnumbered your tribe 2-1, and their combat power was likely even higher. If war broke out tomorrow, the Tree Clan wouldn't stand a chance. Growth had to become the top priority, and fast. You decided it was time to introduce farming. Currently, the tribe lived on hunting. Foraging was just a backup, but as the population grew, wild game wouldn't cut it anymore. They needed a reliable food source. Agriculture was the key to true progress. You began mapping out the details. This would be the spark they needed, but you still had to watch the neighbors. In this primal world, survival belonged to the strong. Boosting power was urgent. Your mind was made up, but you weren't going to rush it. Handing everything over at once was risky. The timing had to be perfect. For now, you focused your energy on observing and planning the next move. Previously, you only used divine energy in combat indirectly, primarily to accelerate branch growth and craft those incredibly resilient vines. Beyond that, this sacred power could also sprout healing branches or petals that boosted physical stats and awakened bloodlines. But these were just utility perks, offering zero actual offensive power. Sadly, even now, you hadn't developed any real weapons. Then winter hit. The Tree Clan's food stores vanished. Most game had already started hibernating, leaving almost nothing left to hunt in the wild. Worse still, the forest was barren of any pickable fruit, cutting off their primary food supply entirely. Blackwood was forced to lead his hunters into distant, unknown lands. You didn't interfere, but you noticed that as the frost deepened, your daily intake of divine energy actually spiked. A quick look revealed why. These primitives were constantly praying to you for a successful hunt. Every single desperate plea funneled fresh power your way. As the freezing winds intensified, the Tree Clan finally hit their limit. They had gone several suns without catching a single scrap of meat. Just then, a man from the former Tortoise Clan, a guy named Bluestone, sprinted up to Blackwood. "Chief, we haven't eaten in days. People are going to start starving." Blackwood looked grim. He was already well aware of the situation. As the leader, he felt the desperation more than anyone. Bluestone pushed further. "Chief, can't we just ask the Ancient One for help?" Blackwood frowned. Why would they bother the Great Spirit with this? Isn't he our totem? Isn't he supposed to protect us? Blackwood gave a slow nod. The Ancient One does indeed watch over us. But that's no excuse to go begging for a handout. Besides, we're not truly out of options yet. The game might be gone, but the forest still offers something to eat. He was talking about tree bark and dry leaves, just enough to survive. Blackwood figured they'd make it through. He promptly kicked the guy out. Don't bother the Ancient One with trivial matters, that was his stance. But Bluestone wasn't backing down. He went straight to the tortoise folk. He pitched his idea, and it didn't take long to find angry supporters. The tortoise clan had been crushed by Blackwood and forced to join. Resentment was simmering, and Bluestone planned to use the hunger as a spark to destabilize the clan. With a little poking and prodding, his toxic mindset started spreading through the entire community. When Blackwood returned empty-handed again, the tension finally boiled over. Bluestone seized the moment and rallied his angry mob. They blocked Blackwood's path. "Chief, another day with zero meat. Are we supposed to just keep chewing on tree bark?" Blackwood scanned the hostile crowd. Most were from the Tortoise clan, but seeing some Tree clan members there too really worried him. He spat the words with a low growl. "What's the problem here? Tired of chewing on bark? If you're so tough, go bag some real game." The hunters behind Blackwood stood their ground. They joined the chorus of scorns. "Damn right, go do your own hunting. Out of the way." "What exactly are you trying to pull, Bluestone?" Bluestone didn't budge an inch. He had one goal for today, forcing Blackwood to lead them to the great tree. "Chief, I already told you the fix. We petition the Ancient One to bless us with a feast. No more of this bark-eating misery." The crowd roared in agreement. "Exactly, Chief. Take us to the tree. He's got the power to feed us. Please, Chief, lead the way." Blackwood's face clouded over. They were backing him into a corner. He lunged forward a step, sending the mob scrambling back in fear. Dead silence fell. Blackwood scanned the crowd, burning their faces into his memory. "Is this what you all want?" Faced with his glare, not a single soul dared to speak up. Finally, Bluestone manned up. "Yeah, we're all in on this." Blackwood let out a chilling laugh. "Fine. Round up the whole tribe. We'll go see the Ancient One together." Bluestone breathed a quiet sigh of relief, wondering how the tree would react. If the tree failed them, he'd have the perfect excuse to kill their faith. No more worship. And if it actually produced food, yeah, right, he didn't buy it for a second. He'd scouted it before it was just an oversized trunk. How could a rooted plant manage to find a meal for everyone? Before long, the entire tree tribe assembled right in front of you. Whispers filled the air, some hopeful for a miracle, others purely skeptical. Blackwood led the way as their chief, approaching you to lead the mass ritual of worship. You'd been tracking them all along, watching every move since Blackwood's return. The surge of faith from this prayer was clearly weaker than before. You felt the shift. Some of your followers were starting to have second thoughts. It was partly the turtle tribe's poisonous lies taking root, and partly the hunger of those whose prayers had gone unanswered. Doubt was spreading. Once the ceremony finished, Blackwood laid out their desperate situation and begged for a feast. "Great Ancient One, please hear our cries, and feed your starving children." As his voice trailed off, the entire massive trunk shuddered. The canopy erupted into a roar of rustling leaves, sending a wave of panic through the crowd, especially the troublemakers. Their faces went pale desperately, trying to tell themselves it wasn't real. "It's just a big tree," they muttered. "But you decided it was time for a little education for these primitives." You spoke one word, Blackwood. Blackwood dropped to his knees instantly. "Ancient One, I am here." Kuroki's kin followed his lead, dropping to the dirt in a synchronized display of submission. Pure terror gripped the crowd. The ancient entity they revered had actually found its voice. Was this really just timber and leaves? Meanwhile, Kuroki smirked quietly from his prostrate position. "Look at these spineless cowards, the ones whose devotion was nothing more than a facade. Witnessing the Great One's true majesty at last, are they?" Then your voice boomed once more. A thunderous vibration echoed, "Do you beg for my bounty?" Kuroki gave a slight respectful nod. He spoke with deep humility. "Great Ancient One, our tribe's stores have run dangerously low. My people hunger for your divine sustenance." In response, your nod caused a spectacle. The massive trunk began to shudder violently. "Only the truly devoted among you shall partake in my gifts." The moment those words were uttered, every tribesman snapped their head up, their hearts racing with frantic anticipation. Feverish excitement replaced their dread. Even Kuroki was caught off guard. He hadn't expected a literal miracle. His devotion instantly reached a fever pitch. As a lifelong believer, his conviction was now forged in absolute certainty. Your voice rumbled again. "Kuroki, have your kin approach me one at a time. I shall weigh the purity of their hearts and provide for them accordingly." The implication was crystal clear. This was no free handout for the unfaithful. Only true believers would eat. The instigators who had previously pressured Kuroki into begging the tree for mercy suddenly felt their legs give way. It was over, completely over. This deity didn't just provide nourishment. He could peer directly into their souls. For those who harbored secret doubts, a hungry winter was guaranteed, but there was a darker consequence. Their spiritual betrayal would be exposed for the entire tribe to witness. They wouldn't just starve. They'd likely be cast out into the unforgiving wild. "Kuroki, step forward, at your command." The man approached the ancient trunk and prostrated himself in deep worship. A surge of divine energy instantly filled your core. Next, you produced the dried fish you'd cured. Seeing a flexible vine, tightly gripping the rations, the onlookers' breathing grew shallow and frantic. These supplies were your private hoard sourced from your turtle subordinate. The turtle had pledged one catch daily, and he had stayed true to his word. He often brought even more. However, being a massive tree, you lacked a mouth to eat them, so you'd preserved them as dry rations. They were kept in a hollow you'd fashioned. Rationing them could last until spring. You could keep them fed until the thaw. You lowered a fish to Kuroki. After a grateful prayer, he stood and signaled the next person to approach. The ritual continued. However, the spiritual energy you harvested this time paled in comparison to Kuroki's. Naturally, the fish you offered was much smaller. Finally, the turtle tribesman's turn arrived. Qingxi stepped forward, heart pounding. He bowed low, but the faith he emitted was nothing more than a flicker. It was practically non-existent. Rummaging through your storage hollow, you eventually snapped the tail off a tiny fish to give to him. The agonizing silence of the wait, however, made his anxiety skyrocket. Unable to handle the tension, he slammed his forehead against the dirt. "Great One, I was wrong. I never should have questioned your divinity. My faith was weak. I have sinned and I was deeply mistaken. Great Elder Tree, I see my error now. Please spare me from your wrath. I truly have failed you. I promise to make amends for my lack of belief. From this moment on, I will serve you with total devotion." Hearing this, you released the fishtail and let it drop. "Forget it. Just get out of my sight. Haimu, take him away and make sure he reflects on his actions." Haimu caught your meaning instantly and signaled to the others with a sharp wave. He ordered several tribesmen to drag him off and lock him up, forbidding him from leaving for quite some time. Observing how Haimu handled the situation, it occurred to you that the tribe should probably build a proper jail. On second thought, you dismissed the idea. The tree tribe was still struggling just to put food on the table. They clearly didn't have the resources for major construction yet. Once Haimu had Qin-Shi hauled away, he went back to organizing the rest of the tribe so they could receive their shared rations before you. Before long, almost everyone in the settlement had been given something to eat. Only a few people were left out, and Haimu had those individuals taken away as well. They were sent back to be confined in their own homes. After this whole ordeal settled, the level of devotion from the entire tribe toward you saw a massive increase. In the eyes of the people, you were no longer just a massive tree. You were far more than a simple tribal totem. As for what exactly you had become, none of them could quite put it into words yet. You eventually dismissed the crowd. However, you kept Haimu behind. He knew you had specific tasks that needed his attention. "What are your commands, Great Elder Tree?" You spoke in a low, steady voice, Haimu. "Do you understand why something like this happened today?" Haimu bowed his head low as he replied, "It is because I failed as a leader. I allowed doubt and lack of faith to spread through our ranks. True, you aren't entirely without fault in this matter. Haimu's expression grew dark and heavy. "And please punish me as you see fit." You let out a soft chuckle, and Haimu looked up completely baffled. "Haimu, I am not scolding you for failing to control the people. I am asking why the tribe is short on food." Haimu thought about it for a moment before answering that their hunting parties simply weren't catching enough game. You sighed internally. Expecting Haimu to figure out a solution on his own was asking too much. It was better to just spell it out for him. "Haimu, have you ever taken notice of those particular wild grasses that produce those small seeds?" Your question left him looking totally stunned. He searched his mind, but he usually only focused on tracking the footprints of wild beasts. As for the grasses that grew edible seeds, probably only the women in the tribe who spent their time gathering wild fruit would know anything about them. Seeing his confusion, you continued. "If we were to collect those seeds and plant them in the earth when spring arrives, what do you think would happen then?" Instinctively, Haimu replied that they would sprout and grow. Exactly. They would sprout, they would flower, and they would thrive. By the time autumn comes, they would produce even more seeds. You only need to plant one grain in the spring, and by the fall you can harvest a whole cluster of them. Do you see where I am going with this? Haimu did the math in his head, turning one single seed into a handful of food. If that were actually possible, his breathing started to quicken. Great elder tree, if that's true. Doesn't that mean we would have an endless supply of seeds to eat? We wouldn't have to worry about starving during the winter ever again. This is wonderful. Great elder tree. You could tell that Haimu finally grasped the concept. He was so consumed by the idea that he wished it were already spring so he could start planting those seeds immediately. You realized that simply knowing how to plant them wasn't quite enough for them. They were going to need much more detailed knowledge about farming, like how to choose the right soil. Figuring out the right time to plant or how to use a plow was completely foreign to these tribesmen. They needed you to show them the ropes. You could have just stayed silent, of course, give them a few seasons, and they'd likely have puzzled it out eventually. But that felt far too sluggish for your taste. Without wasting a second, you told Haimu to pick a few bright sparks from the tribe and send them over. "I'll school them in the ways of the land," you said, "so they're ready when spring rolls around. That way the harvest won't be a disaster." Haimu gave an enthusiastic nod, promising to round up some candidates right away. You told him there was no fire under his feet, since winter hadn't packed its bags yet. There was still a decent window of time to drill the basics into them, provided they weren't complete blockheads at least. By the following morning, Haimu arrived with a trio of youngsters in tow. They were just kids, really barely 12 or 13 years old. But in the tree tribe, that's practically middle-aged. They were considered grown-ups. The boys were already out chasing game, while the girls were reaching the age to start families. It's the harsh reality of tribal life. Nobody lived particularly long back then. Hitting 50 was like winning the lottery. However, this specific bunch had been touched by your divine grace, giving their constitutions a serious boost. They had a much longer road ahead of them now. The group consisted of 2 girls and 1 boy. Even before they reached you, the sound of their bickering drifted over. The boy was whining to Haimu. "Come on, I don't want to dig in the dirt. I should be out there hunting with the men." Haimu didn't hesitate. He delivered a sharp smack, right to the kid's noggin. "What kind of nonsense is that? The great ancient tree is going to tutor you personally. Most would kill for an opportunity like this. If I put out a call to the rest of the tribe, I'd have a line out the door in 5 minutes. The boy looked ready to argue, but seeing Haimu's hand poised for another strike, he decided to zip it and fall in line. The 2 girls were busy whispering to each other, stifling giggles behind their hands. Haimu marched them right up to your trunk, barking orders for them to pay attention and keep their noses to the grindstone. Who'd be crazy enough to slack off in front of the Great Spirit? The boy muttered under his breath. Haimu shot him a death stare. "What was that?" The boy instantly straightened up, looking like the most dedicated student on earth. "I'm ready to learn everything, great ancient tree." You found the whole scene quite amusing and signaled for Haimu to leave the youngsters in your care. The boy went by the name of Shanzi, while the 2 girls were called Yuhei and Chinli. All 3 had grown up participating in the tribal rites, their devotion to you deeply ingrained. Even though the boy had his heart set on the hunt, being hand-picked as your apprentice was a massive ego boost for him. You kicked things off by quizzing them a bit, finding that the girls knew their way around a few seeds while Shanzi was clueless. You started with the basics of seed selection. Chinli looked like she wanted to chime in and finally found the courage to speak up. Great Spirit, we've all eaten every seed the tribe gathered, and there's literally nothing left to plant. In response, you extended one of your long branches, weaving the leaves at the tip into a massive makeshift satchel. It was filled to the brim with an assortment of seeds. You weren't about to start a lesson without having your materials ready. You'd already tasked Jinfeng to keep an eye out for interesting flora while out on his foraging runs. After a full season of scouring the landscape, you'd built up a substantial stockpile of diverse kernels, including some very rare varieties. Some even came from way past the tribe's borders. To get all these, such a massive variety of seeds took every bit of Jingfeng's effort. The three were stunned, staring with mouths agape. Qingli gasped, "Ancient tree, where did all these seeds come from?" You didn't bother answering, letting them guess. With the stash ready, the lessons began. After sorting, you showed them how to craft farm tools and how to put them to use. The trio were incredibly sharp. They caught on fast. Then came the real-world practice. You sent them to the river to clear a patch of wild land. This was their training ground and the future site for spring planting. The tribespeople watched them digging by the water with massive curiosity. A crowd gathered. You then gave the three an order, teach the others about farming, while they worked the soil. By springtime, the whole tribe basically knew the ropes. You tracked the timing, knowing exactly when spring would break. Once the moment arrived, you gave the signal to plant the chosen seeds. Everyone else rushed to help. Their faith in you was absolute. So all along the river, they carved out dozens of fields and planted everything. Farming doesn't stop at sowing. It needs constant attention. There is fertilizing, pulling weeds, and pest control to handle. Even with your guidance, they hit plenty of first-timer snags. On their own, it would have taken years to figure out. During this, you found a new gift. You could sense exactly how crops were growing, knowing just what to do. Even without hands-on experience, you could lead. 6 months later, the fast-growing crops were ready. The tribe celebrated their very first harvest. Led by Shanzi's group, a crowd of women and children gathered the ripe yield. It looked a lot like wheat, though the grains were only half the usual size. But for the people of the tree tribe, it was a whole new world. This was their first time, producing their own food. Haimu beamed at the massive seed pile. With so much still ripening in the fields, Haimu could already see it keep planting and harvesting, and the tribe would have food forever. They would not even need to hunt. Haimu asked a grinning Shanzi. "Shanzi still want to go hunting?" Shanzi laughed. "Uncle, hey?" "The ancient tree is incredible. This is all his gift." Haimu agreed wholeheartedly. "Yes, a true blessing. We will not fear hunger this winter." Shanzi suggested. "Uncle, I think we should clear even more land and plant more seeds." Haimu nodded. "I agree. But first we have something important to do. Honor the great tree." Shanzi smacked his forehead, feeling foolish. "Uncle Hay is right. We must offer the great tree a sacrifice." "Uncle Hay," Shanzi spoke up. "That title doesn't fit him anymore." Haimu's face soured. He glared at the boy. "You little brat." "What's that?" Shanzi waved his hands. "Wait, don't get me wrong. I mean, great tree is too small. It doesn't show his true power. Not grand enough." Haimu wondered if the old name was failing. What else describes his greatness? "What's your big idea then?" Haimu eyed the kid. "You better have a good answer for this, or you're in for it." Shanzi winced, pulling his head down. Haimu was clearly fuming, but Shanzi still pushed ahead anyway. "When I studied with him, I heard him use a certain word. It fits perfectly." "Well, what word?" "God." Haimu echoed it. These people hadn't even invented that word yet. "So you used your native tongue, in other words." It has sounded just like the word for God. Shanzi nodded. "Right. God. He said a god is a supreme, ultimate being. All-powerful. I think the great tree is exactly that." Haimu agreed instantly. "From now on, he is our god." They settled the plan. They'd announce it during the ritual. The whole tribe would know. Haimu went to get things ready. He wanted to give you a massive offering, so he went hunting. They caught a huge wild boar and dragged it back. Then Haimu brought out a bunch of their latest crops. "All for you." Once the preparations were finally finished, Haimu led the tribe to you and set the feast at your roots. The tree tribe never took their offerings back after a rite. This time, Haimu left an entire beast right in front of you. It showed how much this meant. Haimu led the tribe in prayer. After the big harvest, they knew they owed everything to you. No one doubted you anymore. They were all true believers now. This one ceremony gave you more power than several past ones. A massive wave of faith poured in, filling you up. It felt incredible after the formal prayers ended. Haimu told the tribe, from now on, the great tree is God, the only God of the tree tribe. You were totally stunned. Hearing that familiar word, you quickly guessed the source. Shanzi was definitely behind this. He'd wanted this for a while. You had stopped him before, though. You felt you weren't really a god yet. But with Haimu leading, you knew you couldn't stop them now, even if you banned the name, they'd just invent something weirder. You decided to allow it. But God alone sounded too plain. You spoke up, in that case, call me the tree god. Hearing you agree, the whole tribe erupted in pure joy. Kuroki immediately rallied the tribe, their voices thundering, "Great wood spirit! Almighty spirit, from this day forward you bear a title of legends." Once they mastered the art of the harvest, the tree clan never went hungry again. You poured your own essence into their fields, guiding the seeds to yield massive crops. Driven by the weight of their prayers, you spent the next several years perfecting a variety of plants that sprouted fast and grew thick with food. These days, the tree clan has walked away from the hunt, pivoting instead to the life of the plow. Beyond that, you taught them to corral forest beasts, taming the wild into livestock. 5 years down the line, another wandering band of outsiders merged into the tree clan's fold. By now, the tribe had swelled to 230 souls, becoming a true powerhouse in the wilds. With more hearts devoted to you, the river of divine faith began to overflow. This sacred energy pooled within your core, ready to saturate every inch of your massive timber frame. On a sudden whim, you seized that power and forced it to fuse with your very fibers. You'd spent ages just hoarding this energy like a vault, never putting it to work. But the moment that divine spark hit your sap, everything changed. You felt your entire body shiver and snap as a new growth spurt took hold. Your frame had basically stopped growing about 100 years ago. You hadn't seen an extra inch in decades, yet this little experiment actually triggered a second blooming. Your trunk began to swell and widen, while the roots beneath you dug deeper and thicker into the dark earth. Your crown shot toward the heavens, surging upward. You blew past 50 meters and didn't stop until you hit 100. Now you stand like a wooden mountain dwarfing the entire landscape. Your trunk is so massive it would take 7 or 8 men to circle it. This whole earth-shaking transformation finished in mere minutes. Naturally, the violent sound of your growth brought the whole tribe running. They spilled from their homes' necks, snapping back to see you piercing the sky. Every person stood frozen, staring at a miracle that defied their imagination. Seeing the change, Kuroki sprinted toward your massive roots, heart pounding. Just as you reached that 100-meter peak, Kuroki felt something ignite deep in his chest. He couldn't hold it back and let the power rip. Sudden crack, a massive wave of emerald light erupted from his skin. Floating behind him, the ghostly image of a towering tree began to stretch upward, mirroring your own rapid ascent. You might be taller now, but your senses are sharper than ever. You picked up on the shift in Kuroki immediately down at your base. You locked your focus on him for just a heartbeat, and the truth became clear. The power thrumming in his veins was a direct echo of your own essence. Before, his bloodline felt like a tiny twig on your furthest branch, but now the connection was electric. Your own evolution had acted as a catalyst for the power in his DNA. That's why he lost control and let that raw energy explode. That ghostly image looming behind Kuroki stopped expanding fairly quickly. Within just a few minutes, he regained full mastery over the energy coursing through him, despite the lingering confusion in his mind. Meanwhile, a crowd from the tree tribe had begun to swarm the area. Watching their divine protector undergo such a radical transformation, they naturally felt uneasy. "Stay calm, everyone," you projected your voice. "This is merely a natural growth spurt." Your reassurance immediately put their hearts at ease. If the tree god claimed everything was fine, there was no reason to doubt it. After offering their prayers and vows, the tribespeople drifted back to their daily chores. Only Kuroki lingered beneath your canopy. Glancing upward, he whispered, "Great Spirit." "I feel a surge of newfound strength within me." You replied, "Your senses are sharp. That dormant bloodline of yours has definitely evolved." Kuroki studied his own palms, testing his grip as he squeezed his fists. Looking up once more, he asked, "Lord Protector, is it possible to share this gift?" "Do you crave even more power?" you inquired. He shook his head. "No, my lord, I wish to ask for this blessing on behalf of my people. I am the only one with this edge right now, and I want the others to stand beside me." You held on an answer. Truth be told, a certain puzzle was occupying your thoughts. Do these early humans possess any inherent mystical potential of their own? Over the last few years, your focus was entirely on self-nurturing and managing the tribe's agriculture and livestock. You simply hadn't found the time for research. "Go on for now, Kuroki. When the time is right, I shall distribute my grace." The warrior gave a respectful nod and made a swift departure. Alone again, you began inspecting your physical form. After all, if Kuroki's power originated from you, shouldn't you possess a similar essence? You delved into deep experimentation, though a clear solution wouldn't come quickly. Reaching a height of 100 meters made you hard to miss for more than just your tribe. Far beyond the village, nestled within the crags of a towering mountain, a hunting party lay low in the brush tracking a large forest buck. One hunter happened to glance at the horizon and froze at the sight of a colossal tree. Its massive verdant canopy looked more like a shimmering emerald mountain peak. He frantically nudged his partner's shoulder, desperate to confirm he wasn't seeing things or suffering some heat stroke. The other man brushed him off, hissing, "Shut it." "No, look, is that a giant tree on the horizon?" "A tree? You're losing it, man. We're in a forest. There are trees everywhere. What's your point?" Despite his grumbling, he looked up and immediately locked eyes with the towering titan. "What on earth? I swear that wasn't there when we hiked in. We need to get back and tell the chief." Forgetting their prey entirely, the group retreated, letting out a series of sharp whistles. In response, a variety of differently sized, bright green vipers slithered from the undergrowth, coiling themselves around the hunter's arms. Despite their deadly venom, the serpents remained perfectly docile with their handlers. Armed with their tools and snakes, they bolted down the slope, constantly checking the skyline to ensure the vision hadn't vanished. By the time they hit the mountain's midpoint, the ridges began to obscure the distant tree. Panicking that it might just disappear, they scrambled back up a few rocks for one last look. Seeing it still standing firm, they finally let out a breath and sprinted toward their village. Perched way up his horizon, finally opened. Endless peaks guarded the west. Those jagged slopes acted like a massive curtain. Nothing else made it past them. Hidden in that shadow, though, lived the formidable Snake Clan. Thanks to occasional flyovers from his scout, he'd kept tabs on them for years. Their stats were clear. They were sitting steady at roughly 300 souls. Pure predators, these guys. They actually trained serpents to track their prey. With those wild valleys as their pantry, nobody was going hungry. But 300 seemed to be their hard ceiling. Any bigger and the land wouldn't provide. Turning away, he scanned the other horizons. To the north lay a vast vacant meadow, though more peaks loomed far off. No signs of life there yet. Perfect territory for his own tree clan to annex. Deep, tangled jungle dominated the south. Total radio silence on any human activity there. Then he faced the sunrise. Peering past that old ridge that used to cramp his style, he spotted a settlement hugging the banks of a winding river. From this distance, a cluster of low-slung dwellings flickered in his sight. There were quite a few rooftops. Doing the mental math, this group looked like they might actually outnumber his own people. What really floored him, though, was the sight of actual crop fields. Serious agriculture. No way he was hallucinating that. Tiny specks moved against the dirt. Laborers tending to the harvest. This meant someone else out there had already cracked the code on farming. He guesstimated their coordinates. Maybe 15 kilometers separated the two groups. A quick walk, really, hardly any time at all. It was a short hike. They'd definitely be the first neighbors to knock on his door. A sudden realization hit him. He was still basically a tourist in this world. He pinged his resting subordinate. Time for a little mission. The little guy shook off his nap as soon as he heard the boss. Reporting for duty. What do you need, Chief? Spiral out from the Tree Clan heart. Expand your radius. Pinpoint every single tribe in the area. It is going to be a long haul. Take your time. Just map them out and keep a tally. He needed intel, since he was literally rooted to the spot. But he had backup, being a bee. Small, swift, and practically invisible, the ultimate spy drone. The scout bobbed his head. Mission accepted. I am ghosting. Catch you later. Stay safe out there. With his scout gone, the boss scanned the horizon one last time. Nothing new popped up, but his mind was racing. That farming community, Where did that tech come from? Was it a local stroke of genius or outside coaching? If they had their own totem pulling the strings, then the stakes just got much higher. He felt dangerously under-equipped. He went back to his mental drawing board. His stash of faith was spent on his growth spurt. He was running on empty now. Still, the loss of faith energy didn't bother Bai Yan much. They'd be topped up in a few days. He explored other possibilities. He attempted to trigger his innate bloodline, but hit a dead end. Shifting focus, he noticed a sudden vibration along a submerged root. It was the limbs stretching deep into the nearby stream. He knew the culprit immediately, a black turtle clutching a fish. The creature was tugging the root, a former tribal deity, turned into Bai Yan's reluctant little follower. Unlike Bai Feng, who joined him out of true loyalty, this turtle had been terrified into sticking around. In truth, Bai Yan never restricted his movements. He could have left any time, yet the coward stayed put. He'd lingered for several years, likely the same spinelessness that led to his capture by those primitives. Bai Yan snatched the fish. Usually the turtle would flee now, but today he kept pulling. Realizing the beast wanted something, Bai Yan sent a mental pulse. "Is there something you need, turtle?" Turtle nodded quickly, asking timidly, "Master, I noticed your form expanded today." "Correct," Bai Yan replied. "How? How did you achieve that, if I may ask?" Fearing he'd overstepped, he added, "If it's a secret, ignore me." Bai Yan pondered. This turtle had been a fixture for several years. Bringing daily offerings showed a certain level of devotion. It was the perfect opportunity to test a specific theory. "Don't move," he commanded. "I'm bringing you up here." The turtle nearly paddled away in a fit of pure panic, but terror won out and he retreated deep into his shell. He sank toward the bottom until a long branch reached down. The wood snared the shell and hoisted him into the canopy. Bai Yan tapped the armor. "Stop hiding and show your face." A tiny head slowly emerged, eyes darting with anxiety. "What's the plan?" "Master, you mentioned your growth." The turtle shook his head violently. "No, forget I asked." Bai Yan dropped the act and got down to business. "I'm not you. I have a job for you to do." "Oh, good." The turtle sighed. "What do you need me for?" Bai Yan wanted to experiment with his bloodline theories. Bai Feng had awakened his power using a physical branch before. Now he wanted to see if awakening was possible without a medium. In his eyes, the turtle was the perfect experimental subject. He gave a simplified explanation of how the power worked. The turtle just looked back with a completely blank stare. "Master," he whispered, "I've never encountered this before." "How do I even start?" "Don't sweat the details," Bai Yan replied. "I'll be the one pulling the strings." Success wasn't a sure thing yet. He'd experimented on his own body before, but it was a total bust. This time he was using the turtle as a guinea pig. Bloodline power sits deep in your marrow. It's a primal force locked inside. Bai Yan had figured this much out after watching He Shui and Bai Feng level up. You basically need a massive power surge to jumpstart that dormant energy. I actually have the right stuff here to trigger a transformation, but I won't give you a handout. You need to figure this out solo. Even if he looks like a regular turtle, he was once a tribal totem. He used to soak up tons of collective prayer and faith. Nobody prays to him now, but that spiritual fuel doesn't just vanish. Bai Yan wanted the turtle to burn that fuel to ignite his lineage. Chapter 16. The Power of Devotion. The turtle was confused, but he wasn't about to talk back to Bai Yan. He just shut his eyes tight and tried to get a feel for that ancient power inside him. Bai Yan told him to take it slow. He knew this wasn't going to be an easy win. Meanwhile, Bai Yan kept busy, trying once more to unlock the secrets of his own bloodline. For a tree like him, the sap running through his veins was his blood. But after a long grind, he still hit a wall. Another failure. Bai Yan let out a frustrated sigh and checked on the struggling turtle. He couldn't just quit, but he was completely stuck on the bloodline issue. It was possible that being a tree made that type of power incompatible. Luckily, he still had faith. He pivoted to finding a new use for it. What if I treat this spiritual faith like it's my actual blood? He jumped right in, circulating the faith energy throughout his frame. It flowed like liquid light, moving through every part of him. Gradually, it felt like he was onto something. He was absolutely stoked. Feeling energized, he kept the faith energy under tight control. He looped it over and over, feeding every new bit of faith directly into the circuit. He kept this up for several days. Since trees don't get tired, he never had to break the cycle. Eventually, something clicked. A faint golden shimmer started oozing from his trunk, slowly wrapping around the whole tree. This golden glow was super thin, almost impossible to see. Especially with the sun out, you'd probably miss it. It just looked like a simple glint, but Bai Yan knew better. This gold layer was a game changer. What should he call it? Let me think. It's built an extra layer of protection over my body. Got it. The golden faith shield. Not bad. This pale golden light made his trunk incredibly tough. With a steady supply of faith, his defense was practically unbreakable. Of course, a massive attack could still drain all his faith instantly. If he couldn't refill it fast enough, the shield would still shatter. Suddenly, Bai Yan felt a bit let down. Man, I wanted some attack moves. Why did I end up maxing out my defense instead? He just sighed. Whatever, this works too. At least he's gained another trick for his arsenal. Now he just needed the black tortoise to step up and manifest that bloodline energy, giving him something to actually study. A low humming sound caught his attention, signaling that the scout had returned. He pulled him deep into the protective canopy, ready to hear the scouting report. Boss, I covered a massive area out there, and I tracked down 3 separate clans. The first one is that snake tribe I mentioned before. He already knew plenty about them. The scout moved on quickly. The second group is settled further east. Known as the Azure Ox tribe, they worship a giant green bull. It clicked instantly. This was the same farming community he had spotted earlier, those plowmen. So they went by the name Azure Ox tribe. They're formidable, the scout added. Honestly, they seem even tougher than the snakes. They keep herds of those beasts to till the soil and haul heavy loads. With those massive bulls doing the heavy lifting, their daily survival is effortless. It was highly likely they weaponized those animals in actual combat, too. Another major power. Their threat level definitely rivaled that of the snake tribe. The third one is south. Took forever to find them in that dense forest. They're called the tiger tribe. Their deity is a ferocious predator. However, they never stay put, constantly roaming from one place to another, so I couldn't gather much solid intel on their operations. The tiger tribe, he made a mental note. A group shrouded in mystery for now. Every one of these clans seemed to revolve around an animalistic protector. It appeared everyone in these lands had their own faith. He pondered this. It made sense. After all, savage beasts are mobile and aggressive. To these primitives, a predator is far more terrifying than a stationary tree. Looking at it that way, choosing a tree as a spiritual guardian, it made his tribe the weird one. Luckily, he was anything but a normal plant. If he were just ordinary wood, they probably would have jumped ship long ago. You've worked hard these past few days. He condensed a single bead of glowing sap. Consider this your reward. The scout's eyes widened at the sight of the liquid. He snatched it up, swallowing the essence in one quick gulp. Much appreciated, boss. As the energy hit his system, his eyes snapped shut immediately. A strange phenomenon began to unfold. A thick vapor poured from his skin, swirling into the distinct shape of a bee. Then a puff of emerald mist drifted out into the air. The spectral bee snatched the green cloud, slowly pulling it inside. Once the mist was fully consumed, the bee's phantom form actually grew larger. Watching this display, a new theory started to take shape in his mind. Bloodline power wasn't static. It could likely be bolstered by feasting on the essence of other living things. He questioned the scout about the internal sensation of this power. Truthfully, the scout was clueless. Since the awakening, he'd barely used it. He then escorted the winged scout over to meet the tortoise. Seeing a massive turtle nestled in the foliage left the scout completely stunned. Yo, boss, is this the new recruit? Something like that. Meet Xuan Gui. Truth is, he's been around me for ages. He just stayed submerged before, so you never caught a glimpse. Bai Feng glided over the tortoise, circling to get a better look. The big guy had been trying so hard, yet his bloodline never sparked. Bai Yan figured a key piece was missing, and once found, he'd surely transform. After inspecting the turtle, Bai Feng asked, "Hey boss, does he just nap like this all the time?" Napping, Bai Yan tapped the tortoise's head with a vine. It was a total blank. He really is out cold. Bai Yan rapped his branch against the shell, thud, 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 jarring the tortoise awake. He lifted his head, looking around totally dazed. Bai Feng lost it laughing, though only Bai Yan could actually understand him. To the tortoise, it was just a low buzz. Then it finally hit him. He was still perched on Bai Yan's branch. Remembering what he'd done, he started to panic. Bai Yan scolded, "Look here, tortoise. Wasn't I clear about awakening your power, and here you are snoring?" The tortoise tried to find an excuse, but just hung his head in silence. "Lord, I just can't seem to pull any bloodline power out at all." Chapter 17. Everyone writes in script. Bai Yan let out a weary sigh. "Tell me what you've been feeling lately. Walk me through the process." Right then, Bai Yan wondered if he could use his own connection to loop Bai Feng into the talk, kind of like a mental group chat. He gave it a shot and found it worked like a charm. Now Bai Feng could hear him too. "Lord, I did exactly what you said, trying to sense the power within. I can definitely feel some energy. But how to trigger the bloodline is a total mystery. I'm thinking, maybe I just don't have any special lineage." He looked pretty down. Bai Yan pondered this. It wasn't an impossible theory, but back when he was the totem, his blood gave people massive defense. That suggested his bloodline was actually strong. Bai Yan asked Bai Feng, "What did it feel like when yours awakened?" Bai Feng recalled the first time. Since he was asking again, his first answer must have been off the mark. Bai Feng searched his memories, digging deep. Suddenly, his face lit. "I remember now, when I drank that sap you gave me, boss. I felt this sudden surge of power. I just focused on soaking it in. That energy flowed into me, circulating through my entire body. I just accepted it as part of myself, and then before I knew it, the bloodline power you mentioned just woke up." Bai Yan realized, perhaps this bloodline thing can't actually be triggered alone. It might require an outside catalyst. "Forget it, tortoise. I'll give you a drop of sap. Take it and try to awaken once more." Bai Yan distilled a single drop of essence and passed it to him. As soon as he swallowed it, a vibrant green mist started, swirling rapidly around his body. After a short while, the green haze vanished, replaced by a thick layer of pitch-black fog. Bai Yan's jaw would have dropped if he had one. The shock was genuine. Momentarily, the tortoise's eyes snapped open. He realized he'd done it, tapping into that primal fury Bai Yan called bloodline rage. "I'm in your debt, Great One. This sacred branch triggered the power in my veins." Bai Yan fell silent, certain of one thing now. Tapping into that inner strength required a spark from the outside world. But who would do the same for him? He craved that awakening too. Once his heart stopped racing, Bai Yan released the dark turtle back into the current. He put his own evolution on the back burner to explore different paths. Still knowing the secret to unlocking that power, he ordered Haishui to scout the tribe. He handpicked a small group and passed out the sacred wood. Things went exactly as he'd planned. To a man, those who held the wood felt their power stir. The only thing was, they all radiated a verdant aura projecting a spectral image of the great tree itself. Curious, Bai Yan ran a little test. He drew blood from both the eagle and tortoise, then gave it to two separate tribesmen. The man who drank the windbird's blood didn't change at all. The second guy, however, transformed, but his inner spirit took a different shape. He manifested a turtle. Terrified, he started groveling, begging Bai Yan for forgiveness, convinced he'd offended the gods. It wasn't until Bai Yan talked him down that he realized he'd taken in the essence of the tree god's own protector. See, Bai Yan had just dubbed the bird and the turtle guardians of the tree god, the guardians. But once the man heard his new power was merely that of a sentry, his heart sank. While everyone else channeled the god himself, he felt like the odd man out. He was dying for a redo, but he didn't have the guts to ask. Had he just spoken up, Bai Yan would have happily offered some sap just to test a theory. Could he overwrite one bloodline with another? This proved something vital to Bai Yan. These tribesmen just needed a dose of high-octane essence to trigger a mutation. There was likely a way to train this power, though the secret of cultivation still eluded him. With these enhanced fighters, the tribe's status hit a whole new level. As their power swelled, they pushed further into the wild, eventually running into two neighboring clans, the Serpent and the Ox. When the Ox clan saw how the Tree tribe lived, they realized they were both farming folk with a lot in common. They became fast friends. Often the Ox tribesmen would swing by with their massive beasts to help plow the fields. In exchange, the Tree tribe traded their own animals, creatures they'd been breeding, though these animals were still pretty wild and prone to biting. Bai Yan let the two tribes mingle freely, but the Serpent clan was a different story. Being pure hunters, they had zero interest in talking. Then came a winter more brutal than the rest, bringing a rare dusting of snow. In all his years, Bai Yan could count the times it had snowed on one hand. As the deep freeze set in, everyone huddled inside their stone huts, refusing to budge. Fortunately, their farming had paid off. They had enough grain stored to wait out the long, bitter cold. It was plenty to see them through the winter. Mu Yen cinched his animal hides a bit tighter, and then the biting cold had him chafing his hands. He trudged toward the great tree. He looked up at the massive trunk. Great Spirit. The weather is brutal this year. Can I take a break from the lessons for a while? Lately, Mu Yan had been studying the written language with the tree. The spirit had adapted his old tongue to fit their primitive speech patterns. His first student was Mu Yan, the same guy who'd first learned to farm. Mu Yan was a grown man now, standing tall and sturdy. The great tree gave a quick shudder, raining down a heavy mist from its branches. Mu Yan quickly shielded his head, trying to dodge the cold droplets. Fair point, it really is freezing lately. You're off the hook for now. A grin spread across Mu Yan's face, but the spirit wasn't finished. His smile vanished instantly at the next words. You've already learned plenty. Since you won't be coming here, start teaching those words to the others. Mu Yan thought he'd get a winter vacation, yet he didn't grumble. Instead, he proudly accepted the duty. He'd spent a long time learning. Throughout those months, Mu Yan had come to realize something. Literacy was a profound and magical power. In his eyes, those blocky symbols were straight-up miracles. He set off to start his task. The spirit looked over the camp, now home to nearly 300 souls. Figures in thick furs moved about the village, including Mu Yan. He tracked down the leader He Shui to relay the spirit's orders. He Shui was still the chief. If the tribe was to learn to write, it would be easier if he organized it. Very quickly, the chief gathered a group and handed them over to Mu Yan's care. The spirit watched the people milling around down in the valley. They looked like tiny specks, much like watching ants in another life. He felt like an observer now. Okay, writing is underway. What's next? Chapter 18. The Raid. A fresh plan began to take shape. He wanted them to find new materials like flax or maybe silk. Their wardrobe needed an upgrade. Raw leather just wasn't enough anymore. He considered mining, but the tribe still lacked the numbers. Without an easy surface vein, they didn't have the muscle to dig. So he shelved the idea for now. It would have to wait until the village grew to several thousand strong before it was feasible. As night fell, the entire camp drifted off into a deep sleep. The spirit withdrew his focus, no longer watching the perimeter. He settled into a light trance. About 1,000 meters away behind a low-lying ridge, a few heads popped up. They scanned the distance for a moment before ducking back down. A large group of primitives hid behind the hill, all from the snake tribe. Chief, they're all out cold. Should we make our move? Jamaini. The snake chief was a man with a wicked gaze. From his tunic, he pulled a slender, bright red serpent. The moment the cold hit, it began to hiss, trying to burrow back into the man's warmth. The onlookers watched him with burning envy. Normally in winter, their serpents would be dead to the world. Few breeds stay awake, and the one coiled in the chief's arms was a rare exception. Blessed by their serpent king, it thrived, despite the bitter frost. The leader toyed with the viper briefly, before turning to his men. Tonight we raid the tree tribe, leave no survivors, and seize their women and grain. This season's brutal freeze had made game scarce. They hadn't eaten a real meal in days, so they set their sights on the neighbors under the stars, creeping toward the target. Out in the biting wind, the guards who should have been on watch had huddled back inside, crowding the fire. They naively thought that in this cold, no predator would come calling. Their perimeter security was only meant for animals. No one expected a full-scale raid, though the attackers still had to ford the river first. One after another, they waded into the icy flow, the water splashing softly. Not a soul noticed the sound, except for one being who wasn't human. Bai Yan, the great G, spotted the invaders the second they hit the water. The darkness didn't hinder his vision. He didn't use eyes. Should I give them a heads up? Bai Yan weighed the options. He could see the shadows drawing closer to the sleeping camp, yet the tribe remained oblivious. No one had even stirred yet. Without a warning, people would get hurt. As for deaths, he'd see to it that didn't happen. He sent the signal anyway. He Shui was the first to wake, followed by the bloodline elite. To the tree, these warriors felt like extensions of his own will, a connection so deep he could reach them instantly. He hadn't tried puppeteering them and wasn't about to start. The moment Haishui woke, he geared up and burst outside. His wife blinked groggily, reaching out in the dark, only to find his side of the bed empty. She scrambled up. Haishui grabbed his spear and kicked the front door open. Just then, another tribesman came charging out of his home too. Haishui barked an order, "Follow me!" His face was grim. He was mostly furious at how lazy his people had become. Without the great tree's nudge, they'd have been killed in bed. They wouldn't have known what hit them. He led the charge. There were only 15 of them, but those 15 were all high-tier warriors with awakened bloodline powers. They brought over 100 men, nearly every fighter they had. Bai Yan figured his 15 were plenty. However, Haishui wasn't one to underestimate a foe. He rushed the bank, shouting at the top of his lungs to rouse the rest. "The enemy is here. Wake up and grab your weapons." Before long, the rest of the tree tribe began shaking off their slumber. Hearing Haishui's roar, though they weren't sure what was happening, they scrambled into their gear and grabbed weapons to join the fight. Down by the bank, the snake tribe had just crossed and hadn't rested yet, when the alarm started blaring from the village. The snake chief knew the jig was up their window, for a silent strike had slammed shut. "Chief, what's the move?" one of his warriors hissed. "Tear them apart, not we're wiping them out tonight." The snake chief was dead sure. After all, they were the snake tribe, born predators who lived for the hunt and worshipped the serpent king, elite killers to the core. But the tree tribe, who were they? Just dirt diggers scratching for roots. To a snake warrior, farming was pure weakness. Only the frail and the soft would ever resort to picking seeds and berries to survive. "Kill!" The chief gripped his spear and led the charge. Leading hundreds of his men, they surged forward like a tide, crashing toward the village. Haishui finally reached the front, and, seeing the invading swarm, he let out a thunderous roar. Hold the line. He threw himself into the fray alone, a strange mist beginning to roll off his skin. In the dark, it was subtle, nearly invisible from a distance. When the snake chief saw him charging solo, he cackled. "You've got a death wish." He lunged with a deadly thrust, his spear a blurring streak of wood and iron. Any normal man would have been skewered on the spot. But Haishui wasn't just anyone. It had been nearly 10 years since his bloodline had first awakened. Over that decade, he'd turned that raw power into a lethal weapon. Haishui swung his own spear in a massive arc, blindingly fast and heavy, catching the chief's weapon first with a bone-jarring crack. The impact sent the chief reeling, his stance nearly breaking, stunned by the sheer force. But Haishui didn't waste time on him. He dove straight into the enemy, shrouded in bloodline power. It acted like living armor. Facing 100-to-1 odds, he didn't flinch. His spear became a whirlwind of destruction, carving through them like they weren't even there. Chapter 19. Battle Breakthrough. Seeing the carnage, the snake chief lunged back in to intercept Haishui. Haishui glanced at the man he'd just swatted away, barely giving him a thought. But as their weapons clashed again, he realized something was different. The chief was suddenly hitting much harder. It turned out the bastard had also been blessed by their serpent totem. He hadn't fully awakened, but his raw power was leagues beyond common warriors. As they fought, Haishui felt that this man was several times tougher than Chief Guishan. But Haishui wasn't the same man he used to be either. A massive surge of energy erupted from him. Blood aura coiled around his arms, wrapping him in layers of pure, reinforced power. That energy bled into his spear, and the snake chief's heart began to sink. He felt his energy ebbing away while his foe grew ever more relentless. Their spears slammed together, forcing the serpent chief back several steps. Haishui didn't flinch. He lunged forward with renewed aggression. He focused on the enemy spear during their violent clash. The weapon glowed strangely clearly, far superior to common stone. Without his bloodline aura protecting his own spear, it would have shattered instantly. Nearby, the skirmish intensified. More tree warriors entered the fray. They started with few, barely more than 10 men. Yet those 10 halted a charge of nearly 100, fearless. They dove into the mob, seemingly immune to every strike. Soon, a wave of tree tribe reinforcements surged in. Serpent casualties mounted quickly. Right then, someone yelled, "Snakes! Poisonous fangs found their mark." Victims grew dizzy and collapsed in a heap. The tiny killers darted toward their next targets immediately. Even Haishui's focus flickered for a brief second. The chief seized that moment, pulling a small serpent out. A scarlet blur shot out, targeting Haishui's throat. A smug grin crossed the chief's face. That snake was a lethal gift from the king himself. Its venom could fell a tiger in a single heartbeat. Yet Haishui's neck held firm like solid rock. The fangs failed to penetrate. Hishui snatched the beast, wearing a cold sneer. His bloodline shroud was impenetrable. No snake could bite through it. He squeezed hard, crushing its body and tossing the head back. The chief stared in horror at the severed remains. Rage flared in his eyes. "You killed the king's seed. This ends in blood," he roared. "Warriors for the king and our home, give your lives." He shoved the dead snake into his maw, chewing and swallowing it fast. Seeing this, many serpent warriors followed his lead, reaching into their tunics for dried snake carcasses to devour greedily. Haishui sensed an ill wind blowing from this act. "Heads up, everyone!" he shouted. Suddenly, the chief was enveloped in a strange mist. Bloodline power. Haishui recognized the aura instantly. The chief had actually forced an awakening. The rising vapor glowed a menacing crimson, manifesting behind him as a massive, bloody serpent phantom. Among the other warriors, several more were now wreathed in thick fog. It appeared he'd unlocked his bloodline too. Watching from the clouds, Bai Yan noted the shift. The sight left him stunned. He hadn't expected a snake tribesman to actually produce an awakener. His focus then shifted to the warriors who had collapsed after being bitten. Their comrades were already dragging them away from the heat of the front lines, but the poison had put them in a deep coma. Bai Yan acted without a second's delay. He commanded a massive root to burst from the soil. If these were just normal snakes, Bai Yan wouldn't have bothered to interfere. However, it was crystal clear that the vipers brought by the snake tribe were far from an ordinary species. He worried the tree tribe's healers wouldn't have the strength to save them. The people tending to the fallen were startled when the root suddenly appeared, though they quickly regained their composure without falling into a panic. They knew right away that their beloved tree god was coming to their aid. Bai Yan formed droplets of sap at the root's tip and fed them to the dying. This divine essence was a potent antidote, though it wouldn't grant the users any powers. Once they'd swallowed the sap, the poisoned men woke up in a flash. They were back on their feet and full of life. The crowd began a new wave of worship. Having saved them, Bai Yan turned his gaze back toward the main conflict. By this point, the empowered warriors of the snake tribe were locked in a fierce struggle with the tree tribe's own bloodline elites. Haishui and the rival chief were also clashing. Haishui was drenched in a crimson aura, going toe-to-toe with the chief. The red serpent shadow flickering on his opponent, coiled around his arms like a living thing. Its head peeked out mid-air, its tongue flickering like a real snake while it struck alongside every spear thrust. Meanwhile, the tree phantom protecting Haishui looked somewhat stiff in comparison. It lacked the snake's agility, but its defensive power was truly incredible. Even the snake's fangs couldn't pierce that bark-like armor. Bai Yan watched them fight, identifying the weak points in Haishui's current technique. He started thinking about how to fix those flaws. After the two had fought for quite some time, the snake chief finally began to show signs of exhaustion. He'd only just awakened. And while his power was purely offensive, he lacked Haishui's well-roundedness. Haishui's bloodline offered both power and recovery, giving him insane stamina. He was built for a long-distance grind. Noticing his enemy's fatigue, Haishui's attacks became even more relentless. The chief could only manage to block, forced backward with every step. Spear strikes fell one after another like hammers, stripping his opponent of any chance to strike back. Suddenly a voice cried out, "Go and help the chief!" Hearing the shout, Haishui exploded forward. His crimson energy shot toward the sky, forging itself into a massive spear of pure blood ki. As he lunged forward, that energy weapon mirrored his movement, soaring toward the snake chief. Bai Yan couldn't help but cheer. Haishui had just evolved his bloodline mid-combat, projecting his power into a physical form. The snake chief faced the incoming spear, feeling an overwhelming pressure wash over him. He went completely stiff. He desperately wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't move an inch. Only his snake shadow let out a final, terrified hiss. Boom! Heishui's spear punched through his chest, tearing half his body into bloody scraps. Chapter 20. The Flame of Devotion. Agony echoes through the snake tribe's ranks. Heishui looms over the fallen snake patriarch. At this moment, none dare approach him. Seeing their chief's victory, the tree tribe warriors erupt with a sudden, fierce bloodlust. The tribesmen strike with renewed fury. Finally, the snake tribe's defense collapses entirely. A frantic voice screams out, "Run! We can't possibly win this." Bayan observes the chaos clearly from his perch. Near the rear of the fray, cowards have already begun to flee. Heishui's roar thunders across the field. Kill them all. Every tree tribe warrior echoes the cry. Kill. Their collective shout pierces the very heavens. The sound rattles the wilderness. Even Bayan feels stirred by their ferocious conviction. The urge to intervene becomes overwhelming, and so he makes his move. Thick vine-like appendages suddenly burst forth from the dark earth. They ensnare several retreating snake tribesmen. The living wood exerts a slight pressure. It is too much for human bodies to handle. They are crushed instantly by the vines. The sheer violence of it startles Bayan. He only intended to bind them a bit tighter. Apparently, he severely underestimated his own power. Being a sentient tree, what he considers a gentle touch is for other living beings an irresistible, lethal force. He pauses for a moment, surprised by the carnage. Bayan discards the broken corpses. Then his wooden limbs strike out once more. He snatches more fugitives from the dirt. Every single one is systematically snuffed out. Bayan gazes toward the horizon, watching the few who managed to escape first. They've already scrambled across the shallow river. Bayan weighs his options. In the end, he lets them go. After this devastating blow, the vast majority of the snake tribe's fighting men lie dead. Even if those survivors make it back, they won't pose any threat. Without hunters to bring home food, their tribe will likely perish before winter ends. Bayan thinks back to how cautious he was when he first heard of them, feeling a quiet irony. He never expected the tree tribe to grow this formidable this quickly. Every remaining snake warrior is cut down by Heishui and his men, leaving no one alive. They were the ones who dared to raid them after all. Without Bayan's warning, the tree tribe would have suffered the same fate tonight. Heishui shows them no mercy. They begin gathering the many corpses, stacking them into a mound before igniting a massive funeral pyre. By the time the cleanup ends, dawn has arrived. The long night is over. Heishui leads his people to Bayan and falls to his knees in reverence. Great Spirit, your divine power has spared our people once again. We shall offer our finest treasures to thank you for your protection. The tribe joins in the prayer. Bayan's voice resonates. You may all rise. Heishui, you did well today, standing firm against our enemies. The chief holds his head high with pride. Then Bayan's tone shifts. But you've grown soft. If I hadn't been watching, your tribe would have been wiped out last night. Every head bows in shame. Heishui kowtows deeply. Great Spirit, the fault is entirely mine. Bayan issues a stern warning. Remember this, you are not the only ones claiming this land. If you remain this careless, your extinction is only a matter of time. The tree folk lay prostrate, too terrified to speak. Their deity was furious, and nobody dared to move. Blackwater felt tense, recalling his talk with White Rock. He knew totems could simply vanish if they chose. If the tree god left, their protection would vanish. A defenseless tribe would surely face a quick end. White Rock was only warning them. He had no plans. We'll drop this for now, but watch yourselves later. Blackwater said, Great Spirit, I'll handle it immediately. The group waited, then slowly left once he finished. Just then, White Bee's voice reached White Rock. Hey boss, those guys are the snake breeders. White Rock laughed. Still hate them for that bite. White Bee buzzed. Boss, that thing nearly killed me. If you hadn't saved me, I'd be long gone. I couldn't forget that. And he was right. It was a close call. White Rock spoke again. Most of that snake tribe died right here today. Their village won't last long. White Bee nodded. Too bad I didn't personally squash that little snake. It's winter, so they're hibernating. Lucky for us. If they'd brought snakes, the fight would be different. Those venomous beasts are lethal. One bite drops anyone. They lose instantly. If they had brought a swarm, the tree tribe would have faced massive casualties. White Bee missed his revenge but saw their ruin. He remained optimistic and spoke up cheerfully. Since the boss did it, I'll count it as payback. I'm over it now. He spun around happily. White Rock said, White Bee, I need your help. Blackwater leveled up and found a new power. White Rock understood the logic and wanted to teach him. If it worked, he'd share it with the whole tribe. What is it? White Bee asked, landing nearby. I'm teaching you a move called blood shaping. There are 2 keys. First, the user needs enough fire to push their energy completely out of their body. Second, you must control that energy as it exits. To form a familiar shape, use your imagination. You must know the object inside and out. White Bee listened and started practicing immediately. He was much more focused than that old turtle. That guy would have slept. White Rock watched him. He decided to try, lacked blood power. He used faith power instead, having mastered its spirit. It works as a perfect stand-in for bloodline energy. Bai Yan manipulated the essence of faith, anchoring it to a stray twig while funneling in a steady stream of devotion. The spiritual energy coating the wood began to swell, and once the reservoir hit its peak, the branch's surface ignited with a shimmering layer of golden fire. This was pure conviction manifested as heat, a raw force Bai Yan could feel vibrating with power. Naturally, the drain on his inner stores was getting heavy. Bai Yan felt a bit ridiculous. Last time he chased bloodline power, he got a spirit. Now, attempting a physical shift, he'd stumbled into holy fire instead. Was he just fundamentally incompatible with bloodline magic? Chapter 21. Snake King Bai Yan refused to quit doubling down on the faith power. It wasn't like he had other uses for the stuff, so he might as well experiment. The golden blaze intensified, radiating a heat that felt almost lethal. Even Bai Feng was forced to cut his meditation short under the blistering glow. His eyes snapped open in a panic as he scrambled backward. Boss, your branch is literally burning down, he shrieked. Relax, I'm just running an experiment. No need to freak out. If you can't handle the heat, just clear out for a bit. Bai Feng wanted to stick around, but the temperature was reaching a breaking point. I'm out, boss. I can't take this anymore. It's not just the burning. I'm starting to hear voices in my head. It was like a crowd was whispering in his ear. Bai Yan knew exactly what it was. Auditory hallucinations, the secondary effect of faith fire. It starts with the voices, the collective echoes of countless souls. A fragile mind would simply shatter and die. Then come the visions. You start believing you're someone else entirely. One slip and your identity is gone. The golden fire roared. Bai Yan steeled his nerves. Since it was fire, he would use it as a forge to mold a physical shape. He seized control of the flames, focusing every ounce of will. He tried to submerge his consciousness directly into the blaze. Suddenly, a tidal wave of prayers and fractured memories crashed over him. His focus wavered for a split second, nearly snuffing him out. Thankfully, he held his ground. He wouldn't let the noise drown him out. The illusions followed. He felt like a human again, back on a busy street. Then in a flash, the scene shifted. He was a tribal hunter in furs chasing a rabbit across a wasteland. He became an infant, then a withered old man. He lived as a woman, but through it all he remembered. He was a traveler from another world, a man trapped in a tree. He had been this ancient tree for centuries, yet his core remained. He clung to that single spark of humanity with everything he had. That one conviction was his anchor pulling him through the madness. His mastery over this divine power surged to an entirely new level. Bai Yan pulled his mind from the fire. Then, with a sharp mental command, the swirling flames collapsed, turning into a molten golden liquid. It solidified into a new branch. He'd finally done it. He pulled the flames back. Now Bai Yan finally truly grasped the spirit of faith. A skill number. He felt divine technique was a better name for it. Before, his faith energy only coated his skin, acting as a defense. But this new power shifted at his command, serving both defense and offense. Deep in the peaks, a few Snake Clan survivors finally reached their village. People emerged from every hut. Happy faces turned grim the moment they saw them. "What's wrong? Where's the chief? Where's everyone else?" Their faces were bitter as they tried to speak, but words failed them. What really happened out there? Under the crowd's pressure, the truth finally came out. The chief is dead. Everyone else is gone too. A heavy silence fell over the remaining snake members. Then soft sobs began swelling into a loud wail that gripped the whole tribe. How could this happen? Weren't they hunting? How could they all be dead? Some refused to believe it, grabbing the survivors' arms with murderous glares. The men could only force out. Those tree tribe people are too strong to defeat. Worse yet, their totem intervened. The man speaking had seen those roots erupt from the earth. People trapped. Though the others hadn't seen it, they lied to avoid blame. Yes, it was their totem. If it hadn't attacked, we never would have lost. The crowd fell silent. Brave men are no match for a mysterious totem. A woman stepped forward, the fallen chief's widow. She cried, "Listen, the tree tribe killed our kin, and we must take revenge." In normal times, her voice would carry no weight with the men, but now the tribe was mostly women and children. As the widow, she held the most power, vengeance. "Avenge our people," they roared. "But how? The tree tribe is powerful. We can't win alone. We'll go to our totem, the Snake King. He'll avenge us. If their totem fought, then our own protector, the Snake King, is even stronger." This hopeful spark instantly united the clan. The whole tribe mobilized, leaving a few behind while the rest sought their god. They'd bring the Snake King out. Nearly 100 people marched into the mountains where their patron was hidden. Unlike the tree tribe living at the mountain's base, the great Snake King did not live among them. Driven by fury, the clan tracked the forest path. They scaled the rugged heights, pausing along the mountain's massive spine. A cavernous maw gaped ahead its murky depths, radiating a chilling dread. The freezing air tightened their chests. This king was no mere idol. The group filed inside their torches, pushing back the oppressive gloom. Venturing further into the abyss, strange shapes emerged from the shadows. Countless vipers lay in tight spirals, clogging the center of the path. Others nested in wall crevices as the group tiptoed through them. Terrified of waking the beasts, they passed the hibernating creatures carefully. Most were hand-reared by the clan, though wild forest serpents joined. Nobody dared provoke them, knowing these crawlers were the king's kin. Harming one would surely ignite his legendary and devastating fury. None would survive that wrath. They pressed deeper into the tunnel. Bleached skeletons littered the floor, including remains of predatory beasts. Human bones lay scattered among them, yet no one looked surprised. They understood these grim relics. They were simply the king's leftovers. Those remains belonged to ritual sacrifices, and those who fed themselves. You won't find any elderly here once anyone reaches a certain age. They willingly enter this hole to offer their flesh to their god. Finally reaching the cavern's end, they faced their living totem. A monstrous crimson serpent sat coiled, dominating the entire rocky chamber. Humans seemed like mere insects, while the great king enjoyed a slumber. His rhythmic breathing boomed like thunder, leaving the crowd paralyzed. No one possessed the courage to disturb him until the female leader. Swallowing her fear, the woman shouted toward the beast, "Great Sovereign!" "Great Sovereign!" she cried repeatedly throughout Chapter 22's raid. The serpent remained motionless, and just as she lost all hope, the massive coils began to shift, and the ancient predator woke. Two eyes ignited like burning stars as his titanic form uncoiled. Scales scraped stone loudly as a man-sized head faced the group. Terror seized them, choking their breath as those massive jaws opened. A blood-red tongue flickered out, hissing a sharp and wordless sound. Human speech was beyond him, so the chieftain's wife explained everything. She recounted their grievances in detail, laying out the entire situation. She pleaded for the king to descend and erase the rival tribe. Though mute, the serpent clearly grasped the woman's desperate words. Hissing softly, his cold gaze swept across the humans gathered there. Suddenly, he unhinged his maw and unleashed a cloud of toxic vapor. Caught completely off guard, the entire delegation was swallowed by the mist. Within seconds, every single person collapsed into a deathly unconsciousness. The king then methodically began gulping them down one by one. Having devoured nearly 100 people, his midsection bulged significantly. Finally satisfied, the great serpent recoiled back into a tight circle. He drifted back to sleep, refusing to brave the bitter winter. Seeking revenge was a joke. To him, the clan was snacks. They were merely a walking pantry, and he had eaten enough. To him, those people were just easy snacks. This faith power was nonsense. Most totems lacked real brains. The giant snake viewed that energy as pure garbage. He couldn't grasp why his body even held such stuff. He cared 0% about the snake tribe's extinction. He learned of another settlement from that woman's blabbering. Come spring, he'd lead his slithering horde toward them. Those savages would surely grovel and offer him meat. The tree tribe's guardian was likely just a wooden stick. A tree. Hilarious. Worshipping a plant is beyond pathetic. The king flicked his tongue, mocking rumors of its power. Was he stupid a stationary trunk couldn't possibly strike? It didn't even have a mouth to bite with. He coiled his massive frame and fell fast asleep. Winter finally broke, making way for the spring thaw. The tree tribe members prepared for their vital tasks. Spring planting began, though the winter raid haunted them. Despite the seasonal rush, Haimu never stopped the patrols. Villagers pumped river water into the thirsty crop fields. Watching the busy workers felt strangely familiar to Bai Yan. On a perfect sunny day, something caught his eye. A massive dark shadow appeared far on the horizon. He focused, spotting a giant serpent leading the charge. Its colossal body flattened the earth like a heavy train. A sea of smaller, colorful snakes followed their leader. They surged forward like a scaly, overwhelming tidal wave. Bai Yan realized the snake tribe's totem had arrived. Their winter victory had only provided a brief peace. He thought they were gone, but they were waiting. Their totem led the attack, yet no humans appeared. Only reptiles, and a mystery that put him on edge. These pests meant trouble, and their numbers were staggering. Countless venomous fangs were hidden within that slithering mass. His people stood no chance. He had to act. He ordered Haimu to pull everyone back immediately. Haimu obeyed instantly, trusting the tree god's divine vision. Warriors raced to pull farmers from the plowing fields. Everyone scrambled inside as the gates were slammed shut. Visiting guests from the ox tribe joined the retreat. They worshipped a great bull and were expert ranchers. These allies had arrived to help with the planting. They brought powerful oxen to help till the soil. The guests looked shaken, fearing they were being trapped. With the village secured, Bai Yan prepared the defense. He energized the vast root system beneath the earth. Thick roots erupt from the soil, instantly weaving into a massive barricade around the village. Bai Yan's voice boomed across the clearing, reaching every single ear in the tree tribe. Haimu, take the warriors with awakened bloodlines and get them onto that wooden wall. Slaughter any serpent that dares approach. Haimu bowed toward the ancient tree and barked, "Understood." Lord Tree God, wait, did your totem just actually speak? The outsiders leading the azure bulls stood there frozen, their jaws practically hitting the dirt. They gaped at the towering giant. A local laughed and said, "That is our Lord Tree God. Is it so strange he speaks? Does your own totem not have a voice?" They did not dare answer that question, and honestly, they did not even know how to respond, since their own totem was truly silent. Bai Yan raised the barrier to shield his people, warning them not to get distracted and to focus on the massive serpent closing in. A spark of excitement hit Bai Yan. This was his first real clash with another totem. The Snake King let it swarm forward, having already locked eyes on Bai Yan's massive form. To the king, however, he just looked like an unusually large plant, lacking any visible divinity. A narrow stream flowed outside the village, meaning the serpent army had to cross the water to launch their assault. Bai Yan did not plan on letting them over. He would settle things with the king on the far bank. He nudged the black turtle dozing in the silt. "Turtle, wake up. Block them in the water." A wasp zipped from the high canopy. Bai Feng saw the incoming sea of scales and screamed out, "Boss Bai, it is them that is the pack from the snake tribe." "I am well aware," Bai Yan replied. Bai Feng looked down, feeling a bit sheepish. Right, of course you are. He instantly regained his fire, his spirit surging once more. Awesome, I thought I would miss my chance for revenge. With all these snakes here, I am wiping them all out today. Bai Yan let the boast slide without calling him out, giving him a specific task instead. Keep a sharp eye out from the sky. If any strays manage to swim across, do not let them slip into the village. Bai Yan did not fully trust the turtle to stop such a massive horde on its own. On the other side, the Snake King reached the bank. The stream was only 4 or 5 meters wide. One quick lunge and it would be across, but right at that moment, dozens of tentacles erupted from the sky and earth. They looked like thick, gnarled vines, or heavy hemp ropes all sprouting from Bai Yan's colossal wooden body. Even Haishui was stunned. He watched the limbs plummet from the high branches, as if they were falling from the heavens. These tentacles whipped around like living serpents, converging on the Snake King and binding its massive frame in a tight grip. The Snake King was totally dazed by the sudden strike, never expecting such an attack. Once pinned, however, its survival instincts kicked in and it began to thrash. Breaking free with a violent jerk, the king let out a piercing hiss. At its command, the swarm plunged into the river. Meanwhile, the king writhed its massive body, snapping the clinging vines like twigs. Bai Yan did not care about the lost limbs. He simply forced more to sprout instantly, lashing back out at the Snake King. Below in the river, thousands of snakes were swimming frantically through the current. Atop the wall, Haishui tracked the swarm, his hand tightening like a vice around his spear. A powerful aura surged from him. It was no longer just a vibrant green, but now streaked with threads of blood red. Right then, a massive explosion of spray hit the air as a jet-black tortoise surfaced in the water. Thick mist poured from the mystic turtle, swirling upward to form a massive spectral shell that blotted out the sun. The phantom beast let out a silent, soul-crushing roar, radiating a raw power that made everyone's spirit tremble. Ripples appeared from nowhere, surging outward until the entire river started churning with violent energy. Driven by those vibrations, waves 10 feet high crashed down the thundering water, slamming the snakes onto the bank. That sheer force smashed a massive swarm against the rocks, instantly crushing any serpent trying to cross. Many died on impact, leaving the ground littered with twitching remains before the backwash dragged them into the depths. Survivors were sucked under by the receding tide, and within moments, the chaotic surface returned to a haunting calm. Countless dead snakes soon floated to the top, covering the water. Up on the walls, Haishui stood frozen in shock. If his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, this mysterious turtle was the same totem beast that escaped the old tribe. The long-lost guardian had finally returned, though Haishui knew deep down it now served a brand new master. It was now the tree god's protector fighting for the tribe. Meanwhile, someone else on the wall was watching even closer. He was the only one ever blessed with the turtle's blood, a bloodline warrior who felt this connection in his soul. Seeing that surging aura made his own blood boil, his heart racing as the beast dominated the river. He realized the turtle wasn't just for defense. Its offense was terrifying. This display sparked a moment of pure enlightenment. Unable to hold back, he channeled his inner strength, and a dark spectral turtle began to manifest behind him. Though the image was faint, he mimicked the beast's movements, trying to command the moisture through his bloodline. With the great turtle holding the line, the snake swarm hit a wall. Hardly any made it across the water. Still, a few didn't stop. Some elite serpents used their massive bodies to muscle through the crushing currents. They braved the heavy waves and finally hit the shore. Seeing them land, Haishui immediately shouted orders to his men. He yelled at the top of his lungs for everyone to stay sharp because the enemy was officially on their side. The snakes that made it were battered, but still lethal, slithering rapidly toward the tribal walls with cold speed. Archers on the wall let fly, sending a rain of arrows down like falling stars to pin the snakes to the mud. The first volley held them back, but the real fight for survival was just starting. Finish them as they close in. Chapter 23. The Power of Faith. Everyone braced themselves as their bloodline auras flared into existence. Just then a yellow blur streaked down from the sky. It moved like lightning. As one snake tried to pull itself from the river, that golden bolt struck it right between the eyes. A sickening crack followed, and the snake's head split wide open, without missing a beat. The shadow darted toward its next target. Haishui grinned and called out to the guards. "It is another one of the tree god's guardians. But don't drop your guard yet." Baifeng was a blur, powered by his bloodline. His strikes were devastating. These snakes couldn't even stand up to a single hit from him. However, as more snakes scrambled ashore, even Baifeng couldn't take them all out alone. He glanced at the river, thinking how the boss was right about that turtle, not being able to stop every single one. On the other side of the field, the Snake King clashed with Baiyan, tearing through countless vines that Baiyan had summoned from the earth. "You beast!" Baiyan hissed, holding back his full power, just to keep the king busy. He had plenty of faith energy to burn. He could grow these tentacles all day long. He had the stamina for a long fight. While keeping the Snake King pinned, Baiyan kept a close eye on the rest of the battle. The swarm was massive, but most of them were just fodder. 2/3 died in the river, and Baifeng was picking off the rest. While Haishui's team held the walls, not a single snake had breached the perimeter. Seeing his kind slaughtered, the Snake King ripped free from the binding vines once more. He coiled his massive body tight, his head rising high in a lethal stance. Its maw gapes open, spewing a thick cloud of crimson miasma. Beyond its massive scale, its lethal toxins are its greatest pride. The vapor is so potent, even Baiyan's limbs can't withstand it. They dissolve in seconds. This is the deadly crimson blaze poison, one of the serpent's ultimate weapons. The fog begins drifting. If it reaches the village, everyone dies instantly. Baiyan acts. It's time to stop holding back and unleash his full power. He channels his energy to summon a titanic, glowing blossom. It blooms, flooding the area with a purifying, heavy fragrance. The aroma collides with the smog, neutralizing it completely. The beast glares into the village, then at the central spire. To win this fight, he has to strike the heart of the tree. He plans to uproot it entirely. The king snake lunges. Its coiled frame uncurls with the force of a massive spring. Pure momentum carries its titanic bulk high into the heavens. Regular vines won't pierce that hide, but divine ones might. Baiyan focuses his internal essence to strike the final blow. A colossal limb as wide as the serpent itself descends, like a bolt of holy retribution crashing down from the sky. A golden fist of nature slams into the flying predator's spine. The glowing bough drives the massive beast toward the dirt. It hits the earth with a bone-jarring, deafening impact. A pained hiss echoes from the dust. The snake bites back. Its fangs sink into the wood. Baiyan remains totally unfazed. Pain is for creatures of flesh. To a tree, it means nothing. Feeling no agony, he watches as the snake sprays burning acid. This concentrated bile is even worse than the toxic gas. It eats the spiritual wood, but he heals it in a heartbeat. The serpent shifts its strategy, wrapping around the branch. It constricts, trying to crush the limb with raw strength. The timber groans and snaps under the overwhelming pressure. Humph. A second massive limb drops like a heavy hammer. It nearly flattens the beast. Agony finally takes hold. The snake thrashes, desperate to slither away and escape. Not today. A spear-tipped branch plunges from the sky. Falling from 100 meters, it impales the giant's skull. Foul, dark blood sprays out. It is incredibly acidic. Vegetation withers instantly where the spray hits the dirt. The ground is soaked in red. The beast is still twitching, still clinging to life. Baiyan manipulates the spear. Wooden shards begin sprouting inside the creature's body. It is turned into a pincushion from the inside out. Finally, the thrashing stops. The king snake is dead. Just then, a tiny red wisp darts from the crown of its head. A flash of crimson catches his eye, then it's gone. With the Serpent King dead, the survivors were finally free of its leash. They abandoned their assault, scattering in every direction, like a panicked mob. Baiyan barely broke a sweat. Seeing that massive frame earlier, he'd expected a real fight. But aside from the annoying venom, the beast couldn't even touch him. It made sense, really. A being fueled by faith like Baiyan was beyond the reach of any ordinary totem. Throughout the entire lopsided skirmish, the Serpent King hadn't tapped into faith once. Bai Yun figured it just didn't know how. On this vast landscape, few totems likely understood that strength. As the dust settled, everyone saw the mangled heap of scales. The earth beneath it had been pulverized into a massive crater. The beast's blood had painted a 100-meter radius of the valley crimson. This soil was now toxic. Left alone, it would become a wasteland. Then there was the issue of what to do with the carcass. Bai Yen wondered if his arboreal nature would allow him to fully drain the tainted blood from the ground. He extended feelers into the gore to test it. Standard roots struggled, getting eaten away by corrosive ichor after only a few swallows. So he tried lacing his roots with a thread of faith, purifying the mess as he drank. It actually worked. He used his roots to encapsulate the fouled earth, slowly leaching out every drop of energy. Turning to the corpse, he saw the mangled remains still skewered on his branches. He wondered if he could consume the flesh directly. He'd tried, with the beasts the tree tribe used to sacrifice to him, but it never worked. Back then, he could only drain the fluids, leaving shriveled husks. To get more, he had to wait for the bodies to rot before soaking up the nutrients. He poked a branch into the snake, just to see, and to his delight it finally worked. Chapter 24. The Faithful. He sprouted more roots, cocooning the Serpent King to begin the slow process of digestion. As he broke down the body, he felt a surge of faith within. It came from the snake. Could faith really be stolen like this? This was a first for him, but he remembered the great turtle. He'd asked the old shell about this once. After leaving the tribe, that inner strength didn't just vanish. It meant that, if unused, faith power could be hoarded indefinitely. If he hadn't eaten it, that energy likely would have stayed trapped in its bones. Eventually, it might have even spawned some freakish life or brought it back. Of course, that was just a theory impossible to prove. Bai Yen wasn't about to use the corpse as a test subject. Who knew what nightmare that might unleash? While he fed, he looked over at the tree tribe. Haishui saw that the Serpent King was dead. The slithering stopped, and everyone finally breathed again. The tribe knew their god had saved them once more. They survived. Even with the wooden walls blocking their view, no one could miss that massive 100-foot serpent. A monster that size could have crushed the village just by moving. What truly stunned them, though, was the golden glow of the god's killing blow. Those falling spears hit like bolts of divine lightning. A true god, Mu Yan whispered from the wall. As a bloodline warrior, he felt the raw power. He was proud to have named their protector first. A wave of pure devotion suddenly surged toward heaven. The intensity of this faith startled Bai Yan's mind. This was total loyalty far beyond even He Shui's. Mu Yan had reached that level of absolute devotion. In that moment, Bai Yan touched true divine power. But it was a fleeting spark he couldn't quite hold. Still, a direct mental connection had been established. Now Bai Yan could communicate with Mu Yan directly. Before, he only sensed his warrior's general status. This link was far tighter. Most importantly, he could now channel faith or possess the warrior. Controlling his body was a terrifying new power. It meant he finally had a human form to use. Naturally, he wouldn't use it without a good reason. With the fight over, he prepared to retract the walls. But He Shui begged, "Great God, can we keep them?" Bai Yin thought about it. Permanent defenses made sense. They would protect the tribe for years to come. He left a few gaps so people could pass through. "Fine, the walls stay. Now get back to planting." His command echoed through the entire settlement. They cleared the snake corpses and returned to the fields. The visitors from the ox tribe were shaken and awed. They asked to head home but promised a quick return. He Shui let them go, hoping they'd spread the news. He had a plan he wanted them to talk about: the tree god's power. Maybe they'd switch their faith. Once the king died, Bai Yan called his scout over. Bai Feng, go check the snake tribe's situation. It was weird, the king came without any backup. He wondered what happened to the rest of them. Did they die this winter? Bai Feng left immediately. Within half a day, he returned with a report. "Boss, I saw nobody. The tribe is in ruins. Something's off." Even though most of the snake tribe perished in that winter clash, they shouldn't have all vanished. From what Bai Feng says, this wasn't a natural end. Bai Yan summoned He Shui. He Shui knelt low with deep respect. "Lord Tree God, why have you called for me?" Take a squad and trail Bai Feng to the snake tribe, the ones worshipping that massive serpent. Figure out exactly what went down over there during the cold months. Understood, Lord Tree God. Heishui wasted no time rounding up his men and moving out with Bai Feng. Mu Yan tagged along with the group. Bai Yin figured this was the perfect chance to see if distance messed with their mental link. See, the snake tribe was quite a trek away. Bai Yan kept tabs on Mu Yan's position as he drifted further into the distance. Even as the miles piled up, Bai Yin noticed zero signs of their connection fading or getting fuzzy. Eventually, he felt the group come to a halt at a specific spot. He guessed they'd reached the snake tribe's old turf. Bai Yan reached out to Mu Yan like a psychic long-distance call. "Hey, you there! Mu Yan, can you hear me?" Mu Yan was right behind Heishui, poking through the wreckage when that voice suddenly echoed in his skull. Startled, Mu Yan glanced around, but no one had even opened their mouth. "It's me." The voice returned, and this time it clicked for him. He scrambled to his knees in a panic. "Lord Tree God!" His odd behavior and shouting immediately drew every eye in the camp, clueless about the scene Mu Yan was making. Bai Yan continued. "Are you guys at the village?" "Yes, Lord Tree God." "All right, then get ready. I'm going to project my mind into yours for a bit. Just go with it." Mu Yan's eyes nearly popped out of his head, followed by a rush of pure excitement. The tree. God wanted his body, whatever you need, Lord Tree. God. Once he got the green light, Bai Yan sent a sliver of consciousness through the bond. In a flash, his whole perspective shifted. He was seeing double. One view was his massive trunk. The other was whatever Mu Yan was looking at. Feeling human again was a rush, but Bai Yan fought the urge to celebrate, or even reach up and touch his own face. He realized he was still kneeling, while everyone stood around looking at him like he'd lost his mind. He got the picture fast. Bai Yan pulled back immediately. "Mu Yan, get up. I'll be back in a second, but keep your mouth shut about this. And don't talk out loud to me. Just think your words." Chapter 25. The Snake Tribe. Mu Yan picked himself up, answering only in his mind. Heishui stepped over, looking concerned. "Mu Yan." What was with the sudden kneeling and shouting to the tree god? Mu Yan rubbed the back of his neck. "Uncle Hey, I just heard his voice in my head. Turns out he can reach me anywhere." Heishui was floored. "For real." Mu Yan almost spilled the rest of the plan, but Bai Yan's voice cut in again. Yet ringing in his thoughts, "Don't mention the possession part." Mu Yan gave a silent nod. "Uncle Hey, he just asked if we arrived and then left." Heishui scanned the surrounding area. The Snake Tribe was a ghost town now totally trashed and empty. Total ghost town. Still, the great tree sent them here, meaning something definitely piqued the deity's interest. Heishui told everyone to stay on their toes and scout, shouting out if they found anything. They spread out among the wreckage of the Snake Tribe. Mu Yan stopped at a hut, crushed flat by some massive weight. Judging by the marks, it was like some heavy object just steamrolled the place. Mu Yan checked the damage with a grimace, suspecting the worst. Just then, Bai Yan chimed in again. "Tell me," he asked. "What was it like when I took over?" Mu Yan answered. "Great tree. It felt like a second soul moved in, and I lost my grip on my own body. But I saw everything and heard every word." Bai Yan was intrigued. "Fair enough. Keep quiet. I am going in for another round." Bai Yan split his focus once more and merged with the boy. This time he took the wheel and started moving the limbs. While scanning the area, Mu Yan's voice echoed in his mind. "My lord, did that giant snake actually devour everyone?" Bai Yan had a hunch before, but looking at this mess, he was sure. He let out a soft sigh. "Afraid so. They all ended up in its belly." He felt Mu Yan's shock. The kid could not wrap his head around it. Why would it do that? Was it not their sacred totem? Why would it prey on them? In that beast's mind, these people were just a walking pantry. It had no clue about faith, so it never truly gave a damn about the tribe. Even if they served it and bred vipers for it, the snake did not value them. They were just cattle that happened to tend to its smaller snakes. Sure, the big guy probably helped them out once in a blue moon, But when the tribe faltered and the snacks ran low, the protection was over. Bai Yan's truth was brutal, and Mu Yan felt every word sting. In his worldview, a totem was a guardian, not a monster that turned on its own. But Bai Yan saw the big picture. If that ancient turtle could be bullied into a totem role, then this snake could easily just farm people for food. Mu Yan's core beliefs were being torn to shreds. Bai Yan noticed their mental link starting to flicker. The poor kid was having a crisis. Bai Yan said, "They are only beasts wearing a sacred title, not actual totems." "Actual totems," Mu Yan murmured under his breath. "Exactly, they are fakes. Only someone like the great tree is the real deal." Mu Yan's respect for Bai Yan reached a new peak. Seeing him sink back into silence, Bai Yan let him process it. He kept piloting the body, searching the ruins of the snake tribe. Bai Feng circled high, scouting the terrain below. The snake tribe ruins where clear huts were leveled everywhere. Only a few stood on the edges. He kept flying. Suddenly, he spotted shadows moving in the nearby woods. He dove toward the trees, sensing something was wrong. 3 kids were hiding there, maybe 11 or 12. Dressed in furs, they gripped their hunting spears tightly. He snuck up behind them and dropped one instantly. Before they could blink, he'd knocked all 3 cold. He called over Heishui's crew to tie them up. Heishui woke them, guessing they were local survivors, probably the last of the snake tribe. "Who are you? Why did you grab us?" they yelled, terrified. They started shouting before Heishui even opened his mouth. He slammed his spear by their feet. "I'll do the talking." That shut them up. They were definitely from the tribe. One of them broke down in tears while speaking. They'd gone hunting and came back to a nightmare. A massive serpent was eating their kin. They froze. Too scared to go back, they stayed hidden and lived. This backed up Bai Yan's claim everyone else was eaten. The boys confirmed they were the only survivors left. A tribe of hundreds gone. Only 3 survived the winter. Heishui cut their ropes and let them go. But the dead mum. They didn't run. They fell to their knees. "We have nowhere else. Let us join your tribe." Heishui agreed immediately. They were just young boys. Give them some time, and they'd be one of them. Mu Yan walked over and asked a question. "Where did your people hold the totem rituals?" Bai Yan, through Mu Yan, remembered the snake's red light. He suspected that mysterious glow had returned to the site. He needed to investigate it and neutralize any threat. One boy pointed to a cave on the mountain nearby. "But that snake is deadly." "Don't go looking for trouble." The warriors all burst out laughing at the warning. Mu Yan smiled. "Let's see just how deadly it is." The boys panicked. "No, don't go up there. That thing swallows people whole in one bite." Heishui laughed. "That snake really spooked you, huh? If you're chicken, just point the way. We'll go alone." "You don't believe us!" One boy yelled at Heishui. "Go die if you want, but don't drag us down." They finally stopped teasing and said the snake was dead. The 3 boys just stood there, completely shell-shocked. Chapter 26. Now that the bone is gone, we climb. They salvaged a few torches from the rubble. Lanterns in hand, they navigated the woods, ascending the mountain trail to its midpoint. Sure enough, a massive cavern appeared. The trio approached the dark maw. They pressed Blackwater's crew once more to confirm the Snake King was truly dead. Only after receiving a firm yes did they enter, lighting their way into the depths. Skeletons littered the path, a grim collection of both animal and human remains. A few stray vipers still lingered, coiled tightly within the jagged rock fissures. Startled by the sudden intrusion of the crowd, they quickly slithered into the shadows. After a while, everyone came to a halt. The cavern ahead was choked with bones, and every single one was human. Silence fell over the group. These were clearly the leftovers of the great serpent's meals. Navigating past the field of bones, they finally reached the very back of the cave. The tunnel opened into a vast stone hall, now completely deserted and silent. With the beast nowhere in sight, Mu Yan looked up to scan the ceiling. Bai Yan scrutinized the chamber with his special vision, but nothing seemed out of place. It looked like a perfectly ordinary cave, and Bai Yan found no traces of anything strange. The others searched the perimeter, but there was nothing to find besides the endless bones. Mu Yan wasn't convinced. He drew a spark of faith from his true self and held out his hand. A small golden flame flickered to life, the sacred fire of faith. Suddenly, everyone felt as if phantom whispers were echoing in their ears. The sounds were eerie, and Bai Yan caught a sharp, sudden ripple of abnormal soul energy. He immediately fixed his gaze on the floor. "Is it underground?" Woodrock muttered, dropping into a low crouch. He pressed his palm against the earth. This entire chamber was solid bedrock. If he had Blackwater's men dig it out, it would take an eternity. It was better to handle this himself. He channeled the faith energy within. A golden radiance completely enveloped his hand before he threw a heavy punch. Boom! The entire cavern shuddered as if a massive earthquake had struck. Bai Yin looked down at the impact site. It was totally unmarked. There wasn't a single crack. Blackwater walked over looking completely confused. "Woodrock, what are you doing?" Bai Yun answered the question for him. "Blackwater, take the others and leave. I'm using Woodrock's hands for a moment." Blackwater let out a shocked cry. "Great tree god!" "It is I." Blackwater didn't hesitate and quickly led the group out. Bai Yen then channeled a massive surge of faith into Woodrock's body. Deep inside his own mind, Woodrock spoke up. "Lord Tree God, is there something hidden down there?" Bai Yan gave a slight nod. "We won't know for sure until it's out," he replied. Once he felt Blackwater had cleared the cave, he prepared to act. This time, a massive wave of golden power surged, covering Woodrock entirely. He looked as if he were wearing a suit of golden armor. Boom, boom! Bai Yen hammered the floor with strike after strike, sending dust flying everywhere. After dozens of heavy blows, he finally paused to check his progress. The floor had barely lost a layer of dust. Darn, this isn't working at all. Time to try something else. Luckily, Bai Yan had a new system trick. Otherwise, he'd be stuck. A golden glow shifted in his palm. It morphed into a drill bit which started whirring at high speed. The mountain shuddered. Outside, Heishui and his crew exchanged worried looks. Nobody knew what was happening, but a racket that loud. Still was clearly a big deal. Inside, Bai Yan stared at the floor. A jade-like bone lay there. It was nearly 1 meter long. It curved slightly, looking almost like a massive bird's talon. Up close, it looked different. Besides your average bird, couldn't grow claws that size. Bai Yan picked the bone up. Suddenly, a red flash darted from the bone toward Mu Yan's head. Bai Yan snatched it mid-air. The red blur was a tiny snake. Once caught, the creature thrashed, desperate to break free from his grip. Mu Yan watched, confused. "Lord Spirit, what is that thing?" "A snake." At first, Bai Yan thought the same thing, or maybe the dead Serpent King's soul. But looking closer, he realized this little red guy was something else entirely. He glanced at the bone, a wild theory forming in his head. This snake was likely a dragon soul. Basically a legendary powerhouse. "I thought dragons didn't exist here. Looks like I was wrong." Mu Yan couldn't imagine its power. "Lord Tree Spirit. Is this thing tougher than you, Bai Yan figured. He couldn't take a dragon yet, but he had to save face. We're about equal? Wow, then it really is a big deal." Feeling like a fraud, Bai Yan stared at the snake in his hand. He wasn't sure how it appeared. It seemed to inhabit that bone. And earlier it was likely hiding inside that giant serpent's body, meaning it could latch onto hosts. Bai Yan opened his fingers. The snake zipped into Mu Yan's forehead. Bai Yan still felt it. He wondered if he could pull it back to his true form. Surprisingly, it worked. The little snake felt a sudden jolt and arrived elsewhere. Before the creature could even think of escaping, Bai Yan had it pinned. He used faith energy to weave a cage. He locked the snake inside. With that problem safely contained, Bai Yin snapped back to Mu Yin. "All right, Mu Yin. I'm heading out. Make sure you take this bone back." Mu Yan nodded. But as Bai Yan prepared to vanish, he spotted a strange rock. It had a blue-green tint, almost like paint. Curious, Bai Yan reached over and grabbed it. He gave it a look. Wait, could this be copper ore? He wasn't positive. Metallurgy wasn't exactly his strongest suit. He scanned the area closely, checking the ground he'd just drilled. It seemed very likely. If this mountain held copper deposits, the tribe was entering the Bronze Age. Currently, they only used stone and bone. Bai Yan was absolutely pumped. Still, he regained his composure quickly. Copper was one thing, but mining and refining it would be a massive, time-consuming ordeal. Besides, the actual metallurgy part was a total mystery to Haimu. The tribe would have to wing it, and who knows how long that would take. Bai Yan wasn't sure yet he'd still make them give it a shot. He stayed a bit longer, steering Mu Yan's physical form. Right out of the cavern, as he emerged, He Shui rushed forward first, his eyes filled with doubt as he sized the boy up. Great tree spirit. Recognizing the voice, He Shui nearly hit the dirt. You're still here, Bai Yan nodded. Yes, I found something interesting inside. Speaking thus, he held out that bronze-tinted rock and handed it over. This should be copper ore. Once the spring sowing is done, get a crew together, scour the area for these, then melt them with fire. He Shui took the teal stone, turning it over curiously. Great spirit, is there something truly special about this rock? It's an ore, Bai Yan explained, containing a metal called copper. Refining it allows for the creation of bronze tools and weapons. It'll be 100 times tougher than stone. He Shui looked between his spear and the teal rock, his pulse quickening. If it really outclassed stone, the tribe's power would be off the charts. It was incredible. He recalled his duel with that snake tribe captain, whose spear was unique. Without a coating of bloodline energy, his own shaft would have snapped. But He Shui's final strike had simply shattered both the weapon and the man. He stashed the ore safely. Great tree spirit. I'll send men after the planting. Then Bai Yan withdrew. Mu Yan felt his consciousness return, testing his grip. He Shui whispered, Lord Spirit. Mu Yan cleared his throat. Uncle Hai. He's gone for now. He Shui let out a heavy sigh. Unbelievable. Even when he isn't right next to us, the pressure is still suffocating. Mu Yan clutched the translucent bone and nodded. Tell me about it. You didn't see, but in there the spirit unleashed such raw force, cracking the ground instantly. He Shui agreed wholeheartedly. His power was simply godlike. After one final sweep, finding nothing else, the group headed back home. It was dead of night when they returned. Mu Yan alone brought the relic to Bai Yan, who hoisted it up. He sent the boy to rest, then wove a small chamber out of his own branches to house the white bone. This skeleton was likely the remains of a true dragon. It needed protecting. Meanwhile, deep within him, that once quiet crimson serpent. The little crimson serpent began acting up once more, as if sensing Bai Yan's presence. It clamped its jaws onto the cage bars, desperate to gnaw its way to freedom. Bai Yan attempted to reach out mentally, but the effort yielded nothing. The tiny creature seemed driven by pure instinct, likely a result of its youth. He brainstormed ways to nurture the thing, though he hadn't a single lead yet. Despite racking his brain, no solution surfaced. Eventually, the little red snake's energy flickered out. Perhaps it realized the bars were unbreakable. Regardless, it finally settled back into silence. Bai Yan decided to set the matter aside until a better idea struck him. Deep rumbles echoed as dark clouds gathered overhead. Spring thunder rolled through the sky. Bai Yan gazed upward, just as a jagged bolt of lightning tore through the darkness. Given his towering height, one would assume he'd be a magnet for lightning strikes. Yet the sky had never touched him. Even before becoming the tree tribe's totem, it was the same. The bolts had always steered clear of him back then, and nowadays, Bai Yan didn't give the storm a second thought. His current form was far too resilient. Neither lightning nor flames could leave a mark on him. Then a gentle drizzle began to fall. A refreshing chill washed over his bark. Once the spring rain passed, the work began. The tribespeople sowed their seeds into the earth, effectively wrapping up this year's spring farming. Gazing down at the vibrant community thriving beneath his canopy, a sense of pride filled him. A low, resonant lowing drifted from the distance, snapping Bai Yan out of his reverie. An azure ox emerged from the horizon, slowly plodding toward their territory. Judging by its appearance, the beast hailed from the Blue Ox tribe. He recalled how protective those people were of their precious livestock. This was highly unusual. Why on earth was a single ox wandering out here solo? The animal took its time pausing to munch on grass before letting out another loud call. Bit by bit, the creature made its way to the outskirts of the tree tribe's land. The locals spotted the visitor but stood frozen, uncertain of how to react. Nobody dared lay a finger on it, wary of its mysterious origin. If it did belong to that tribe, any mishap would lead to a diplomatic disaster. Who would take the fall? Haishui, who was out on patrol, was quickly summoned. He stared at the azure beast, his brow furrowing into deep lines of concern. Haishui gestured to one of his men and gave a firm set of orders. Go to the Blue Ox tribe now. Tell them their beast is here. Make it clear they need to send someone to fetch it right away. The villagers formed a loose circle around the ox, following its slow, rhythmic movements. Occasionally, the ox lifted its head to eye the massive, ancient tree in the center. Then it would simply lower its gaze and continue its steady trek forward. Bai Yan watched the creature, realizing its path was aimed directly at him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the ox finally came to a halt before Bai Yan. It let out a powerful bellow at the trunk. Bai Yan knew this was no ordinary beast. He extended a single tendril, hoping to make contact and sense its intentions. To avoid startling the animal, he grew a soft, verdant vine instead of a dark tentacle. Standing beneath the canopy, the ox suddenly noticed a leafy green object appearing before it. Without hesitation, the beast opened its mouth and took a massive chomp. Hey! What do you think you're doing, you crazy ox? Drop it. How dare you bite the great tree? God. Let go this instant. A frantic mob swarmed forward in a blur, some lunging directly at the beast's flank. Hands scrambled for its horns while others tried prying the vines from its massive jaws. Shouts filled the air as the entire scene descended into absolute mayhem. Nobody expected such audacity that an ox would actually dare nip at the great tree. Yet the creature seemed completely oblivious to the gravity of its actions. It simply snapped the vine and began contentedly mashing the greens with its tongue. Grinding away at the leaves, it didn't mind the crowd trying to shove it back. Furious glares followed its every move. The tribesmen looked ready to butcher it right then. Bai Yan's voice cut through the noise. Stand down, everyone. I know exactly who this is. He's the green ox totem. The crowd gasped. Wait, what? That can't be right. Disbelief was the immediate reaction from every single person standing there. Since the great tree himself had spoken, they had to swallow their doubts. It seemed this stubborn beast really was the guardian spirit of the Ox clan. Why would another tribe's protector wander into tree territory all by itself? Even worse, it actually had the nerve to take a chunk out of their deity. Totem or not, biting our god demands some form of serious retribution. A few of the braver warriors began hollering for some kind of justice. Bai Yan felt both amused and tired. Enough. The old fellow was just hungry. Give us some space. I'm going to have a private word with him. Acting instantly, Bai Yan summoned massive roots that burst through the soil. They wove together, forming a sturdy cage to shield the ox from the crowd. These particular roots were dull and gray, looking far too unappetizing to eat. The ox paced around once, then simply plopped down on the grass. Watching the beast settle in the angry shouts for punishment, finally died down. The crowd retreated a few steps, though they refused to leave the area. None of them trusted the creature. Who knew what it might try next? Haishui stood nearby, seething. He signaled a runner. Listen. Get moving fast. Head to the ox camp. Tell them their guardian is loose and they've lost track of it. And demand payment. Their spirit bit our great tree. There will be a price. They owe us Chapter 28, the pact. Inside the wooden cell, Bai Yan extended a single fiber to touch the ox. Connecting mentally, the ox projected. Hey there, sorry about that little scuffle earlier. I just can't help myself when I see something that green and tasty looking. Shouldn't you be with your own people? Why wander out here all alone? Bai Yan wasn't actually bothered by the loss of a few leaves. He was just curious about why the ox had sought him out specifically. My followers keep saying you're the real deal, the old ox replied. Word is you took down a massive serpent recently. Bai Yan pointed nearby. Yeah, its remains are right over there. It was quite a large kill. The carcass was still being processed. The ox tilted its head for a look. Its large eyes widened in genuine surprise. Wow, you really are strong tree spirit. I'm actually here because I want to be your apprentice. Bai Yan choked. What? I want to learn from you. Why are you looking down on me? It's not that. But you're a tribal totem. One guardian studying under another. Have you actually thought about how crazy that sounds? Don't you care how your followers feel? The green ox flicked its tail. They don't boss me around, he scoffed. I do as I please. Initially, Bai Yan assumed it was a prank, but the beast looked dead serious. Exactly what are you looking to master? The ox narrowed its gaze. I'm your blank slate. I've been a village icon for decades, yet I'm nothing compared to you. I want your level of power. This cow was clearly a simpleton. He was a stubborn one, too, totally convinced of Bai Yan's greatness. His only goal was learning, no hidden motives whatsoever. However, Bai Yan's own repertoire was limited, mostly to channeling faith. That was about it. Look, big guy, it's not a matter of hoarding secrets. I'm no grandmaster. Taking down that serpent was more about luck. That snake was just pathetic. So, you're saying no? The green ox bolted upright, severing the mental link with Bai Yan. He tucked his chin, aiming those massive horns forward. Hooves tore at the dirt before he slammed into the wooden enclosure. The reinforced cage shattered instantly as the beast broke for freedom. He pivoted, charging straight for Bai Yan's trunk. Cut him off. Hoi Shui bellowed, diving in first to block the stampede. Bai Yan was blindsided by how fast the ox turned violent. Caught off guard, the cage failed, with a violent head toss. The ox sent Hei Shui soaring and kept his momentum. The rest didn't flinch, throwing themselves into the path of danger, desperate to halt the ox. Bai Yan couldn't just stand by, while his people were tossed like ragdolls. Roots burst from the soil. They snaked around all four hooves, but the beast's raw power was insane. He snapped the restraints like twine. Bai Yan sized him up quickly, slightly weaker than the serpent. Suddenly, a golden vine whipped down. Moving like lightning, it delivered a stinging crack across the ox's spine. The ox let out a pained cry, rearing up. To stop the rampage, Bai Yan lashed him tight with tentacles and yanked him into the sky. His legs flailed in thin air, robbed of any traction to push off. All that brute strength became useless. Great tree spirit mercy. I messed up, put me down. Heights really freak me out. Bai Yan snapped back, forget it, you're staying there until your tribe shows. Cool your heels for a bit. He left the ox dangling high above. After a final struggle, the ox's head and limbs just went limp. With eyes clamped shut, he looked like a fresh carcass. But Bai Yan wasn't fooled. The guy was obviously playing dead. Seeing the act fail, the ox tried a more verbal approach. Spirit, I'm all brawn and no brains, look how easily you snagged me. Decades as a god figure and I don't have a single trick to my name. Have some pity on a dumb animal and show me the ropes. The massive beast even forced out a few heavy crocodile tears. Bai Yan smirked. So you're a student now, if you want my wisdom. You'd better have something to trade. No freebies in this forest. The massive ox's eyes popped wide as he suddenly perked up. This was actually happening. His gears started turning at light speed. He racked his brain for something to offer Bai Yan in trade. Coming up empty, he finally had to ask, Great Tree Spirit, what's the price if I've got it? Consider it yours. Bai Yan teased him, saying, It's been ages since I tasted prime beef. That back leg of yours looks mighty tasty. Why not let me have it? The ox froze in shock. Now hold on, Spirit. If I give you a leg, I'd be hobbling around on 3 legs. Look how about this instead? My tribe's got plenty of cattle. I'll make them bring you some. Bai Yan chuckled. Fine then. Start by sending 10 head of cattle over. 5 bulls and 5 cows. Deal. The ox nodded frantically. Yes, absolutely. Those blue ox folk usually guard their herds like treasure. When the tree tribe asked before, they wouldn't give up a single hoof. But now that their big boss was offering up 10 in one go, things had changed. Those 10 beasts would leave the tribe stinging for quite a while. This old bull was clearly desperate to learn. When Bai Yan fell silent, the ox waited a beat before whispering, Mighty Spirit. Do we have a deal? Slow down. It is not that simple yet. There are strings attached. The ox didn't blink. Name them. Name them. Beyond the cattle, your tribe needs to follow the tree tribe's lead. That stopped the old bull in his tracks. He didn't nod this time. That is a tough one for me. Chief Niu Feng is the one who calls the shots for the people. They won't budge unless he gives the word. The ox wasn't playing games either. He might be their sacred totem, but his actual authority was not nearly as absolute as Bai Yun's. Only the cattle truly obeyed him, while the humans stuck by their chief. Then the ox had an idea. Spirit. How about I just bring the whole herd and join your tribe instead? Bai Yun shut that down immediately. No way. If you pulled a stunt like that, your people would start a bloody war with mine. He paused to consider his options. A new strategy clicked into place. Listen, here is what we will do. Our tribes will form an alliance. An ally what? What's that? It means we are partners. We watch each other's backs. If one side gets into trouble, the other comes running to help. We share the load and we grow together as one unit. The ox bobbed his head. I like that. Niu Feng will definitely go for it. Chapter 29. This pact was a win-win for both parties, though honestly the Blue Ox folk were getting the better end of the deal. With Bai Yun's guidance, the tree tribe was already starting to outshine them. In almost every category they were evolving faster and smarter. Still, Bai Yun was eyeing those cattle. They were the ultimate power tool. A single ox could do the work of several men, whether plowing or hauling. Everything moved faster with four-legged help. Terms were set and the deal was struck. Now they just had to wait for the envoy. A few hours passed, and a group of frantic people came charging into view. It was the Blue Ox clansmen. Their leader was wearing a massive bull skull horns thrusting toward the sky. Meet Niu Feng, leader of the Green Ox. He led his kin into the tree tribe village. Moving with steady confidence, he cut through the curious crowd of onlookers. His expression remained calm and fearless. Blackwater stood waiting by the great tree. He watched the rival chief approach until the two stood face to face. Niu Feng glanced at the ox dangling overhead. Chieftain Blackwater, he began, could you please lower our great one? Blackwater's face darkened with annoyance. He scoffed, your beast started this. He actually tried to bite our tree spirit. Then he tried to ram it so the spirit snatched him up. If you want him back, you must seek the tree spirit's approval. Niu Feng's brow furrowed. He understood the gravity of the situation. Having a tribal deity suddenly trespass on rival land was a total disaster. It was a bad look. He knew what had happened here recently. Not long ago, this tribe killed a serpent totem from another clan. See that massive growth by the river? Someone whispered nearby. The serpent's corpse is inside. One wrong move here would be fatal. The tree tribe might think they were launching an actual invasion. Deep down, Niu Feng knew his warriors couldn't win this fight. Most importantly, the tree spirit was clearly something far beyond them. Inhaling deeply, he said, Blackwater, may I speak to the guardian directly? Blackwater raised an eyebrow in surprise, then stepped aside. Niu Feng approached, dwarfed by the ancient tree that towered like a mountain. Forget himself. Even their own legendary protector seemed small here. Their great ox looked like a tiny insect compared to this wooden titan. From above, Bai Yun peered down at the chief, waiting for him to speak. Choosing his words carefully, Niu Feng asked, Great Spirit, how can we free our deity? 2 conditions, Bai Yun replied. Niu Feng waited in tense silence. These were the exact terms Bai Yun had already settled with the ox. An alliance was fine, but gifting 10 cattle felt like a heavy blow. Losing 10 prime oxen was no small matter for his people. While Niu Feng hesitated, the ox dangling above lost his temper. He bellowed frantically, clearly, wishing he could drop down and gore his chief. Bai Yen chuckled while translating, omitting the beast's colorful insults. Such vulgarity wasn't needed. Left with no choice, Niu Feng finally nodded. If their god was literally demanding the deal, how could he refuse? Only then did Bai Yan lower the beast. Once on solid ground, the ox charged straight at Niu Feng before the stunned crowd. He bowled the chief over and stomped him for taking too long. Niu Feng scrambled up, looking mortified. Bai Yan spoke, All right, Newfung. Head home now and get those 10 head of cattle ready. He then told Blackwater to prepare for the alliance once those 10 cattle arrived. Their union would be official soon. But as for the stubborn great ox, he wanted to stay and learn from Bai Yan, refusing to leave. Newfung was forced to trudge away in a total funk. He lost 10 cattle and didn't even get his god back. Once clear of the village, Newfung let out a heavy sigh. Mighty ox, why aren't you as tough as the tree tribe's guardian? Inside the tribe, the great beast settled beneath Bai Yan. Bai Yan planned to show him how to use that inner soul spark. The lesson proved surprising, as the massive ox already understood some energy basics. He didn't have a name for it, or know its source, but he'd been a god for ages. Upon sensing that power, he had tried to tap it. Since nothing happened, he eventually just gave up. Hearing Bai Yan now, he realized the potential was huge. Excited, he felt joining Bai Yan was the right call. Without these tips, he might have stayed clueless forever about wielding this force. Bai Yan provided some simple pointers, then left him to figure things out. The ox could draw power, showing real talent. Previously, Bai Yan assumed he alone mastered the secrets of soul power. But meeting the ox humbled his ego instantly. The world is massive. Surely other guardians exist out there, discovering things on their own. He just had an early start. After the lesson, Bai Yan went back to his own tasks. The giant viper's body was nearly drained. Bai Yan took the meat and the spiritual essence. Only the skeleton remained, which was useless junk. He buried it deep with roots to clear the area. The viper held massive energy since it never spent a drop. Beyond these perks, Bai Yan gained some intel. These were the viper's memories, though they were fragmented. He pieced together its life slowly. The snake was once a common viper. It found a cavern that felt like a perfect den. So it settled in. Actually, that little crimson snake had already hitched a ride. The viper lived there for years, growing enormous, far exceeding its natural size. Later it met some humans. After it ate a few, the group didn't flee. Instead, they worshipped it as a god. For a long time, it stayed in that cave. People brought it food, and it slept when tired. Until one day, strangers arrived and spoke of the snake tribe. Then came the war with Bai Yan and death. Finishing the memories, Bai Yan took out the red snake. Trapped in its cage, it quit fighting and just napped. The memories showed that its massive size was entirely thanks to this red parasite. It stayed inside, forcing constant growth. Perhaps it wanted to build a powerful physical vessel. But even with a body, its weak spirit couldn't have killed the host or taken full control. Guess its brain power was pretty low. Perhaps only raw instinct remained. That was when Bai Yan recalled the dragon bone. The tiny crimson serpent likely emerged directly from that ancient fossil. Could there be some hidden secret within Chapter 30, the little red dragon? Bai Yan retrieved the bone from storage, examining it with intense focus. The relic was translucent and smooth, having long since turned to pure jade. Nothing was visible on the surface. He tried channeling divine spark into it. The energy leaked out almost immediately. Useless, Bai Yan thought, reconsidering. He gathered some branches and fashioned a wooden trough to hold the bone. After distilling a pool of concentrated sap, he submerged the fossil inside. This liquid held immense vitality. A single drop could save a dying man. Despite tinkering with it for ages, the bone showed no signs of life. Bai Yan felt discouraged. Maybe it was just a common piece of calcium, hardly a dragon's remains. Or perhaps it was simply a hollow, lifeless shell. Just a bone after all. He gave a small smile and let it go. He was just experimenting anyway. Suddenly, a wild new thought struck him. Could his consciousness enter the bone? He immediately split off a mental fragment. He was being careful. He'd nearly been trapped inside a divine crystal once before. That close call had taught him a valuable lesson about spiritual exploration. Now prepared, his mental sliver touched the relic and was instantly drawn inside. The transition was seamless, sparking a wave of excitement deep within him. He wondered what he might find. After a brief moment, he withdrew the fragment. As his mind became whole again, a sudden heaviness weighed on his thoughts. An incredibly massive presence came crashing toward him like a physical blow. A giant dragon with ruby-red scales emerged from a sea of clouds. Golden light flared in its eyes as the beast dove straight down, its terrifying jaws unhinged, lunging forward as if to swallow him whole. Bai Yen went pale with shock, but just as the beast reached him, he snapped back to his senses. The charging dragon head was gone. It was merely a spiritual phantom that passed harmlessly through his being. The image vanished quickly. Once it was gone, a new legacy filled his mind. A divine technique had taken root in his soul, the power of dragon shift. Bai Yan named the skill accordingly. It functioned exactly as the title implied. It allowed the user to take a draconic shape and grasp true draconic intent. With even a hint of dragon blood, one could theoretically transcend mortal limits. They would undergo a complete metamorphosis, ascending into a genuine living dragon. Furthermore, the form emitted a regal pressure that crushed the spirits of others. Bai Yen mastered the art instantly and decided to test the transformation. He felt his entire arboreal frame begin to shudder. Surely this wasn't happening. Could his whole body really turn into a dragon, and could he actually fly? He felt his vast network of roots, branches, and leaves beginning to retract. His roots currently stretched out for more than 1,000 meters. Pulling them all back at once was causing a massive, earth-shaking disturbance. The entire tree tribe living beneath his canopy could feel the ground trembling. Fortunately, it was late at night and most people were already fast asleep. Bai Yan quickly cut the power, letting the dragon shift technique fade away. If he'd kept going, ripping his entire form from the soil, he'd trigger a massive quake. Countless lives would be lost. It'd be a disaster for the tribe. Since full shifting failed, could he just turn one limb into a dragon? He focused hard. Moments later, that ordinary twig began to warp and shift, turning into a small wooden dragon. But there was a catch. Its tail stayed fused to the trunk like it was anchored. It just wiggled around awkwardly. It looked pretty ridiculous, honestly. Basically a fancy tentacle, he thought, sprouting a vine nearby. Uglier than the dragon, but they did the same thing. Suddenly, the dragon snapped its jaws and bit the vine hard. Not bad, it hits harder than a vine. He decided right then all his tentacles would become dragon heads. They looked better, and they had a mean bite. He then tried detaching it. Once separated, the dragon immediately turned back into a stick. It couldn't exist without being plugged in. He ran more tests, making dragons out of leaves, vines, and solid timber. He even made a golden faith version, only that one stayed. Everything else reverted the second they lost physical contact. But even that golden dragon just slithered along the dirt. It didn't feel majestic. Something vital was definitely missing, specifically the power to ride clouds. Without that ability, a dragon is just a snake stuck on the ground. He was glad he'd stopped the full transformation earlier. Otherwise, he'd be a giant wooden crawler crushing his people. They'd have been flattened under his weight. Through these trials, he realized the others failed because they lacked a guiding will. The faith dragon worked because he could control it remotely, keeping its form stable. Now that he knew the secret, he tried again. He splintered off a fragment of his mind, pouring it into a branch before trying the dragon shift again. This time it worked. The wooden dragon broke free completely, roaming on its own for a few minutes before fading away. It turned back into wood eventually. The reason was simple. The technique is a power hog. One branch isn't enough. If he could beam energy to it like wireless charging, fueling it from his main body, could it last longer? At the same time, deep within his own core, that little red snake was losing its mind during his tests. It kept bashing against the cage and gnawing on the bars, desperate to get out. Bai Yan noticed the restless creature and suddenly had a brilliant new idea. He made another wooden dragon and stuffed the snake inside. The moment he let go, the thing shot off like a bullet. It was a total blur, but his soul still felt the connection. It was an extension of his own soul, so no distance could truly separate them. Bai Yan stayed connected to every pulse. Yet something caught him off guard. Once that little crimson serpent merged with the wooden construct, the dragon actually took flight. It seemed the tiny creature had salvaged some essence from the ancient red dragon. Bai Yan figured Little Crimson was a fitting title. The timber beast smashed through the foliage, launching itself toward the heavens. Bai Yan could practically taste the pure adrenaline coursing through the little serpent. In that moment, it likely felt like a true dragon again. Bai Yan let it chase the horizon. The dragon spiraled upward, piercing the mist, until it hit the ceiling of Bai Yan's reach. It punched through the clouds, soaring like a legendary beast reclaiming its kingdom among the stars. But then the connection snapped. The magic evaporated, and the dragon instantly withered, collapsing back into a plain old stick. The little serpent was blindsided. One second he was fluid power, the next he was locked in a dead husk. He could have bailed, but that taste of divine flight was a drug he couldn't quit. Confused but desperate, the little red snake clung to the falling branch. Bai Yan was stunned to see him go down with the ship. He figured the snake would have jumped ship like he did with that massive carcass. As soon as the wood hit Bai Yan's aura, life surged back in. The branch transformed once more, overjoyed by the spark. The little dragon shot back toward the sky. The cycle repeated, hitting that invisible wall and tumbling back as a twig. After a few rounds, the little guy finally got the memo. His playground had boundaries. Giving up on the clouds, he dove back down toward Bai Yan's core, vanishing into this canopy to prowl the branches. Chapter 31. The Outsiders. That's when little Crimson spotted him Bai Feng dead to the world in a pile of leaves. Like a shark in the shallows, he flicked his tail and glided over to the sleeper. He checked him out, then gave Bai Feng a sharp poke with his horns. He playfully nudged him right off the limb. "Who's that?" Bai Feng snapped awake, flailing his wings to catch the air. Seeing Bai Feng airborne only made the crimson snake more curious. As for Bai Feng, he was staring down a complete freak of nature, shaken. He wondered how this wingless thing was even staying up. "Where are your wings, man?" The wooden dragon danced around him playfully, ramming into his side. The creature paused for a split second at the question, before going right back to the game. Bai Feng ducked into the brush to lose him, but the wood dragon was a blur. There was no shaking this shadow, finally hitting his limit. Bai Feng hollered, "Boss Bai, you there? What is this weirdo? It won't stop chasing me." Bai Yan let out a laugh and pulled both the wood and the snake back home. Bai Feng watched as the dragon melted into the main trunk. His jaw dropped. "Boss, did you just eat that thing?" "Relax and go back to sleep. I was just testing out some new tricks." Bai Feng shook it off and found a fresh patch of shade. It reminded him of another time something weird happened while he was napping. That sudden buzzing that jerked me awake was likely just another of Big Boss Bai's stunts. The tiny crimson dragon tucked inside Bai Yan's body actually stayed put this time around. He just lay there curled up, totally motionless, looking like he'd drifted off to sleep. Bai Yan just shook it off, might as well treat the little guy like a new pet. The hatchling was still tiny. Aside from flight, he didn't really have any special tricks yet. It wasn't like he could join a fight, so being a house pet was his only job. A few years drifted by, and Bai Yan enjoyed a pretty laid-back, peaceful existence. Life was perfect except for that green ox who kept showing up to annoy him. "Hey, tree spirit old ox is back for a visit, haha." The massive ox moseyed over and rested his horns against the trunk to strike up a chat. "What's the occasion today?" "Oh, come on, great spirit. Can't I just drop by? We're both just lounging around anyway. So let's talk shop." After hanging around Bai Yan for 6 months, the ox had mastered the basics of faith power. Bai Yan then explained bloodline energy to him. Bai Yan had tried to jumpstart his own bloodline before, but never had any luck. The ox gave it a go and incredibly managed to trigger his own power. Bai Yan figured that maybe this bloodline stuff only worked for actual animals. He stopped teaching the ox after that, mostly because he'd run out of things to say. Yet the ox still came by to shoot the breeze. They were both totems, so it's not like they had busy schedules. Chatting was a great way to kill time. Seasons rolled on and several more years slipped away before anyone noticed. Out past the tree tribe, a caravan was slowly emerging from the hazy distance. Several muscular green oxen were pulling the heavy carts. They were slow movers, but they had massive strength and grit. One cart held a heavy 4-legged cauldron, about 3 feet tall and shimmering with a soft golden radiance. Blackwater led the pack, clutching a spear that was incredibly sharp and polished, glinting in the light. It was a far cry from those old stone-tipped weapons. The tribe members had already gathered at the entrance, buzzing with anticipation. When they spotted Blackwater and his ox carts, the whole place erupted in cheers. The crowd swarmed the caravan, carefully hoisting the massive vessel down in front of Bai Yan. It was a bronze cauldron, that's right, solid, high-quality bronze. After years of grinding away, the tree tribe had finally figured out how to smelt it. Every warrior in the tribe was now rocking a bronze-headed spear, making them way more dangerous. And this specific bronze vessel was a custom tribute Blackwater's crew had crafted specifically for their tree spirit. Everyone gathered around Bai Yan for a massive high-energy ritual. The bronze vessel was packed with a feast freshly harvested grain and meat from recently culled livestock. The whole tribe joined in the massive celebration. The tree tribe now had over 1,300 members, making it the biggest settlement for miles. But with that many mouths to feed, their food requirement had skyrocketed. They'd cleared massive plots of farmland nearby, sowing seeds every single year. Without the agricultural secrets Bai Yan shared, they never could have supported a crowd that size. On top of farming, they'd started penning up wild beasts. Some of those creatures were even domesticated, slowly turning into regular farm animals, but taming them. Nature doesn't just change in a few years, so most of these creatures remained completely feral. Because of that, Lord Blackwater decided to fence off a massive stretch of the southern woods, turning it into a giant pen for the beasts. Even so, the animals were always looking for a gap to escape back into the wild. Blackwater had to station guards to walk the perimeter daily, just to keep them from breaking out. Then, early one afternoon, a few of the sentries on duty stumbled upon a fresh trail of blood in a thicket. The red stains hadn't even crusted over yet, meaning whatever happened was very recent. They scouted the immediate area and quickly picked up a clear set of tracks. It looked like some trespassers had managed to sneak into the forbidden zone and poach the tree tribe's livestock. The scouts followed the trail deep into the brush, eventually spotting the group in a dense grove. There were only about 15 of them, mostly grown men with a few women mixed in. There wasn't a single elder or child among them. They were dressed in tattered, filthy animal skins, and some were practically naked. A couple just wore rough bark wraps as they huddled around a small campfire, busy roasting a fresh deer. That buck was definitely stolen, right from the heart of the tribe's territory. The warriors whispered together to plan their move. "Should we head back and tell the chief they look half-starved and weak?" one noted. "Honestly, I think the four of us could take this whole group right now." This wasn't just empty bragging. These guys had already awakened their bloodline powers, and with bronze-tipped spears in hand, they were 10 times stronger than any normal nomad. One of them could easily handle 10 men alone. After a quick nod of agreement, they decided to go for it and burst out from behind the trees. One shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey thieves, you're poaching the tree tribe's game!" The group around the fire jumped, startled by the sudden appearance of the warriors. They scrambled to grab their crude weapons, but seeing only 4 attackers, they didn't seem all that intimidated. A burly man stepped forward to confront them. "We hunted this deer in the woods. It's a wild beast, plain and simple. How could it possibly belong to you?" "Give me a break. This entire forest is our tribe's land. You'd better pack up and vanish, unless you want to get hurt." The big man just laughed. "Only 4 of you. You really think you can take all 15 of us?" Chapter 32, The 10-Man Totem. Seeing the outsiders weren't going to budge, the 4 warriors lunged with spears leveled. The poachers didn't back down either, charging straight at the scouts. They clearly planned to use their numbers to swarm the 4 men. But the moment they clashed, the intruders realized they were in way over their heads. Their flimsy tools were useless. After just a couple of quick exchanges, their primitive wooden clubs were smashed into splinters. Those gleaming bronze spearheads sent a wave of pure terror through the group. They knew they stood no chance. "Retreat!" their leader screamed, his voice cracking with fear. "Everyone get to the woods, run for it." The group scattered, diving back into the thickest part of the forest. They moved with a practiced ease that suggested they were used to running for their lives. The 4 scouts shared a look, and each picked a specific target to chase down. They sprinted after them, and within just a few minutes, each warrior returned, dragging a captive, including the big-mouthed leader. The others had vanished too quickly into the tangled shadows of the deep forest. They weren't interested in searching further, choosing, instead, to haul the 4 captives away. Tied up tight, the prisoners were marched straight back toward the tree tribe's heart. With guards tailing them closely, any thought of running off was pure fantasy. Being dragged into the settlement, the 4 men braced themselves for a swift execution, but reality took a sharp turn. Instead of a graveyard, they found a booming civilization. This place was full of life, men, women, and even little kids running around. Seeing the elderly was what really shocked them. It had been ages since they'd seen anyone old. Most mountain clans didn't have seniors. This group clearly played by different rules. No piles of human remains were in sight, nor were there any bodies swinging from the trees. The air lacked that iron tang of fresh blood. Was it possible these people weren't man-eaters? The tall guy leading the captives scanned his surroundings, his gut feeling turning into a certainty. Still, he wondered if a group with such soft habits could truly become this massive. Word had already reached Haishui, who was standing by to receive the new arrivals. One look at Haishui told the tall prisoner exactly who was running the show here. He couldn't help himself. You don't consume your own kind. How can you be this powerful? Haishui just stared at him, completely thrown off by such a bizarre question. Since when was that a requirement? What did a diet like that have to do with dominance? We don't touch that filth, he snapped. Our greatness isn't built on blood. It's built on our devotion to the tree god. Hearing that name, the 4 men went pale. Pure terror washed over their faces. Haishui didn't take kindly to the reaction. What's with the faces? You got a problem with our guardian, he barked. Acting like that on sacred ground is a good way to get yourself buried. You want to see what happens when you mock a deity? The guards shoved them down hard. The 4 hit the dirt, their eyes wide and full of genuine panic. They were shaking like leaves drenched in a cold, nervous sweat. One guy just collapsed entirely, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Please don't eat me. Don't eat me," he begged. By now everyone could see these guys were losing it. Something was seriously wrong with their heads. "Shut him up," Haishui ordered. Just like that, the hysterical one was knocked out cold with a single blow. Haishui turned his attention back to the tall one who he'd been told was the leader. "Start talking. What's this nonsense about us being cannibals?" The tall man stayed on his knees, trembling, but at least keeping his wits about him. He managed to find his voice, though it was still shaky and thin. "The tree god is your totem, right? Doesn't he demand human flesh? Eat people. You've got to be joking." Haishui didn't even have to answer. The tribesmen standing around burst into fits of laughter at the sheer absurdity. "Our guardian has never touched a person. Heck, it's quite the opposite. He's the one who provides for us." The commotion grew louder by the second. The noise finally caught Bayan's attention. He moved closer, listening in silence. These 4 outsiders were turning out to be more interesting than he'd expected. Haishui signaled for silence and pressed the man again. "Explain yourself. Where are you from, and why do you think every totem is a predator? In my experience, that's not how these spirits usually operate." He wanted to say never, but then he remembered the tragedy of the snake tribe. That whole clan had been wiped out, devoured by the very serpent they worshipped. Only 3 survivors made it out. The tall man caught his breath, then began explaining their origins. He and his kin hailed from the south, a land of towering peaks and dense, untamed jungles. Countless tribes called those mountains and forests home. Some were massive, nearly 1,000 strong, others barely had 10. His own group was tiny, just over 10 people, a mere speck of a tribe. Every one of those tribes, large or small, once served a totem. Most of those spirits craved human flesh. Peaceful ones were almost non-existent. Bloodshed between tribes was constant. As time passed, everyone realized a grim truth. Tribes with man-eating totems always overpowered those that did not. This drove more tribes to seek out bloodthirsty spirits. From this twisted cycle, 4 superpowers emerged: the tiger, the bear, the monkey, and the eagle. All 4 demanded human sacrifices. With every conquest, over half the captives were fed to these monsters. The listeners were chilled to the bone. The man swallowed and continued. Beside those 4 giants, several mid-sized tribes remained. But to survive, they nearly all adopted man-eating ways too. Other small groups, desperate not to become prey, either submitted to the giants or fled. His people chose flight, heading north. Many others were fleeing too. They just were not as fast or as determined. Some tribes would stop thinking they had run far enough, settling down right there. But the man knew it was not enough. He pushed his people further, wanting to leave the woods entirely and reach the far north. The tree tribe listeners were stunned. They could not believe it. In the outside world, totems were such nightmares, absolute man-eaters. Ending his tale, the man looked at Haishui. "Does your totem really not eat people?" He remained skeptical. A peaceful totem seemed like a myth. "What are you implying?" "The great tree spirit would never do that," someone barked. An angry tribesman lunged forward but was quickly restrained. The man just let out a hollow laugh. "We used to think that too, until we were nearly eaten ourselves. Your totem is calm now. But who knows about tomorrow? Pure nonsense." Muyan shoved through the crowd and stood before him. He scolded him fiercely. Chapter 33. Muyan's Departure. Muyan glared at him and shouted, "The tree spirit is a god to us all." The kneeling man heard that word for the first time. He did not grasp the meaning, but he felt the profound respect in their voices. He wondered if this totem really was something different. From the back, Bai Yan overheard every single word. Cannibalistic totems did not actually surprise him. Most were just high-level beasts like that massive serpent the elephant-snake tribe worshipped. Even beasts need to eat. It is only a matter of time. They might eventually decide to prey on the very people who worship them. Bai Yan was the sole exception to this rule. His nature was unique. Being a tree, he obviously had no taste for flesh. Plus, he was human at heart. Even if he weren't a tree, the idea of eating people was repulsive to him. He wasn't the only outlier, though. Take the great ox that the Qingniu tribe follows. That beast sticks to grass. Bai Yan shook his head at the thought. Even a grazer can turn into a man-eater if led down the wrong path. After figuring out who the 4 of them were, Haishui planned to recruit them. Haishui never forgot Bai Yan's instructions to spread the tree god's glory. Over the years, the tree tribe had certainly grown massive, yet the tree god's name was still only known within their own borders. People on the outside had no idea who the tree god even was. He pondered the situation, hatching an even bolder strategy in his mind. He stared at the man and asked, "What is your name?" "Do you choose life or death?" The man replied, "My name is Zhu Tong. Are you going to kill me?" Haishui gave a thin smile. "I do not have to kill you, but you must agree to one thing." "What is it?" Zhu Tong asked instinctively. Haishui replied, "I want you to bring your entire clan into our fold." Zhu Tong almost refused on the spot until Haishui spoke again. "You should think very carefully before you answer." Zhu Tong broke into a cold sweat. He was torn between saying yes or no. This particular tribe. At first glance, it really did seem different from the other mountain clans. But what if this was just a front to lure in unsuspecting partners? Once they joined, these people might finally show their true, ugly faces. They could be planning to slaughter them all for food. He was terrified. But if he said no, he would probably be dead in an instant. Zhu Tong finally gave a reluctant nod. "Fine, but my people fled into the woods. I will need time to track them down." He planned to use the chance to escape. Haishui gestured to his men. "Set all 4 of them free. Searching for your kin on your own would take far too much time. I will come along with my men to help." Zhu Tong went pale. He had no choice but to go along with it. Soon enough, his clansmen were all rounded up and brought back by Haishui's squad. With Zhu Tong talking them in, the entire group eventually joined the tree tribe. A few days later, Mu Yan suddenly came to find Bai Yan. He knelt beneath the branches, bowed deeply several times. "Great tree, God, I wish to leave the tribe. I want to see the world outside." Bai Yan was caught off guard. He had no idea why such a thought would occur to him. Was he unhappy here? That could not be it. Mu Yan was actually doing quite well for himself. He just had a child with Qing Luo. Why would he suddenly want to bail? Bai Yan finally asked, "What is your reason for wanting to leave?" Mu Yan answered, "Lord Tree God, what happened to Ju Tong made me realize something. There are likely many other tribes out there suffering just like his was. I want to head out and let them know there is a better way. Not every spirit is out for blood. I need to prove that. There are benevolent ones like our great guardian. I'm going to bring them home. Brave kid, that's a massive undertaking. Do you truly grasp the risk, Mu Yan?" Mu Yan stood his ground with unwavering resolve before the great guardian. "I'm well aware of the dangers, but even if I don't make it back, fear won't stop me." "Fine then, if you're game. Why should I be worried?" Bai Yan nodded in approval immediately, channeling divine energy. Bai Yan manifested a glowing wooden lash, handing it over. "Mu Yan, take this for your protection. It'll ward off predators. If you whip the brush with it, you'll sense if the plants are toxic. With this tool in hand, your journey won't be nearly as perilous." Mu Yan bowed deeply as he took it, thanking the great guardian for the relic. This lash technically runs on spiritual devotion to work. Since Mu Yan is deeply bonded with him, Bai Yan can fuel the weapon for him remotely. Beyond that, should Mu Yan face an impossible crisis, Bai Yan can manifest directly within his body. Therefore, he was never truly in danger on the road. Mu Yan stowed the lash and headed home, prepped his gear and kissed his wife goodbye before visiting Hai Shui. He shared his mission, and Hai Shui offered a supportive pat on the back, telling him to stay sharp and honor the great guardian's trust. He skipped the public farewell with only Hai Shui, Qinglo and his child there to watch him depart the village. Unseen, Bai Yan watched too. Mu Yan hit the trail, heading northward first. He'd heard horror stories about the south, describing it as a lawless wasteland. Even if he went there, reasoning with those cannibals was impossible, and Bai Yan wanted no part of them anyway. However, he might scout out any small tribes fleeing the carnage. That was a task for Ju Tong. Looking past the southern border, any path was open, but Mu Yan's heart pulled him north. That's where the original tree tribe had once escaped from. Back then, they were nameless wanderers until they found their god. Hai Shui eventually named them the Tree Tribe. Their exodus from the north had been a flight from a harsh, barren wilderness. Food was non-existent. They'd sent out several scouts, scouring the lands until the late chief finally discovered Bai Yan. That's how they found this sanctuary. Hai Shui recalled the old man's stories about how they'd traveled from the deepest reaches of the north. As for why they ran, the old chief had kept that secret, leaving only one warning: never cross the northern peaks. When asked which ones, the old man waited years to answer. He spoke of peaks that scraped the heavens, hiding a pitch-black abyss. It's a place of pure terror. Stay away from those summits. Crossing would unleash an eternal shadow. Only Hai Shui carried that burden. Chapter 34. Heading north. As Mu Yan trekked, Bai Yan checked in often, checking in on his status, though he hadn't run into any other groups yet. Back at the arbor camp, Ju Tong and his kin stayed outside the walls. Bai Yan didn't force their faith. They'd just fled a man-eating god. Forcing them to pray would only lead to fake loyalty, not true belief. During this time, Ju Tong finally became certain that this tribe wasn't dangerous. Meeting the Azure Ox people and seeing another village nearby finally put him at ease. Seeing the time was right, Bai Yan gave him a mission. "Wait, what, you're sending me away?" Ju Tong stared, stunned. What did that mean? Were they being kicked out? Hai Shui explained. "We aren't banishing you. We want you to find other wandering refugees and invite them to our home." Pointing at the village with pride, he asked, "Look at this. Isn't this better than hiding in caves?" Ju Tong understood and accepted eagerly. This was truly a great community. Once the others heard, they would surely want to join. Ju Tong set out to keep the group safe. Hai Shui sent several elite warriors along as protection. Inside the tribe now, those with awakened powers numbered 100. Both men and women, all completely loyal to Bai Yan of 100. 20 were now full-time guards for the village, like professional soldiers. Since they started mining copper, they had begun using bronze gear. In a fight, a bronze-armed villager would easily crush any rival tribe. Bai Yan also told the traveling Muyan to find horses. If they had mounts, they could form a cavalry. The tribe's power would skyrocket. Imagine a mounted unit in the Stone Age. The dominance would be absolute. Ru was out searching too, and would likely bring back a crowd soon. These newcomers didn't need to blend in yet. They could stay outside. Once they saw the village wealth, they would realize that joining was the best choice. Thump, a heartbeat sounded. Following the noise, he found a single massive fruit. Bai Yan thought back until he finally remembered it. It grew from his own flowers decades ago. It never ripened back then, so he had ignored it. But today he heard a steady pulse from the shell. He realized the fruit had grown to an enormous size. Is there a life forming in there, he wondered. He couldn't help but peek inside to see the truth. As his mind entered the fruit from the trunk, he saw it. A body was forming inside. A mindless, physical shell looking vaguely human. Once Bai Yan saw it clearly, pure joy flooded his heart. Finally, a physical vessel to inhabit. This mindless shell couldn't Bai Yan just take it over himself. Bai Yan's heart raced and he commanded the trunk to feed the fruit, ensuring its perfect growth. Zhu Tong led the south, deep into the mountains. Along the trek, they had already found several tribes. Some had 10 members, others numbered in the dozens. Zhu Tong visited them preaching about the tree tribe. In his version, the tribe was a powerhouse of 1,000. He purposefully never mentioned the tree god once. Zhu Tong knew that bringing up totems or spirits would get them kicked out. Better to stay quiet until they'd been lured back to the tree tribe. Once there, they'd have no escape. Thanks to him, many tribes agreed to move north and join them. Slowly, strangers began emerging from the southern wilderness. These were refugees. He Shui welcomed them all in, providing housing and more than enough to eat. With homes and full bellies, they quickly joined up. For those who refused, He Shui let them leave. But where else could they go? Back to wandering. In the end, everyone chose to stay and join. One day, Bai Yan reached out to Mu Yan as usual. Mu Yan had been away. Bai Yan checked on him to ensure his safety. He continued his journey north, seeing absolutely no one during the initial leg. After 2 months, Mu Yan finally found his first tribe. This group of 50 relied on themselves, worshipping nothing. Mu Yan struck up a conversation with the locals, who were stunned by the stranger and invited him home. Mu Yan stayed for 7 or 8 days. Before departing, he spoke of Bai Yan, but they wouldn't move. They liked their lives and weren't moving to the unknown. Mu Yan pressed on. As he walked, he logged everything he saw. In those moments, Mu Yan realized the script for the tree god was a miraculous gift. Mu Yan crossed a peak covered in stunning, translucent stones that sparkled. Peering through his eyes, Bai Yan knew it was jade, so Mu Yan named it Jade Mountain. He hit a river with a vast surface. The water was full of fish, and following the bank, he found a tribe living there. Calling themselves River Crossing, they worshipped the water. To them, the totem was nothing more than a symbol. They offered sacrifices, but little else was known. They didn't rely on the river, managing to survive entirely on their own terms. Mu Yan argued with the tribe and even got into a physical brawl. He was captured and locked up until Bai Yan finally possessed his body. That helped him escape. Once free, Mu Yan didn't stick around that tribe. He kept moving. Along the way, Mu Yan saw more than just people. He also found strange beasts like a creature that resembled a rodent, but it was much larger, standing up and screaming at the top of its lungs. Bai Yan recognized them as prairie dogs. One day, Mu Yan reached a vast grassland. He spotted tall, long-necked animals. Bai Yan saw they were basically like giraffes. These creatures were a dusty gray and lacked any sort of distinct patterns, likely just a giraffe-like species. Mu Yan found another settlement on this plain. This tribe was called Mabulu. They worshipped a wild stallion as their god. They raised and rode horses. Bai Yan was thrilled Mu Yan actually found horses, and a tribe of riders too. Bai Yan told Mu Yan to convince them. Win the tribe over. Chapter 35, The Wooden Avatar. Mu Yan stayed there constantly trying to persuade the chief to lead them south. But for a stable tribe migrating was a very difficult decision to make. Eventually, even their totem got angry and tried to drive Mu Yan away. Luckily, Mu Yan had the whip from Bai Yun to hold them off. He barely endured until Bai Yun finally took over his body. Bai Yin struck hard, slapping that horse flat onto the ground. Bai Yin barked, "You going?" The horse quickly answered, "Going, going." It then happily agreed to lead the whole tribe on the southward journey. After convincing them, Mu Yan suggested that the tree god act directly next time. He wanted those tribes recruited into the tree tribe without all the hassle. Bai Yan insisted on winning hearts with virtue instead of just using violence. Of course, as the tribe's representative, Mu Yan could always ask for help. He wouldn't just ignore danger. If they hadn't bullied Mu Yan, he'd stay quiet. He didn't just want their horses. Definitely not. Absolutely not. No way, Seder, that winter. The fruit Bai Yan grew finally ripened and fell standing as tall as a man. He caught it with vines. The skin split, revealing what was inside. A wooden man. That's right. The fruit produced a person made of wood, looking like a carved statue. It had natural wood grain. Essentially, it was a physical vessel for Bai Yan. Think of it like the legend of Neja. After Neja died, his master gave him a new body of lotus roots. This was similar, though Bai Yan's new form was wood, not lotus. He tried to project his own consciousness into the wooden figure. Suddenly, Bai Yan felt the overwhelming sensation of being human again. He tried lifting a hand, but the wooden arm felt stiff and sluggish. It took effort to move. Looking down at his hands, Bai Yan noticed something. His senses were still tree-like. He tried to block that external perception, focusing only on his eyes. After the world blurred for a moment, Bai Yan's vision finally cleared. This was it. He peered through the puppet's eyes, looking up at the thick canopy overhead. This massive trunk was his true form. Bai Yan still felt the tree, but he had to choose between the tree's view or the puppet's. He tried a little hop. Despite some stiffness, the wooden shell moved well. It functioned just like a human body. Next, he tested his innate powers. A radiant golden light of faith enveloped him. His abilities remained fully intact. Finding the new vessel fascinating, Bai Yan began running various experiments. He realized his consciousness could shift between the tree and the puppet with effortless speed. Distance didn't seem to hinder this spiritual leap. As long as he sensed the other form, the transfer was instantaneous. Furthermore, he found he could manipulate the wooden body's physical growth. He could sprout branches or even thorny whips directly from his forearms. This uncanny ability reminded him of a film from his previous life. There was a character named Groot, a sentient tree from another world. Essentially a treant, now Bai Yan fashioned a layer of rough bark to serve as clothing. Once the crowds thinned out late that night, he shifted into his wooden form and slipped down from the giant tree. Standing at the base, he craned his neck at the 100-meter-tall giant. "I'm actually that huge," amused Bai Yan took in the impressive sight. He circled the trunk before approaching the ceremonial bronze tripod nearby. Curious about his strength, he tried to lift it. The power was staggering. He hoisted the heavy vessel with ease. Suddenly, a red streak emerged. It was the little crimson dragon darting around in a frantic panic. He'd lost Bai Yan's scent entirely. From below, Bai Yan spotted him. "Almost forgot about you," he thought, reaching out a wooden hand. He conjured a small wooden dragon. Feeling the call the spirit, dived straight into the wooden carving, circling Bai Yan joyfully, before settling on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his wooden cheek. Back in his old world, people would surely mistake him for a monster. After a night of exploration, Bai Yan retreated back to the tree. Showing up like this would definitely shock the members of the tribe. He preferred to keep this secret. Previously, he was rooted in place. Now that he was mobile, he was dying to explore the world. Under the veil of darkness, he quietly slipped away from the village. His destination was the south. Jutong had mentioned that. The southern regions were pure chaos, with tribes constantly fighting. Jutong had been leading teams to find smaller groups of refugees, to bring them under their banner. Bai Yan recalled him leaving recently, after the initial waves of recruitment survivors were becoming harder to find. Jutong was planning to push even further into the southern wilds. Bai Yan stepped into the thick of the woods, moving through the brush. He scanned his surroundings with fresh curiosity. If he shifted his perception from physical eyes to spiritual sense, everything within 10 meters became crystal clear to him. On top of that, he could literally merge his form into other trees, achieving a state of perfect camouflage. Tracking south, 3 days passed before Bai Yan stumbled upon a clearing, a hollow in the woods marked by the charred remains of old campfires. Signs of life were everywhere, perhaps those displaced clans on the run, or something far worse. Regardless, he pushed past the open ground. Vaulting onto the canopy, he scanned the distant horizon. Looming ahead were massive peaks, their summits piercing the heavy clouds. This had to be the range Jutong mentioned. Yet he steered clear of the slopes, pivoting toward a different path. In that direction, he picked up the distinct hum of bloodline warriors, kin of the tree tribe. Anyone who had tapped into their power through his essence was a beacon to him. He needed to see if Jutong's scouting paid off. Mid-stride, one of those spiritual signals blinked out of existence. Panic flared. Something had gone sideways. They were under attack. He broke into a sprint, but his own 2 feet felt far too sluggish. Snatching the tiny crimson drake from his shoulder, he channeled his core, causing the creature to swell until it was large enough to carry him. "Move it," Bai Yan commanded, mounting the beast's broad back. He took to the skies, leaving the slow ground trek far below. If only he could soar under his own power instead of hitching a ride, taking the form of the dragon himself. A streak of emerald timber tore through the sky, sending flocks of terrified birds scattering in its wake. Chapter 36. The Tiger Clan. Moments later, a settlement appeared engulfed in a chaotic skirmish. Jutong's group was clearly outnumbered, barely 10 souls left standing. One was already motionless. The rest of the fighters were split in 2. A smaller contingent fought alongside Jutong's people, though the tension between them was thick. Trust was clearly in short supply. Their common enemy, a horde of tribals covered in jagged, painted markings. They held the advantage with nearly 50 seasoned combatants. What caught him off guard was the surge of raw energy from their ranks. As they tapped into their gifts, spectral tigers manifested behind their frames. The Tiger Clan. The name clicked. Jutong had warned him about them. One of the 4 dominant powers here. As for the others near his men, they were likely just another group of refugees looking for an out. Assessing the chaos from above, he didn't waste another second. The little drake was a flyer, not a fighter, so he'd sit this one out. "Stay clear," he muttered. Muttered, before diving straight off the dragon's spine. His wooden frame expanded mid-air, shifting into a massive jade serpent. The beast unhinged its maw, unleashing a roar that shook the heavens. Like a force of nature, he crashed headlong into the Tiger Clan's lines. A thunderous boom rocked the earth, sending a tremor through the soil. At the center of the impact, nearly 8 warriors were silenced instantly, flattened into the mud by sheer mass. The resulting shockwave ripped through the clearing, throwing every fighter off their feet. All eyes turned in terror to the Titan. The tide had officially turned, sending onlookers tumbling through the air. The beast touched down and kept moving, rising instantly. A massive tail whipped through the air, swatting 5 or 6 men aside. The crowd stood frozen, paralyzed by the raw power of the dragon. Bai Yan didn't flinch. Since he'd started this, he might as well wipe out every tiger tribesman here. The dragon tore through the ranks, crushing a life with every strike. Right then, a lone figure charged straight at the behemoth. It was a tiger bloodline elite. With a guttural roar, a spectral tiger behind him echoed the cry. The sudden noise gave Bai Yan pause, but he quickly spotted the suicidal fool. "Amusing. Let's see what this tiger bloodline is made of." He extended a massive claw, slapping down at the man. Boom! A deafening crash rang out. To his surprise, the strike failed to crush the warrior instantly. The spectral tiger surged upward, manifesting as a 5 or 6 meter beast of pure energy. It sank its teeth into the dragon's claw, tearing it to ribbons. Then it lunged at the dragon's throat. Decent power for a tiger cub. As Bai Yan spoke, the claw that had just been shredded instantly knit itself back together. This time, he conjured an even thicker talon, snatching at the phantom beast. The tiger leaped, desperately trying to evade. But Bai Yun's speed was overwhelming, and the claw clamped around its torso. Down below, the tiger warrior didn't back off. Instead, he threw himself at Bai Yan behind him. The remaining awakened tiger tribe soldiers ignited their own bloodlines. 5 spectral tigers of varying sizes pounced toward the dragon. Bai Yan gave a cold snort and crushed the captured energy tiger like a grape. As it shattered, the man below let out a blood-curdling scream. The mental backlash sent blood spraying from his pores as he collapsed. The 5 other tigers reached the dragon simultaneously, preparing for a coordinated strike. Suddenly, countless wooden dragons sprouted from his back, making it look as though he had several dozen heads. These were actually his tentacles, enhanced by his transformation. They swarmed the tigers, instantly turning the hunters into the hunted. A moment later, agonizing screams echoed across the field. Those 5 elites fell crippled by the feedback. Run. Get out of here, seeing their strongest champions. Utterly broken by the monster, the last dozen men scrambled to flee. But Bai Yan wouldn't let them go. Each dragon head locked onto a target, and the dozen were wiped out in an instant. The skirmish was brief, lasting only a few minutes. Bai Yan dropped the transformation, returning to his trained form. Zhu Tong stepped forward, stammering cautiously, Are you really Bai Yan? He looked nothing like a human. Seeing that she could still speak through her terror, she clearly had guts. Zhu Tong was actually terrified. He'd seen the carnage firsthand. Even dozens of tiger tribe warriors couldn't stop that beast. His own group stood 0 chance of escaping that thing. Better to be proactive. It might be their only lifeline. As Bai Yan stepped out, another dragon dropped from the sky. Everyone panicked. Zhu Tong nearly bolted right then and there, but his legs had turned to jelly. He couldn't even move. It was only the little crimson dragon which Bai Yan quickly shrunk. If it landed full-sized, even Bai Yan couldn't have handled it. He might survive, but the people nearby would be flattened. The dragon's body dwindled until it landed on his shoulder. It became a tiny serpent, small enough to coil there. Maybe it was because Bai Yan had just used that dragon morph. He felt the dragon's newfound affection. Zhu Tong was utterly shocked, wondering who this man was and what he truly wanted. He realized his own legs were shaking without his permission. He couldn't stop the tremors. "I'm Bai Yan," the stranger said. "I'm the tree god's messenger. He sensed you were in danger, so he sent me. I'm sorry about the warrior who fell." While Zhu Tong sat stunned, the warriors behind him reacted instantly. They hit the dirt at once. "Lord Divine Messenger." "Get up," Bai Yan said quickly. "I'm not the tree god." "No need for formalities." Zhu Tong finally snapped out of it, falling to his knees as well. Bai Yan stepped forward, pulling them up one by one. A man behind Zhu Tong spoke. "Messenger, since the tree god sent you, you are like him to us." Bai Yan found it ironic, though his wooden face showed nothing. "Fine, if you must kneel, make it a half kneel. I'm just a representative." With that, Bai Yan looked away. "Are these the people you're leading back to the tribe?" Zhu Tong nodded. "I was convincing them when the tigers attacked." He paused, a look of confusion crossing his features. He stared at the distant peaks and spoke with uncertainty. "The tigers are far away and the wolf tribe lies between us." How did they get through, despite his confusion? The main priority was still winning over the survivors. Zhu Tong led Bai Yan over, but they didn't wait. They dropped to their knees. Their leader shouted toward them, "We'll join you. We'll join the tree tribe." Chapter 37, Mountain Clans. Zhu Tong beamed with joy. "This is perfect." Then he realized this was all thanks to Bai Yan. He'd tried this before, but no one had ever submitted so willingly to him. The power Bai Yan used had killed the tiger warriors and utterly terrified these people into seeing the tribe's might. Seeing everything settled, Bai Yan told Zhu Tong, "Take them back. Make sure you recover our fallen brother's body for a decent send-off." Zhu Tong gave a solemn nod. "Understood, Divine Messenger, but you're not returning with us." Bai Yan declined with a slight headshake. "I need to scout the highlands first. I have a feeling that place is nothing like the one you fled from." "I'm with you on that," Zhu Tong agreed. Something's definitely shifted back there. If the tiger tribe has pushed this far, the wolf tribe must be history. After bidding them farewell, Bai Yun ventured into the rugged peaks alone. He breached the mountain perimeter once he cleared the initial pass. Despite the name, this territory offered more than just jagged summits. Lush meadows stretched between the ridges. Not long after arriving, he stumbled upon a hunting party. Their skin bore eerie, intricate ink, resembling ancient tribal totems. They looked identical to the bunch Bai Yun had recently taken down. He began trailing them from the shadows, keen to observe their tactics and trace them back to their stronghold. The group combed the slopes, picking off local wildlife with their bows. Their equipment was noticeably superior to what the tree tribe used. It made sense. The tree folk had pivoted almost entirely toward farming. Their archery skills and gear had naturally fallen by the wayside. They bagged several large birds and a few exotic unidentified beasts. Assessing their haul, Bai Yun realized it wouldn't sustain a large population. Prolonged starvation like this often leads to desperate dark outcomes. Cannibalism wouldn't be a stretch, considering their worship of that notorious man-eating deity. Those legends didn't just appear from nowhere. He stayed on their tail, keeping a safe distance to avoid detection. Loaded with game, the hunters started their descent toward home. Suddenly, a guttural roar echoed across the distance, a deep, agonized sound of a creature in its final moments. He diverted his path, moving toward the source. If he could hear it that clearly, it had to be nearby. He soon reached a canyon where a massive gathering of people had formed. This mob was currently swarming a gargantuan beast. It was a mammoth elephant, roughly twice the size of any he had ever seen before. Every single person in the fray was channeling their ancestral blood. Primal auras flickered behind them. Tigers, massive bears, and towering apes. They were clearly from separate clans, yet here they were collaborating to bring down the Titan. He wondered if this specific prey had forced an alliance or if a deeper bond existed. He watched the scene unfold silently. Faced with a concentrated bloodline assault, the elephant's size meant nothing, and it eventually collapsed. The crowd began carving it up to haul the meat away. They acted as if they belonged to one unit. Had someone actually unified these clans, tiger bear and ape? Ju Tong had mentioned the first two previously. They were supposed to be among the top 4 powers, now they were merged. Following them home, he found a settlement of 500 people. It was a sizable clan. Bai Yun spent days scouting them secretly. They clearly lived off the land, but truth be told, with their aggressive hunting, even this lush wilderness wouldn't support them forever. While observing, Bai Yun stumbled upon a bizarre detail. This group showed absolutely no sign of any totem. Furthermore, there wasn't a single trace of cannibalism. None. Had Ju Tong lied, Bai Yun kept digging, pushing deeper into the mountains for other settlements. Meanwhile, the fallen tiger tribe warriors were finally located. Right at the scene of the slaughter, a group gathered the remains. Their leader was wiry, appearing small next to those towering primitives. Yet surprisingly, he was clearly the man in charge. Yuanmu stood at the epicenter, scouting for clues, trying to reconstruct the fight. This makes no sense. These marks were huge. Had they encountered some massive prehistoric beast? But nearby, there were no tracks. The carnage was oddly localized, and the surrounding woods were untouched. A giant beast would have left a trail of destruction behind. Yuanmu peered at the sky. Did it strike from above? The more he thought, the more it fit. It was the only way to explain the pristine forest. A flyer that killed 50 warriors. But why were only their tribesmen left behind? No other bodies remained. If it were a beast, it wouldn't have been so selective. The situation defied logic. Perhaps this small settlement served some monstrous deity that was the best guess. By now the bones had been cleared away. The man led his group out. He had to report this to the chief. The king had to know. Yuanmu returned home to a tribe of 1,000. It was much larger than the one Bai Yun found. After briefing his men, Yuanmu departed alone. Once outside, a thick aura of blood qi erupted. He had awakened his lineage, manifesting a spirit ape. It was 5 meters tall, as massive as a hill, with dense fur and strange green markings. The creature looked as solid as the real thing. Yunmu leaped onto the ape's broad shoulder. It raced through the peaks, clearing 10 meters per jump. The ape even manifested vines from thin air, swinging through the terrain. Crossing a mountain, Bai Yan looked up, paralyzed by the colossal ape. All eyes were instantly glued to the spectacle. Chapter 38. The Tiger King. Bai Yan had never laid eyes on a primate that massive. The sight left him reeling. It looked like a relic from the ancient world, but his senses told a different story. That beast was pure energy forged from raw blood ki. He quickly shrunk down and clung to the little red dragon. His plan was to shadow the sprinting monster. He had to be careful not to trigger its instincts. He forced the little red dragon to downsize. It was now a mere 5 or 6 meters of crimson scales. The dragon slithered through the underbrush. They were pushing hard to keep that galloping ape in sight. After clearing 7 or 8 massive peaks, a hidden ravine suddenly opened up before him. A sprawling settlement lay tucked away in the gorge. The place was huge and remarkably well ordered. Low-slung dwellings dotted the surrounding slopes. Judging by the sheer volume of rooftops, the head count here had to be staggering. A rough guess put it in the thousands. This was easily the most impressive community that Bai Yan had encountered so far. He watched the ape charge straight for the village. Fearing the worst, he almost stepped in to stop it. He naturally assumed the creature was about to tear into the defenseless locals. Instead, the giant leaped and dissolved, vanishing into the chest of a scrawny man. Light dawned on Bai Yan as he watched. The ape wasn't real, it was just that man's projected vitality. It seemed the inhabitants of this place were miles ahead in mastering their bloodline gifts. Take Haishui from the old tribe, for instance. He was the first to tap into that power back home. But he could only forge cold, hard steel from his energy. Creating something so lifelike was beyond him. Though that might be on Bai Yan himself, since his physical form was essentially just a massive tree. Haishui had always modeled his training after his mentor. Naturally, he struggled to manifest living, breathing forms. Staring at this mysterious warrior, Bai Yan was fascinated by such elegant power. He felt a sudden urge to shadow the man, wondering if there was a way to pick up his secrets and learn that specific style of energy manipulation. As the man powered down, he descended toward a stone hall on the mountainside. That building stood out from everything else in the valley, looming far over the nearby shacks. Bai Yan figured that it had to be the residence of someone truly influential within the tribe, perhaps a chieftain or a high priest. He didn't dare get any closer on foot, given the crowds of people moving through the gorge. He even spotted armed sentries on the move. If he still inhabited a ginseng body, he might have slipped through, but his current wooden frame was a dead giveaway. He'd stick out like a sore thumb in the open. After a moment of thought, he realized he was a tree, which meant he might be able to travel underground. It was worth a shot. He pulled the little red dragon into his core and focused, reshaping himself into a root to dive into the dirt. It actually worked. A wave of relief washed over him. He started pushing forward through the earth, moving at a steady walking pace. Not incredibly fast, but it got the job done. After tunneling for a bit, he hit a snag. He had no clue where he ended up. He decided to head toward the surface, stopping just shy of the top. He didn't just pop his head out, but carefully extended a single small twig, using it like a periscope to scout the area. He came up right outside a residential hut. He guessed that he was finally underneath the village. He dipped back down to keep moving, surfacing every now and then to get his bearings. After a bit of trial and error, he finally breached the floor of the stone hall. The structure was built from massive hand-cut boulders. Soil was non-existent here. Bai Yan could easily smash through stone, but shattering rock would alert the guards. He searched with patience. Eventually, he spotted a wide fissure. The opening of this gap was enough for Bai Yan to thread a root through. A slender fiber snaked along the crack. Through this tiny growth, Bai Yan could monitor the area beyond. Once the root tip emerged, he saw a hall lit by flickering torches. 2 figures were inside. One stood while the other sat. The man standing there was Yuanmu, who had recently arrived. Directly before him was a hulking warrior. He sat perched on a tiger pelt chair. Red tattoos were etched across his handsome features. Vital energy surged around him. A massive tiger head was mounted on the stone wall behind. Its jaws gaped wide. Bai Yen saw it clearly. That head was no mere decoration. It was a real tiger's skull preserved and hung as a trophy. Even the chair was impressive, crafted from interlocking white bones. Every piece was tiger bone. Great King, Yuanmu bowed. This is what I witnessed. I suspect deep in the mountains, a powerful beast has emerged. Yuanmu finished his report, recounting the events and his theories from the battlefield. The king spoke coolly. Yuanmu, those tribal refugees. Have you located them? Yuanmu hit the floor in a panic. King! I was about to send more scouts, but this matter was urgent, so I came to report immediately. In truth, he'd only gathered the remains and fled back to the tribe. He hadn't given the refugees a second thought. Get up. Track those fleeing tribesmen. As for the beast, I shall investigate it personally. Yuanmu nodded and retreated. Bai Yen stayed to watch. Once the hall was empty, the king rose from his pelt chair. He scanned the room, his aura manifesting into a tiger's head, letting out a roar. Bai Yen saw a golden flash. A soul-shaking howl left him reeling. He yanked the root back instantly. This man had actually sensed his hidden gaze. He hadn't located Bai Yen, but he felt it. Something was watching him. When Yuanmu was here, the king assumed it was him. But after he left, that sensation remained, so he used his power to strike back. What Tumai truly surprised Bai Yen was a certain detail, that golden glimmer. It was definitely the power of faith. This man fused his bloodline with the essence of belief. Without that divine force, no matter how loud he roared, he could never have moved Bai Yen. It would have only been a loud nuisance. But this power of faith stunned Bai Yen. Even if humans could use such power. Bai Yen had tested this on Mu Yan before, but this was his first time seeing the aura of devotion in others. Such energy only arises from genuine worship, logically. It should have been concentrated within the tribal totems. Wait. Bai Yen suddenly realized that during his entire journey, he hadn't seen a single totem. Then he remembered. That massive tiger skull behind the king, no normal beast, would have a head half a man's height. Only one answer. That head once belonged to this tribe's divine protector. Chapter 39, The Envoy. Bai Yen felt his hunch was certain. A once mighty god was now just a wall ornament, hung up like a trophy. Not only that, if he wasn't mistaken, the king's actual throne was made from tiger bones. Even the pelt on top, its origin was painfully obvious. Bai Yen backed away from the hall, yet no attack came. The king likely had a gut feeling, but didn't actually see him. When he slipped back inside, the place was deserted. Seeing the hall empty staying was a waste of time. After leaving the temple, Bai Yen spent some time stalking the tribe. This was definitely the Tiger Clan, the man-eaters Ju Tong warned of, but now, all traces of cannibalism were gone. If the king did this, he truly earned his title. Lurking in the shadows, Bai Yen gradually unearthed their history. 3 years back, they really did worship a man-eating tiger. At the time, most mountain clans bowed to some flesh-eating god. 3 years ago, a brutal war with the Roar tribe began. That conflict was the catalyst for everything. The king originally named Hu Yu was just their chief then. He led raids to feed captives to their divine beast. In return, it gave them power, or fought for them. The war with the Roars eventually involved both totems. The two gods fought a bloody duel, leaving both crippled. Hu Yu must have turned on his own god and killed it. When he reappeared, his face was scarred with red tattoos. He then led a campaign that crushed the Roar tribe and slaughtered their god too. For 3 years, he kept fighting. He broke the ape and bear clans and wiped out the wolves. As for the Wing tribe, their god fled in terror when they heard he was coming. So the people executed their own leader, gave the head to Hu Yu and named him king. After winning, he banned all totem worship, calling them wild beasts. He was the mountain's new law. He took matters into his own hands, slaying several masterless wild beasts. This terrified the remaining monsters, sending them fleeing from the peaks, without a trace. Finally, the tribes abandoned their totem worship. Who was then hailed as the Tiger King, leading multiple united clans. That title didn't come easily. Who spent 3 years earning it, piece by piece. Hearing this, Bai Yan gained a basic sense of who really was. Since Hu could kill totems, Bai Yan figured his power wasn't far behind his own. He then scoured the mountains, locating every single tribe that recognized Hu as their king. Across the range, at least 5 or 6 tribes served the Tiger King, totaling over 10,000 people. This was the count after years of war and the exodus of many groups. These mountains once held 2 to 3 times that population. With his scouting done, Bai Yan left the mountains and headed back to the Tree Tribe. Though not as populous as the mountain clans, the Tree Tribe's quality of life far surpassed theirs. Their focus on farming ensured plenty of food. Even in a disaster, their stockpiled grain was more than enough to see them through. Reaching the woods, Bai Yan planned to sneak back at nightfall, but someone had already spotted him. Several Tree Tribe warriors ran toward him shouting, "Divine Envoy!" with excitement. Bai Yan gave up on hiding. He'd almost forgotten. He had previously saved Jutong and others. Jutong must have returned and described his appearance to everyone. A wooden man with human features is quite easy to describe. He stood out instantly. The group reached Bai Yan, dropping to their knees. "Lord Divine Envoy, it's really you. Are you heading back to the tribe?" Bai Yan nodded slightly. "I intended to slip in quietly. Didn't think you'd see me." One warrior spoke up. "Lord Envoy, after Chief Haishui heard about the south. He ordered us to increase patrols," another man added. "Yes, the chief described exactly what you looked like." Bai Yan chuckled. "I suppose my look is hard to miss." "Stand up, everyone." The warriors rose with broad smiles. "Definitely, we saw the Divine Envoy from a mile away." Bai Yan nodded. Since he'd been seen, there was no point waiting for night. He'd just head back. "You still have to finish your rounds, right?" They nodded. "Then get to it. I'm heading back to the village." Bai Yan waved goodbye and turned toward the settlement. It was still a long trek from the forest. After a while, he noticed the Tree Tribe's borders had grown again. Rows of new wooden houses stood along both sides of the path. These small huts housed southern recruits. Now the Tree Tribe exceeds 2,000 souls. Bai Yan strolled as curious eyes peered from wooden walls. It was mid-afternoon. Most were out farming. Those peeking out were mostly children. Bai Yan ignored them and kept walking. Past the new homes, a wood wall rose. He grew this barrier himself against that serpent, then kept it for Haishui. Sentries patrolled the top. These warriors spotted Bai Yan. "Tell the chief," one cried. "The oracle is back." Reaching the gate, he met a rushing Haishui. "Work done." Bai Yan's question dazed him. "My lord, am I supposed to be busy?" "Yes." "Go do your job. Why stay here?" "To greet you, lord." "No need. Remember that. Just treat me as a normal tribesman." He hated crowds following him. He wanted some privacy. Trapped as a tree, now free to roam. He liked liberty. Haishui nodded quickly. Go on then. I'll see the tree god." He left. Chapter 40. Prep. At the tree. He touched the bark and merged inside. They saw an oracle. It was his mind. Back in the trunk, he scanned the south. Unsure if the Tiger King noticed them, he took precautions. He summoned Haishui. Haishui had led for 30 years. He was nearly 50 but looked young. You'd guess he was only 30. His bloodline power kept him youthful. No cultivation existed here. This blood was the world's unique force. Haishui, a pioneer, had no path to follow. Even Bai Yan was new to this power. Haishui weighted his faith absolute. Only Mu Yan up north was more pious. "Haishui, what of the southern tiger tribe?" Haishui replied, "Great tree god, I've heard rumors. They are cannibals. My oracle scouted them. They've changed. They killed their totem for a tiger king." News of the butchered deity made Haishui gasp in disbelief. The revelation hit him like a physical blow. Great tree spirit. Is this for real? They actually had the nerve to kill the god they worshipped. Bayan countered, "Do you remember the Black Tortoise tribe's god? They basically kept their deity as a pet." Haishui nodded slowly. Those tribesmen had already been fully absorbed into the tree tribe. He wouldn't have even remembered them if Bayan hadn't mentioned it. But Bayan didn't tell him that the tiger tribe's slain god wasn't some weakling like the tortoise. For a tribe of 1,000, to worship it, that entity must have been incredibly formidable. Bayan continued, "The tiger chief goes by the name Hu Yu. He's conquered the mountains and abolished all local totem worship. He's strictly forbidden any tribe from honoring their old gods." Hishui's expression turned grim. "Great tree spirit. If they catch wind of us, will they launch an invasion?" That was exactly what Bayan feared. Even in the deep highlands, they were only about 10 to 15 days away on foot. If Hu Yu discovered them, he'd definitely try to conquer the tribe. The Tiger King was clearly no ordinary chieftain. Bayan sensed a raw, world-conquering ambition in him. According to scouts, his ego was massive. What is worse, Zhurong had already clashed with them. It won't be long before they realize we exist, Bayan recalled. How Hu Yu had his trackers hunting down the escapees. Eventually, that investigation would lead them right to our doorstep. "Hey Shui, I want you to build an earthen fortress in the woods. It will be our frontline defense. I won't let them invade our territory. We need to take the fight far away from our base. Hu Yu controls many tribes. His numbers dwarf ours. A direct clash would bleed us dry. Our best hope is a defensive war of attrition at the forest edge. The location is close enough to keep our supplies moving. The tiger tribe will have to haul food through the mountains. Logistics will favor us, but we can't just hide behind walls. We must ensure they don't flank us and hit our heart." Bayan ordered Haishui to step up the border patrols, fortify the outpost, and train the warriors for the coming battle. Yet the tree tribe had one major edge superior gear. Bronze spears and swords would effortlessly crush stone and bone. In terms of weaponry, we have the total advantage. One more thing, Bayan added as an important thought hit him. There is a new tribe migrating down from the north. Send some men to welcome them. He meant the horse tribe. The entire clan was moving south, a trek lasting several months. Bayan worried they'd run into trouble on the road, so he had He Shui send out a backup crew. He Shui headed out with his new orders. Over the next few weeks, the tree tribe stayed pretty slammed. Suddenly, 6 months had flown by. Bayan scanned the southern horizon where a new structure now stood. A stone fort 7 or 8 meters high looked like a small hill rising from the woods. It was impossible to miss. He Shui had raised that earthwork right after Bayan gave the word. It took over a month to build, and now there's a constant presence there. At least 10 tree tribe warriors are always on watch. With that outpost standing, nobody was going to catch the tribe off guard ever again. Besides the fort, He Shui was busy forging blades and crafting gear. In fact, the entire tribe was practically living on the training grounds, prepping for whatever war might come. Right in the middle of the hustle, a massive green ox ambled into camp, stopping right next to Bayan. "Hey, Professor, what's with all the noise?" It was the great green ox, the other tribe's totem. His people weren't small anymore, closing in on 1,000 members. They weren't quite at tree tribe's level, but they were just as well off. Bayan hadn't seen the big guy in ages. "Just staying ready. What have you been up to lately?" The ox slumped down by the roots, resting his horns against the trunk. Bayan could feel the ox's heart was heavy, filled with a deep, crushing sorrow. "Old friend, what's wrong? Why the long face?" The ox let out a pathetic low, his eyes looking half dead. "Man, Professor, tell me what's the point of love anyway?" Bayan nearly choked on his own spitwell figuratively. Being a tree, he didn't actually have spit to choke on. "Hey now, where is this coming from?" The ox bowed his head with another sad moo. "Great tree, you're the only one who really gets me. The only one who knows my heart. I'm telling you this as a friend, so don't go blabbing it around." Seeing how dead serious the ox was, Bayan dropped the act and turned completely sincere. "Go on then. My lips are sealed. I got dumped." "That's it." The ox's eyes practically popped out of his skull. He scrambled to his feet in a heartbeat. He lowered his head, aimed those massive horns, kicked up a cloud of dust and charged straight at Bai Yan. He bellowed as he ran. Great tree, what do you mean, that's it? Chapter 41. The Old Ox. Boom. The whole ground shuddered. That massive crash immediately caught the attention of the tribe members nearby. Hearing the racket coming from their deity's spot, they assumed the worst and came sprinting over to see what was up. Instead, they found a giant green ox lying flat on his back legs, kicking the air. Bai Yan gave a mental cough. It's nothing. This old guy had a bit of an itch, and he wanted to see if his head was harder than mine. The crowd was baffled. They couldn't figure out what an itch had to do with headbutting. But if the great tree said it, it had to be the truth. Besides, everyone recognized that ox. Wasn't he the neighboring tribe's totem? He was always hanging around, their great tree. By the time the crowd dispersed, the ox was still sprawled out. Bai Yan extended a vine and tapped the bull's head. Quit playing dead. Everyone's gone. Get up already. The massive ox finally rolled over, glaring at Bai Yan with total annoyance. Feeling awkward under that intense stare, Bai Yan sent a mental nudge. Fine, fine. My mistake. I shouldn't have poked fun at you. Hearing the apology, the old bull finally softened his expression. Fighting the urge to chuckle, Bai Yan asked, So what's the deal? Let's hear it. It never occurred to him that this beast would actually be a romantic. Wait. Not with a human, but another cow. Don't they usually just skip the dating? The bull slumped back against Bai Yan's roots. Man, back in the day, I was quite the prize, a real stunner among the herd. Don't you laugh, tree god, one more smirk and I'll gore you. All right, I'm serious, go on, he huffed. Before I was some holy totem, I was the alpha of my territory. Nobody dared talk back to me. If I said move, they moved. Thinking about those times, man, I miss it. Bai Yan cut him off. I thought you were heartbroken. How is this related? The bull shook his heavy head. You just don't get it, do you? Guess not. Keep going. Bai Yan went quiet. Her name was Xiao Hua. From the moment I spotted her, I was head over heels. I just charged right over to her. I told her straight, you're coming with me. I really laid it out there. Bai Yan thought to himself, classy, the old guy's got the charm of a sledgehammer. And she actually said yes. From then on, we were inseparable. Eating together, wandering the hills, Xiao Hua stayed by me for decades. From my days as herd leader until I became the tribe's great spirit. Those 30-some years she was always there. She never left. She gave me 2 healthy calves. They're both full grown now. Tears began to roll down his snout. 3 years ago. Just 3 years ago she died. Gone forever. I'll never see her again. Sorry, I'm a mess. Bai Yan silently lowered a broad leaf, draping it over the grieving bull. He wept bitterly under that leaf, sounding far more human than animal. Bai Yan could only offer his silent presence. Birth, aging, sickness, death. It's the way of all things, yet the most heartless law of nature. Bai Yan looked up at the sky. Would his end come eventually too? He had no answer, but the desire for eternal life burned in him. The ox finally stopped crying, though his eyes were still clouded with sorrow. Stay strong, old friend. What do you plan to do now? He gave a tired shake of his head. No clue. Just keep moving, I guess. With a grunt, he stood up, his gaze slowly regaining its old focus. I'm off, tree god. Those kids in the tribe are probably waiting for me. He wandered off slowly, looking just as unbothered as the day they first met. Seeing his retreating back, Bai Yan finally felt at ease. There was no need to worry. He still had his herd to look after, and a tribe that worshipped him. But far to the north, past the woods, beyond the mountain's reach, a group of people in vivid war paint approached. They crested the final ridge and ventured into the thicket. Listen, Yuanmu, it's been 10 days. If we don't find it, I'm heading home. The speaker was a burly young man addressing the scrawny, wiry Yuanmu. His features were sharp and handsome, lacking any tribal ink on his skin, looking totally out of place among the mountain folk. He wore a vivid cap fashioned from bright woven bird plumes. Easy, Yishan, just one more peek and we're practically there. Their village lies just beyond the woods, heavily guarded by warriors. You're the only one among us capable of ghosting past those sentries. To scout them out. Ishan just scoffed, dropping his complaints and following Yuanmu deeper into the wild. The group entered the forest. Eventually, through the thick canopy, they spotted a massive earthen fortress afar. Yishan scrambled up a trunk, shading his eyes to scan the horizon. What in the world is that? Doesn't look like a natural hill. Yuanmu hauled himself up too, perching beside him to gaze at the mysterious structure. Hard to say, but if you look closely, you'll see their patrols. With his hawk-like vision, Ishan easily spotted the guards. Their eyes were fixed on the woods and the distant peaks. Are they on high alert? Yuanmu gave a slow nod. Exactly. This is a powerful tribe. They've taken in mountain runaways, so they're definitely onto us. Ishan let out a predatory smirk. Good. Perfect, actually. Another tribe soon to kneel before the Tiger King. Yuanmu grinned back. With the king's might crushing them will be a walk in the park. Then Yuanmu's tone shifted. But imagine if we took it ourselves, conquered the whole place, and then gifted it to the Tiger King. Bishan let out a booming laugh. The king would surely value us then. We'd get more land, thousands more under our command. Exactly. If we join forces to take this place, he'll grant it to me. Our domain will dwarf the lion's territory. We'd be second only to the king. The pair shared a hungry laugh. Sliding back down, the duo pressed on. The rest of the unit halted several hundred meters from the fort. Yuanmu turned to the men. Bishan and I are moving in. You stay here as backup. Any more of us would cause too much of a stir. The sentries would spot a crowd instantly. With just the two of us, it's much easier to stay hidden. Besides, they were strong enough to fight their way out if spotted. They slipped away alone. Chapter 42. Flying Bird and his partner crept through the brush. They stopped about 200 meters out. The ground ahead had been stripped bare by the tree tribe, leaving only weeds. Forced to stop, they hunkered down behind some low scrub, studying the fortress from a distance. Yuanmu whispered, "Looks like stone and packed mud," Bishan added, "and timber too. Cracking this earthen mound from the front would be a total nightmare." Both men saw how sturdy the fort was. Wrecking it quickly wouldn't be easy. Log muttered that if they had stone leading the charge here, things would go much smoother. Hill nodded in agreement. Stone's power was centered entirely on earth and rock. If he stepped in, he could level this mud fortress effortlessly. After scouting for a bit, they retreated without a solid plan. They were facing a massive tribe. Such clans always had bloodline warriors. Even if Stone attacked, the enemy wouldn't just watch him dismantle the fort. They circled the outpost from afar, heading toward the tree tribe through the forest. Log estimated the detour wouldn't take them very long. If the fort proved unbreakable, they might consider bypassing it to strike. Standing at the forest's edge, Hill could only barely see the tribe's silhouette. However, that 100-meter ancient tree was hard to miss. Pointing, Hill asked, "How did a tree grow so massive?" Log had seen it before, yet his initial shock had been just as intense as Hill's. "It is a giant. I've only ever watched it from a distance." The tribe lived around that tree. Log once tried to sneak in for intel, but the sheer number of patrols made it impossible. That's why he brought Hill this time. Log told him, "When you go, gauge their strength and identify what kind of beast they worship." Hill gave a small nod, then his body flared with thick vitality. With a low growl, his form shifted as energy gathered at his back, manifesting into a massive, powerful raptor. As the bird turned solid, Hill leaped onto its spine. With a heavy beat of wings, it surged upward, carrying Hill straight into the clouds. Log watched from below as the bird shrank into nothing more than a tiny black dot. Clearly, Hill was soaring at an immense height. He flew right over the tribe, looking down from the sky. The whole settlement was laid bare. It was quite large housing, at least 2,000 souls. As the bird circled, Hill searched the ground for any sign of a totem. White Rock didn't notice the creature at first. Had Hill just checked the tribe's size and left, he would have remained unseen. Sadly, he lingered in the air for far too long, because Hill was flying so high. White Rock looked up from the ground, but missed the man sitting on the bird's back. White Rock assumed it was just some stray raptor looking to hunt near the village. A bird that big could easily carry off a grown man, he figured. Watching it circle White Rock was reminded of a hawk tracking prey. He used a branch to manifest a massive bow, then channeled divine power into the wood to craft a long arrow. White Rock drew the string back, aiming straight at the circling bird. The arrow whistled through the air with lethal speed. He was certain of his hit, but to his total surprise, the massive bird banked sharply at the last second, letting the shot sail into the void. The projectile only managed to shred half of the massive bird. Clinging to its back, Yishan watched his own arm vanish alongside that missing chunk of the creature. Cold sweat drenched his skin as his nerves stretched to the breaking point. If he hadn't sensed the danger and lurched aside at the very last moment, that arrow would have skewered his chest. Even after evading a fatal blow, he still lost a limb, and his blood essence eagle was torn apart. This avian form was built from his own vitality. Such devastating damage would require several months of recovery to fully mend. What terrified him most was that the archer struck him from the ground at such a height. That shooter's power matched the Tiger King. This tribe was no easy prey. They had masters as strong as their own king. Bai Yan stared skyward, watching the mangled bird spiral downward, but he didn't loose a second shaft. He hadn't landed a kill shot, but he'd crippled the scout's mount. The fall would likely finish the job. Yishan swallowed the agonizing pain and focused every bit of willpower to stabilize his energy. He forced the bird to maintain a ghostly shape as they wobbled toward the forest floor. If his concentration slipped, the impact from this height would be instant death. Below them, Yuanmu had been daydreaming about conquering this clan, until he saw Yishan's blood eagle lose half its body mid-flight. It was plummeting straight toward him. Yuanmu's eyes bulged as he realized their secret observation had been discovered. He bolted immediately, terrified that the falling Yishan would drag him into the same disaster. Still airborne Yishan caught sight of Yuanmu sprinting for the deep woods. He opened his mouth to call out, but ultimately just let out a weary, hopeless sigh. Yishan knew the truth. Even if he begged, help wasn't coming. Yuanmu wouldn't return when Huyu's army crushed Yuanmu's former tribe and executed their leader Yuanmu, the tribe's strongest survivor, took the title of chief only to surrender his kin immediately. He traded his dignity to Huyu, then personally led the charge, guiding the invaders to slaughter those who once called him brother. A man like that would never risk his life for an outsider. Yishan's resolve finally crumbled. His internal energy failed, and the bird dissolved into a red mist. Watching from a distance, Bai Yan saw the eagle vanish and immediately understood the situation. It wasn't a living beast, but a manifestation of human power. The man was likely a spy sent from the mountain-based tiger tribe. Seeing him hit the ground, Bai Yan reached for another long arrow. He aimed at the landing site, but after waiting patiently in the canopy, no one came to retrieve the fallen scout. He had planned to use Yishan as bait to draw the rest of the group into a kill zone. But the enemy was playing it safe, choosing to leave their man behind. Bai Yan lowered his bow and shifted his consciousness into his avatar, leaping from the tree to investigate the crash site. Dead or alive? He needed to see the scout for himself. He sprinted through the forest with blinding speed. Moments later, he reached Yishan's side. Bai Yan glanced down. The man had plummeted from the clouds and was completely unconscious. His left arm was gone, with blood pulsing steadily from the jagged stump. Though no healer, Bai Yan could tell the guy was fading fast. Blood pooled at his lips. His internal organs were likely pulverized. Bai Yan scanned the perimeter once more, but found only silence. It seemed his comrades had truly left him behind. Chapter 43. Total Awakening. Deep in the woods, Yuanmu glanced back with lingering dread. With that single look, he spotted a strange emerald silhouette. Yuanmu squinted desperately, trying to get a better look. Just then, Bai Yan looked up, sending Yuanmu ducking for cover. Hiding behind a massive trunk, his heart hammered against his ribs, too terrified to even draw a full breath. After a long silence, once he was sure he wasn't spotted, Yuanmu finally exhaled. He didn't dare linger, bolting deeper into the dense forest. Damn, he sighed. How am I supposed to explain this to the king? Yishan is likely dead. That tribe has a monster I can't handle. This is beyond me. The Tiger King will have to step in personally. He muttered to himself while sprinting through the undergrowth, already crafting a way to report the disaster to his leader. Nearby, Bai Yun stood over the dying man, debating his next move. Technically, the guy was an enemy, and saving him was unnecessary. But Bai Yun admired his skill. The ability to fly was quite rare. If he could recruit him, the tree tribe would gain a powerful asset. Ultimately, he chose mercy. If the man refused to flip sides later, he could just finish the job then. A green vine grew from his palm, oozing a bright glowing sap which he dripped into the man's mouth. He just needed to stabilize him so he wouldn't die on the spot. Then he sealed the stump to keep the man from bleeding out. Despite the heavy blood loss, that arm was never coming back. Even with Bai Yun's power, he couldn't fix a missing limb, unless the severed piece was still around to be reattached. But that arrow had been too violent, leaving nothing but dust. The man was a one-armed warrior now. Once the wound was set, Bai Yun crafted a wooden vat and tucked the man inside. He filled the barrel with healing fluids to sustain his life. With the first aid finished, he hoisted the massive barrel up and marched straight back toward the tribe. "Lord Messenger, need a hand with that load?" a group of patrolling guards asked. They hurried over, but Bai Yun just balanced the weight easily, signaling he was fine. The warriors watched him with awe. "The messenger is so strong. Yeah, that vat looks incredibly heavy. And he's carrying it like a feather," one guard in the back, who hadn't unlocked his bloodline yet, watched with pure envy. Bai Yun checked his memory. He definitely hadn't empowered that guy. This essence holds the key to true awakening. Before this moment, White Rock used to worry that the tribe might become too powerful and jeopardize his safety. After all, they were only human while he was merely a rooted tree. Yet throughout the passing ages, the clansmen never wavered in their deep reverence for him. Their devotion remained absolute, finally convincing White Rock it was time to let his guard down. Resolving to grant them even greater gifts, he retreated back into his massive trunk. He carefully stowed the vessel holding Yishan, knowing the recovery process would take several days. Once a few days had passed, he summoned Haishui to come stand before him. "Haishui, I need a head count. Tell me exactly how many warriors we have left. I plan to bestow power upon those who haven't yet tapped into their latent bloodlines. I will help them awaken." Upon hearing these words, Haishui's eyes widened. He nearly leaped out of his skin with excitement, barely managing to maintain his composure. He wanted to scream for joy, knowing the great tree intended to empower every single soldier. Losing no time, Haishui rushed off to handle the preparations immediately. Within just half a day, he was back with the official census results in hand. "Great Tree God, here is the current tally of our forces. 500 warriors have already awakened, while 632 are still waiting." White Rock gave a slight nod, noting that these fighters made up about 1/3 of the population. Most were born into the fold, with only a handful hailing from outside groups. These were latecomers from smaller clans, an outcome that was simply unavoidable for now. To earn the title of a true warrior, one specific condition had to be met. They needed total devotion to the tree god, something the newcomers hadn't fully developed. White Rock hadn't pressured them to pledge their souls right from the start. Because of this policy, any outsider who actually became a warrior was a true believer. These faithful souls were quickly assembled by Haishui and led to the mountain's base. He brought the group before White Rock, where they all fell to their knees. Every person there already understood the incredible opportunity awaiting them this day. Hearts raced with anticipation over the divine strength the tree god was about to provide. They had spent years envying those with power, and finally, their own moment had arrived. Their joy was palpable as White Rock finished prepping large quantities of the sacred fluid. He filled numerous wooden bowls with the essence, making it easy to pass them out. This mass distribution was far more efficient than feeding them individually. The crowd drank up. One after another, their powers flared up, sending ripples of vital energy through the air. Their collective presence surged toward the heavens, a sight White Rock observed with quiet intensity. He wondered if organized battle formations might amplify the raw potential of their bloodlines. Such a combination could be devastating, an idea that began to take root in his mind. However, he lacked the tactical knowledge to design complex military maneuvers himself. He had no manual to consult, realizing these strategies were things humans had to invent. Since humans were the innovators, he decided to task Haishui with the research. He would let him lead the study, or find a team to figure out battle tactics. Even the most legendary strategies surely evolved from simple block formations and squares. White Rock didn't need a masterpiece overnight. He just wanted a solid foundation. He wanted them to focus on the basics first and let the rest evolve naturally. Watching hundreds of people transcend their limits simultaneously was enough to make anyone's heart race. Meanwhile, a hidden figure remained perched within the branches, silently witnessing the entire spectacle. Ishan had just come to, but Bai Yun kept quiet. He didn't realize his location until voices drifted from outside. Peering through the leaves, he caught a glimpse of the scene. Seeing hundreds of people surging with power really freaked him out. He rubbed his eyes, thinking his mind was playing tricks. "Rise and shine." The voice made him jump into a defensive stance. Like a startled crow, he froze. "No need for the panic. I'm the one who rescued you." "Where are you?" he whispered. Bai Yin chuckled. "Kid, you're literally standing on my body right now. Still looking for me?" Yishan scanned the area, totally baffled. Nothing but this massive tree here, he'd seen that much already. He was perched, high up. Chapter 44. Intel. Bai Yan saw his confusion. Time for the truth. "I am this tree beneath your boots." Yishan practically hit the ceiling, letting out a sharp cry. "Say what?" It was loud. Down below, others were watching. Haishui caught a faint sound while the awakening happened. He felt a bit puzzled. He definitely heard a noise just now. It came from the great tree spirit. But the leaves hid Yishan. He was totally invisible. Yishan still couldn't wrap his head around it. "You're actually a plant." Bai Yan's form manifested from the bark. He nearly jumped out of his skin again. "Is this less weird for you?" Yishan clutched his chest. His heart was pounding like a drum. Bai Yan stayed in his human form. "Allow me to introduce myself. This giant tree is my true body. I'm also the tribal totem." At the word totem, Yishan started shaking like a leaf. He tried to fake a grin, but he was absolutely petrified inside. By now, he knew exactly how deep of a hole he was in. He had spotted the tree while he was airborne earlier. But a talking tree acting as a tribal protector, that was new. Bai Yan cut the small talk. "You have two paths here. Join the tree tribe or end up 6 feet under." "I'll take option 1, Yishan blurted. He wasn't an idiot. No point in dying for nothing. Bai Yan gave a satisfied nod. Then he pulled out a tiny black pebble-sized seed. Yishan took it, looking confused. "What is this thing?" "It's a seed." Yishan nearly rolled his eyes at the obvious answer. "No kidding." "Swallow it," Bai Yan ordered him. "It stays in your gut. If you even think about betraying me, it will take root and grow a tree right through your body." His fingers twitched, nearly fumbling the tiny seed. "Do I have to?" he whimpered. "Want the second choice then?" "Fine, I'll eat it." He squeezed his eyes shut and gulped it down. Bai Yan nodded. "Good. Now tell me the plan against us." "I want everything on the Tiger Tribe and the Tiger King. Don't lie. Careful with that seed in your belly." Yishan rubbed his stomach. Looking quite distressed, the man spilled everything he knew to Bai Yan. The Tiger King dominated nearly 10,000 souls. 5 elite warriors served directly under his command, managing different territories. Bai Yan raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you're one of them," he chuckled bitterly. Once ranking among the mountain's top tier filled him with pride. The king, after all, was an absolute conqueror. But now, being at a tree's mercy, the title felt pathetic. He gave a sheepish nod, admitting he led the Yi people. Originally, their sacred spirit wasn't bloodthirsty at all. Then total war erupted, turning the mountains into a slaughterhouse. To stay alive, their deity followed suit and began consuming lives. Eventually, every group fell to the king's might. Seeing the end was near, the coward deity abandoned them. Bai Yan listened, acknowledging the familiar pattern. He'd seen divine deserters before, just like that old turtle. That ancient creature still hung around the village creek. These days, Bai Yan didn't even bother making it work. With agriculture established, the tribe had food in abundance. The turtle mostly spent its time napping or soaking up rays. It lived a life of leisure that put his to shame. Shaking off the distraction, he focused back on the narrative. The man had reached the part about their final surrender. With their god gone, the people lost all will to fight. Their leader made a grim choice to save the rest. He offered his own life as a peace offering to the king. The king took the deal, absorbing them into his ranks. Being the heir, the young man inherited the leadership role. Strictly speaking, he was serving his father's executioner, yet the grudge seemed non-existent in his mind. In his world, the might simply crushed the weak. He actually resented his father's peaceful sacrifice, wishing he'd died in combat instead. Bai Yan couldn't relate. It was a brutal worldview born of a harsh environment. The king fractured the tribe, scattering them among others. A new collective was formed from these mixed survivors. A man named Hu Bu was put in charge of them. He was another elite alongside a man called Hu Nan. Both held absolute authority over their assigned clans. However, the deadliest of the five was undoubtedly Xiong Shi. The bear chief had nearly wounded the king himself. Impressed by his strength, the king spared his life. He became a loyal enforcer shortly after the defeat. He even butchered his own tribe's god with his bare hands. Eating the divine flesh granted him terrifying new power. Right behind the Tiger King sits their strongest fighter. The last of that top tier goes by the name Log. Log ranks just below Bearstone and Tiger Force. Bayan mapped out the entire power structure in his head. He finally had the roster of Yishan's 5 top warriors straight. Following Gu Yu, the list goes Bearstone, then Tiger Force and Log, followed by Yishan and South Tiger. Yishan explained that every one of them had feasted on the meat of primal beasts, which triggered their bloodline awakening. Within the clans they control, gifted warriors are rare. Yishan offered his own theory on why. I reckon you have got to be a beast of a man already to tap into that inner power. But Bayan had already pieced together the real mechanics behind it. He was ready to test his theory just as the ritual outside came to a close. Perfect, he thought. Now he could let the cold, hard facts do the talking. Take a look at those fighters down there. We are talking hundreds of newly powered men. What is your take on their level? Yishan peered through the canopy at the scene below. Down in the clearing, hundreds of Tree Tribe soldiers were buzzing with newfound bloodline energy. Blackwater led the massive crowd in a deep bow toward Bayan. All glory to the tree god for this gift. The collective roar shook the heavens and echoed across every corner of the village. Yishan's eyes went wide as dinner plates pure terror washing over him. They are all so formidable, and every single one of them has unlocked their potential. How is this even possible, since Bayan had already fed Yishan that special seed? He was not worried about his secrets leaking. If the guy even thought about snitching, the parasitic seed in his gut would instantly tear through him as it sprouted. Unlocking that power is actually quite straightforward. You just need to consume raw energy. That is the trigger, whether it is spirit-infused branches I have crafted, or the bloody remains of a primal beast. But there is a catch: it has to be consumed in its most natural state. Cook it or mess with the temperature, and the magical spark just dies out. Bayan figured the tigers first got their juice by licking up the blood of a wounded totem. It was a lucky break. Still, Yishan was not totally wrong about one thing. The more savage the warrior is to start with, the bigger the power spike they will get. Chapter 45. The Mole. Yishan kept spilling every bit of intel he had to his captor. He was deathly afraid that seed would turn his insides into a garden and make him a human planter. To save his skin, he shared every gritty detail of the mountain clan's secrets. He listed population sizes and the exact number of powered soldiers each tribe held. Whenever he was fuzzy on the hard numbers, he would give his best ballpark estimate. Through this interrogation, Bayan finally got a crystal clear picture of the mountain landscape. If I cut you loose, is the Tiger King going to have your head for this? Yishan paused. Log came with me, and he will definitely cover for my absence. Assuming I make it back, the king probably will not even suspect a thing. Feeling confident in the plan, Bayan nodded. All right then, I've got a job for you. Head back to the mountains and be my eyes and ears. The term mole was foreign to Yishan. He had no clue what he was being asked to do. It is simple, Bayan clarified. Stick close to the Tiger King like glue. and feed me every single rumor or plan you hear about our people. If war actually breaks out, I want their full battle plan before the first punch is thrown. You need to find a way to stall the Tiger King and throw him off his game." Yi Shen gave a slow, confused nod. "All right, but how do I get word back to you?" Bai Yan thought it over for a second, then conjured a small wooden slab. "Keep this on you. You can jot down whatever intel you gather right on the surface, and I'll know instantly." Right." Yishan looked totally lost again. Bai Yan slapped his forehead. He'd forgotten that literacy wasn't exactly a thing here. Aside from the tree and green ox folks, the rest of these primitive tribes probably hadn't even invented an alphabet yet. "Never mind. Let's try Plan B." He waved Bai Feng over. "Hey buddy, you're heading to the mountains with him. Just listen to what he finds out, then fly back and give me the full report." The little guy couldn't talk, but he could record Yishan's words perfectly. Then Bai Yan could just pull the info straight from the bee's memory. Bai Feng gave a sharp nod. Ever since he'd started following Bai Yan as his boss, he hadn't really been given many assignments, so any chance to be of use was a mission he'd take gladly. Yishan stared at the tiny creature, looking genuinely fascinated. Out in the wild mountains, he'd seen some massive hornets, but nothing quite like this little guy. He figured this bee had to be some kind of powerful spirit beast, too, and he wasn't wrong. Hanging around Bai Yan for all this time had boosted the bee's power significantly. Bai Yan recalled a time when he'd tested the bee's blood to see if it triggered powers in others. It hadn't worked back then, but with the level the bee was at now, it would definitely do the trick. Once that was settled, he summoned He Shui. The two needed to meet before the fighting started, just to coordinate. The last thing they needed was a friendly fire incident in the middle of a battle. Yizhan wouldn't stand a chance anyway. He'd just end up as a punching bag. Bai Yan made the introductions so the two of them could get acquainted. When He Shui heard about the mission, he was practically beaming with respect. He grabbed Yishan's one good hand. "Man, you've got a hell of a job ahead of you. Watch your back out there, especially with those nasty injuries. Your devotion to the tree god puts mine to shame. You're a true believer." Yishan tried to awkwardly pull away, but the guy had him in a vice grip. If it weren't for that magical seed sitting in his gut, he wouldn't be doing any of this. Eventually, He Shui escorted him to the forest. He watched him go as Bai Feng trailed behind, heading toward the peaks. Deep in the mountains at the heart of the tiger tribe, and a massive shouting match was underway. "Yuan Mu Yu went out with our leader, but you're the only one back. Now you're claiming some mighty foe killed him." Total lies. Who could possibly be stronger than the Tiger King himself? "I bet you turned traitor and walked him straight into a death trap. You murdered him." 3 angry groups were closing in on Yuan Mu. The king watched from his throne of bone. Yuan Mu barked back, "That's bull. I'd never betray the king." This whole mess was Yishan's own fault. "We went out to scout as a team just like we were supposed to do. But he got cocky. He thought he was too good to work with me and went rogue. Then they hit a brick wall. I was ready to swoop in and help, but he got slammed right out of the sky and into their camp. Sending myself to the slaughter wasn't an option," Yuan Mu declared firmly. He sounded so convincing you'd think it was the absolute gospel truth. The 3 from the Wing clan couldn't find a single hole in it. Sure, they could call him a liar, but they had 0 proof. Without evidence, they were stuck. But they had a bigger agenda today. Giving Yuan Mu a hard time wasn't the goal. One-eyed the Tiger King. "Tiger King will let this slide, but our people heard the news. They're thirsty for revenge." Another one chimed in, "Tiger King, we're standing here today as the voice of the entire Wing clan. We want you to lead a war on the Tree clan." Yuan Mu had intel. He'd pinned a name on them and passed the word to the king. "If you won't take the lead, then let us handle it ourselves. We'll avenge our chief personally." They waited in dead silence, watching for his move. The Tiger King rose from his pelt throne. "I'll lead the charge." The trio's faces lit up with grins instantly. He turned to Yuan Mu. "You're not off the hook for this death. Go get ready. In this campaign, your original tribe takes the vanguard position." Yuan Mu bowed at once. As long as he wasn't getting executed, he was all in. The king summoned his men to alert the neighboring tribes, tell them to prepare for war. The king was actually curious about that tree clan elite Yuanmu mentioned. Even without their begging, he'd have declared war anyway. Chapter 46. The March. The three returned home feeling the weight of the world. But the moment they arrived, the vibe felt totally off. Actually, off didn't cover it, it was straight up weird. The morning had vanished, replaced by ear-to-ear grins. Everyone was gathered around the massive central pillar, partying like the chief's death was a holiday. This wasn't the scene they left behind. What happened? Did we take a wrong turn? Is this even our home? They felt like they'd stepped into a parallel dimension. Why the hell was everyone so happy at the gate? They grabbed a sentry. What's with all the cheering? What's the celebration for? One of them lost his cool. He stormed straight into the middle of the dancers. Shoving people aside, he scrambled up the stone pillar. That pillar used to be the sacred home of their totem. A giant nest once sat on top before their spirit fled. Once they joined the king, they'd torched the whole thing. From the top, he screamed at the crowd, "What are you doing? Did you forget the chief just died? How can you sing and dance like this? Do you have no respect for him? Don't you people feel even a shred of guilt?" His voice thundered. The entire clan went dead silent, their eyes fixed on him. Suddenly, a chuckle drifted up from the ground. "All right, Uncle Three, come on down." "Who's that?" "Doesn't everyone know?" "That only one kid is allowed to call me that." The voice repeated, "Uncle Three." "I know it's you, I'm the only one who says it. Now get down here." He finally recognized the tone. Snapping his head down, he spotted a familiar face. Yishan Ha leaped off the stone pillar. He sprinted straight to Yishan's side. Is it really you? You're alive." Tears welled in the man's eyes as Yishan offered a grin. "Uncle Three, I'm home. This is incredible. Thank God you're back." Just then, the other two men entered the camp and joined Yishan. They slapped the man's shoulder. "Man, you're always so reckless. Acting before you even have the full story." Then they noticed it, that empty space on his left side. "Yishan, your arm." Yishan gave a weary, helpless smile. "Lost the limb. But I kept my life. What exactly happened?" "Yuanmu swore you were a goner." Hearing that name, Yishan let out a bitter sneer. If he hadn't bolted, I wouldn't be in this state." Right then, Yishan began spinning his rehearsed story. He started speaking, painting a completely different picture of the events. In his version, Yuanmu had set him up. They were scouting the tree tribe when they were suddenly spotted. At the critical moment, Yuanmu ditched him and ran off to save his own skin. Yishan claimed he held them off alone, which cost him his arm. But his captors supposedly spared him instead of killing him, patching up his wounds and eventually letting him walk free. He said the arm could have been saved, but the fight was too chaotic, and the limb was too mangled to even find. Bai Yin had actually mentioned this to Yishan before, if he still had it. There was a way to reattach the limb. Bai Yun also told him that if he found a perfect match, he could install a brand new one. The crowd's blood boiled after hearing Yishan's explanation. "That coward Yuanmu, I knew he was behind this mess." Yishan comforted them. "Look, at least I made it back in one piece, mostly." "Uncle Three, did you find the Tiger King this time? Did he actually agree to our request?" All three of them nodded. The Tiger King gave the word. He ordered every tribe to prep. "In 5 days we march on the tree tribe." Yishan noted the details, planning to slip the info to Bai Feng in private. Yishan said, "Then we should get ready immediately." "Damn right. Since those bastards took your arm, Uncle Three is going to get your revenge." Yishan's expression dimmed for a moment, but right now, it wasn't the time to reveal his true identity. Yishan added, "Uncle Three, you have to follow my lead on this regarding the tree tribe. I've seen what they're capable of. This showdown is nothing like our past brawls. There's a real chance the Tiger King loses. Yishan, tell me you're not pulling our leg." The trio stared at him, completely stunned, hearing that their king might actually go down. The last time anyone dared say such a thing was back when he first took command. That was during the Great Tribal Wars. And the outcome, everyone who doubted him ended up 6 feet under. Yishan smirked bitterly. "I'm dead serious. Their guy from the tree tribe snatched me up like a toy. He's every bit as powerful as our king. Besides, they saw us coming a mile away. They knew exactly when we'd strike. They've already dug in and set the trap. They're just waiting for us to walk right into it. Here's the real kicker. Your own leader is already working for the tree tribe. They swapped worried glances before turning their eyes back to Yishan. So, Chief, what's the move? Yishan began laying out the strategy he'd been cooking up. He let the three of them in on the secret. This time around, we just stay in line with the Tiger King's boys. Don't even think about leading the charge. Tell the men survival is the priority. If the fight goes south, just bail. If you can't run, just give up. I'm living proof that it works. Once they grab us, as long as we don't start trouble, they won't lay a finger on us. He spoke with total conviction, knowing his secret pact with Haishui was solid. Our wing tribe folk, well, we look nothing like the other tribes. Our style is unique. We're impossible to miss. Take the tigers, they're all about that heavy face and body paint. But our people don't roll like that. We've always preferred those vibrant bird feathers. We turn them into headgear or rock them on our belts. Yishan had already warned Haishui if you catch someone without any war paint. And they're decked out in feathers, they're mine. Don't hurt them, give them the VIP treatment. The three men gaped at him as if he were a total stranger, the Yishan they used to know. He was a die-hard warrior who lived for the thrill of the fight. He used to preach that a warrior's only true glory was dying in the dirt. Chief, you go out for one trip and come back a different man, having cheated death once. Yishan's whole outlook had done a total 180. But I'm still the same old me, aren't I? The boss was still the boss, and soon the sounds of singing filled the wing camp once more. 5 days later, a unit of over 600 marched out from the wing tribe. Every last one was a prime fighter, geared up with longbows and stone spears. With Yishan leading, they headed for the tiger tribe. The whole region was crawling with life. From every corner of the mountains, war parties began to emerge one by one. A massive flood of over 3,000 warriors converged on the tiger stronghold. That head count was nearly equal to the tree tribe's entire population. And this was just the elite muscle from the various tribes under the king's thumb. 3,000 sets of eyes locked onto the Tiger King, awaiting the final signal. A few commanders stood at the head of the pack as the king's sharp eyes scanned them. Xiongxi, Hubao, Yuanmu, and Yishan. Seeing Yishan was a shock. When Yuanmu had first come crawling back, he'd sworn up and down that Yishan was a dead man. Yet there he stood, missing an arm. Sure, but alive. The Tiger King didn't push for answers, not yet. Go investigate Yishan's return. Seeing him alive terrified Yuanmu, who nearly bolted on sight. Yishan scoffed and ignored him, walking straight past. The king scanned the assembled crowd, ordering Yuanmu to lead Lion's Bear tribe forward. Lion was massive, a literal bear from the back. A jagged scar sliced right across his entire face. The king utilized the bear warriors as his primary hammer. He led the rear while Yishan's crew held the flank. Clearly, the king didn't trust Yishan anymore. A dead man returning. The king was deeply wary. Tiger tribe backed them while Tiger Man stayed home. After gearing up, the army marched toward the north. Chapter 47, Attack. 3,000 souls marched out. The king swaggered, hauling his massive tiger head blade. Among wooden clubs and stones, that steel really stood out. Yishan watched from afar, feeling a bit jealous, but he touched the bronze knife at his hip, and the envy vanished instantly. It was a parting gift from Haishui himself. He'd heard that blade came from a fallen starstone, forged into a weapon of pure, cold destruction. The king had butchered many with that heavy edge. Nothing they said could survive its single strike. Yishan just chuckled quietly to himself. That blade's legendary reputation was about to take a hit. 7 days north, they cleared the peaks. Yuanmu reported. He approached the king to give his report. Tree tribe scouts are ahead. Do we go in hot? The king swung his blade. Tear them apart. Yuanmu ran back screaming for the kill. Hundreds of warriors dove into the deep forest. No tactics here, just raw chaotic violence. Aggression and momentum usually decided the winner. Bear Mountain watched the charge with hungry eyes. He and his warriors were itching for combat. But without orders, they didn't dare move. High on the fort, Haishui had been waiting. Yishan's warning arrived weeks ago via white wind. The tree tribe was armed and ready. "Chief, we've got movement in the trees." From the tower, Haishui saw the whole forest. He spotted shadows darting through the distant brush. They were closing the distance to the fort. Haishui ordered every warrior into position. "Wait until they clear the trees, then strike." A wide clearing stretched several hundred meters between the trees and the fortress. No cover existed here, making it impossible to dodge the incoming fire. Here they come, atop the walls the tree. Tribe archers drew back their bows. They aimed low as the fastest runners finally burst out from the woods. Blackwater held his fire, though. He was waiting for the perfect moment. As more men flooded out, the leaders were practically at the fort's base. With a violent downward chop of his hand, Blackwater gave the signal. A chorus of thrums erupted as bronze-tipped death rained down from above. The charging Yuan tribe warriors were caught completely out in the open. Bronze arrows tore through flesh, sending sprays of crimson into the air. One after another, the attackers crumpled and rolled, never to rise again. Yuanmu led nearly 600 men, but after just one single volley, almost half were gone. Witnessing the slaughter, Yuanmu let out a roar. His energy surged forth, taking the form of a massive spectral ape. Nearly 100 others tapped into their bloodlines, manifesting beastly forms. Shielded by these avatars, they pushed on. Yuanmu's ape towered over all. He cleared dozens of meters in one leap. Blackwater grabbed a heavy longbow. Knocking a long bronze shaft, he pulled until the wood groaned with tension. Dark energy rose from Blackwater, coiling around the arrow like a serpent. The string snapped with a crack, and an emerald trail followed its flight. The shot sliced through the air, locking onto the giant ape mid-jump. Raw power exploded downward. It was do or die in that split second. In mid-air, the projectile transformed into a massive sword of pure energy. Moving like lightning, it reached Yuanmu in the blink of an eye. Yuanmu roared and swung his massive arms with everything he had left. The giant ape mirrored him, throwing a massive fist at the energy blade. With a heavy impact, the bronze-glowing sword was knocked to the dirt. Smugness filled him, but then 3 more blades came screaming toward him. No time to think, he just kept swinging his fists to block them. Each strike felt heavier, but the real horror was the energy itself. That dark power was actually feeding on his own bloodline essence. It started eating away at the massive ape's spectral body on contact. Every sword he shattered burst into a thick and choking dark mist. Quickly surrounded, Yuanmu made a desperate lunge to jump clear of it. He escaped the fog, but looking around made his heart sink instantly. Bodies were everywhere. Even the warriors with awakened bloodlines were falling. They were dropping like flies. Up on the battlements, Blackwater lowered his bow. He knew that simple archery had its limits. It was getting harder to wound those who had awakened their strength. To kill an awakened warrior, dozens had to fire in perfect unison. You would need hundreds of bronze arrows just to stand a chance. Stone or bone tips wouldn't even have left a single scratch today. Blackwater looked down at Yuanmu, their gazes locking in a cold stare. Yuanmu's heart ached as he looked at the piles of his fallen kin. Continuing the charge meant everyone but the elites would likely die here. Unless you've awakened your bloodline, you're a dead man walking. With no retreat order from the Tiger King, his hands were tied. Damn it, Yuanmu's eyes burned with rage as he glared at Haishui. The giant behind him let out a roar, shattering the earth as he stepped. He lunged at the fort. "Submit," Haishui shouted, striking calmly. A titanic spectral oak materialized, slamming down from the heavens. The crushing force flattened Yuanmu, pinning him into the dirt. With a deafening boom, the massive tree leveled the giant. Forced onto all fours, the giant struggled just to stay upright. Yuanmu stared up in horror. It felt like a mountain was crushing him. Right then, a burly shadow burst from the edge of the forest. A feral roar echoed as the figure shifted mid-stride. He transformed into a massive black bear charging with pure fury. The bear swatted away the incoming arrows like they were flies. He gained momentum quickly. Looking at his trajectory, he ignored the pinned Yuanmu and aimed straight for the gates. Meanwhile, the blood-shielded warriors finally reached the wall. Haishui realized their bows had done all they could for now. He ordered the archers to pick off only the weakest targets. The rest were ordered to engage the enemy in a full-on melee. They dove from the fort, answering the call to battle. In midair, their bloodline powers ignited with a fierce glow. Heishui hit the ground first as the bear closed the distance. Through the shifting red aura, he saw a scarred, brutal face. It was the lion himself, Chapter 48, The Clash. Heishui recalled his tree. His energy flared behind him again, forming an ancient wood spirit that swung an arm like a falling peak. Impact the giant and the bear collided, throwing up a cloud of dust. The force skidded the wooden titan back, but he held his ground. "Let's go!" Lion roared, launching another brutal assault. On the flank, Yuanmu finally found a second to breathe. He'd been at his breaking point. Lion's arrival was a godsend. Now wave after wave of tree tribe fighters swarmed the field. They lacked Heishui's god-tier power naturally. However, their opposition wasn't nearly as tough as the elite bosses. At that moment, the hardware gap became painfully obvious. Bronze swords and spears absolutely shredded the enemy's gear. One solid swing was all it took to shatter their stone weapons. They cut them down before the enemy could even blink. Within minutes, only the tree tribe stood tall on the battlefield. They pivoted as one, surrounding the isolated Yuanmu. Normally, he could handle a dozen of these guys easily, but Heishui's suppression had left him completely spent. Facing that soaring morale, he felt a sudden chill of fear. Panic crept in while Heishui and Lion traded world-shaking blows. Out of nowhere, another mob charged from the woods. These warriors were orderly, unlike the previous rabble. They tapped their bloodline, summoning spectral black bears. A line of phantom bears served as shields. Behind that wall, many standard infantry followed closely. Coordinating their steps, they steadily approached the fort. Blackwater parried a strike as Bearstone grinned nearby. "Full retreat!" he roared, suddenly ordering a withdrawal. Bearstone froze in shock at the abrupt change. Were they quitting? The warriors scrambled back inside. Now only Rawwood and Bearstone remained in front. They could have intercepted them, but one was blocked. The other had lost his edge, fearing only death. When the bear shields arrived, the field was empty. "Then you stay!" Bearstone shouted, lunging at Blackwater. His spectral bear roared, pouncing at the giant. Blackwater gripped a bronze spear with a polished tip. He didn't back down, charging straight into combat. Bearstone was thrilled, tightening his heavy iron fists. He aimed to crush a skull, but things shifted. Blackwater's pace suddenly quickened by just a hair. That slight advantage let his spear thrust land first. In that split second, the situation turned critical. Lion clapped his hands, catching the sharp point. Then a faint amber glow washed over him. A layer of solid earth armor encased his skin. Blackwater sensed immediate danger at this strange sight. He tried to pull back, but the spear stuck. Without hesitating, Blackwater let go of the weapon. He kicked off, leaping back several meters away. Lion was stunned. His planned countermove hit nothing. Right where Blackwater had stood, the ground erupted. Soil churned violently. Staying would have meant capture. A single moment of hesitation would have been fatal. Following the plan, Blackwater retreated into the stronghold. Lion gripped the captured bronze spear with glee. Its razor edge was unlike anything he had seen. He usually fought unarmed, yet this weapon felt right. He looked up to taunt his foe again. To his amazement, the fortress walls were now vacant. It made no sense. They had actually just fled. Since they left, he didn't need to destroy it. Lion ordered his warriors to occupy the abandoned fort. He presented the bronze spear to the Tiger King. The king noted its incredible hardness and sharp edge. "I snatched this from the enemy myself. It's a gift for you." The Tiger King glanced at the spear. Even he could tell the weapon was something special. "Keep it, Lion. I've already got my tiger blade. Don't need anything else." Lion's eyes drifted to the massive cleaver slung over the king's shoulder. With a blade like that, a spear really would be redundant. The king spoke up again. "Since they ran, we stay on their heels. We hit the tree tribe today." The group set off immediately, clearing the mud fort, pushing toward the distant tree tribe lands, once the king's main force. It completely cleared the fort. A shadow emerged from the south. A group of several hundred appeared. By then, the fortress was totally deserted. The king hadn't bothered with a garrison. Honestly, the thought never even crossed their minds. Strategic thinking wasn't their strong suit. The newcomers simply walked back in. They'd effectively cut off the retreat. If the king's men tried to head back to the forest, They'd have to retake the fort or find a whole new way home. Lion led the vanguard with the king's battalion following close behind. The Wing tribe trailed slightly behind on the left flank. On the right, the Tiger tribe held their own. The earlier skirmish had wiped out Log's advance guard, leaving him with practically no one left. The remaining thousands stretched out in a massive column along the main road. They hadn't gone far when a strange rumbling started on their right. The noise grew louder until the very earth beneath their feet began to quiver. Tiger Step broke rank, squinting to see what was coming their way. What he saw were hundreds of massive blue oxen, charging straight for them at full tilt. But that wasn't all. He noticed their hides and horns were covered in something else. It caught the sunlight shimmering with a strange metallic gleam. "Heads up, Stampede!" he roared, tapping into his primal bloodline. A spectral tiger manifested behind him as he stepped to the front. The phantom beast unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed across the plains. It was deafening. Usually a sound like that would send cattle fleeing in terror. One whiff of a predator and any normal herd would have scattered instantly. But this herd only slightly adjusted their course. They weren't just charging blindly, they were maneuvering. He watched them closely. Behind him, the warriors scrambled forward, trying to get out of the way. Then the beasts swerved again, locking onto him once more. Panicked Tiger Step didn't have time to think. He braced himself to stop the charge. If they broke the line, it would be a massacre. The casualties would be staggering. A truly massive bull led the pack, aiming its massive head straight for his chest. Chapter 49. The Challenge. His spirit tiger lunged at the lead bull. But what happened next chilled him to the bone. A crimson aura erupted from the beast, forming an even larger spectral bull. With a single toss of its horns, it shattered Tiger Step's defense, ripping right through his phantom tiger like it was nothing. The massive animal crashed into him before he could even blink. He finally realized what was covering those massive bulls. They were decked out in heavy bronze plate armor. And that beast leading the charge was no ordinary animal. It was the Blue Ox tribe's totem sworn allies of the tree folk. They had taken a blood oath to defend one another in times of crisis. A tiger soldier was instantly gored by the lead bull's charge. 2 horns pierced his chest before the herd trampled him into the dirt. Not even a corpse remained as the bulls tore through their lines. Hundreds of frenzied oxen smashed straight into the crowd. This wasn't something mere human strength could hope to stop. The entire formation buckled as men were crushed under heavy hooves. The Tiger King was livid, but fresh fighting erupted at the vanguard. Blackwater had returned with reinforcements, though the king ignored him. He knew Deng Xiong was more than capable of holding off the tree tribe. His immediate priority was neutralizing this stampede. If they kept rampaging, the whole army would shatter in minutes. The king leaped high, bringing his massive blade down on a bull. Against normal weapons, that bronze plating was practically invincible. Most blades wouldn't even leave a scratch, but the king's steel was different. With a single stroke, he cleaved through both metal and beast. Logically, his blade shouldn't have been long enough to do that. But the Tiger King was clearly no ordinary man. Though he showed no visible energy, his presence was overwhelming. He felt every bit as dangerous as a lion in a blood frenzy. Seeing his kin butchered, the great ox roared and signaled the herd away. He charged the king alone, demanding a one-on-one duel. The king stood his ground, watching the beast close the distance. He leveled his weapon and delivered another crushing blow. A chill ran down the bull's spine. This strike meant certain death. He threw his weight to the side, collapsing into the mud. A desperate roll was the only reason he wasn't split in two. He glanced back and saw a massive fissure starting from the king's feet. The sheer force of the swing had ripped the earth wide open. Holy moly, what kind of freak is this? The great ox scrambled up and bolted without a second thought. Tree Spirit, don't blame me. This guy is way out of my league. As he fled, he bellowed for the rest of the herd to retreat. The king was slightly surprised the beast actually dodged his strike. Interesting, he thought. Must be an actual primal beast. Only a creature of that caliber could survive a clash with him. Just as he went to finish the job, his instincts suddenly screamed. He whirled around, lashing out blindly with his heavy blade. The steel whistled through the air with invisible force. A wooden spear was sliced perfectly down the middle from the tip. but the split wood instantly morphed into twin dragon heads snapping at his arms. Tiger King scowled, hacking the tree dragons into splinters that rotted as they hit the dirt. He stayed sharp blade ready. The herd had retreated, vanishing from everyone's sight. Amidst the chaos, he shouldered his blade. His gaze swept across the far horizon. He locked onto that massive tree. In the vanguard, Blackwater signaled for another withdrawal. Fuming Bearstone ordered a pursuit. His warriors pulled away from the messy main group. The king regrouped his men. That single charge had killed over 1,000 fighters. Combined with the 600 lost earlier, nearly half the army was gone. So much blood spilled, and they hadn't even reached the enemy's front gate. He glanced at the Wing tribe. Yishan's 600 men were still completely intact. He ordered Yishan to reinforce Bearstone and join the assault immediately. Yishan grinned and nodded. With a wave, his kin moved out to follow. They chased Bearstone, who was far ahead. The king prepared to follow behind them. Suddenly, a colossal timber pillar plummeted like a meteor from the clouds. The air pressure knocked men down. Panic surged as they looked at the sky. The suffocating pressure was overwhelming. The king tightened his grip on his saber. This power was beyond imagination. Warriors scrambled to find any scrap of cover. Pure pandemonium broke loose. Yishan barked orders to keep his ranks steady. The shockwave tossed the vanguard aside. The entire forest groaned with the impact. That giant tree started trembling. Something terrifying was about to arrive. Fear took hold. This level of power was more than they could handle. The king bellowed to retreat. As the dust cleared, a massive crater remained. The giant log buried itself deep, shattering every tree in its path. Men froze in terror, watching more massive pillars fall from above. It felt like the sky was collapsing. The king lunged upward. His vital energy surged through him like a roaring, unstoppable flood. His blade took on a crimson glow, looking as if it were dripping blood. Gripping his saber with both hands, he swung at the falling mass. A streak of bloody light erupted. The pillar split in two with a crash. It looked like godlike power. However, the broken pieces kept falling. He had split it, but it hadn't stopped. He was the only one fast enough to move. The wood detonated mid-air, showering the area in lethal, jagged splinters. Men were mowed down. Only the elite blood warriors stood a chance. They flared their inner power, barely weathering the wooden storm. Seeing his men slaughtered, the king's fury reached a boiling point. He exhaled a breath of scorching steam, eyes turning a hellish red. He leaped high, his aura thickening into a mist beneath him. A massive 30-meter spirit tiger manifested around him, looking completely solid. It even had a coat of yellow fur. It looked like a living, breathing beast. This was far beyond a standard bloodline projection. Fueled by faith, it had become a true physical avatar of energy. The tiger cleared hundreds of meters, pouncing toward the enemy lines. He was going for an eye, blood for blood. Chapter 50. White Rock versus the Tiger King. High above on his dragon, White Rock finally let out a smirk. He reached out and tapped the wooden dragon beneath him. Pumping raw power into the wooden construct, the 3-meter dragon surged in size. It morphed into a massive 60-meter beast and plummeted straight down. It crashed toward the Tiger King, who looked up from atop his mount. The dragon's maw opened like a void, swallowing him in a single bite. With a fierce roar, the king swung his heavy blade with lethal force. Even while suspended in mid-air with absolutely no leverage to find his footing, the striped beast managed to twist and sink its claws into the dragon's neck. It shredded the dragon's hide, sending thick splinters of wood flying everywhere. Blade light exploded outward, shattering the dragon's head as the king burst through. After that brief clash, the wooden dragon was left in complete tatters. It was a broken mess, but that didn't matter to Bai Yan. He never intended to win this way. He just needed him off the field. The wooden beast drove the Tiger King and his mount deep into the forest. Perched on his tiger, the king finally locked eyes with Bai Yan. He had never seen a creature that looked so human, yet felt so alien. Bai Yan gave a soft laugh, saying he'd like to call himself human. Not that you'd believe me, he joked as the king leveled his blade. So you're the champion of the tree tribe, the king demanded, attacking. He swung before receiving an answer, forcing Bai Yan to leap clear. The wooden dragon coiled around the tiger while the king watched his foe fall. He leaped after him as his mount dissolved into a crimson haze. The blood-red mist swirled and drifted back toward its master's body. Bai Yan didn't flinch as that energy returned to the king. He recalled both the wooden dragon and the spirit residing within it. The small red dragon was just a soul. Restraining the beast was its limit. From here on, the real fighting was solely up to Bai Yan himself. Since neither could fly, a ground war was the perfect way to settle this. Still airborne, the king unleashed a strike of pure, condensed killing intent. A massive crescent of light tore toward Bai Yan, who ignited in gold. His skin took on a metallic sheen just before the impact hit him. The force shoved him back several meters before he managed to stop. Despite the knockback, the strike failed to leave a single scratch on him. Landing firmly, the Tiger King gripped his heavy blade and began his approach. He moved with a steady rhythm, radiating a suffocating aura of pure malice. Most people would have frozen in terror just by catching a glimpse of him. Deep down, Bai Yan's soul was still that of an ordinary person. Living as a tree for years changed him, but his avatar had a perk. It neutralized psychological pressure, making that killing intent feel like absolutely nothing. Not waiting for the king to close in, he eyed that lethal weapon. That blade was terrifyingly sharp, and he wasn't about to test its edge. Even with this durable shell, he took no chances and stomped the ground. Thick vines erupted from the earth like a swarm of hungry tentacles. They lashed out at the king, who kept his gaze fixed on his target. His blade became a blur of steel, carving through the air with precision. Every vine that got close was sliced to ribbons. Damn, he's tough. Watching this, Bai Yan's skin crawled. This king was elite. A head-on physical clash would definitely be his downfall, but he knew when to retreat. Since you're so tough, I'll stay out of reach. He bolted back instantly, spawning a barrage of tentacles as he withdrew. Try slicing these instead of the normal ones. Centered on him, the world suddenly shifted. Nearly 100 golden limbs lashed out like lightning, striking the charging king. He didn't even pause, swinging his blade with murderous force. However, his steel couldn't cut them, leaving him stunned. That brief hesitation let hundreds more tentacles swarm his body. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and a spectral tiger pounced to intercept the limbs. Its massive frame acted as a perfect shield. It leapt and clawed. Though unable to break them, its power knocked them back. The king then charged, aiming for Bai Yan, who spat a golden spark right into his face, the flame of faith. It was both physical and phantom, looking like fire, radiating heat, but Bai Yan neutralized the temperature, making the impact feel harmless, yet the spiritual toll was high. It burned the soul. Phantom whispers filled his head, sounding miles away yet right inside his ears. He shook his head to clear the noise, but as he stopped, blurred visions haunted him. Overlapping shadows flickered, barely appearing human. Then they coalesced into a man-eating tiger. The bloody torso hanging from its jaws bore the king's own face being torn apart. An ape, a bear, and a leopard jumped out, surrounding the remains. As they peered, they lunged, ripping the corpse into shreds until it was gone. Then they turned as one, glaring at the king, who only sneered. These were monsters he had personally slaughtered. I killed you once, I'll do it again. He fought the phantoms while in reality, his eyes were vacant, trapped in a trance. He hacked wildly at nothing, screaming, kill, kill, kill. His blood-essence tiger began to lose stability. Its form flickered on the verge of total collapse. Seeing his chance, Bai Yan pressed the attack. Tentacle tips became dragon heads, biting the beast. They tore away essence that vanished into mist. Had the king been lucid, he'd have unleashed his bloodline's power. He could have reclaimed his essence, but the illusion held him. He fought phantoms while his own flesh was torn away. Soon he was covered in blood, letting out one final roar. His form finally collapsed into a thick cloud of crimson mist. Most of that haze surged right back into his broken body. Bai Yan moved to strike, but that influx of energy changed everything. The king snapped out of it, his eyes flashing wide open. He hoisted his massive blade high, vital energy swirling around steel. He slashed down instantly, a red arc streaked with golden light. Before the edge even landed, Bai Yan felt a sharp mental sting. That strike was a total blur. It hit before he could react. Agony surged through him as his spiritual avatar began to fail. His forehead split open as the blade shattered his golden guard. It happened too fast for him to use faith to heal. The king gasped for air, having poured everything into that swing. He'd cleaved the avatar and every nightmare in his own mind. The cost was heavy. His bloodline energy was completely spent. He'd even burned through his secret reserves of faith for that hit. That burst of divine light was what truly did the damage. It struck his consciousness, directly slowing his reflexes for a moment. His vision blurred and his eyelids twitched after the exertion. He looked down at the two halves of the corpse before him. He let out a breath, his grip on the hilt finally loosening. Suddenly, a golden pike drove through his spine and out his chest. He whirled to hack the spear apart and slashed at the dirt, but he'd miscalculated. As he turned to face the new threat, the severed avatar merged back together. Bai Yan's hand became a blade, piercing the king's heart from behind. The warrior coughed up blood. He tried to raise his heavy weapon again, but his strength failed. Bai Yan withdrew his hand and gently lowered the body down. The king died with eyes wide full of a bitter, silent fury. With a heavy sigh, Bai Yan reached out to close them. The man's power was incredible. In a fair fight, Bai Yan loses. Even in victory, Bai Yan felt nothing but respect for him. To reach such heights on pure grit made him truly formidable. This was a man born and raised under this sun, not a traveler from another world. He was a true local. Without Bai Yan's arrival, this man would have ruled the world. He gathered the remains, weaving a simple casket from thick vines. After laying him inside, Bai Yan picked up the tiger-headed blade. The steel was razor-sharp and pulsed with a hungry, dark spirit. Many powerful lives had been taken by that edge. Ultimately, Bai Yan placed the weapon back beside its fallen master. It was the only fitting end, and Bai Yan didn't believe he'd never find a deadlier blade than that tiger cleaver. Lugging the king's casket, he strode toward the fray. It was time to end this. Chapter 51 concluded. With the Tiger King gone from the front, Lion took charge of the tribal warriors. But Lion only knew how to charge, having no head for actual strategy. He used to have Tiger Step, a man of brilliant tactical mind. Sadly, though, he'd already been gored by the green ox at the vanguard. Lion was single-handedly crushing Black Water. Had it not been for the other tree tribe fighters, he'd have been overwhelmed. Despite his ferocity, the brute failed to notice. He'd drifted far from his own ranks. He thought he was winning, but Black Water was merely baiting him. Behind the bear tribe stood the wing unit, a force led by Mountain. These wing warriors gripped their longbows, firing relentlessly, but if you looked closely, half of their arrows were just hitting thin air. Even the arrows that actually found their mark were deflected by the gear. Every tree tribe soldier wore peculiar-looking plating. It seemed to be woven from vines, known as rattan armor. Bai Yan had crafted these personally. They knew bronze working, but metal was too heavy for this fight. Drawing on past life memories, Bai Yan used woven rattan instead. This gear offered solid protection, and in this chaos, such lightweight defense changed everything. It was incredibly light. Of course, rattan has a weakness: it's highly flammable. However, the bear tribe had never seen this before and couldn't spot the flaw. The battle reached a stalemate. Just then, Bai Yan slowly hauled his coffin onto the field. Once Yishan saw him, he knew the Tiger King was done. He laughed 3 times, dropping the act. Wing warriors. Kill them! Every bow instantly pivoted toward the bear tribe. Their backs were turned, never expecting Yishan to turn on them. Caught totally off guard, a single volley mowed them down. Attack! Yishan charged first, his kinsmen right behind him, butchering their former allies. The battlefield exploded into chaos. Simultaneously, a fresh wave stormed in from the right. The green ox reinforcements arrived. The bear tribe was now surrounded. Their only hope lay with the remnants of the tiger tribe who'd followed the king. They were elite guards. Once the king left, they'd managed to regroup their lines. Without orders, though, they'd been holding their ground. Seeing the wing tribe's betrayal, they knew things were grim, and without waiting for the king, they attacked. The field was a bloodbath. The fighting was savage, while the men tore at each other. High above the spectral spirit beasts were locked in combat. Spirit tigers and bears teamed up to battle the wooden giant. Members of the tree tribe once could only manifest as massive trees. Baiyan found trees too stationary, so he reshaped his essence into a towering wooden titan. The tribesmen used this new form to mold their own strength into giants. The battle grew fierce, leaving the ground covered in casualties. Baiyan entered the center, transforming into a giant. He announced the Tiger King's death. "Will you finally surrender?" he asked. With that, he displayed the Tiger King's remains. Seeing the body, everyone fell into a brief, heavy silence. But quickly, the tiger warriors charged him with furious roars. He was their king, their heart. They refused to yield even after his fall. The momentum shifted instantly. The great bull facing Xiangxu surged, and with Heishui's help, pinned him down. Bear morale collapsed. Yuanmu fled at the sight of the corpse. He had considered yielding, but seeing Yishan changed everything for him. Yishan had clearly already switched sides. If Yuanmu surrendered now, his fate would be uncertain. Better to escape back home. Most mountain chiefs were now either dead or captured. If he returned now, he might actually become the new leader. By the end, barely 100 bear tribe warriors remained. 3 allied tribes had them completely boxed in. The great green bull arrived carrying an unconscious Xiangxi. It entered the fray while Baiyan shrunk back to normal human size. He took the captive leader and woke him up. "You are Xiangxu correct. Choose now. Surrender or die." Xiangxu looked at him. "Did you really beat the Tiger King?" Baiyan nodded and placed the king's casket right in front of him. Xiangxu approached the remains and stared in silence. He knelt to Baiyan. "You are stronger than he was. The bear tribe follows you, seeing their leader give in." The last resisting bear warriors finally lost their spirit. They dropped their weapons, ending the Great War. Baiyan took the Tiger King back for a respectful burial. He truly admired the king's legendary power. He ordered the field cleared. Nearly 4,000 had died. Over 3,000 of them were mountain tribal warriors. His allies lost nearly 1,000. It was a total massacre. Yishan and Xiangxi led the survivors back home. They pledged loyalty, promising to move their people out soon, but they still needed to find a new place to live. Food and housing would take time to properly organize. The horse tribe from the north finally arrived. Baiyan wanted them, but they were a step too late for the fight. Once everything was settled, Baiyan finally got some rest. It hit him that nearly 2 weeks had passed since he last checked on Mu Yan. Wondering about his location, Baiyan initiated a mental link with the boy. A reply came through almost instantly. "Great tree spirit, help me." Mu Yan's breathing was thin and ragged. Baiyan cut in, "What's going on?" The boy was clearly in rough shape. "I got jumped by some," he wheezed. "These monsters attacked me. I'm pretty banged up." "Stop talking," Baiyan ordered. "Save your energy while I heal you." Part of Baiyan's consciousness descended, taking root within Mu Yan's frame. He surged power into the boy's body, but the damage was extensive. There was hardly a clean spot on him. To make matters worse, a bizarre, tainted substance was clinging stubbornly to every open gash. It looked like a mix of thick slime and dark vapor constantly shifting. It would scatter if touched, only to regroup on the wounds moments later. Baiyan had to expend his sacred energy to slowly burn the filth away. Without purging that rot first, the healing wouldn't have worked at all. Once the boy was stable, Baiyan finally asked what he'd encountered. Chapter 52. The Horrors. Heading north, Mu Yan found the land turning desolate and frigid. Eventually, after days of trekking through the frost, he reached the base of a massive mountain that looked like a wall of ice. While he was admiring the view, the ambush came out of nowhere. The creatures were grotesque living shadows that defied any logical description. At first, they seemed like smoke, but the moment they struck, a chaos of limbs erupted from them. Each appendage was uniquely twisted. Some twitched like insect feelers, while others were smooth and bulbous. Some writhed like maggots, while others looked like gnarled dead wood. A few even resembled bleached bone. When these things attacked, they would spit out sharp beak-like protrusions from their cores. They lashed out with talons that left burning gashes on his skin. Mu Yan explained while holding the tool he'd carried since leaving. It was the enchanted tree whip Bai Yun had given him for protection. Now the vine was snapped in two, the ends looking charred by fire. "It saved my life many times, but it finally gave out," he muttered. "Don't worry," Bai Yan assured him. "I'll give you a better one later." "Where did those things go?" Mu Yan continued his story. "They caught me on the slopes. I tried to blast them with my powers. But the monster actually started absorbing my energy as I fought. Knowing I was in trouble, I scrambled back down toward the valley. Once I cleared the snow line, they seemed to lose interest and slowed. I thought they were trapped there, but they were just afraid to leave. They weren't stuck. Two of them actually followed me out. One touched the grass and ignited like tinder, vanishing into smoke. However, a much larger beast managed to force its way through. It looked half dead by the time it made it out, barely holding together. Suddenly, it extended a jagged gray spike from its shifting mass, slamming it into the ground. In an instant, the area around it crumbled into fine yellow sand, yet the creature's body was already starting to knit itself back together. Fearing it would fully recover, I took a heavy rock and smashed the thing until it stopped moving. Once dead, the monster dissolved into a cloud of smoke, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Listening to the description, Bai Yan could already picture just how unsettling these creatures truly were. He decided to see the peaks for himself. He needed to look those monsters in the eye. Mu Yan was currently hunkered down in a narrow crack formed by a pile of jagged boulders. He slowly shimmied out of the crevice and into the open where the snowy peak loomed in the distance. It was a massive, towering mountain covered entirely in a blindingly white blanket of frost. Looking up the summit was nowhere to be seen, and the range seemed to stretch forever on both sides. It vanished into the horizon. Mu Yan slowly approached the base of the mountain, where a very distinct snow line marked the edge of the frost. On the side where he stood, not a single snowflake could be found. But right across that visible boundary, the ground was buried under a thick layer of white. It was like two different worlds had been stitched together right here. Mu Yan took a step and crossed over that line, entering the frozen heights. The temperature plummeted instantly, and the wind began to howl. Mu Yan pointed nearby and shouted, "They're here!" Several plumes of dark mist rose from the snow, swirling into a pack of grotesque, misshapen beasts. Their jagged bodies defied any known species, looking like a nightmare of insect limbs, all fused together. The moment these abominations appeared, they locked onto the only living soul in sight. Just as Mu Yan had described, a mess of twitching appendages sprouted from their bellies, acting as legs as they scurried toward him. Bai Yan took control of his body to strike. Moments before this, Mu Yan had tried using his own bloodline powers to attack, but he barely left a scratch. This time, Bai Yan tapped into the power of faith. However, the mind-warping flames didn't affect the creatures at all. Being mindless monsters, only raw, intense heat could actually hurt them. They were a nuisance, but not invincible. If you hit them with enough force, they could be killed just like anything else. Pretty soon, the monsters that had crawled out of the snow were dealt with by Bai Yan, wiped out completely. They vanished into wisps of blue smoke, leaving nothing at all behind. He continued his trek up the slope, and after walking 500 meters, more beasts burst from the drifts. After climbing nearly 1,000 meters and killing 4 waves of enemies, Bai Yan stumbled upon a cave. Once he stepped inside, he noticed a series of primitive drawings etched into the stone walls. The murals proved that others had been here before and left these records behind. Bai Yan followed the trail of art, slowly grasping the story they were trying to tell. Long ago, a group of people lived on a lush and prosperous land. But one day, these bizarre and twisted monsters suddenly appeared out of nowhere. These creatures slaughtered the people and devoured everything in sight. Everywhere the swarm traveled, the earth turned to dust and became a lifeless wasteland. They tried their best to fight the monsters off, but they were eventually crushed. Many were killed, and those who survived were forced to flee in every direction. One specific mural showed a group of refugees running for their lives, with the monsters hot on their heels. Clearly, the beasts had no intention of letting them go. Just as they reached the peak of despair, a massive snow mountain rose from the earth. Bitter gusts howled. Frozen flakes drifted down. Every single beast stood flash-frozen. Then the final mural revealed a tribe trekking through a cavern toward an undiscovered realm. That peak depicted in stone Bai Yan realized matched the very mountain they occupied. This implied this summit served as a barrier against those fiends. He pressed on, reaching the tunnel's mouth. Upon crossing the threshold, a violent icy gale slammed into him. The air felt lethally cold. Despite the divine aura shielding Mu Yan's physical form, the biting frost nearly numbed him completely. Pitch-black shadows loomed. Not a single glimmer pierced the void. Treading forward with caution, he stumbled upon several beasts turned to solid ice. He hurled a spark of holy flame. As the light streaked by rows of frozen predators came into view, thousands of them blanketed the slopes caught mid-assault on the peak, desperate to breach the summit. Moments after the fire flared, faint skittering noises echoed from below. In an instant, a sickening sight unfolded before his eyes. A tide of horrors surged upward. The creatures swarmed relentlessly, showing zero regard for their lives. Countless fell freezing solid mid-climb. Yet one or two lunged ahead, nearly reaching their position. Bai Yan ordered a swift retreat inside. He held the bottleneck, intercepting anything that tried to enter. Minimal effort was required here, simply shoving the beasts back did the trick. The murderous chill finished the job instantly, crystallizing their bodies, yet the sheer volume was overwhelming. Several stragglers managed to nearly breach the entrance. Thankfully, the frost claimed them finally, forming a wall of frozen flesh. Those remaining outside lost Mu Yan's scent entirely. The frenzied assault eventually subsided. Still trembling, Mu Yan looked up at Bai Yan. "Great tree spirit, what are those things? Now let's discuss the narrative direction." True to the title, Reborn as an Eternal Tree, the initial arc focused on growth, while the latter half emphasizes immortality. Moving forward with the story, the core theme shifts toward eternal life. During the early planning stages, I intended to transition into a primordial mythos. That explains the blurb about a colossus eclipsing the heavens. However, during the writing process, I felt the mythical route lacked spark, so I pivoted the narrative. Because of this shift, certain established arcs and characterizations required some adjustments. Take the Tiger King. His original concept was modeled after the legendary Chi Yu. I ultimately scrapped that idea, even his blade. Naming it Amber felt a bit too on the nose, so I backed off. Then there's Mu Yan's true nature, which some readers caught on too early. He was originally going to be a version of the divine farmer. Yet as the story evolved, I abandoned that. While drafting these bridge chapters over these 2 days, I've been brainstorming. A lot of you probably stuck around just for the tree protagonist. I wonder how many will stay now that the direction is shifting. The protagonist's identity as a tree is set in stone. That will never change. I will do my absolute best to ensure the upcoming chapters stay high quality. Chapter 53. Forbidden Gaze. Bai Yan was clueless about their origins. One thing was certain, these creatures were pure evil. This mountain stood tall, acting as a barricade against their path. But the blackened soil beyond, it was likely crawling with those nightmares. Mu Yan gave a grim nod. Having seen the ancient carvings, he agreed the other side was lost. Their source remained a total mystery. Bai Yan studied the murals again. The art suggested that originally these horrors didn't even exist. They surfaced much later. The answers had to be in that dark territory. These entities were world eaters, consuming everything they touched. Since this was his homeland, Bai Yan couldn't just let them run wild. The range held them for now, but they knew the barrier was failing. A few of those monsters had already managed to slip through the cracks. They were just stuck in the heights for now. If they ever broke free, the world outside would be doomed. It was time to move on. Mu Yan emerged from the frozen peaks and returned to the open air. He took a deep, refreshing breath. Mu Yan, this is the northern rim. Do you want to keep exploring or head back to the settlement? He didn't hesitate for a second. Great tree god, he replied. I want to keep moving. I'm planning to head toward the sunrise. I'll follow this ridge and see exactly where it finally ends. Bai Yan approved of the plan. Go ahead, I'll handle things here. Bai Yan withdrew his spirit from Mu Yan's physical form. He intended to scout the void using an avatar. These things had a source. They couldn't just appear out of nowhere, and if they did, he'd find a way to stop the leak. Back at the village, Bai Yan moved his consciousness into an avatar, leaving a spark behind. He set off with the little red dragon mostly because it could fly. Why trek on foot when you can soar? The journey was massive, taking nearly a month in the air before the peaks came into view. It took forever simply because the little guy was a slow flyer. Still, it beat walking by several months. He landed at the base, hiking up the slope and through the pass into that shadowed world. Descending was a gauntlet with monsters striking from every corner. By the time he reached the flats, his kill count was beyond reckoning. Down at the foot of the mountain sat an ocean of dark creatures, a massive, endless swarm that choked the entire horizon. Most were trapped behind the frost line, throwing themselves at the slopes. It felt as if an invisible wall was holding them back. The weaker ones simply evaporated into mist upon making contact. Only the massive, powerful ones could push past the freezing air. They'd enter the pass only to end up as frozen monuments. Very few actually made it over, but seeing this struggle, Bai Yan didn't feel safe. He felt a cold dread rising. Countless beasts lurk out there. Eventually, enough of them will swarm past the snowy peaks and spill over. It would be a total bloodbath. Bai Yan dove into the fray, cutting them down. He'd venture out to cull the horde retreating, only to recover. This cycle repeated endlessly. Right there in the cold, he spent 5 years slaying. He finally carved out a zone, completely free of those things. Throughout that half-decade, his life was just combat and sleep. Yet his resolve held firm, never once flickering. Back when he first turned into a tree, centuries of solitude in the wild couldn't break his mind. 5 years of hacking through monsters was nothing by comparison. Besides, at least he could move now way better than being rooted. The little red drake stayed by his side the whole time, picking basic combat skills. He wasn't just a glorified glider anymore. Bai Yan scanned the horizon. Pitch blackness still blanketed the world. He'd occasionally check his main form to see the tribe's progress. The tree tribe had swallowed up several smaller clans lately. With 10,000 people now, their growth was skyrocketing. Their rise to becoming a superpower seemed inevitable. They didn't even need his help to thrive anymore. Leaving the peaks behind, Bai Yan entered the heart of darkness. The ground felt like a wasteland under his boots, completely dead and devoid of any signs of life. Abominations would lunge at him from the shadows, but he swatted them away effortlessly while keeping his pace. 2 years of trekking passed before he spotted something new, a shimmering, swirling portal hanging in the gloom. Dark vapor leaked from the rotating rift every few seconds, coalescing into twisted freaks the moment it hit the soil. The newly formed monsters would then vanish into the wild, but his presence changed things. They locked onto him immediately, snarling at the only living soul in sight. He didn't blink, wiping them out. This rift was clearly the source of the plague, likely housing the core that birthed these nightmares. Backing off for a bit, he found a spot to lay low. Shifting his focus back to his main form, he prepped to scout it. He couldn't rush in blindly. After some careful planning, he resynced with his avatar and crushed a fresh spawn, then stepped right into the shimmering kaleidoscopic maw. Blindness struck for a split second before his vision cleared. Strobes of light whipped past while the walls pulsed and warped. It felt like his very mind being stretched like rubber. The place was bizarre. Pushing through the disorientation, he spotted a dark haze ahead and swiped at it. The dark vapor merely scattered before coalescing once more in his wake. Realizing the source lay further ahead, Bai Yan pressed onward. He finally cleared the corridor, only to find himself in a far more massive artery. Ribbons of light streaked past, mimicking a shimmering yet warped celestial void. Swirled into a tunnel-like passage, and right at the threshold, Bai Yan came face to face with a gargantuan beast. The creature bore a disturbing resemblance to a bloated termite, its segmented abdomen pulsing rhythmically. Jet black hair-like filaments lashed out in every direction, as if it were trawling for prey. Beneath its swollen underside, a thick dark haze billowed incessantly. Once released, this miasma surged through the very conduit where he stood, destined for the world beyond. There it would coalesce into new horrors. Without question, this titan was the origin of them all. Before he could even react, just a few glimpses of the entity left him reeling with blinding vertigo. The monstrosity turned into a smear in his vision as his mind began to fray. He felt countless grotesque tendrils and bristles sprouting from his own skin. An overwhelming urge drew him toward the beast, desperate to merge into its mass. A fading spark of reason warned him that he was already under siege. Bai Yan ignited the flame of faith within his soul, a raging inferno that yanked his consciousness back from the brink as his physical form erupted in fire. Transforming into a living torch, he thought, well, this is likely the end. That was the final coherent thought to cross his mind before the blackout. Chapter 54, A Different World. When he finally came to, he was sprawled across frozen soil. He struggled to a sitting position, his entire body locked with stiffness while the sounds of forest life echoed around him. He was in some wooded wilderness. Taking stock of his condition, he found he was still within the avatar, though things looked bleak. He looked like he'd been pulled from an oven, his exterior completely charred. A simple flex of his limbs caused several chunks of blackened skin to flake away, leaving only a tiny flicker of vitality deep within his core. Ignoring everything else, his immediate priority was mending this broken vessel. Grateful for his remaining reserves of faith, he began to channel that energy. Vitality surged back as the scorched coal-like shell peeled away in layers. Fresh tissue knitted together beneath, and his physical form was finally restored. Exhaling in relief, he rose to his feet and surveyed the landscape. The surroundings were utterly alien, offering no clues to his location. He tried to reach out mentally, only to find the link to his true self was severed. Never having faced this before, a sudden wave of unease washed over him. He quickly steadied himself, noting that his inner power was still slowly rising. This meant a thread still connected them, however tenuous it might be. The distance, or perhaps that bizarre passage, prevented any direct mental contact. The harrowing skirmish with that entity had likely left his soul fractured. After all, he'd resorted to immolating his physical form at the very end. He had gambled everything on a final desperate strike against the beast. His recollections were patchy, now the finer details slipping through his grasp. What on earth happened at the final second? Well, at least he's still drawing breath. Honestly, most of his mind is anchored in this physical form now, so it's basically his true self. Bai Yan realized that little crimson dragon was still following his lead, but for some reason it had slipped into a deep slumber. So he just drifted through the mountain forests. Sometimes he'd stop and shift into a massive tree, letting small animals chill by his side. Whenever he felt like it, he'd wake up and give his body a playful, mischievous shake. Those critters would freak out and bolt in every direction, which always made him crack up. He found the whole thing hilarious. One day, he did his usual trick and turned into a tree, planting himself on a slope. A few minutes later, the bright, sunny weather suddenly turned dark and gloomy. After a few rolls of thunder, it started pouring buckets. Raindrops drummed loudly against the leaves. To Bai Yin, it felt like taking a refreshing bath, so he happily raised his branches to catch the water. Suddenly, some noise drifted over from the distance. It sounded like people shouting to one another. However, he couldn't make heads or tails of what they were actually saying. Just then, a red fox hopped over a patch of bushes and dove under the big tree. The poor thing had a short arrow stuck in it, and streaks of bright crimson blood kept washing away into the rain, flowing down its fur. The shouting from behind was getting closer. It looked like this fox was someone's dinner. Bai Yen watched the little fox stumble a few steps before it just collapsed on the ground. It struggled, trying its best to stand up and keep running, but after a few tries, it just went limp and slumped back down every single time. Giving up on the escape, it curled up and used its pink tongue to lick the arrow wound. The life in its eyes was slowly fading away. As the voices drew nearer, Bai Yen caught sight of two guys dressed like people from ancient times, running through the rain. They had cloths wrapped around their heads like turbans, dressed as hunters, one burly, one younger. They had several wild birds slung over their backs, a pretty successful haul. Suddenly, Bai Yan felt a wave of sympathy for the little fox, thinking that even without this one, those two hunters already had plenty. It wouldn't be a huge loss. He sent his roots snaking through the soil, and one of them suddenly wrapped around the fox, pulling it deep underground to hide. When the two men reached the spot, the fox had completely vanished from sight, leaving them totally confused. There was still a fresh puddle of blood on the ground, but the fox had disappeared into thin air. Where's the logic in that? By now, the rain was coming down even harder, and the faces and bodies of both men were absolutely drenched. They grumbled a few words to each other, and, seeing a perfect tree to take cover under, they dashed over to Bai Yan. Once they were settled under the branches, they started patting the rainwater off their clothes. The older hunter looked up at the sky and then glanced back at the massive tree Bai Yan had become. They exchanged a few quiet words and settled in to wait for the storm to blow over. The younger guy seemed totally wiped out and ended up leaning against Bai Yan to catch his breath. Bai Yan quietly let a single leaf drift down onto him. He wondered if losing that fox would really impact them much. He still couldn't quite shake the worry, so he decided to follow them later to see how they were doing. Besides those two, were the first human beings he'd seen since he arrived here. He also wanted to learn what kind of world this place actually was. Eventually, the wind and rain began to subside. After a quick word, the two sheltering figures braved the downpour and headed out of the mountains. That leaf of Bai Yan's drifted right along with them as they made their exit. Once the coast was clear, Bai Yan finally retrieved the tiny fox, pulling it from its hiding spot below. While they were still submerged, he'd managed to trickle some restorative sap into its mouth just to keep it from slipping away. Then, taking on a human shape, he approached the creature. The little thing struggled to look up, letting out a faint, pained whimper. He told it to stay brave, promising to remove the blade quickly. Clearly, the animal couldn't grasp a word he was saying. He yanked the dagger free, then offered more of his healing essence. Thanks to that potent liquid, its gashes closed up instantly and the bleeding stopped entirely. He gathered the creature into his arms using a broad leaf as an umbrella. By the time dusk rolled around, the little guy was back on its feet. He'd been watching it closely, remembering when he'd saved that bee Bai Feng with just a single drop. That bee had undergone a total bloodline awakening, but this fox had already downed several doses of his power. Yet it hadn't changed a bit, which left him feeling quite puzzled. Just as he went to offer another sip, the now mobile fox scrambled out of his arms and stared him down with deep suspicion. It didn't bolt immediately, though. It seemed to realize that this odd being had spared its life. Seeing its defensive posture, he dropped the idea and gave a dismissive wave. "Go on then, head back home." Getting the message, the fox retreated, glancing back repeatedly until it vanished into the brush. Shaking his head, he turned his focus toward where his tracking leaf had gone. Following that spiritual tether for half a day, he arrived at a rustic little village. It wasn't much, just a cluster of maybe 100 homes. Unsure of what to expect, he waited for the dead of night to slip inside. A stray watchdog from one of the houses caught sight of him, rushing out to bark, though it kept a very respectful distance. It wouldn't dare actually snap at him. He spent a while roaming the streets until he located his discarded leaf lying right outside someone's front door. It likely fell when that young man was dusting off his coat, shaking it loose. Bai Yan reached down and scooped it back up. He brushed it off and tucked it away before turning his gaze toward the house. Finding an opening, he slipped inside and perched himself atop the wooden rafters. He watched them for a few days, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Satisfied, he decided to move on, vanishing back into the shadows of the night. He soon found a perfect little spot elsewhere in the village. This would be his base for studying locals, picking up their habits and speech. Right there stood an ancient well. A willow tree sat nearby, and he decided to bury most of his form deep in the soil beside it, leaving only a tiny green shoot visible. 15 days passed as he slowly expanded and grew toward the sky. He eventually matured into a young tree. Chapter 55, The Path of Insight. Locals coming for water noticed the little sapling Bai Yan had become. They didn't uproot him. Instead, they'd often splash some water his way, soaking the ground nearby. Bai Yan watched all this in silence, relieved they weren't using sewage or manure to feed him. He would have bolted otherwise. 6 months drifted by, and Bai Yan had grown into a tree nearly 2 men tall. His whole trunk was now above ground. As he stretched skyward, he quietly observed the townsfolk. They all dressed like people from antiquity. Clearly, the world Bai Yan landed in was some sort of archaic realm. The language also confirmed this wasn't the world from his memories. The well saw a daily crowd with children constantly running about. During their games, these kids would strike disciplined martial poses. Despite their youth, every punch and kick followed a strict pattern. It definitely wasn't just aimless playing. Though rooted by the well, Bai Yan didn't just sit still. He'd occasionally wander the town. He usually went out when the streets were empty. In town, he found a schoolhouse where the local children gathered to learn. Curious about their curriculum, Bai Yan spied on them for a month. The master taught martial arts alongside basic reading and writing. Bai Yan left a clone there to master the local script. Their first word was martial, and the second was immortal. Combined, they meant martial immortal. Elders often chatted by the well, while children pestered them for a good story. Every tale opened with the legendary 5 immortals who passed down combat. Martial skill reigned supreme here. Practically everyone was a practitioner. Bai Yan wondered if those legendary martial immortals were actually real. Regardless, the martial path was incredibly popular here. It even promised to extend one's life. Since everyone wants more time, everyone trains in the arts. From 3-year-olds to centenarians, everyone practiced their forms. This town was remote, so no high-level techniques ever reached them. Commoners just practiced basic moves to stay fit and healthy. Even so, the general fitness level of the town was impressive. Many people easily lived to 100. Then, one day, while Bai Yan was eavesdropping at school, he felt a strange chill. He instinctively looked up and saw the sky above. Dark vapors were bleeding out of thin air. Had that monster followed him? His mind immediately went to that unspeakable horror he'd seen. He watched the heavens tense. If that mist became a creature, it would mean he'd been hunted down. The gloom began to sink, but as the dark mist touched the ground, it didn't gather. Most of it simply soaked into the dirt and disappeared. A small portion, however, was drawn into the bodies of warriors. Bai Yan saw the headmaster, the strongest man in the school, inhale a strand of black mist as thick as an arm. Most had inhaled at least a little of that dark haze. Only the kids just starting their training seemed to avoid the gloom. Bai Yan scouted the rest of the area and noticed a pattern. The stronger the fighter, the more haze they had swallowed. Worse yet, the stuff was invisible, and no one felt a thing, even after breathing it in, showing no reaction at all. Bai Yan's heart grew heavy, certain this mist was pure evil. Yet the warriors who took it in showed 0 physical changes. This left Bai Yan feeling completely conflicted. A few days later, inside a local home, an old man with silver hair lay in bed reaching his final moments. His family gathered around. Some were crying their eyes out, while others stood in silent prayer. Everyone knew his time was up. Amidst a loud wail, the old man took his very last breath. But just as they were placing him in the casket through the tears, the corpse's eyes snapped open. He vaulted straight out of the coffin. Everyone jumped back in shock, initially hoping he had somehow survived. As they moved in to check on him, his eyes rolled back white, and he grabbed the nearest person, sinking his teeth into their neck. A horrific scream erupted as blood began to spray everywhere. The elder bit down hard, his throat pumping as he gulped the blood down. "Wait, that is not our father," a middle-aged man shouted, blocking the others. His aura flared with a surge of vital energy. He charged the monster, yelling for everyone to clear out. He threw a massive punch, creating a localized gale. The sheer force made the air thrum. The old man took the hit, full-on smashing through the wooden wall and flying into the yard. Yet he never let go of his victim, whom he was still draining dry. Once the blood was gone, wisps of white vapor began leaking from the bite wounds. As the elder absorbed this gas, the victim's body shriveled up instantly, turning into nothing but a skin-wrapped skeleton. "Damn it!" the man roared, launching another attack. This time the elder did not just take it, he fought back. As they clashed, the man realized something was very wrong. The elder had been a lowly level 3 bone trainer while he was at blood honing. He should have been an entire rank above him, yet in combat, the old man felt just as powerful as he was. They fought in the yard. The rest of the family rushed outside to watch. The elder's hits were heavy, and he completely ignored defense. his fingers hooked into sharp claws, shredding the man's arms. The man kicked him away, slamming him against a wall, but the old man scrambled back up instantly. He twisted his head around nearly 180 degrees, locking onto another living target. He sprinted toward them, clearly hungry for more, seeing the danger. The man screamed to the crowd, "Get back! It is draining their blood!" He dashed forward to intercept the thing, getting locked back into a brutal struggle as the crowd finally snapped out of it. The old man before them might have worn a familiar face, but he had morphed into a total nightmare. Casting aside their hesitation, the men lunged forward to help pin him down. It took a lot of muscle, but they eventually wrestled the elder into some heavy ropes. Even tied up, his eyes remained milky white, his throat rattling with snarls, just like some rabid animal. What in the world was going on here? The racket from the fight drew a crowd with half the town showing up for the spectacle. You hear the news. They say old man Zhang died, then crawled back out of the grave. As the word spread, people poured toward the Zhang place to witness the impossible. A few dozen folks were already huddled outside the gate. Those close enough to see the action started shouting back that the old man hadn't returned. He'd become a monster. One of the nephews had already been drained dry. Everyone was spooked, but they didn't budge. Since the Zhangs had the thing in chains, folks were too nosy to leave before seeing it. But the Zhang family wasn't letting anyone get a look and kept the courtyard sealed tight. Still, the secret was out and the whole town was buzzing within the hour. Standing by the old well, Bai Yan listened in as the rumors reached his ears. Was this the work of that black tonic reanimating the dead into monsters? Chapter 56. No sign of the hero. Bai Yan detached a sliver of his form, burrowing underground to infiltrate the Zhang estate and see for himself. He popped up just as the family was getting the torches ready to burn the creature to a crisp. They'd stacked cord after cord of wood around it, and once the fire roared, the thing let out a shriek so piercing it could be heard blocks away. Any local who heard that scream knew for a fact a demon was in their midst. The thing writhed in the heat, wailing as flames licked its skin. Bai Yan watched with a grim expression. Visually, the creature was almost indistinguishable from a man, yet its twitchy hunger reminded Bai Yan of one thing: a zombie. It was a classic undead freak. Amidst the scorching light, its body cooked down to a blackened husk until the thrashing stopped. But from his hidden vantage point, Bai Yan caught something subtle. Dark trails of smoke escaping the remains. The grieving family gathered up the carbonized leftovers, never noticing the dark residue. Most of the vapor seeped into the soil, while some drifted into the lungs of the living. It seemed the crisis had passed. The creature was a nightmare, but manageable enough that people stopped worrying. But a few days later, a guy coming back from out of town came charging in with a warning. Everything's gone to hell. There are bloodsuckers everywhere, and every single one is a walking corpse. Panic gripped the village instantly. The man explained that he'd seen the same thing happen while visiting family in the neighboring district. He initially brushed it off as some bizarre fluke, but then survivors from the city arrived screaming that Gooning County was lost. Monsters were everywhere, and the capital was officially overrun. Knowing the regional hub was gone left the locals in a state of pure terror. "Wait!" someone shouted. "Aren't there 5 elite fighters in gunning, I heard? Some have even reached peak-tier mastery. Can't they handle these freaks?" The messenger sighed heavily. "Sure, those experts are strong, but they only protect their own. Why would they risk it for us? Besides, after feeding on the living, these beasts get insane power boosts. Even the pros can barely touch them." Suddenly, a voice piped up. "Old man Guo from the East End is dying. What if he turns too?" That thought sent a chill through the crowd. It seemed totally possible, but the messenger cut in. "Actually, I heard there is one way to stop the dead from changing." Everyone crowded around, demanding answers. "The moment they stop breathing, you have to dismember the body immediately." The crowd erupted in whispers. Word reached the mayor's office fast. He wasted no time gathering a squad to head over to the Guo place. As they approached the gate, a bone-chilling screech echoed out from deep within the house. The monster had already woken up. "Move in!" the mayor barked, leading the charge. In the yard, they found several mummified remains. The beast had drained them dry. Oddly enough, the ones who get sucked dry do not turn. While the others were confused, Bai Yun noticed something subtle. These husks weren't turning, but they were leaking a nasty black mist. Half of it seeped into the dirt, the rest drifted into the living. At this rate, that corruption will just keep piling up until it's unstoppable. The creature, Old Man Guo became, was on a whole other level. It had already devoured 3 souls. Even the mayor's squad was struggling. Tucked away in the shadows, Bai Yan watched the fight unfold. These guys weren't amateurs. Their strikes were calculated and precise. The mayor was clearly at the blood, or maybe spirit refinement stage. Seeing he was cornered, the creature tried to make a break for it. It almost broke the line, but the mayor let out a thunderous roar. A golden flash erupted from his forehead. It was martial will. The mayor's will, Bai Yan heard someone shout in total awe. This was the mark of a spirit refinement elite mental power made manifest. It is a psychic strike, much like Bai Yan's own faith fire. Though faith fire was way more nuanced than just raw willpower. He wasn't sure which was more lethal, but there was no time for a test. The golden beam slammed into the beast's back, making it stumble. Bai Yan analyzed the collision. When that light hit the target, dark energy poured out to counter the golden glow. The light flickered out, but the creature's internal dark reserves took a serious hit. Looks like martial will can actually burn that stuff away. But the mayor looked totally wiped after pulling that move off. Clearly, he could not just spam it. Don't let it slip away. Cut it off. If that freak managed to vanish into the woods, the whole town would be living in a nightmare. And it would only keep feeding and growing until it became an absolute god-tier threat. The entire town was on the brink of ruin. The crowd rushed to block it, but the beast suddenly doubled back. It snatched a young man instantly. The warriors roared, trying to pry him from its clutches, but its teeth were already at his throat. Watching this, the mayor felt a wave of total despair. The monster was feeding on him. It seemed no one could possibly be its match now. Suddenly, a massive tree rose behind the creature. Its whole trunk shimmered with a brilliant golden light. Clearly no ordinary plant. The mayor muttered, wondering if yet another monster had appeared. Vines shot out from the bark like whips. They lashed out, coiling tightly around the creature's limbs. Then a thick wooden staff materialized. It jammed itself straight into the monster's gaping mouth. With a sharp crack, the beast's fangs bit into the wood, which was reinforced by that golden glow. A nasty grinding sound echoed through the air. The mayor watched the scene, completely stunned. "Save him now!" he bellowed. The hesitant fighters finally snapped out of it and charged forward. They fought to free the captive youth. That monster possessed some truly terrifying strength. They grabbed one hand, each barely prying the creature's fingers open with all their might. Luckily, its mouth was stuffed with wood, so they didn't have to fear being bitten. That tree was, of course, Bai Yan. He held the beast fast with his magical vines. The thing thrashed around in a blind rage. Then a burst of golden fire erupted. It completely engulfed the monster. From Bai Yan's point of view, dark energy was being purged by the flames, but the physical body stayed weirdly intact. A moment later, once the corruption was entirely burned away, the beast simply turned back into a lifeless corpse. It was a shocking transformation. Even Bai Yin hadn't expected it. He had seen the mayor's martial aura earlier and thought he could drain the darkness to save the man's life. He didn't realize life would end with the darkness. He decided to try using faith power instead. The result was amazing. Chapter 57. The aftermath. The beast was just a corpse now. Bai Yen gently set it back on the ground. The mayor and his team crept over cautiously to inspect it. Once they saw it was truly a corpse, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. The mayor stared at the great tree, his eyes full of awe. He walked toward the trunk, asking carefully, excuse me." Bai Yan sensed his hesitation. Remaining as a tree, he said, "I am Bai Yan." The sudden voice startled the mayor, but he kept his cool like a true leader and recovered fast. "Oh. If Senior Bai, can you actually kill these monsters?" Bai Yen replied. "I should be able to." The mayor was thrilled. "Senior, please, you have to help us." Bai Yan was taken aback by how direct he was. "Don't they even have any doubts about who I am? Asking a tree for help is a bit wild. I am literally just a plant. Aren't you people scared I am a tree that talks, for crying out loud?" The young man, who had just been rescued from the beast, interjected quickly, "Senior Bai, you saved my life. I'm definitely not scared of you." The mayor agreed. "He's right. If you hadn't stepped in, that monster would have surely escaped into the wild. Then no one in this town would have survived the night." The others joined in with a roar. "Yeah, you're our savior. We would never be afraid of you." The mayor raised a hand to quiet the crowd. He spoke again. "Senior, these beasts are like spreading everywhere. Since you've beaten them, could you show us how?" The mayor asked with total sincerity. "Everyone's life depends on this. Whatever you need us to do, we'll do it to stop them." Bai Yan went silent, lost in his thoughts. He'd used holy energy to purge the rot. Technically, any similar power should work fine. But after 6 months here, he'd seen no signs of worship. These people only believed in one thing: martial power. Bai Yan asked, "If you had to quit your training, would you do it?" The group was stunned. Nobody expected that. The mayor laughed. "You're joking, right? Martial arts is our entire life. It's who we are. Asking us to quit just isn't realistic." Others agreed. "Exactly. It's our soul. I'd rather die than give up my path." Seeing their stubbornness, putting their skills over their lives, Bai Yan could only let out a heavy sigh. The mayor looked grim. "Is quitting truly the only way?" Bai Yan smiled. "Just kidding. It was just a thought." Everyone relaxed. The mayor asked, "Then what should we do?" "Do you honor your ancestors?" The mayor shook his head. "We only care about progress and fighting. We bow to no one." This was going to be tough. These warriors were hard-headed. Convincing them seemed impossible. Bai Yan wanted to try a system of spiritual offerings. It was essentially the same as divine faith, energy fueled by reverence. It seemed difficult now, but he couldn't just ignore these monsters. He might have even caused this corruption himself. His conscience wouldn't allow him to walk away. Plus, a world helped no one. Luckily, he still had some holy energy stored up. He just worried it wouldn't be enough. Suddenly, the mayor did something completely unexpected. He knelt down. "If it saves lives, I'll perform any ritual needed." He began to bow. Bai Yan stopped him with a vine. "Enough? I appreciate it, but this isn't just on you. I'll help you handle those beasts myself." The crowd cheered, "Thank you," yet Bai Yan knew better. Without finding the source, the world was doomed. He was only one tree after all. He could only protect one small area. Then he froze. If there were more trees, he could protect everywhere, this body of his. Actually, it was just a seedling grown from his core. An avatar. When he went after the source of those beasts, he'd split his mind in two. Half remained his main form while the rest inhabited this vessel. Upon entering this realm, he planted another tree by the old well, which acted as a clone. Now that he was back in the area, he could sense and control that distant form perfectly. If he could create even more, the idea sent a thrill through him. It seemed totally doable. He turned to the village mayor and said, "I'm leaving a version of myself here right by the ancient well. If monsters attack, go call for me there. I will handle them." The mayor nodded blankly, then snapped out of his daze. What about you, sir? I'm heading out." Bai Yan replied with a grin. Then he vanished, though he'd actually just slipped back into the earth. The crowd watched in shock, murmuring in disbelief. Could he be an immortal, come to save us? Like the war deity, who arrived from the heavens when our ancestors were at death's door. He has to be a saint. The mayor ignored the chatter, heading straight for the well as everyone else followed along. He promised to leave a part of himself behind to protect us. Reaching the well, they found 2 trees growing side by side. One was a willow, the other was a total mystery. But this strange tree looked exactly like the man who just left. This must be his vessel. Seeing it there with his own eyes, the mayor felt a wave of relief. He gave the small tree a deep bow. Following his lead, the crowd bowed too, miles away. Bai Yan suddenly felt a new power within. Connecting to that distant tree, he saw the villagers paying their respects. He smiled faintly, then quickened his pace. Chapter 58. The Calamity. Leaving the town behind, he saw the horror had spread everywhere. Beasts were rampant. Only the elite warriors could hold them back, keeping their homes safe. But how many such masters were left? Not many. Only the massive cities had the strength to survive. Bai Yen passed through several small hamlets and villages, only to find them empty ghost towns with no one left alive. Only birds and wild animals remained. Even with his power, he couldn't save everyone. Many were dead before he arrived. He could only help the refugees or those still fighting back. He gave them small saplings grown from his own essence. These little trees could purge the corruption from anyone, cleansing the darkness so they wouldn't turn into monsters. But a month after he left, the situation grew even darker. Some warriors turned to cannibalism. It wasn't the dead turning this time, but the living eating their own. They'd come to a dark conclusion. If monsters grow powerful eating humans, why can't we do the same? Once the first person tried it, the madness spread like wildfire. Things spiraled into absolute madness as more martial masters fell into the abyss. Bai Yen saw the truth clearly. It was all because of that cursed dark energy. As the corruption festers within a body, even the living begin to warp, turning into man-eating abominations. Bai Yan's heart grew heavy with dread. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire world fell into ruin. A solution was needed. Bai Yan reached the gates of the imperial capital city. This was the Yun Empire, the power that ruled over every living soul. Inside the capital walls, a massive, desperate crowd had gathered together, refugees fleeing from every direction. Soldiers stood guard along the high ramparts. These sentries kept a razor-sharp eye on every movement inside and out. They executed any monster on sight. Against an entire army, a lone beast couldn't cause much of a stir. Bai Yan slipped inside the city undetected, heading straight for the palace. The emperor held the realm's ultimate authority. If he could be convinced to lead the people, the darkness could be purged. Upon entering the palace grounds, Bai Yan heard the echoes of a violent struggle. A young, strained voice shouted, "Father, the demon has already taken your soul." Following a thunderous explosion, Bai Yan saw a shimmering golden warrior avatar rise into the air. The manifestation looked terrifyingly majestic and powerful, wearing imperial yellow robes and a crown of hanging pearls, the very image of a king. The Titan roared, "I am supreme. And these people are my property. Why shouldn't I consume them? Shao, you are my heir, instead of helping your father in his time of need. You lead a coup to murder me. This is cold-blooded treason." 3 figures vaulted into the sky, their own massive spirits surging upward, forming 3 distinct giants to face off against the maddened emperor. "Your Majesty, you need to wake up," one of them remarked coldly, his spirit manifesting as a wandering swordsman striking down with his blade. The light split the heavens. The emperor raised a heavy jade seal, meeting the strike head-on with a deafening crash of raw power. That was when the other 2 giants joined the attack at the same time. One was a scholar holding a book and a long, sharp sword. The other was a general wielding a massive dragon-headed glaive. Fresh from the first clash, the emperor scrambled to defend himself, parrying the glaive, but leaving his back open to the scholar's thrust. A gaping wound appeared in his spirit. The 4 giants warred in the sky, their battle shaking the whole city. Finally, the emperor's avatar faltered against the combined 3-way assault and shattered into 1,000 pieces. The wounded emperor was seized as Prince Li Shou walked up slowly, his black robes fluttering in the wind. The emperor looked absolutely pathetic, his golden silks soaked in crimson. "Shu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done it. You're my son." A blade pierced his heart. Li Shou hugged his father briefly before pulling away and standing tall. He nodded to the 3 men, Chancellor Li, General Liu, and my uncle. "Dispose of the remains. Cannibals must be dealt with immediately, or the monster within will return. We cannot risk another transformation." Not even the emperor was spared. The 3 were about to strike, when Bai Yan suddenly stepped forward. "Hold on, you 3. I can preserve his remains." His unexpected appearance caught them all off guard. General Liu reacted instantly, swinging his blade straight at Bai Yan's head. But Bai Yan slipped into the earth like a shadow. By the time he resurfaced, he was standing right over the late sovereign. A golden glow enveloped the body, purging the dark corruption within. As the three prepared to charge again, Li Shou stepped out to block their path. My lord Li Shou just shook his head. The time for the body to turn has passed, yet my father's remains haven't changed. Li Shou walked right up to Bai Yan and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Bai Yan gave a polite bow. "My name is irrelevant, but I can end this global plague, if you're willing." Li Shou practically lunged toward him, eyes wide with desperation. "Are you serious? Is that actually possible?" Bai Yan gestured toward the motionless body on the ground. "The evidence is right there. Tell me my part." The three men behind Li Shou tried to pull him back, but he shoved them aside with a sharp glare. "Chancellor General Uncle, my father has passed on. Starting from this very second, I am the son of heaven." The trio had no choice but to retreat. Li Shou turned his focus back to Bai Yan, waiting for his instructions. "Your Majesty just needs to find an altar and lead your people in prayer." Prayer, to whom Bai Yan suddenly morphed into a massive tree tearing through the floor, leaving the crowd frozen in terror. But just as fast, the giant tree shrank back, vanishing into the dirt. Only Bai Yan's voice lingered in the air. "Once you've found the site for the ceremony, I will appear." Li Shou bowed deeply toward the empty space. "I will handle it immediately." The three advisors hurried back to his side. The uncle spoke up. "Your Majesty, are you really serious about this?" The Prime Minister added, "Sire, we know nothing about that man. Is it wise to trust him?" Li Shou replied. "Long ago, the immortal Lin gave us the way. Today, a tree immortal arrives to save us." Hearing his conviction, the three realized there was no changing his mind. The Prime Minister suggested, "Perhaps we should hold the ceremony at the martial stele." The stele was a relic left behind when the martial immortal ascended to the heavens. Legend says that every fighting style in the world today, aside from the secret arts, ultimately traces its roots back to that monument. Li Shou nodded. "Get it done quickly and push back my father's burial." For now. Chapter 59. The truth. After taking the throne, Li Shou's first decree was to prepare the sacrifice at the stele. In all of history, no ruler had ever attempted such a thing. True warriors never relied on gods or destiny, they only trusted their own grit. Naturally, Li Shou's plan sparked a wave of outrage and heavy criticism. But with the world collapsing, Li Shou chose the lives of his subjects over his own pride as a martial artist. In front of the ancient monument, Li Shou climbed the ritual steps, his golden imperial robes flowing behind him. Down below, the entire court watched him with conflicting emotions. Some felt pity, some felt grief. Others were baffled, while many watched with cold judgment. Li Shou finally stood before the martial stele. The martial monument was etched with cryptic runes. It supposedly held the five immortals' legacy. Li Shou ignored it, turning from the stone. Facing the vast assembly and the heavens, he knelt slowly upon the altar. Though reluctant, the gathered ministers followed his lead and knelt. "Today, I, Li Shou, sacrifice for all people and our ancestors." Li Shou bowed low, the officials following suit immediately. Suddenly, the sky roared as golden light burst forth. Celestial sounds filled the air, felt by every living creature. They looked toward the capital, the prayers of all. The fortune of every soul converged in one place. Bai Yin became a massive tree touching the sky. A shimmering four-sided seal formed. He caught it with a branch. In that moment, he saw every soul across the land and heard their cries. Between the earth and sky, glowing ribbons of light surged from everywhere into his body. Wielding the cosmic seal, he could command the gods. To banish evil, a giant shadow tree covered the whole world. Wherever the shadow passed, the dark mist vanished instantly. The rampaging monsters began to collapse one by one, returning to their true forms. A deep peace filled everyone as their bloodlust faded. When his reach spanned the globe, a sudden realization hit. He shrank, landing before the tablet, bowing deeply to the stone. Then, with the golden seal, he smashed it against the monument. Snap, reality itself, began to crack like a mirror. He turned around, seeing the emperor and officials frozen in their tracks, like motionless statues devoid of any spark of life. The cracks grew. Li Shou's body crumbled into fine dust, drifting away like sand until only white bones remained. Not just him, but every kneeling official did the same, turning into skeletons. As the bones vanished, the fabric of space shattered just like a real mirror. Once shattered the world and its people were gone, leaving only a single withered corpse sitting in meditation. Everything he experienced was a lie, just a dream. With the dream broken, the mastermind behind it appeared. The dry skull tilted up, looking directly at him. Fire lit its empty eyes. It croaked, "You're too scared to wake. Isn't being an eternal tree better coexisting with the cosmos? Only to be eaten by you." The skeleton reached out. "I offered the best path. Since you refused it, then die in agony." Bony fingers clamped onto him, dragging him closer, eager to devour his very soul. Bai Yan's form exploded in size, becoming a giant tree. The skeletal hand clenched with sudden, terrifying force, threatening to snap Bai Yan's body like a twig. The massive trunk groaned and buckled under the pressure. Inside, Bai Yan's holy power surged forth in a violent explosion. Brilliant gold fire poured from his core, swallowing the entire tree in a blazing cocoon. As the fire licked the ancient bones, a sickening hiss filled the air. Wisps of dark smoke rose from the scorching remains, while the embers in the skull's sockets flared with renewed life. Eerie black tongues of flame began to crawl across its surface, churning like oil. Shadowy tentacles erupted from the ribcage, lashing out at Bai Yan with murderous intent. He retaliated instantly, spawning a forest of wooden limbs to intercept the dark, fiery appendages. The void turned into a battlefield of thrashing limbs, all crushing and tearing at one another. A hollow voice echoed through the madness. "Yield now, you are finished. You cannot survive this place. The entity outside is still oblivious for the moment. The second he notices you, it's over. Just let our souls become one." Scanning his surroundings, Bai Yan saw nothing but a pitch-black abyss stretching into eternity. Suddenly he summoned a relic, a heavy square seal cast in pure gold. The moment the skeleton saw the artifact, its focus shattered completely. Staring at the seal as if possessed, the monster left an opening for Bai Yan to strike. He lunged toward the creature, thick roots exploding from his form to bind the seated skeleton. The beast let out a guttural roar from within, thrusting its bony palms toward the ceiling. 2 spectral palm prints grew in size, slamming into Bai Yan with the force of a mountain. Forcing itself upright, the skeleton began a frantic, brutal assault on his position. Despite the agony of his bark being ripped apart, Bai Yan gripped the golden seal tight. Seizing a split-second opening, he hammered the relic against the back of the skull. A heavy metallic thud rang out, and the skeleton instantly went limp and silent. "Wu Shen!" Bai Yan roared. "Snap out of it! Wake up!" A faint mist drifted from the head, solidifying into a middle-aged man dressed in traditional robes. Relief washed over Bai Yan as the chaos of thrashing tentacles finally died down. He manifested a smaller avatar to meet the stranger face to face. The robed man offered a deep, respectful bow to his savior. "I will guide you out," he said, but Bai Yan cut in. "Wait, what about you?" The man simply shook his head. "I was weak. I let the darkness in. I merged with the demon, and my world was swallowed whole by the void. Everything is gone. This shadow you see is nothing but a lingering memory. My mind will soon fade back into the fog." Bai Yan tried to press him for more information, but the man merely waved a hand. An irresistible force wrapped around him, shrinking his massive form into a tiny sapling. "The truths you seek are in the gift I left behind," the man whispered. Suddenly, Bai Yan was hurled through the void, completely unable to stop himself. He saw the little fox again, jumping away and standing on its hind legs. It pressed its paws together in prayer, bowing low before his eyes. Then he saw the mayor showing the same reverence to a lone tree. Even Li Shou appeared kneeling in the dirt. It all clicked for Bai Yan. Every single one of them was a fragment of Wu Xian. The entire world he had walked through was merely the man himself. Haunted by the destruction of his realm, he had built a dream to hide from reality. With a thunderous boom, the remains of the skeleton ignited like a dying sun. A violent blast erupted, shattering the fabric of reality, revealing to Bai Yan exactly where he had been. Out in the abyss, a colossal nightmare was howling. Foul dark bile spewed from a massive tear in its gut. Shrinking into a tiny sprout, Bai Yan shot like a comet into a rift. Recognizing his path home, he cast one last look back, catching sight of a lone figure. Though tiny against the beast, the man possessed an indomitable spirit. As he turned his head, Bai Yan knew the gaze was for him. Then, with a sudden swipe, he severed the connection. Bai Yan tumbled through the void, hitting the dusty earth, knowing he had finally made it back. Chapter 60. Trust no one. Standing up, he saw the shimmering rift vanish entirely, leaving not a single trace behind. Feeling his true form again, the little dragon drifted out, looking around in a daze, oblivious to the chaos. The immediate threat had passed, yet the monster was only gone temporarily. It would eventually return. In his current state, he was no match. Even a titan like the martial immortal had been consumed by it. Only his incredible power allowed him to keep a shred of sanity after being eaten. Bai Yan peeled back some bark, retrieving a small, ash-colored stone tablet. It bore two ancient words, martial immortal. Written in the old tongue, this was the master's final legacy. The great martial stele had been condensed into this tiny charm. Upon touching it, a flood of hidden knowledge entered his mind. It held every insight the immortal had ever mastered. Mastering these secrets meant becoming the next martial immortal. But Bai Yan would forge his own path, not shadow another's. Beside techniques, the tablet recorded the man's entire life story. Reading closely, Bai Yan learned of the master's origins and cosmic truths. Our realms are essentially like hanging fruit, ripening in the void before eventually spawning complex life. Every world starts identical, but as they mature and grow, external forces can warp them. Under such outside pressure, they evolve uniquely. Yet the void holds more than worlds. Powerful entities roam the dark. Some of these beings pick out developing realms to plant their seeds within. These seeds corrupt the world, molding its very essence, until it bears their mark. Once the fruit ripens, they return to either enslave the realm or devour it. The martial realm was his project. He shaped its history, ensuring its inhabitants would eventually mirror his own image. Later, he descended in person to teach the way. Yet other predators exist solely to drain these worlds. Scavengers that feed on life. He calls them aberrants. Even the martial immortal couldn't define those entities. Eventually, a shadow demon lured him into a trap. Obsessed with obtaining ultimate power, he chose to merge his soul with the darkness. He ended up consuming the entire martial realm, unaware it was all a cruel ruse. The creature used his physical vessel and the world's accumulated life force. It fed on that energy to evolve into something far more hideous. The visions Bai Yan witnessed were actually echoes of a forgotten history. These events truly took place. Back then, every warrior followed the path the immortal created. Once the source itself turned foul, the entire discipline became warped. It explains why the dead rose again, returning as flesh-eating ghouls while grandmasters lost their sanity. They began preying on the living, and it all traced back to him. Yet in that reality there was no hero to intervene. No one could save them. Every soul perished until only silence remained. Then the rot spread to all life. The entire world eventually collapsed. He truly believed he could control the beast, that he could tame it, but the corruption was far more insidious. It slowly poisoned his mind without him noticing. By the time it was over, not a single heartbeat remained. Only then did the immortal snap out of it. He realized the horror he'd unleashed. Bai Yan let out a heavy sigh. That final warning still echoed in his mind. Never trust a soul from the void. Scanning his surroundings, he saw the rift had closed, taking the horrors with it. Nothing but a scorched, pitch-black wasteland remained. Honestly, seeing that tragedy made him wonder if his own home was already marked by some cosmic predator. He had no way of knowing for sure, so he buried those fears deep down. It was time to move on. Heading back to the peaks, he started piecing together the mountain's purpose. Every realm possesses a survival instinct. When a threat looms, it develops a natural defense. That massive glacier functioned just like an immune response. It was a barricade, meant to keep the rot out. In that other world's history, because of the five immortals' influence, the world's consciousness merged with them. When the demon tainted the five immortals, it effectively poisoned the entire globe. Fortunately, his own world hadn't produced any gods like the five immortals yet, though ironically he was starting to fill that very role. But things weren't exactly perfect here. The previous invasion had drained so much vitality that the world felt stunted and drained. As he traversed the plains, a violent tremor suddenly rocked the earth. The sky-piercing peaks that partitioned the land began to descend. They shrunk into humble hills. Since the threat was neutralized, their purpose was fulfilled. Across the shadowed terrain, sunlight finally chased away the gloom, though the ground remained a sandy waste. It looked like an endless sea of dust. Healing this scar wouldn't be easy. He trekked through the dunes and over the diminished ridges. He made it back to the tree tribe at last, rejoining his physical form. He realized just how much time had slipped away. Days had passed in this blink of an eye, and his journey had sparked endless chaos. 3 whole years had actually slipped away. It turned out the time he spent in that dreamscape was perfectly synced with the real world. That was likely the reason he was so convinced that the world he saw was actually real. As his two minds merged back into one, Bai-Yan caught up on everything that had happened within the tree tribe. The tribe was still thriving and growing larger by the day. After several years of steady progress, the headcount was now pushing nearly 100,000. Most of these people lived right around the tribe's original heartland. Some groups were scattered further out, quite far from the main settlement. This massive population growth brought plenty of headaches. When so many people live on top of each other, friction and fights are bound to happen. As these incidents piled up, Heishui, the chief, found the situation increasingly tricky. He was constantly stepping in to play peacemaker and was desperate for a solution. After much brainstorming and tribal debate, a man named Tang Wu stepped up with an idea. "Chief, we should establish a set of rules based on why people are fighting and the damage they cause. We can set guidelines in advance. When trouble starts, we can just follow the playbook we've already written." "Chief, you won't have to. Micromanage every single dispute yourself." Chapter 61, Passing the Torch. After hearing this, Heishui loved the suggestion and immediately put Tang Wu in charge of drafting these rules. Tang Wu spent 6 months just sorting through the various common issues and organizing them into categories. He then spent another 6 months writing down the corresponding ways to handle every single problem. Finally, a year later, Heishui brought the completed set of rules and presented them to Bai-Yan. He made an offering to the tree god and asked what these things should be called. And so the tribe's first set of laws was born. This was the most significant event to take place during the 3 years Bai-Yan was gone. Once he returned, Bai-Yan dove into studying the techniques within the martial pillar. He planned to share some of these martial arts to beef up the tribesmen's strength. Before this, the only real power they had mastered was their bloodline energy. But their control over that bloodline power wasn't actually that impressive. Honestly, it was pretty obvious back during the big showdown with the Tiger King. The tribe's grasp on their bloodline was far weaker than powerhouses like him. His natural talent wasn't something just anyone could have. So Bai-Yan decided to fuse martial arts with bloodline energy to create a brand new power. He spent the first year dissecting martial arts to find a starting point. In the second year, he began trying to blend his theories with their inner bloodline force. Then came the third year. By the fourth year, Bai-Yan's research was moving at a crawl. After all, he was attempting something that no one had ever even tried before. Meanwhile, it had been exactly 15 years since Mu-Yan left the tribe on his long journey. He had finally reached the edge of the world. Stretched out before him was a massive, deep blue expanse of water that reached all the way to the horizon. He thought back to when he learned to write, from the tree god who had taught him a specific word. He didn't get it back then, but now he finally understood. Mu-Yan threw his arms wide open. "So this is the ocean. It really does go on forever." Mu Yan dropped to his knees by the shore to pray, "O great tree god, your humble servant is here having reached the very edge of the world. An endless ocean lies before me. I offer my prayers to you. Please grant me a sign. Where does my path lead now?" White Rock caught a faint cry drifting from the horizon, riding the breeze. The ethereal voice belonged to Mu Yan. Through his eyes he saw the vast blue. In his younger days, White Rock might have imagined another continent waiting across those waters. Now he knew better. Past that horizon lay nothing but the world's end. Answering the plea, White Rock whispered, "Return to the fold, child. You have wandered for far too long." Mu Yan felt the divine voice. Tears welled in his eyes. He finally knew it was time to go home. White Rock noted the deep fatigue etched into Mu Yan's weathered face. Had he not tapped into his primal bloodline, he'd have perished miles ago. A grim premonition gripped White Rock. The moment he reached home, I would likely be his final breath. Yet he refused to accept that fate. He looked down at his flourishing tree tribe below. Those first believers were slowly fading away. Even Blackwater, his very first chosen, the man who first wielded the power granted by his grace, was now entering his twilight years. Before long, yet he too would vanish. Could eternal life be possible? White Rock poured his soul back into his work, seeking a new path. He sought a way to defy death. Another full year slipped by. Blackwater approached the altar alone and knelt. "Great tree spirit, I wish to name Tang Wu my successor. My bones are weary, and I can no longer lead our great people." A branch gently raised him. Looking at the gray hair and deep-set wrinkles, White Rock sighed. "Then go. Once you've finished, stay by my side." Blackwater wept. To spend his final days near his god was the ultimate blessing. Praise be, a massive celebration swept through the Ran Tree tribe. Amidst the festivities, Blackwater officially handed power to Tang Wu. Tang Wu was the tribe's first lawmaker. In truth, Blackwater had been grooming him for the role for some time. This ceremony was merely the formal transition of power, conducted before the eyes of everyone. When the party ended, Blackwater moved in next to White Rock. He settled there, keeping the grounds tidy. Sometimes younger kin would visit him. Not that the area was dirty. White Rock never shed a single leaf. At most, he'd sweep away a bit of dust. White Rock told him to rest, but the old man insisted on serving his deity until the very end. 7 years later, White Rock let out a massive soul-deep breath. Every leaf rattled and shook as he finally completed his breakthrough. He had forged a cultivation manual called the Eternal Ancient Wood Art. Theoretically, this discipline would allow a mortal to enjoy the longevity of a tree. It was still just a theory, though. It needed a live subject. White Rock looked down at Blackwater. "Perfect. I've found the ideal test subject. He's basically a guinea pig but won't refuse. After all, it's a gift from his god. Hey Shui, I have something for you. Want it?" The old man froze, then quickly snapped to. He knelt weeping. "My lord, I am ready." He never expected this at his old age, getting a divine blessing while nearing the end. "Good. Take a seat under the main trunk. I'm passing this to you. Try practicing it. Report any reaction so I can adjust things." Heishui scratched his head, feeling slightly uneasy. Was this sketchy? He sat down regardless. His absolute faith started to waver just a bit. Impossible, he thought. A god's gift is perfect. How could it be wrong? He settled in. Bai Yan tapped his head with a branch. He shared his first draft, the evergreen method. "There, now listen to me very carefully. Report any training issues to me at once." Heishui nodded grimly, ready to start the path. Bai Yan worried the plan was still shaky. "Wait," he said. "Heishui, check in every day. We need to catch any mistakes early on, to ensure you don't practice it the wrong way." Chapter 62. As steady as a tree. Heishui sat cross-legged, beginning the new method. This technique blended martial ranks with tree wisdom. Bai Yan had built it from his insights. Stage 1. Toughening skin and the inner tendons. Skin becomes as rugged as ancient bark. Later it forms a shell as hard as iron. By the final phase, bark and flesh merge. It becomes hard as steel yet very flexible. Bai Yan felt like a genius creating this. Heishui memorized the verses and then stood up. He prepared to practice the first movement. Move. 1. Tree. Stillness. Endure the total silence. Withstand the sun and the heavy rainstorms. 100 days of heat brings the breakthrough. After 1 day, he was totally spent. Lips cracked and eyes sunken, he shook badly. His legs trembled and his body gave out. He hit the dirt, barely breathing at all. Bai Yan used a drop of sap to revive him. He perked right back up again. Bai Yan turned to He Shui and asked, "Notice anything different after today's session?" He Shui stayed quiet for a beat, then finally spoke up. "Forgive me, great tree spirit. Since I'm just a beginner, I likely missed the point. I didn't feel a thing today." Bai Yin figured his custom cultivation method was definitely flawless. It had to be a lack of experience on the boy's part, just like he claimed. "Fair enough, we'll try again tomorrow." He Shui gave a quick nod, psyching himself up for round 2. After another full day under the sun, He Shui flat out collapsed. Once more, Bai Yan had to drag him back from the brink. He started second-guessing himself. Maybe my calculations were actually off. No way, where could I have messed up? Bai Yin racked his brain repeatedly, but couldn't spot a single flaw. He decided he needed a broader sample size for a proper comparison, which would help pinpoint the error. Since He Shui represented the humans, there was no need for another person. One was plenty. His gaze drifted toward Bai Feng, napping in the branches. Then he remembered that lazy turtle in the river. Since Bai Feng had been around for so long, his old body was starting to fail. A little exercise might be good, potentially extending his life. As for the black turtle, he didn't expect much. That sluggish creature was already naturally long-lived, plus Bai Yan had gifted him a branch. Who knew how many years he had left? Still, he'd make him train anyway, just to serve as another data point. Oh, and the great blue ox. Ever since losing his mate, he'd been stuck in a deep funk. He barely bothered with the herd, or the affairs of the blue ox tribe. This couldn't continue, so giving him a project was perfect. The eagle and turtle were easy to summon, since they were right here. But the ox was still back at the village, so Bai Yan told He Shui to go fetch him. The boy agreed, then added, "Lord Tree Spirit, since I'll be traveling for a few days, can I skip the training?" Bai Yan figured the kid wasn't ready to multitask like that yet. He gave the green light and told him to be careful. "The technique is great, but don't get distracted. Just focus on the road now." He Shui nodded with fake gratitude. He bolted, thrilled, to finally get a break. Over the last few days, he'd started to suspect something was wrong. He worried the tree spirit had designed the manual based on his own biology. Take the first move. Stillness of the timber. The Lord is literally a tree. He stays motionless for 10 years at a time. Of course, that's easy for him. But humans are different. We aren't built to stay frozen in place like plants. With those thoughts, his pace slowed to a crawl. He wanted to kill as much time as possible. He'd return as late as he could, hoping the tree spirit would fix the bugs by the time he got back. Even so, he didn't dare stall forever. Despite the sluggish pace, he slowly closed the distance to the tribe. Once He Shui was gone, Bai Yin shifted his focus to the eagle and the turtle. Bai Feng was getting on in years and couldn't handle too much strain. So being kind, the spirit only assigned him half a day of training. As for the turtle, Bai Yin felt the first form suited him perfectly. The turtle's stillness fit the mountain-like essence quite well. He passed the art along, demanding a strict routine, with daily progress reports. To avoid any confusion, Bai Yin created a version using only illustrations. Any sentient being could master the skill once they received the transmission. Soon, White Wind felt stiff, almost turning into a statue. The turtle just lay, basking in the sun all day without feeling anything. 10 days passed. Bai Yan gazed into the distance, but Blackwater was still missing. Where could he be? Perhaps the Ox tribe kept him as a guest. They were close now, and as a former chief, he was a big deal. He went there for the tree god. Bai Yan could imagine their reaction. He told Blackwater to keep the art secret. Don't tell anyone, even the big ox. Without him, things were dull. He checked on White Wind's progress, and the change was striking. His yellow skin turned green, looking like rough bark. Then he checked the turtle. That guy was dedicated, staying still for 10 days. Bai Yen recalled trying to teach him before. He thought he was training, but he was sleeping. Bai Yen rapped on the shell with a tentacle, making a loud thud. Yet the turtle didn't move. He flipped him over. His head was becoming wood, with only his eyes still rolling. This was scary, proving his homemade technique was actually quite unreliable. He stopped lying to himself and examined the flaws. Without a quick fix, his friends were doomed. White Wind was okay, just slow and tree-like. The turtle was worse, showing clear signs of petrification. If he continued, he'd definitely become a turtle tree. Bai Yen saw the flaw he'd used himself as the model. He based the entire manual on his own biology, so anyone following it would eventually turn into wood. Chapter 63. This is training. He watched them, editing the manual to fit their specific needs. White Wind just needed to stop to recover. The turtle was the priority and needed fixing now. Bai Yen tried reversing the flow to undo it, but he didn't dare test it on the turtle yet. He experimented on himself first, tweaking the logic. After 10 more days, he finally had a result. The turtle had stayed still, but they're hardy. A mere 10 days didn't faze him much, especially since Bai Yan was there to keep him breathing. He could have stayed down for a year without a single issue. Bai Yan then shared the newly refined cultivation method with him, directing him to focus on the other path. Meanwhile, Blackwater headed over to the Green Ox settlement. By the time 20 days had fully passed, it felt like the right moment to wrap things up. Any further delay risked tipping off the great tree god that something was fishy. He eventually made it back to the tree tribe with the massive ox tagging along right behind him. "What's the tree god want with me?" the ox grunted. "Is he trying to get my people to start worshipping him?" Bai Yan snapped back, telling him to stop blurting out the awkward truth. "Sure, the thought crossed my mind once, but since we're close friends, I'd never pull a stunt like that." The big ox flicked its tail and let out a low chuckle. "Works for me. I've been over this whole totem gig for a while now, so go ahead and just take the tribe off my hands already." Bai Yan wasn't about to bite on that offer, even if he knew the beast was actually being serious. "Maybe some other time, but I'm not making that call. If your people genuinely want to join the tree tribe, they can work that out amongst themselves." The ox dropped the subject. "All right then, tree god, what do you actually need from me? I'm going to show you a few tricks. If you can master this, you might finally be able to speak like I do." The ox's eyes went wide at the prospect, since he'd been dying to speak for ages. Without a second thought, his front legs buckled as he dropped to his knees. "Oh, great master, please accept my humble bow." Bai Yan quickly cut him off, preferring to keep things on a friendly, equal footing for now. Back then, he had refused to let the ox go through with the formal apprenticeship. He wasn't going to start today either. Get back up, and just focus if you really want to learn. The ox didn't mind the rejection. He stood back up and braced himself to receive the technique from Bai Yan. This version had been tweaked slightly with several complex parts trimmed away. He figured it was best to have them start with the absolute basics first. Once they reached a solid level, they could move on to the more advanced stuff. "The evergreen art, huh? Let me get a feel for this." Bai Yan passed him the non-textual version. Surprisingly, the ox wasn't totally illiterate and actually recognized a few symbols. His people had picked up writing from the tree tribe, so he'd seen it around plenty. Picking things up here and there, he knew the basics. Seeing him settle in to train, Bai Yan gave a satisfied nod. He was confident this revised method wouldn't cause any more hiccups. Elsewhere, the mystic tortoise was testing the new style. The stony patches on its shell were fading as its limbs regained their flexibility. Now able to move at will, Blackwater returned home determined not to slack off. He dove back into training, but Bai Yan noticed he was still stuck in his old ways. Realizing he'd forgotten to update him, Bai Yan halted him and began the transfer. "I told you to report any issues immediately," he scolded while sharing data. "Instead, you stayed quiet and nearly turned that tortoise into a lawn ornament." "Fine, take this new method and focus on it properly this time. If even the slightest thing feels off, you tell me right away." "Got it." Blackwater nodded vigorously. seeing the whole group absorbed in their work. Bai Yen knew he couldn't slack off either, even if the original art wasn't a match for them. It actually suited Bai Yan perfectly. In the middle of his training, the little crimson dragon suddenly manifested, spiraling around him. "You looking to train too?" The little guy gave a quick nod, which put Bai Yan in a tough spot. Little Crimson wasn't like Haishui or the rest. Sea guys like Haishui and the big blue ox possessed actual physical forms, but Little Crimson was a ghost, a pure spirit. Without a shell crafted by Bai Yan, he couldn't even brush against reality. Honestly, only Bai Yan could even spot him. To anyone else, he was invisible. He had to inhabit a custom-made vessel, becoming a wooden dragon just to touch things. Without a body, and with no actual dragon anatomy to study, Bai Yan couldn't design a proper path for him. Even among the martial immortals' legacy stones, soul-only cultivation was nowhere to be found. Sure, there is a spirit tempering stage that sharpens a warrior's mental edge, but that requires a foundation in martial arts which is inseparable from the flesh. It was a total dead end. Yet the dragon kept darting back and forth, waiting with puppy-dog eyes for an answer. "All right, fine. Let me look into it. The current won't work for you. I'll try to cook something up soon. Promise." Overjoyed, the little crimson dragon vanished back into Bai Yan's soul. To make good on that word, Bai Yan strained every brain cell he had, deep in thought for ages. He tested theories and ran countless trials, but in the end, he still couldn't script a single line. That worked for the dragon. As a draconic spirit, Little Crimson really needed authentic dragon techniques. For a race that legendary, thinking I could just invent something for them that is pretty damn cocky of me. He muttered those self-deprecating words, but he did not actually quit. Still, Little Crimson was bound to be let down for now. That promised skill felt like it might never see the light of day. Elsewhere, Haishui started the new regimen. The opening stance of the Evergreen Palace was still mount immovable, but it was not tree-like anymore. No more standing there like a total moron baking in the sun. The ultimate goal remained the same, though toughening the skin. Martial arts has a blood refinement stage meant to boil the warrior's inner life force. The end game is making that vitality overflow, but in Bai Yan's world, simply waking your bloodline allows that energy to leave your body. It is just a fundamental difference in how physics works between these two realms, a divergence in how they evolved over time. Bai Yan took those blood refinement techniques from the martial path and tweaked them significantly, weaving them into the evergreen style. Haishui sat cross-legged under the canopy, his inner vitality surging like a flood racing through his veins in loops. With every single rotation, a burst of energy would leak out and soak into the outer layers of his skin. Then he would change the flow for another round. Any burnt-off energy was immediately replenished. Then Haishui snapped his eyes open, pulled himself up, and grabbed a massive boulder nearby. He started grunting through a workout, slamming the rock against his own chest. Afterward, he would just freeze in place, standing as still as a towering oak. After catching his breath, he would go back to rolling on the dirt or scrubbing his skin with sand. All sorts of bizarre self-torturing drills. This was the training path Bai Yan had mapped out. Let Blackwater experiment with every method to find what fuels his growth. This helped White Rock analyze the results and craft a superior training system. Chapter 64. The Traveler's Return. The massive blue ox stood up, approaching Blackwater. The young man gave a respectful bow, shifting into a combat stance. "Senior Ox, please show me your strength." Instantly, the beast's hooves kicked up dirt as it charged at full speed. The man and the animal collided, locking into a fierce wrestling match. Blackwater gripped the creature's horns, testing his raw power against it. They relied strictly on cultivated energy, keeping their bloodline powers hidden. Grappling and straining, they used the duel to harden their bodies. Eventually, the ox proved too strong, and Blackwater was tossed aside. The blue ox puffed out its chest, looking incredibly smug. Springing back up, Blackwater activated his evergreen technique. A layer of thick, verdant bark began to manifest across his skin. This natural armor spread quickly until his entire body was shielded. White Rock watched with approval. He had already reached the mid-stage. Blackwater beckoned the beast over. "Come on, let's go again." The ox slammed into him, forcing the warrior back several paces. Yet he remained unscathed, proving the art's defensive power was solid. Since starting this training, his overall physical health had clearly improved. It was still unclear if it could actually extend a person's lifespan, but the progress was a great sign. White Rock let them continue, waiting for the boy to master the first tier of the technique before sharing it with the world. Far to the east, a weary group of travelers trudged along. Leading them was a weathered, travel-worn elder, dressed in hand-stitched furs of wild beasts. His hair was a mess, but his gaze remained sharp. He held a wooden staff, with a whip made of bone hanging from his belt. Looking west from a high peak, a massive, lush canopy came into view. Tears blurred his vision as he fell to his knees in reverence. This was Woodrock, who had left the tribe 15 years ago to find the world's edge. He rose quickly after his prayer, turning to the massive crowd following him. He shouted to them, "Do you see that towering tree? That is the tree god I promised, the great protector we worship." Everyone looked up in awe, many sprinting over the ridge in a frenzy of excitement. Once past the crest, the giant tree stood clear on the horizon. "It is real, that is the tree. God, we finally made it to the holy site." More and more people crossed the mountains staring at the emerald giant. Shouts of praise erupted as many fell to the ground, praying toward the distant silhouette. Woodrock watched his followers, seeing their pure devotion and feeling a deep sense of pride. He had gathered these people while returning from the great eastern sea. They had been wandering the land searching for a place to survive. Among the group, only a handful even possessed their own totems. For the most part, their faith was tied to nature, things like mountains and rivers. That changed when Mu Yen told them about a true protector deity waiting in the distance. He spoke of a powerful clan that could offer them a safe place to call home, a life where they'd stop wandering and never have to worry about their next meal. Thousands were sold on the idea, following him toward this promised paradise. Nearly 10,000 people gathered behind him. In any ordinary situation, such a massive group would never have survived a journey lasting several years. Just the sheer amount of food required would have been an impossible hurdle. However, the tree god had their backs, performing miracles to keep them fed. It was those divine displays that made the people follow him with such absolute loyalty. The secret behind these miracles was the unique cultivation style Mu Yin had mastered. He realized he could force nearby vegetation to sprout, bloom, and ripen in seconds. In the past, he could only use that vital energy to enhance his own physical form. Now his power reached far beyond his own skin. Just as they cleared the foothills, a group of people appeared on the horizon riding strange, unfamiliar creatures. The crowd began to panic as the riders came charging toward them. Terrified by beasts they had never seen before, many were ready to bolt. Mu Yen remained perfectly calm at the front, raising his staff to settle the nerves of his followers. "Don't be afraid, everyone. These people were sent by the tree god to welcome us. And those animals they are riding, they are called horses. This tribe once followed my advice and migrated from far away just like you." As Mu Yan explained, the group of riders closed the distance at high speed. The lead rider pulled back on the reins to slow down. Mu Yen recognized the man instantly, and old fading memories suddenly snapped back into focus. A tall stallion let out a loud neigh and came to a halt just a few steps away. The man in the saddle flashed a wide grin before jumping down to greet Mu Yen. "Haimu Yen, the tree god, told me I'd find you out here. You still remember me?" Mu Yen smiled. "How could I forget? I'm the guy who knocked you so hard you couldn't even crawl back up." The man was Magu, the former leader of the horse tribe. Magu let out a booming laugh. "Good you remember. Though looking at you now, I'd definitely win the rematch." Mu Yan didn't feel like arguing about who was tougher these days. "Where's Old Horse? Did he make the trip too?" Mu Yen was referring to the ancient spirit the horse tribe used to worship. "He stayed with us until we reached this place, then he left with his herd." Magu shook his head slightly, clearly finished with that part of his life. He turned and gestured toward the line of horses coming to a stop behind him. "I didn't just bring riders to escort you. I brought a ton of supplies too." Let's give everyone a massive feast tonight before we head for the village tomorrow. The riders began unloading heavy bags of food and laying them out on the ground. The sight of so much fresh meat immediately sent the crowd into a frenzy of hunger. Mu Yan hadn't had a decent meal since his long journey began. Looking at the piles of fat, juicy meat, he couldn't help but feel his mouth water. Magu caught the looks on his face and let out another delighted laugh. He quickly ordered everyone to start the fires, and campfire smoke soon drifted through the valley. It was the first time in years that the travelers felt truly at peace. Mouth-watering scents drifted through the campfire smoke. Everyone was salivating. "Dinner's ready, folks." "Don't rush, there is plenty for everyone." Magu handed out portions while keeping order. Chapter 65. The New Order. Mu Yan grabbed a plate and ate quietly. He noticed a teenager watching him from afar. The boy ducked his head, trying to hide. He seemed spooked. Mu Yan searched his memory. He came with Magu's group, so a tribesman. But Mu Yan had been gone 15 years. Any toddler he knew then would be grown. When Mu Yan looked down, the boy stared. Mu Yan stood up and walked toward him. Up close, the boy's face looked familiar. A sense of recognition hit him. Who was he? Mu Yan stopped and their eyes locked. Who are you?" Mu Yan's voice shook. They looked so alike, the bond was obvious. "Dad," the boy cried. Mu Yan dropped everything. They fell into a desperate, tearful hug. After a long while, Mu Yan finally let go. He studied him. This was his own son. He'd been away while his baby became a man. They talked all night. A few days later, the group reached the tree tribe and were welcomed. 10,000 newcomers settled outside the village. Mu Yan didn't go home first. He saw the tree god. "Great tree god," Mu Yan called out. Bai Yin pitied his weathered, exhausted face. "You've worked hard. Stand up." Then, Hoi Shui gave him a massive bear hug. "Uncle Hei, you're still strong as ever." Mu Yan struggled against his iron-strong grip. He was younger, but couldn't match Hei Shui's power. Side by side, Mu Yan looked much older. Hei Shui laughed and slapped his shoulder. "That's the tree god's blessing anyway. Go see your family, then come find me." Bai Yen urged him home after his long absence. Hei Shui personally led him so he wouldn't get lost. Later, Bai Yen shared the new cultivation techniques. Mu Yan trained daily under the great tree. Eventually, he rarely even went back home. He stayed with Hei Shui feeling like a stranger. With hardly any friends left, he poured every ounce of energy into his training. It seemed like Mu Yan just didn't have a natural knack for this path. He struggled for ages just to grasp a tiny sliver of the technique's core. He was moving at a snail's pace compared to how fast Blackwater had progressed. One day, Mu Yan decided to share his training struggles with Bai Yan. After listening, Bai Yan suspected the manual itself was likely the problem. Mu was sharp enough, but his progress was simply stuck in neutral. Bai Yan began researching a way to custom-tailor the technique specifically for Mu Yan. He wanted to craft a version that actually fit him. The original style was set. Since Blackwater had no issues, Bai Yan decided it was time to spread the word. He put Blackwater in charge of teaching the technique to the rest of the tribe. Mu Yan stayed to help out. Even though Blackwater was a faster learner, he was a terrible teacher. Mu Yan was actually much better at it. Having traveled the world, Mu Yan was far more worldly than Blackwater. He had lobbied many tribes and was much more silver-tongued than his friend. Within a few days, Mu Yan had completely taken over the teaching duties. He became the true mentor, handling all the lectures and explanations. Blackwater just did the physical demos. As more people learned the style, many of them ran into the exact same walls Mu Yan had faced. They kept pestering Mu Yan, who in turn kept running to the tree deity. But they never considered one thing. What if the tree deity gets stumped? He had no one to ask for help. Eventually, Bai Yan got fed up with it. He reached his limit and decided to overhaul the 5 monuments. He wiped away the junk and rewrote everything based on his own logic. He forged a single new stone, turning the 5 into one path monolith. He planted it under the tree. If you're stuck, go study the stone yourself. He didn't totally walk away, though. He'd still add fresh insights occasionally. He tweaked the monolith based on how the tribe was actually progressing. He fixed any flaws that popped up. Blackwater became the monolith's guardian. Mu Yan interpreted the text for everyone. Bai Yan named him the High Priest. His main job was to be the bridge between the tribe and the tree deity. Everyone went to Muyan first. As the teachings started to spread, a massive training craze took over the entire settlement. Bayan eventually released several more paths for people to choose from. For example, once Muyan realized the first path didn't suit him, he switched to the spirit sight technique. The first was like martial arts, but the spirit sight was a totally different beast. It required intense mental grit to mimic powerful beings and unlock their secrets. Once mastered, a person's inner energy could actually transform into their target. They could even steal their unique abilities. It also forged the soul, potentially unlocking a sort of sixth sense. Muyan immediately chose the tree deity as his primary meditation target. Honestly, who else nearby was even half as powerful as the deity? Bayan felt a surge of pride watching the tribe grow stronger every day. 10 years flashed by in a blink as Blackwater kept studying the monolith. Bayan witnessed the birth of an entirely unique power. He dubbed this force the laws of nature. As for the specific essence Haishui grasped, it was the path of the grave. It fused perfectly with his vital essence, unleashing a terrifying raw energy. But that wasn't all. Ever since unlocking the grave path, Haishui's vitality seemed to bloom daily. He became like a timeless oak, unshakable spirit and inexhaustible energy. His life force flowed endlessly. Combined with the evergreen arts, it wasn't just for combat, but it could actually mend the broken. Following his breakthrough, a wave of others began tapping into their own personal paths. Existence itself is a teacher. Through meditation and study, one connects with the universe, merging soul with essence. Bayan christened this new stage the Era of Enlightenment. This marked the birth of a formal cultivation system currently split into the Vitality phase and the Enlightenment phase. Chapter 66. Beneath the shade, the massive ox wouldn't stop complaining at Bayan's feet. His constant mooing was grating. "Hey, teach, didn't you promise? If I mastered your little trick, I'd finally be able to speak. Just look at me. It's been 10 long years now. 10 years and I'm still just making animal noises." The ox huffed in frustration. Though he knew he was no match for Bayan, all he could do was bellow his lungs out. Bayan kept quiet, feeling a bit guilty. He definitely played the poor beast back then. Let him holler, he thought. He'll quit once his throat gets sore. Amidst the ruckus, Tang Wu approached the tree with a small group in tow. The visitors were used to the drama, yet they kept a respectful distance, waiting for the bull to finish his tantrum. After all, the creature was a tribal guardian and deserved at least some dignity. Once he'd blown off enough steam, the ox trudged away in silence, heading off to graze until his stomach was full and his temper cooled. Tang Wu stepped forward, spotting Haishui busy with a broom, while Muyan sat deep in focus before the ancient stone. Haishui paused his chores, and Muyan's eyes drifted open. "Is everything set?" Haishui inquired. Tang Wu gave a firm nod and offered a respectful salute. To Muyan. Through the years, Muyan hadn't just shared the secrets of power. He'd civilized them with structure and tradition. The modern tree tribe bore little resemblance to the savage group they once were. Priest Mu Tang Wu began the date for the great rite is confirmed. "We begin in 5 days, as the high priest, Mu Yan, oversaw every ritual detail." Tang Wu, burdened with governing over 100,000 souls, simply had too much on his plate. He was grateful for Mu Yan's presence, who took over the spiritual duties that usually fell on a chief. Now, Tang Wu only had to manage the supplies. Mu Yan nodded. "I'm on it. And regarding my suggestion, did the other leaders sign off on it?" As their influence grew, many outsiders had flocked to join the fold. While some integrated, completely others preferred to stay distinct, clinging to their original titles. For instance, the Yu clan from the mountains and the Xiong warriors still kept their ancestral names alive. Tang Wu announced that every clan leader had signed off on the grand ceremony. A massive crowd was gathering, all waiting for the main event, to witness the birth of the Kingdom of Tree. Since their numbers were exploding, the old, disorganized clan system just wasn't cutting it anymore. Mu Yan sought guidance from the Great Tree and huddled with Tang Wu to build a real nation. Tang Wu used the festival as a perfect stage to bring the chiefs together and finalize the plan. 5 days later, bronze cauldrons lined the base of the ancient tree. The Tree Wing and Bear clans, along with the horse and tiger tribes, joined the wandering nomads. Every group sent a delegate to heap offerings into the glowing bronze vessels until they were overflowing. Dressed in stunning ceremonial robes, Mu Yan took her place at the front. Haunting melodies began to drift through the air, blending with primal chants that spiraled up toward the canopy and clouds. The crowd hit their knees before the great tree. At that moment, every believer poured their souls into a silent, fervent prayer. Right then, Bai Yan felt a surge of collective will. Their spirits flickered like tiny flames, dancing vibrantly across the soil. As the spiritual glow intensified in his vision, his own mind began to leap from one spark to the next, reaching out to touch even the most distant follower of his faith. This was true divine power. As the surrounding chorus slowly faded to a hush, Bai Yan pulled his senses back. Down below, Mu Yan's voice rang out. Starting today, we are one people, the citizens of Shu. A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. Mu Yan glanced up at the massive trunk. The deity remained silent, but she knew the great tree was pleased. With the kingdom of Shu born, Tang Wu ascended as king. The remaining clan chiefs kept their local power, creating a system much like a feudal monarchy. In the lands of the first mountain clan following the kingdom's rise, Yishan stayed on as chief governing his original people. His tribe never moved after joining the fold. They just kept expanding in the peaks. Their current domain marked the very southern tip of the new kingdom. Beyond that lay a wild, untouched wilderness. Yishan had sent scouts into those woods, but they only found wild animals. Not a single footprint of a human soul. While Yishan was checking out some freshly cleared farmland in the hills, a warrior sprinted up, gasping for breath. "Chief trouble, the south is crawling with beasts." "Just beasts," Yishan scoffed with a frown. "Calm down. If it's just animals, they're just going to be dinner." The scout took a second to catch his breath, then blurted out, "No, Chief, these aren't normal animals. They're monsters. A whole pack of savage monsters." Monsters was the term the old Tiger King used for those hyper-lethal creatures. Back in the day, the Tiger King drove every last one of them out of these mountains, and they never dared to return. Was the nightmare coming back? Yishan pressed him. "How many are we talking? How dangerous are they?" "There are tons of them. Our patrol units spotted at least several hundred, though we couldn't gauge their power yet. But they're tough." Yishan instantly felt the weight of the situation. A swarm this size, bad news. How soon until they hit our gates? Yishan pressed for details while weighing his defensive options. At their current pace, they'll be on us by sunset. Yishan looked grim. If those monsters breached their walls, few would survive the carnage. "We stop them before they get close." He quickly ordered all workers back from the fields. "Warriors, gear up. We hold them here with 4,000 men." Yishan felt ready, but simply blocking the path wasn't enough. If the herd scattered, they'd just ravage the neighboring lands. "Alert the Shu Kingdom and track down Bear Stone. Tell him to watch for strays entering his borders. Only their 2 clans remained deep within these mountains. If Yishan's wall held the panicked beasts, would surely flee toward bear territory. The Wing tribe moved fast. 4,000 warriors assembled in no time. Led by Yishan and the scouts who first spotted the danger, the army marched. He wasn't planning a suicidal charge. Instead, he sought a natural choke point to break them. These beasts were lethal. Few could best one alone. This was Shan's first time facing a full stampede. He stayed sharp, but his resolve remained unshaken. After decades of growth, they were no longer the broken slaves of the past. Chapter 67. The Great Ape. Yishan's unit lay low on the ridges flanking the valley. Scouts confirmed that the herd's heading. They'd almost certainly pass through this narrow gap. It was the fastest way to reach the Wing tribe. To avoid it, they'd have to circle the entire range, potentially losing the tribe's trail entirely. Yishan hoped they'd take the long way, but as time passed, the ground began to quake. No detours. They were coming straight for them. Yishan tapped his power, sprouting a pair of spectral wings mastering the evergreen art. And the Tao tablet had given him control over the wind. The tree god had even gifted him the Skywing decree. This technique was now the foundation of their tribe's martial might. Yishan took to the air, scouting the approaching chaos. Thick dust billowed from the woods. Massive, frenzied monsters were thundering through the trees. He watched them closely. The variety was staggering. Even at a glance, he spotted 5 or 6 entirely different species of wild beasts. Normally, these predators would never run together. Yet here they were, a unified, terrifying tide. Something must be hunting them to cause such a panic. Yishan soared higher, scanning the distant horizon. That's when he saw it. The massive dust cloud, spanning 5 or 6 peaks. No mere pack of beasts. The numbers were staggering. Thousands of them. It was a sea of monsters. Something felt off. These creatures don't just pack up naturally. As the vanguard hit the gorge, he stopped wondering and dove low, passing over his troops. Ready up! They're hurry-haired, open fire! His voice boomed like thunder through the canyon. The one-armed warrior hovered high. Every soldier watched him as the tide of flesh flooded the valley. Leading them was a 10-foot giant leopard, eyes red with rage, oozing malice. Something's wrong. Yishan could tell these things weren't normal, but there was no time for questions now. Kill! He roared, charging the lead predator. His wings sliced like twin blades through its flank, opening deep, bloody gashes. Along the ridges, the tribesmen readied their bows and heavy spears. Arrows rained down like a dark storm. Though compared to the horde, it was a light drizzle, hardly a scratch. But next came the heavy hitters, 6-foot javelins. The men hoisted them high, channeling raw power into the wood. They twisted, putting their weight into the throw. Spears flew, no aiming needed, into that dense crowd. Every shot hit home. In their grip, those simple wooden shafts hit like explosives. Smaller beasts were obliterated by the force, literally torn apart. Even the tough ones took a beating. A few more hits meant death. Under that barrage, nothing breached the pass. The ground turned red, piled high with carcasses. Yishan dropped a wolf body and looked up. The survivors outside halted. He hoped they'd leave, but then the pack split down the middle to clear a path. While Yishan watched confused, a nightmare burst from the rear. It was a blur, reaching the valley in heartbeats. A 16-foot-tall, massive black-furred ape. The beast leaped, getting in Yishan's face before he could blink. It locked its fists like a falling anvil, slamming him into the floor, creating a massive crater. That single punch sent Yishan crashing into the dirt. "Captain!" Panicked voices cried from the ridges. Flat on his back, Yishan shook his head, struggling to find his footing once again. The massive black ape wasn't about to give him a second to breathe. In one leap, it came hurtling down to stomp him into paste. Protect the leader. A warrior let out a gut-wrenching scream and hurled his spear with all his might. Seeing the opening, the rest of the squad followed suit, launching a hail of steel at the giant primate. Bang, 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 the spears just shattered against its thick hide. It was useless. Those desperate attacks didn't even make the monster flinch. Not a single hair was out of place. From the ground, Yishan saw it clearly. There was a strange shimmer around the beast. It was like it was wearing invisible plate mail. Normal weapons were like toothpicks against it. Yishan slammed his one good hand against the earth. The sheer force of the blow sent him sliding across the dirt. Simultaneously, a sudden gust swirled under him, lifting his body just off the floor. The ape's massive foot slammed into empty space, leaving a crater where he'd just been. Having narrowly escaped, Yishan stood up, his face etched with grim determination. This monster was easily the most terrifying beast he had ever come across. It was likely even more dangerous than the ones the Tiger King had slain before. Roar. The ape let out a deafening howl, pounding its chest like a war drum. It dropped to all fours and lunged at him. Yishan took to the air again. The creature's strength was overwhelming. He knew he couldn't take it in a fair fight. Face to face, he was dead meat, but he had one major advantage: he could fly. That was his winning card. He zipped through the air, circling the frustrated beast, letting the monster below descend into a mindless, violent frenzy. It couldn't touch him, though one lucky swipe would be fatal. He'd only been caught off guard, because the ape had appeared so suddenly. Now Yishan started harassing it, darting in for quick strikes and aiming specifically for its massive back. But that pelt was like a suit of reinforced steel armor. He couldn't find a way through. Just as he was trying to find a weakness, the giant primate suddenly went stone-cold silent. Then, without a word, it turned its gaze toward the warriors on the canyon walls. It completely ignored Yishan and charged toward the vulnerable Yi soldiers instead. Chapter 68. "That's a dirty trick," Yishan cursed under his breath. The beast realized it couldn't catch him, so it shifted its target to the ordinary tribesman. If he couldn't even make a dent in it, the others didn't stand a prayer. He couldn't let it reach those cliffs. He dived forward once more, flying low to cut off the beast's path. But the Yi warriors were no cowards. Hundreds of them leaped from the heights. These were all elite warriors who had reached the third pulse of the bloodline realm. After the tree, God established the ranks. The initial bloodline realm was divided into 3 specific tiers. Simply awakening your power was the first pulse. Being able to manifest your energy onto a weapon or object marked the second pulse. To reach the third pulse, one's energy had to take the shape of a living being. The tree god called this a spirit. Originally, the Yi warriors drew their power from the ancient bird totems they worshipped. Later, many others gained their strength by consuming the flesh of avian monsters. Ever since, the tree god gifted them his sacred arts, unlocking a bloodline. It just requires dedicated training from childhood, and depending on the path, reaching the third stage of blood key manifests a unique spirit totem. For those following the evergreen path, once they awaken their power, their totem takes the form of an ancient tree. But for the wing tribe, their heavenly wing method summons a fierce soaring raptor. Hundreds of wing tribe soldiers formed a mid-air phalanx to intercept the titan. Seeing his brothers in arms show such grit brought a surge of pride to Yishan. He accelerated past the great ape and landed before the squad. "Listen up. Today we take this beast down together, chief, as long as we breathe. This monster is going nowhere. They will have to step over our corpses first." "Damn right, chief. We have got your back." The surrounding fighters were fired up, their energy hitting a fever pitch. "All right. Now let us get him." Yishan charged the great ape head-on for the first time, diving straight into its face. The beast swung a massive palm to swat him. But just as it struck, the rest of the squad swarmed in. They hammered the monster from every angle. A foe that once seemed invincible has started buckling under their combined fury. Despite its terrifying strength, the ape was reduced to a state of blind, helpless rage by the onslaught. But just when they thought the beast was done for, the horde charged again. Dozens of wild monsters, big and small, flooded the valley in a heartbeat. This second wave was faster and more vicious, yet not a single soldier flinched. Every warrior still on the ground reached for the spears strapped to their backs, channeling their essence into one lethal throw. Beast after beast collapsed. But outside the canyon, it felt like an endless sea of monsters. And no matter how many they dropped, instinctively a few warriors reached back for more steel, only to find their hands grasping empty air. They glanced back in shock, only to realize right then that every single javelin had already been spent, with no long-range options left. It was time for some dirty, up-close brawling. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Look out!" They are on the ridge, too. A handful of beasts had stealthily scaled the far side of the mountain and circled behind the group. Using the high ground, they launched a ferocious downhill blitz. Hold the line. Several warriors summoned their blood spirits like glowing armor. Shrouding themselves completely, a wolf-like beast lunged through the air, the jaws snapping at the soldier in front. Crash! The man threw up his arms, bracing himself against the brute force of the impact, jamming his forearms into its maw. His energy condensed into a spear that drove straight through the beast's throat. The creature let out a guttural shriek, thrashing in a death spiral. More tribesmen closed in, instantly striking as one unit to finish the beast off. Some warriors even leapt straight off the cliffs, dropping into the canyon to intercept the new arrivals. In the chaos, one man was trampled, it snapping like a dry twig, blood spraying everywhere. Another was caught in a maw and ripped into jagged pieces in an instant. Ishan's eyes burned crimson with fury, yet he was powerless to stop the carnage. A tribesman saw a beast charging and roared, "I'm taking you with me." He lunged recklessly at the monster in a desperate suicide strike. The canyon was filled with the sounds of a bloody, chaotic melee. Tribal warriors fought hard as a giant ape bellowed in the gorge. Encircled by dozens of men, Ishan studied the massive primate. This was likely the alpha. Killing it could break the entire pack. The beasts might flee, but the ape's hide was like solid iron. They couldn't break it. The titan shrieked at the sky once more. Pounding its chest, the beast revealed its open throat to him. Its skin was steel, but was it as tough on the inside? He found the flaw. Yishan dived straight for the creature. "Distract it," he barked. "Make that damn thing roar again." The mouth was the key. The men felt their spirits suddenly rally. They regrouped and launched a fierce, desperate wave of attacks. Yishan waited for the moment the beast's jaws finally parted. He hovered over its head and reached out his hand. A 10-foot spear of vital energy materialized in his grip. He whispered a word, and gales of wind spiraled around him. He infused the blood-red javelin with that swirling power. Teal and scarlet merged as he aimed for the open maw. He threw the spear, and it vanished into the monster's gut. It expanded violently, shredding the beast from the inside out. The giant let out a horrific shriek of pure, agonizing pain. Half its face was torn away. Ishan moved to finish it. He was about to kill it when everything changed in an instant. A blur appeared and struck him with overwhelming sudden force. Before Yishan could see his attacker, he was sent reeling. He saw only a flash of gray as he was knocked backward. The shadow was incredibly fast, closing the gap in a blink. It was on him again. Now he saw the nightmare clearly. It was a grotesque avian humanoid with a man-like physique. It had the head of a hawk and massive wings on its back. The hawkman snatched his body and reached out his talons. It severed his energy wings. The power gap was truly terrifying. Yishan had no chance to resist and was pinned instantly. The creature hissed something he couldn't understand at all. Seeing no response, the winged hunter shook its head. It flew off with its prize as the monsters kept attacking. The beasts relentlessly battered the tribe's thin defensive line. Chapter 69. Distress Signal. Men used their bodies to block the tide of charging monsters. They saw their leader get snatched away by that freak. Yet no one wavered. Their families were right behind them. A single belief held them. Stand firm today or die trying. They didn't retreat even as the valley turned into a river of blood. Carnage lay everywhere, with beast and human remains piled into grisly mountains. Suddenly, a voice that ignited their spirits roared from the back. "Brave warriors of the Bear Clan, rally to my side and strike. Slay the monsters." Advance Xiangxi, his face marked by a jagged scar, was the first to dive in. Right on his heels, a massive tan grizzly lunged out, crashing into the horde with a thunderous roar. Xiangxi's power far eclipsed the common ranks. Gripping a massive stone mallet, he smashed a beast's skull. The head popped like a melon, spraying everywhere. It was stone dead. Following his lead, the bear tribe warriors unleashed their bloodline spirits. Spectral bears of all sizes stampeded into the pack. In an instant, the hunters became the hunted. Those charging bear warriors looked even more savage than the monsters. Xiangxi tore through the crowd, single-handedly hunting down the beasts. The two tribes merged, wiping out every monster that had entered the valley. He pushed so hard that he ended up surrounded deep within the enemy ranks. Xiangxi let out a yell, channeling his mastery over the way of earth. Yet according to the tree god, what they had grasped was only the beginning. For now, Earth Power was a better name. Xiangxi didn't care for fancy titles. He just knew the power worked for him. The name didn't matter one bit. He slammed his hammer down and a shockwave rippled through the soil. Jagged stone spikes erupted, skewering even the swiftest of the small beasts. They were instantly pinned. A nimble, bird-like monster dodged the spikes and leaped toward his throat from the blind side. Without looking back, Xiangxi just threw a heavy backhanded punch. Layers of earth coated his fist, which seemed to swell as it swung, pounding the beast so deep into the dirt it couldn't be pulled out. As the valley cleared, a strange, low whistling drifted in from outside. Hearing the signal, the surviving beasts immediately turned and bolted, abandoning the fight. Xiangshu chased them to the valley entrance. Outside the pass, the monsters hadn't gone far at all. They were gathered in a massive, silent circle, just sitting there. They stared intently at the humans. Xiangshu had never seen such a horde. They covered the nearby hills seemingly under some sort of strange control. They remained eerily still. Xiangshu stood his ground at the pass. Beside him, a line of bear warriors stood ready for a bloodbath. Their powerful spirit beasts loomed behind them in a tense standoff. Neither side moved. Xiangxi barked an order to his men to send word to the Tree Kingdom and request immediate backup. 2 tribes alone could never hold back a tide of this size. Then he asked, "Where is Yishan? Why isn't he here?" He felt a pang of worry, fearing the man had been killed in the fray. A voice replied, "Chief Xiangshu, a monster snatched our leader away." Snatched, Xiangshu cursed. That poor, unlucky soul. Did he forget how deadly this place is? Let's hope he survives. Captured again. Seriously, some dark memories started flooding back. Yishan was the culprit last time, sneaking up behind him with a crew. Lion muttered quietly, "Lightning won't strike twice, right? Please tell me we're safe." Losing his nerve as he thought about it, he spun around and barked. "Eyes up, everyone. Watch every angle. Especially keep a lookout on our rear. Don't let those bastards blindside us." But just the mention of an ambush sent a shiver through the Bear Tribe warriors. They all remembered that disaster. Nobody thought he was being paranoid. Everyone was on edge. Back at the heart of the Tree Kingdom, night had already settled in. People were winding down for bed when Bai Yan caught a faint voice. What was that felt like? Someone was trying to reach me. He glanced down toward the roots. Usually, if anyone needed him, they'd be standing right there. But only Mu Ying was around, training hard. Hai Shui had already hit the hay, and Mu Ying's eyes were shut tight. No way it was him. Just as Bai Yan was scratching his head, that whisper echoed in his mind again, a bit more distinct this time. "Great tree god." The plea was barely a breath. It sounded miles away, yet there was something strangely familiar about it. He knew it had to be a follower. He focused his mind, meditating deeply. He reached out, trying to pinpoint the source. Then it happened again. "Great tree god." Bai Yan latched onto the sound and projected his spirit. After drifting through total darkness, he finally bumped into another soul. It was Yishan. Once the image cleared, there was no mistaking him. Why was Yishan reaching out now from the looks of it? Bai Yan had slipped into the guy's subconscious, sensing his presence. Yishan went into a total frenzy. His entire spirit started shaking wildly. Bai Yan had to calm him down before he rattled his brain to mush. Taking a look around, Bai Yan realized being inside Yishan's head was totally different from possessing Mu Yan. When he took over Mu Yan, he had full control of the body, but with Yishan, he was just a guest in the mental space. He checked his reflection and noticed he looked a bit different. He was still a tree, but way more massive, radiating this insane godlike energy. This must be Yishan's vision of him. "Yishan, what's the emergency?" When he spoke, his voice boomed through the space like a massive bell. It made sense when he thought about it. Just like his appearance. The voice was exactly what Yishan imagined a deity would sound like. Within this mental space, Yishan had manifested a version of himself. That version had both arms. Guess he really missed having that missing limb. Suddenly, Yishan dropped to his knees, trembling. "Oh, great tree god. Help me, please. You have to save me. A monster's got me." Bai Yin had the same thought as Lion. Captured again. Are you serious? Chapter 70. True devotion. As Bai Yan sifted through Yishan's thoughts, he heard the desperate cry. If not for the kingdom's recent founding, and the power boost he'd gained, he probably wouldn't have heard a thing. Yishan's pleas likely hadn't reached him yet. Just as he went to ask what went wrong, he noticed Yishan's mind start to waver. Suddenly, a vision flickered before Bai Yan's eyes, revealing everything the man had just endured. It felt like watching a movie playback, showing exactly how the capture went down. He watched a massive stampede of wild beasts, witnessing the moment Yishan took down a giant ape. Then he saw him, snatched away by a creature with an eagle's head. This had to be the monster Yishan spoke of. It appeared these eaglemen were pulling the strings, orchestrating the entire beastly stampede. As Bai Yan processed this, the vision shifted. The avian creature carried Yishan high above the swarming horde, dropping him off in the very rear of the pack. Waiting there stood 7 or 8 other bizarre hybrids. Aside from the birdman, he spotted creatures with the heads of lions and leopards. They were all essentially humanoid beasts. Looking at them, Bai Yan immediately thought they looked like ancient demons. Whether they were spirits or something else, he couldn't say for sure. The beastly group crowded around Yishan, inspecting him like he was some piece of livestock. Tapping into Yishan's senses, Bai Yan overheard their conversation. Initially, it was just gibberish, but soon a few of their sounds started to ring a bell. He searched his memory, finally pinning down why they sounded so familiar. Back when he was consumed by that void entity and trapped in the 5 Immortals' dreamscape, he had actually studied the linguistics and scripts of the martial realm. Some of the phonetics used by these hybrid creatures mirrored terms from the martial world. He wasn't sure what the link was, but if he translated them correctly, they seemed to be talking about power. The creatures didn't stick around to chat for long, though. After checking him over, they tossed him into a cell. Having seen the whole capture, Bai Yan focused on tracking the man's location. Yishan was currently being held a massive distance away from his main form. Inside the mental plane, Yishan realized the tree god had seen everything. He pleaded for rescue once more. Bai Yan decided to test something, attempting to channel some energy his way. Faint traces of power were guided by Bai Yan toward Yishan. He had done something similar with Mu Yan before. However, the connection here wasn't nearly as strong. When he manifested through Mu Yan, he could seize full control of the physical form. With Yishan, he was limited to mental messages. It really showed how special Mu Yan was. After some serious effort, he managed to bridge a tiny spark of energy to the captive. It was a mere pittance, though, just enough to patch up his minor injuries. It wouldn't turn him into some unstoppable warrior overnight, capable of busting out of that cage. At the end of the day, their spiritual bond was just too thin. Being able to send anything at all was an achievement in itself. The strength of the transfer relied heavily on the depth of the follower's devotion. Not everyone could match Mu Yan's zeal, that absolute, unwavering faith. Yishan had actually been coerced into following the tree god initially. It was only after the tree tribe's conquest and years of living among them that his faith finally started to grow. Deep down, however, his awe and terror of power outweighed any dread of dying. Yishan, your devotion is lacking. I'll merely keep you alive. These words hit Yishan like a plunge into darkness, chilling him to the bone. His tiny spiritual form began frantic kowtows before the deity. Merciful tree god, I messed up. Please, I beg you don't cast me aside. He sobbed with every strike against the ground. Enough, stand up. Since you serve me, I won't abandon you to the void. Bai Yan's voice resonated through his mind. Suddenly, a mysterious force hoisted him upright, locking his knees so he couldn't kneel again. The deity's reassurance finally offered a sliver of relief. He wasn't being discarded after all. Starting today, his loyalty would be absolute. Bai Yan then infused some essence into him. This energy should suffice for protection. If it were just orcs pulling strings, Bai Yan knew he could crush them. His real concern lay in what lurked behind the scenes. If another void horror was involved, victory wasn't a sure thing yet. Bai Yan told him to stay calm and wait patiently. If those greenskins showed up again, he should reach out mentally. Help would arrive immediately. Withdrawing from that mental realm, Bai Yan pondered, the disaster unfolding in the mountains. Though messengers were sent, traveling back would take several days at best. With that beast tied, waiting for word meant the tribe would be long dead. Glancing down from his canopy, he spotted Muyan deep in meditation. Muyan followed a path distinct from any other disciple. He didn't walk the road of martial arts. The ancient stele provided hints, but true progress required solo enlightenment. "Muyan," the god called out. The man's eyes snapped open instantly. "I am here, Lord. What are your commands?" "I just received Yishan's distress call. Beasts are swarming the southern peaks. Go find Tangwu and have him send reinforcements. Defending that tribe is crucial. Tell him to mobilize a squad and head out right away." With a respectful bow, Muyan hurried off to find the leader. It was well past midnight. Tangwu had retired for the evening. Only a few sentries were still awake in the silent kingdom. Muyan went straight to his door and gave it a sharp knock. Upon hearing the news, Tangwu immediately gathered a strike team. Bai Yan's voice echoed again. "Haishui will accompany you this time. Watch your back. Something is manipulating those creatures. They already caught Yishan once." "Great tree god. Should we prioritize his rescue?" "No, I have my eye on him. He's safe for a while. Focus on neutralizing the beast threat. If you encounter an overwhelming foe, call for me. I'll step in." Muyan gave a firm nod. "Understood, Lord Tree God." Despite the safety net, he preferred to handle the fight himself. A true follower shouldn't just dump every single problem on the great tree. Chapter 71. The Lion's Ascension. Word from the great tree swept the realm, waking the entire nation. Rows of warriors clad in polished gear converged from every corner. Tangwu had hoped to join the fight, but with Muyan and Haishui leading, he stayed to manage things. Besides, the kingdom had plenty of daily business that needed his attention, making it hard for him to leave. Thousands of soldiers brandishing torches marched toward the mountains looking like a fire dragon slithering across the earth. Watching from above, Bai Yan felt a deep sense of pride. He had watched these fighters grow. The kingdom's progress was his legacy. Yet as he watched the army, he noticed a few minor flaws. Though tens of thousands strong, their momentum felt a bit loose. The march was sloppy, far from the discipline of a professional unit. They lacked real military leaders, which was the core issue Bai Yan saw. Decades had passed since the Tree Tribe defeated the Tiger Tribe, and under his watch, peace had reigned. But that peace brought weakness. These warriors had raw power but lacked the grit of actual combat. In such tranquility, the people had simply stopped valuing the art of war. Real commanders were scarce. If Haishui wasn't there to lead, this whole operation would likely have turned into a chaotic mess. Bai Yan saw this beast invasion as a perfect chance for training. Haishui led the warriors pushing hard toward the mountain range. He knew exactly how much was at stake with this mission. If they arrived late, the Wing Tribe was done for. He kept them moving. "Keep up. Follow the man in front. Don't you dare fall behind." Thousands plunged into the forest under Haishui's constant barking. They covered a full day's trek in just half that time. Even at that speed, Haishui was far from happy. These men had awakened their bloodline power at rank 3 vitality. At least half the group had reached that third rank milestone. After thinking it over, Haishui pulled Muyan aside. "Muyan, I'm taking the elite fighters and rushing ahead now. We must support the Wing Tribe immediately. You lead the rest." Muyan agreed. Moving as one big group was too slow. They'd never make it in time otherwise. He gave a quick nod. "Go on, Haishui. I'll handle the main force and catch up." Haishui let the men take a short breather. Dawn was breaking, though the mountains were still a ways off. During the break, Haishui handpicked a specific squad of elites. Every one of them was at the third rank of vitality or higher. Some had even moved beyond that. Bai Yan had recently updated the ranks. He added a foundation stage before enlightenment. At this level, a practitioner must push their vitality to the absolute maximum. They had to find their own unique spiritual path, much like the way of wood that Haishui had mastered. This phase is all about setting the groundwork for the road ahead. We call it the foundation realm. White Rock was the one who drew up the tiers. In everyone's eyes, whatever the tree god says is absolute law. It didn't even cross their minds to question if the ranking system actually made sense. Whether new stages would emerge later didn't matter. The tree god was always right. Blackwater hand-picked 3,000 warriors and hit the trail first. Hustling toward the wing tribe, he suddenly recalled an old directive from the tree god, a mission to harness the warrior's vitality into something called a battle array. Unfortunately, he'd been swamped with chores and with no wars to fight, it slipped his mind. Since the tree god never brought it up again, the whole idea just collected dust. But right now, in the middle of the march, the memory finally resurfaced. Maybe this was the perfect opening. Aside from his daily cultivation, he had plenty of downtime on the road to crack the code. While Blackwater's unit pushed forward deep in the mountains, the primal beasts launched another wave. Lion and his men held the front line. The wing tribe backed them up from the rear and the skies. A thunderous rumble shook the earth as a massive titan burst from the pack. It was a dark, ashen behemoth, looking like a lizard scaled up to nightmare proportions. Lion had never faced a thing like this. Not that it changed anything. If it wanted to get past, it'd have to settle the score with his hammer first. He slammed his mallet down, forcing a jagged stone wall to erupt under the beast. Several smaller monsters were caught off guard and vaulted into the air by the rising earth. Overhead, the wing tribe rained down javelins, skewering them mid-air. Carcasses dangled from the ridge as the gray lizard slammed head first into the barrier. The wall pulverized instantly, but the creature didn't slow down, charging straight for Xiangshi. Xiangshi let out a guttural roar as a faint, earthy glow enveloped his body. He wound up a massive swing, aiming the heavy stone head right for the lizard's skull. The impact sounded like a cannon blast. His weapon shattered into a million pieces from the sheer violence of the blow. But that single strike pinned the lizard's face into the dirt. The beast's sheer momentum caused its back half to flip clean over its head. With a massive crash, the monster's weight came down right on top of Xiangshi. "Chief!" The men cried out in horror. His fellow warriors rushed over desperately, trying to heave the massive corpse aside. Suddenly, a primal roar of a great bear erupted from beneath the beast. Massive claws punched through, grabbing the lizard and hoisting it high above. The thing was nearly 30 feet long and weighed at least 5 tons. In his full bear form, Xiangshi's raw strength was off the charts. He was putting out over 10,000 pounds of force just to lift that monster. He had truly merged with his spirit. The phantom bear was as real as his own flesh. Staring death in the eye, he had finally broken through his limits. He felt a surge of power as he hurled the carcass back at the charging horde. The massive body plowed into the pack, crushing several beasts instantly. The great bear's roar echoed through the valley, freezing the monsters in their tracks. Behind him, the entire tribe erupted into a deafening battle cry. Massive spectral bears erupted from their bodies, letting out ear-splitting roars. The sheer volume forced the stampede back a step, stalling the battle once more. Watching from behind the wild pack, a few beastmen looked absolutely livid. "Damn it!" cursed a hawk-headed warrior. Where did this powerhouse come from? It was the same avian hunter who had snatched Yishan previously. "The brat we grabbed yesterday was a total pushover," he muttered. "I figured they were all weaklings, but this guy actually has some teeth." "The beasts won't cut it," a bare-headed brute growled nearby. "This isn't the same pathetic lot we dealt with yesterday." "Want me to go bag him?" a lion-faced scout asked with a predatory grin. "I'll do it. He looks tough, but I bet he won't last one round." Ultimately, the Hawkman signaled for the bear warrior to handle it. "Go ahead, Big Bear. Use your raw muscle to end this. You can crush him without breaking a sweat." Chapter 72. The plot. The Lion Man picked at his teeth, complaining, "This realm is pathetic. Zero spiritual energy. Otherwise, I would have stomped them into paste already." Big Bear marched forward, mocking the Lion Man over his shoulder. "Sucks to be you. That is why I am not worried. Watch this." "Perks of the Bone Beast path, pal," the Lion Man snarled back. "Try that in a real world. I would whip you with one arm tied back. You would not last 10 seconds. Big Bear did not even look back. He accelerated, charging straight toward the massive spirit bear. Seeing the beast man charging with murderous intent, Xiangshu braced himself. He knew this monster meant business and slammed into him head-on. The two collided, erupting into a brutal claw-to-claw wrestling match. The beastman's strength was overwhelming as his hands swelled and transformed. They became massive, hairy paws. Xiangxi fought to hold his ground. Within 3 exchanges, his stamina began to fail. Big Bear laughed, reaching out. His thick arms locked around Xiangxi in a crushing bear hug. Xiangxi's protective aura flickered violently under the immense pressure. With a muffled pop, the energy shattered and retreated into his body. Smirking Big Bear prepared to drag his prize back to the camp. Suddenly, Xiangxi's eyes snapped shut in a desperate moment. "Great tree god, help me!" he screamed internally. "Across the realm." Bai Yan heard the frantic plea and immediately moved to intervene. Since the kidnapping, other tribal warriors had also been praying for aid. Their collective voices had kept him informed of the escalating crisis. Knowing Xiangxu was leading the defense, Bai Yan had set up a lifeline. He told the warrior to call out if he ever hit a wall. During the earlier chaos, Xiangxu had not had a chance to focus. He missed the window to call for help, but somehow leveled up anyway. This time, however, the stakes were higher and the situation different. The Beastman's attempt to capture him alive gave him the perfect opening. A tiny sprout materialized behind his head, looking delicate and fragile. It seemed like a gentle breeze could break it. Big Bear did not notice. A rogue branch whipped out of nowhere crack. A stinging red mark sliced across the bearman's cheek, leaving him completely dazed. What on earth just hit him? A twig. Then came another sharp snap. A second welt flared up. Man, that stung like crazy. He immediately let go of the lion, clutching his face with both paws. Those 2 strikes hadn't even managed to break his skin. By all rights, it shouldn't have hurt that much, but the agony was unbearable. It felt as though a blade was slowly carving through his flesh. The lion didn't miss a beat, pinning the giant and unloading on him. Just as the bearman tried to counter, wooden vines coiled around him tight. "Get off me," he bellowed. Bowed, straining every muscle in his body. A massive shockwave erupted from him, blasting the lion backward. The beast tumbled several yards away. Those constricting branches snapped like dry kindling. Bai Yan warned the lion to stay sharp. "Back off for a second," Bai Yan signaled. "Fighting through you is tough. I can't use my full strength." He'd only discovered this trick a few hours ago. He had Yishan's desperate plea to thank for that. During the ascension, Bai Yan's mind had touched every single soul that believed in him. He hadn't mastered the technique then, but Yishan's call changed everything. He realized he could actually project his essence into his followers. As long as they stayed within his mental reach, he could strike. The lion retreated, leaving the bearman fuming. Bai Yan ordered Xiangxi to gather more tribesmen immediately. Start praying. If one vessel wasn't enough to hold his power, then why not pool them all together to create something unstoppable? A line of warriors formed beside Xiangxi, whispering to the tree god. Bai Yan's energy surged through them, knitting their spirits into one. A shimmering golden sapling materialized in mid-air. It was a perfect glowing miniature of Bai Yan's true form. It looked like they'd summoned the deity himself. The bearman froze. His face went pale with pure, unadulterated terror as he stammered. All that bravado vanished instantly. He turned tail and bolted. The tribesmen weren't sure what happened, but seeing the god made the enemy run. Clearly, the beast was terrified. Xiangxi jeered at the retreating figure. He let out a triumphant roar, telling the coward to keep running. Bai Yan withdrew his essence and told Xiangxi to hold the line. He sent word that He Shui was already en route with reinforcements. Meanwhile, the bearman Xiangfang sprinted back to his own camp. "They've got a living god," he gasped. This just got complicated. The other beastmen grew quiet, realizing how vital this news was. Their commander, a formidable warrior named Jin Gong, stepped forward. He demanded every detail. When Xiangfang described the golden tree manifestation, no one doubted his story anymore. But the lion-headed chief scoffed. "A golden reflection, big deal. That doesn't prove they're protected by an actual deity." A feline-faced beastman strolled over. It was true, even deities have a hierarchy. Taking out their god would definitely give our whole operation a massive leg up. Jingong scanned the 6 people present, plus the outsiders guarding the holy peak. Their total head count was only 8. Could just 8 of them really pull off a deicide? Seeing Jingong's obvious hesitation, Shiguo snapped. He bared his teeth and roared, "Jingong! Think even if we stick to your current play, we're on a collision course with their deity eventually. You still want to play nice." Shiguo's outburst was a wake-up call. Honestly, their current behavior was already a declaration of war against a god. From the moment they arrived, there was no turning back. If they had any other way out, Jingong never would have picked this fight. Cooling his head, Jingong noted that this realm seemed inherently weak. Plus, during their arrival, they weren't flagged, once suggesting the local god is likely a lightweight. Besides, the fact that so many feral beasts are still roaming free proves the opponent hasn't fully mastered this reality yet. "We still have a window." The group nodded, finding his logic sound. Shiguo scoffed. In a dump like this, how tough could any god actually be? Ignoring the jab, Jingong continued. "Regardless, we're dealing with a deity. Even a weak one is going to pack some serious heat. We can't afford a single mistake if we're taking him down." While plotting, he ordered the others to dial back the beast attacks. He needed to buy time. Preparation was everything right now. He needed a moment to hammer out the specifics. Chapter 73. Summons and Praise. Jingong realized they were flying blind regarding this god. To win a war, you need intel. Luckily, the enemy is just as clueless about him. His mind went to Yishan the captive. He might be the key to squeezing out some info on their divine target, but he had to play his cards right. One wrong move, and they'd be the ones in the crosshairs. A scheme began to take shape. He immediately sent the crew out to set it in motion. After hearing the details, the consensus was that this plan might actually work. Days rolled by. Lion had been holding the line outside the valley, repelling the beast waves. Finally, Haishui's reinforcements made it to the front. Haishui told Lion to grab some shut-eye while he took over command. Haishui had the men throw up some basic barricades outside the pass to better blunt the beast charges. Baiyan kept a close eye on the perimeter. Even after Muyan arrived with the tail end of the group, the beasts only poked at them with small skirmishes, nothing like the initial frenzy. Those strange beastmen had vanished too. Haishui had been itching for a scrap, just to see if they were actually as lethal as Lion claimed. Now both sides were stuck in a stalemate, just staring each other down. Lion suggested a breakout, just charge out and slaughter every last beast. Plus, Yishan was still in enemy hands. After all this time, no one knew if he was even alive. They couldn't just sit on their hands. They had to take the initiative. Haishui shot that down, opting for a safer play. Meanwhile, Baiyan kept monitoring Yishan's location daily. Days bled into each other without a single thing changing. Once they snagged Yishan, they kept him under constant watch. They kept him fed, making sure he didn't starve to death. Aside from being locked up, they hadn't really messed with him. On day 15 of his capture, he was suddenly yanked from the cage. Before he could even blink, he'd been hauled off to a new spot. This new place felt like a nightmare, all shadows and gloom. A pair of roaring fire pits lit up a room full of twisted tools. Some snake-headed freak lashed him tight to a stone pillar. They ripped his shirt off while a dog-faced guard grabbed a wet lash. He gave it a nasty test swing, cutting through the air. The whip's crack echoed, leaving Yishan dazed and confused. Then the leather bit into his skin. One strike was all it took. A bloody gash opened on his chest as the beast laughed and kept swinging. After several more hits, his torso was a mangled, bloody mess. The guard tossed the whip and snatched something from the coals. It was a heavy iron rod, the tip glowing a lethal crimson. Without hesitating, the dogman shoved the brand toward Yishan's eyes. Watching that white-hot metal drift closer, cold sweat drenched his brow. His spirit finally broke, and he squeezed his eyes shut. He screamed for the tree god. Baiyan heard the desperate plea. Sensing the threat, the deity ignited the spark hidden within him. Thick, gnarly vines erupted from his skin like wild weeds. They wrapped him in a protective shell, leaving the guard stunned. He glanced back at Jingong, who simply signaled him to finish it. The guard lunged, driving the red-hot iron deep into the greenery. Baiyan reached into Yishan's mind to see what the hell was happening. Hearing what went down, Baiyan figured out their game. These monsters weren't keeping him alive. They wanted him broken for info. but they didn't even speak the same tongue. How would that work? It didn't add up, but Bai Yun wasn't about to let him be tortured. The dogman jammed the hot iron into the vines again. It hit something solid, so he put his whole weight behind it. Suddenly, a fresh wave of thorns surged out from Yishan's core. They lashed out at the guard, forcing him to drop the iron and dive back. Bai Yen paused, realizing something felt off about that reaction. It was almost as if the creature had been waiting for him to step in. As the guard scrambled back to Jin Gong, the leader moved. He crushed a glowing stone he'd been hiding in his fist. A thick white vapor swirled out as he barked the order to strike. The rest of the hidden beastmen shattered their own crystals at once. A massive glowing seal instantly flared to life right beneath Yishan. Bai Yen felt an overwhelming tidal wave of force slam into the boy. That energy rippled outward, actually bleeding into his own mind. Oddly enough, even with all that power, he didn't feel a threat. Yet he remained unscathed. In its wake came a violent gravitational pull. The most striking sensation for Bai Yan was a sudden, intense drive to manifest beside Yishan. It wasn't about sending a phantom, but a full-scale arrival. Given his current state, though, such a feat seemed unreachable. But the moment the thought surfaced, he sensed a peculiar frequency vibrating all around his trunk. Wait, he realized, this is nothing but raw spatial force. Materializing from thin air, the energy surged over him, shrouding his entire being. This caught Bai Yun completely off guard. What are those guys up to? When he saw that magic circle, he braced for an onslaught, but the reality was the polar opposite. Were they attempting to cage him? This spontaneous spatial warping could certainly do the trick. Bai Yun shifted into high gear. Whatever they're cooking up, I'm not going down without a fight. Unfortunately, mobility isn't exactly a tree's strong suit. Breaking free from the tightening spatial grip felt like a lost cause. Luckily, he had a backup plan. Wake up, Little Red. He roused the tiny creature slumbering deep within his core. The little guy blinked, totally clueless about the situation. Bai Yin forged a physical shell for him and passed him a piece of fruit. Get out of here with this. The confused dragon felt his jaws clamp down on the fruit before being launched into the sky. Though his head was spinning, he clung to Bai Yan's command. Recovering mid-flight, he sprinted toward the horizon. He zipped right through the shimmering veil surrounding Bai Yan. The energy ignored the dragon. It was specifically tuned to the tree. Once the dragon was clear, Bai Yan felt his physical form, getting hauled by the spatial currents. Then it happened. He watched his body begin to dissolve, or rather, transition. He was being warped to a different location entirely, directly onto the summit where Jin Gong stood. They were relocating the whole tree. At his current level, defying spatial laws was out of the question. Yet showing up in person wasn't all bad. He stood 100 meters tall, and that's ignoring the massive root system. Plus, he could grow further. 100 meters was just the beginning. A colossal tree dropped from the clouds, aimed straight for Jin Gong and his crew. The man watched, paralyzed by shock for a heartbeat. Then the truth hit him. This was the deity's true physical avatar. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Trigger the second seal. He slammed a bloodied hand down. Crimson spilled onto the dirt. The others mimicked him instantly, smashing their palms against the earth, painting it red. The blood flowed together, linking up in a single heartbeat. A fresh, massive formation roared to life. By now, Bai Yun's frame had almost fully materialized. Seeing the trap below, his expression hardened as his roots erupted with sudden violence. He lunged at the 8 beastmen, a wet thud echoing. 5 orcs were instantly skewered by Bai Yan's roots. Blood pooled on the dirt. He turned to finish the last 3, but Jin Gong just cackled. Suddenly, spatial energy rippled over Bai Yan. What was the play here? Another forced relocation. A massive spatial surge swallowed him whole. He watched his form slowly dissolve into the rift. His reaching roots nearly touched Jin Gong before the void dragged them back. When he finally opened his eyes, he was drifting in the abyss. They'd kicked him right out of reality. It finally clicked. He saw their whole endgame. Jin Gong roared with laughter as the deity vanished. Total victory. He'd actually banished a god from its native realm. He wasn't stupid. 8 warriors couldn't take down a divinity. That was pure fantasy. Why go this far if winning was possible but murder wasn't the point? Every god answers a call eventually. That first formation Jingong laid, a summoning circle. It was meant to pull a deity into the physical world. It was completely harmless magic. It's a tool for the faithful after all. If it were a trap, no deity would ever show up. Any seasoned god would recognize that the magic was safe. But Bai Yan was a total amateur. He had no clue and started swinging the moment he arrived. Lucky for Jingong, his reflexes held. He triggered the second jump, the same array that brought them to this world originally. But this world lacked mana, leaving them effectively stranded. They had a few spirit stones left, but not many. Using them for a jump was a shot in the dark. Hit the jackpot and you're in a new world. Miss and you're lost in the deep vacuum forever. Ultimately, Jingong rolled the dice. He rigged a random warp specifically for Bai Yan. The void outside reality is no vacation spot. Without spatial mastery, a god is dead meat out there. Once they crushed his followers and choked out his faith, there was only one possible outcome. He'd simply evaporate, of course. Jingong knew it was a gamble. But the deity didn't own the world yet, so he couldn't warp space. That was the smoking gun. If he'd been a master of dimensions, this plan would have tanked. Fortunately, this local god was still a fish. No spatial skills. It was a steep price, but he'd won. Chapter 74. Miracles. Bai Yan drifted in the dark, surrounded by absolutely nothing. Total emptiness. One lone tree lost in the great forever. But he didn't break because he discovered it. Faith still reached him. Besides that power, his clone stayed linked. Through that tether, he'd find his way. With faith resupplying, starving was no longer a concern. Since becoming a totem of faith, light and water weren't necessary. He shrank, as 100 meters wasted too much energy, seeking efficiency. His trunk pulled inward, compacting into a ball of tough bark. The tree became a colossal seed, fully encased. Root tendrils sprouted from behind, rowing through the void to drift forward. Movement solved, he floated toward the signal, ignoring the time he drifted slowly along. Most focus shifted to his distant clone, reanimating it. Business remained unfinished. Suddenly, the massive kingdom tree vanished. Panic gripped everyone. Their god was gone. People collapsed, their strength completely drained. Great deity. Many fell to their knees. Bowing to empty air, Tang Wu heard, sprinting from his room toward the site. In the center, the 100-meter giant was gone, leaving a massive crater. Suddenly, a green silhouette floated above. It looked humanoid with bark-like skin. Features blurred, only a few recognized him. The messenger, Bai Yan. Through this vessel, he saw the praying crowds. Thousands begged for his return. Spiritual energy surged, fueling him. His backup plan worked perfectly. When the avatar appeared, something flew in, a small, vibrant green wood dragon. He circled the figure, chirping joyfully. Having fought together in this form, the dragon recognized him. Opening his mouth, he gently spat out the saved fruit. He grabbed it. It held stored essence, cached for emergencies. Though currently adrift, faith still reached him, making it secondary. Looking down, he saw his people, plus some familiar faces. Bai Feng hovered, left behind when the body warped away. Beneath the roots, a giant tortoise lay, finally jolted awake by the absolute chaos. He stared blankly at the empty sky. Where did that massive tree go? It vanished into thin air. The tortoise suddenly grinned, good riddance. The tree god is gone. He probably ran into some serious trouble. I'll take real good care of this wooden kingdom you left. Might have to rename it Tortoise Valley, though, he thought secretly. Then again, that name sounded a bit off. While he daydreamed, a loud, low bellowing echoed in his ears, just constant mooing. He couldn't translate the cries, but the pure panic was unmistakable. That big ox was losing it. The tortoise forgot the dummy existed. He let out a silent sigh. Fine. Even if he is one, that idiot ox would still be next. Worst case scenario, he'd reluctantly settle for third place. Just as he went to console it, those mournful cries suddenly turned into sounds of pure joy. The tortoise finally looked up and saw Bai Yan standing there. He instantly yanked his head inside his shell, chanting, "Don't see me. You can't see me." Up above. Bai Yan didn't wait anymore. He willed his avatar to expand. From the green tree's frame, countless verdant vines erupted. They slithered through the air like snakes, twisting and braiding together. One end reached for the clouds, while the other slammed into the earth. Before the stunned crowd, a 100-meter giant tree rose again before their eyes. Tang Wu witnessed this and hit the ground with a heavy thud. He screamed at the top of his lungs. A miracle. Divine. His shout rippled outward as the entire crowd erupted in cheers. The crushing sorrow evaporated. Everyone was on an emotional roller coaster, riding the wild waves. Their devotion to the tree god reached a whole new level. Once he'd smoothed over his exit, Bai Yan pinged Yishan. The man was currently staring blankly upward. That divine manifestation had burned itself into his very mind. Peering through Yishan's vision, Bai Yan spotted Jinggong cackling. He probably thinks he won. You've got to hand it to them, they're brave. Judging by their little tricks, Bai Yan was absolutely certain. These guys were definitely from another realm, but for now, it was time to end them. Yishan's jaw suddenly dropped, spitting out a microscopic seed. It was the one for control, forced down his throat ages ago. It had been lying dormant. Though the main body was gone, the avatar kept the link. Honestly, the avatar was basically just another part of himself. No point in drawing a line. Using Yishan as a conduit was a bit clunky for spells, but controlling his own seed was a total breeze. That tiny grain sprouted roots in seconds. Thick brambles materialized out of nowhere. With a sharp whistle, they lashed around the last 3 beastmen. Bai Yan didn't hesitate, ending 2 of them instantly. He spared only Jinggong, but not before absolutely shredding the guy's wings to bits. Vines coiled around him like a straitjacket. Bai Yan kept him breathing, simply to milk him for that teleportation spell. Ideally, he wanted a ticket back home pronto. If the sigil could dump him here, it could surely pull him back. When those emerald vines lashed out, he realized the game was up. They'd clearly underestimated a deity's reach. 8 mortals stood 0 chance against a literal god. Yishan finally snapped back to reality. "Great Arboreal One," Bai Yan's voice echoed in his skull. "Grab that leafy prison. It's time we left." Yishan's head was still spinning, trying to process the sheer chaos of the last 5 minutes. Still, he obeyed the command and quietly shouldered the massive green bundle. Having only one functional arm, lugging it was a nightmare. With the beastmen wiped out, the monsters ran wild. The horde fractured instantly, tearing into one another with primal rage. These creatures were savages by nature. Without their handlers, coordinated strikes were impossible. Some beasts just hightailed it, putting as much distance as they could between them and the carnage. Others threw themselves at He Shui's barricades. Since they'd survived the main wave, a few stragglers were light work. The men didn't know the why, but they could tell the tide was finally ebbing away. Victory cries erupted from the ranks. After 12 days of hell, the exhaustion was bone deep. Too many brothers had fallen, lost forever to the dirt. Seeing the enemy collapse from within was pure catharsis. One young recruit rushed up to He Shui, shouting, "Sir, we've got them on the ropes. Let's go on the offensive and finish this once and for all." He Shui stared at the churning mess, hesitant. Madness or not, he couldn't be sure if this was just some elaborate ruse. What if they're baiting us? The boy wasn't buying it, though. He glanced over at Mu Yan. "High Priest, your thoughts?" Mu Yan was busy reading the battlefield's pulse. After a beat, he spoke. "Uncle He, I say we hit them hard. The monsters are truly cannibalizing. Their puppet master must be dead." The soldier beamed at Mu Yan's backing. He Shui turned to him. "Name." "Yefu, sir." He Shui gave a curt nod. "All right, Yefu. How about you lead a squad out?" Yefu's grin nearly split his face. "Yes, sir," he barked. Moments later, a strike team vaulted the walls, diving into the fray. Chapter 75. Watching the counterattack unfold against the wild beasts, the Lion Chief got itchy feet. He begged Haishui for a piece of the action. Permission was granted. Soon a flood of warriors poured into the chaos. Most beasts bolted, while those that stayed were turned into mincemeat. The men retreated to the line. Even with the monsters gone, they weren't taking any chances on a second round. Mu Yan suggested they throw up a fortress right at the valley's mouth. They needed a stronghold against the beasts. As the cleanup began, Yishan arrived with his unit of beastmen from the old city. It was then that Blackwater and his crew realized the threat had finally passed. Even so, the group backed Mu Yan's earlier idea and committed to raising a permanent bastion on this very spot. Several days later, Blackwater led the procession back home. They brought Jinggong before Bai Yan in chains. Bai Yan reached out with a single tentacle, pressing it against the prisoner's brow. Although they shared no common tongue, Bai Yan bridged the gap through pure thought, just as he had with the Azure Ox. Bai Yan's presence manifested within Jinggong's mind. More accurately, he forced his way into the man's subconscious. There, Jinggong's spirit remained whole, unlike his broken body, which had already lost its wings to Bai Yan's blade. Jinggong stared up at the massive tree, his gaze devoid of any terror. "So, you're the deity I clearly underestimated just how powerful a god could be." Bai Yan studied him and replied, "You aren't a native of this realm. Where do you hail from?" Suddenly inside the mental landscape, a violent gale whipped up, threatening to shatter his very psyche. Yet in a heartbeat, Bai Yan crushed the storm, restoring a cold silence. A raspy voice escaped Jinggong. "Ha! To think I'd try lying to a god. How naive of me." "You're right, I'm an outsider. I come from the beast realm, the true home of my kind." Bai Yan pressed further. "What brings you to my world?" A grim, hollow smile touched Jinggong's face. "Our god fell, and our world descended into madness. Everyone started butchering each other for the throne. You fled the war then." Jinggong shook his head. "No, we came to ensure our god's rebirth." Bai Yan saw a perfect chance to strip away the mysteries of the cosmos. The martial tablets left by the immortal didn't mention anything like this. Those records only spoke of basic ties between planes. Bai Yan began to suspect that the immortal had been holding back. In fact, he considered the very real possibility that everything he'd been told was a lie. With that thought, Bai Yan pushed deeper into the prisoner's mind. He even weighed the idea of ending Jinggong and simply harvesting his memories. But there was a risk. He couldn't be sure the memories would remain intact after death. To be safe, he decided to interrogate him first, then execute him, and finally absorb the remaining traces to verify the truth. Jinggong was now a puppet. He'd divulge anything. "How exactly were you planning to resurrect this god?" "We fled the beast realm and used a blind jump to lose our pursuers. By choosing a random exit, we ensured no one could track our signature through the gates, but upon arrival, we realized this world is completely starved of spiritual essence. Without it, the few spirit stones we had left weren't enough to get us back out." Bai Yan cut him off. "Is that why you tried to use the portal against me?" "Precisely. The energy required for teleportation depends entirely on the distance. Our remaining stones were low, but they held enough power to cast something into the void. It had been a desperate all-or-nothing gamble for Jinggong. Since they were trapped, they had to take the shot. And as it turned out, they missed." Jinggong laid out the rest of their original strategy. "That's when those feral monsters first appeared. Our people actually have the means to tame such creatures, so the plan was to domesticate them. We wanted to jumpstart their consciousness." Bai Yan, however, wondered why intelligence even mattered. Only the devotion of sentient beings can revive a deity. "We intended for these beasts to worship our god, using their combined prayers to trigger a divine rebirth. Then we stumbled upon your kind. Since humans are naturally self-aware, you saved us a lot of trouble. We just needed to point your faith toward our deity, which would accelerate our entire timeline." Jinggong's initial play was to use those monsters to manufacture a catastrophe. Then they would swoop in as heroes, exploiting the situation to spread their religion. They didn't anticipate, however, that Yishan's crew already had a protector, so Jinggong pivoted to a plan to drive that god away. Once a people lose their divine shield, mass hysteria is inevitable. It leads straight to war. You only have to look at the beast realm to see the absolute chaos it caused. Bayan finally connected all the dots. But one major question remained. How exactly did the beast god die? The moment the question was asked, Jingong was visibly overcome with terror. He was drowning in a wave of grief and dread. I don't have the full picture, he admitted. I remember it started as a perfectly normal day. The realm was quiet as usual. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary until the earth suddenly began to buckle. The sun vanished. It felt like something truly monstrous was descending upon us. A heartbeat later, deep within my soul, an overwhelming sense of sorrow and confusion took hold. That feeling, it was as if the most vital part of my existence had been ripped away. The very thing that had always protected us was gone. Everyone felt it simultaneously. Our god was no more. Once he vanished, Jingong fell silent for a long moment before picking up the thread. I learned the truth much later. At that time, our god was locked in a duel with some unknown horror beyond our borders. Realizing he was outmatched, he shoved our entire world into the deep void. He sacrificed himself to take that enemy down with him. Jingong shook his head sadly. Or maybe that thing is still alive. Mutual destruction might just be a pretty lie our people told themselves to stay sane. He let out a heavy sigh. With our protector gone, every one of us was left adrift, because our world was trapped in the void. We lost all contact with other dimensions. We were left wondering what could possibly destroy a being that powerful. If only we had stood together as one people back then. At this point, Jingong's voice broke into raw, painful sobs. Our God could have been reborn through the collective prayer of our entire race. But the high-tier elites, the god kings who served directly under him, they chose betrayal. They wanted that divine worship for themselves, craving his throne. Fragmented faith won't bring a god back. It would take one leader to unite us all. But by then, whoever managed to pull the clans together would surely keep that power, strictly for their own benefit. They'd never willingly resurrect the old master. Chapter 76. The Divine Stone. Jingong finished his tale with a ragged shout. Bayan fell into a long silence after the explanation. Jingong was one of the few who actually wanted to bring the original beast deity back to life. But people like him were hunted and crushed by their own kind. The current beast kings basically run the whole show there. They might fight each other constantly, but they're strangely united when it comes to stopping that resurrection ritual. That's why Jingong had to flee the realm and look for an opening in another world. To be honest, the beast race used to be a real powerhouse. Aside from their main territory, they ruled a bunch of smaller worlds that still worshipped the old god. With a little nudge in those places, they definitely could have revived him. However, those minor worlds have all broken away from the central hub now. It's hard to say if they'll even keep the faith. And since the beast realm vanished, other powers will surely move in to snatch up those territories. Once someone else takes over, they'll force everyone to switch religions. Jingong just hoped the others who escaped with him managed to succeed. Bai Yan felt bad for the guy, but there was no way he could let him live. Once he got the full story, Bai Yan's main focus shifted to the summoning and teleportation circles. A summoning circle is a specific ritual used to call a god down. Its core is the devotion of the followers, and that same faith provides the fuel. Faith energy is different from typical mana, but at its heart it's just another power source. The energy Jingong and his crew had came directly from the former beast god. A deity can take that faith and condense it into something like a gemstone. They call those divine stones. Back in the day when the god was around, using one would get you a direct response and a quick power surge. In a different world, you could use a divine stone to set up a ritual and force the god to manifest. In reality, a powerful god can usually decline the invite or just send a clone. But Bai Yun didn't know the mechanics, so he ended up coming through in person. If he'd known better, he could have just sent an avatar to deal with them. They'd gambled on him being a lightweight, which is why they risked the summons. It looks like your power is great enough to just ignore those kinds of calls now. I really underestimated what you're capable of." Bai Yan didn't say anything. He couldn't exactly tell the guy the truth. That would have been embarrassing. Honestly, he was still just a rookie on this whole path. Technically, he didn't even qualify as a real god yet. Even though everyone called him the tree god, he was still miles away from that level. Bai Yan looked at Jingong and asked, "Do you still have what it takes to build another circle?" The guy shook his head. "We've used up all the divine stones. When we made our break from the beast realm, each of us only managed to grab one stone. Truthfully, I was worried whether those stones would even be enough to pull you over. After all, that was the first time I'd ever tried to summon a different god. But he'd been confident. He used Yishan as the focal point, and that guy only believes in one deity. Since the beast god was long gone, they weren't worried about him showing up. Of course, if it actually had been the beast god, they would have been even happier. In the end, the ritual worked, and it dragged Bai Yan's physical body right to them. After hearing the explanation, Bai Yan realized dragging his true form back would be a total nightmare. The big question remained, how exactly do you forge a godstone? How should I know if I could whip up a godstone on a whim? I'd be a literal deity by now. Bai Yan sighed, realizing he was back to square one. This was another puzzle he had to solve solo. Next, he brought up the teleportation arrays. Setting those up was simpler, but according to Jingong, this realm was bone dry of spiritual key-making arrays, basically useless. Bai Yan wasn't buying it. Energy is just energy regardless of the label. Why wouldn't the power of faith count? Or the bloodline energy He Shui and the others tapped into? They used it to grow stronger, didn't they? It's all just fuel for the fire. It's just a matter of swapping out the spiritual qi for whatever power is on hand. Jingong eventually met his end at Bai Yan's hands, leaving behind a treasure trove of memories. Bai Yan stripped away secrets on how to build both summoning and teleportation circles. He also learned everything about the beast world and its tribes. Once he'd processed it all, he dove into the Godstone mystery. He had the basic concept down, knowing they were born from pure faith. But the actual how-to part, that was a total blank. He just had to keep trial and erroring it. Luckily, he had nothing but time. In his downtime, he poked around the beast race's training styles found in those memories. Turns out, they were split in two camps, the old school and the new school. The more he dug, the more fascinating little secrets he uncovered. The ancient methods really grabbed him mostly because they felt remarkably similar to his own roots, focusing on hardening the physical self. Meanwhile, the modern path and what he'd taught Mu Yan was strictly a mental game focusing entirely on the strength of one's will. After tweaking a few things, he carved his latest insights onto the Tao tablet beneath the tree. Way out in the void, the wooden sphere Bai Yan created drifted slowly through the dark. Floating in nothingness was a total bore, but he could usually beam his mind back into his clones to work on research or keep an eye on the busy folks in the Tree Nation. Still, he couldn't just tune out. Who knew what might come crawling out of the shadows during this trip? Speak of the devil, Bai Yan suddenly spotted a tiny flicker of light in the distance. It blew up fast, turning into a swirling, rainbow-colored gateway. He'd definitely seen this before. It hit him instantly. It was just like that rift he'd encountered past the snowy peaks. Great, another monster incoming. He scanned the area, but there was zero cover. He was a sitting duck. But then he noticed the threat wasn't actually aimed at him. A massive swarm of bizarre creatures poured out of the tunnel, blanketing the void in a thick, dark cloud. Once they gathered their strength, the whole horde started drifting off in a different direction. The gateway vanished right behind them. Bai Yan watched them fade away, realizing they were heading exactly toward his home world. Was this an invasion? He didn't waste a second and started tailing them. Chapter 77. Skirmish in the Void. The horrors emerging this time around weren't like the ones Bai Yan had previously slaughtered. They shared that same pitch-black hide, but their bodies were distinctly worm-like. They drifted through the void until the swarm suddenly jerked to a halt, hitting an invisible wall. The path ahead looked completely vacant, yet something was clearly occupying that space. Some kind of hidden barricade stood firm, cutting off the creature's advance. A few began battering the empty air, throwing their weight against it over and over. Others gnashed their teeth at the void, trying to sink their fangs into the air. Watching their frantic, writhing struggle, the reality of the situation finally clicked for Bai Yan. A hidden wall was standing in their way, refusing to let the swarm pass. He paused to wonder if that same barrier would stop him in his tracks. Still, the obstruction was a blessing. He couldn't let the monsters tear it down. Taking them on in his current state felt like a massive gamble. Between their sheer numbers and his own sluggishness in the void, the odds were messy. He was moving at a snail's pace, though at least no massive titans had shown up. None of them looked like the high-tier predators he'd want to absorb either. Since they were just rank-and-file pests, Bai Yan wasn't afraid of losing the fight. His real concern was getting kited by their superior speed. Despite that, he didn't hesitate. He dove into the fray, but the monster's response caught him completely off guard. The moment they spotted him, they abandoned the wall and lunged with mindless ferocity. All hell broke loose in the void. Bai Yan shifted back into his towering tree form. Golden, glowing vines erupted from his trunk, lashing out with the power of a thunderbolt. He whipped through the darkness, pulverizing any enemy that dared to get close. Yet the worm-like horde was relentless, swarming him from every possible angle. They packed around him like a suffocating black sphere until a golden vine skewered one. Sickly green ichor sprayed everywhere, causing the vine to hiss and sizzle on contact. The blood was incredibly corrosive, eating away at his bark like acid. One worm slipped beneath his branches and unhinged its serrated, toothy maw. With a single bite, it snapped a thick root clean off his body. The surrounding swarm pounced on the severed piece, devouring it in seconds. Seeing this made Bai Yan's heart sink. To these things, he wasn't a threat. He was just a buffet. He was killing them by the hundreds, but the tide was simply too much. Occasionally, one would slip through his defense. Every single bite they landed took a piece of his life with it. He realized his energy reserves were plummeting faster than he could recover. They weren't just eating his wood, they were siphoning his very essence. Like a pack of cosmic leeches. Suddenly, his entire form began to warp. His branches braided together like thick rope, molding into a massive wooden dragon. This was the dragon transformation. A secret technique he'd mastered from the ancient dragon bone that the little red dragon once called home. He usually reserved this power to create a vessel for his companion. This was his first time actually wearing the form himself. Speaking of the dragon, when his main body had been yanked across space, his little companion wasn't technically part of him, so it stayed behind with his clone. If the little guy were here, he could have hitched a ride on its back. He'd be moving way faster. Now the wooden dragon roared, faith fire blazing bright. Golden fire draped the wood dragon, giving it a much more kingly vibe. Those things had zero feelings, though they weren't about to get spooked by Bai Yan's new look. They went at it in the void, a total bloodbath of a fight. Suddenly, Bai Yan noticed the crowd of monsters was thinning out. He caught a breath and scanned the area, seeing mangled bodies drifting in the dark. Splintered wood and withered branches were scattered everywhere like trash. The drop in numbers wasn't because he'd finished them off, though. That weird wall blocking their path had finally developed a leak. Plenty of those freaks ditched him to scramble through the new hole. Bai Yan was running on fumes, his energy almost completely tapped out. He only had a tiny bit of faith juice left, being so far from home. The trickle of power reaching him couldn't keep up with how much he was burning. Still, he went after them. Reaching the gap, he peeked through to the other side. It wasn't a barrier at all, but a whole different universe. More like a world's outer shell, maybe. This must have been their goal from the start, cracking into this place. They were starting to rot the world from the inside, looking from afar. This spot used to be just as black and empty as the rest of the void, but once that hole opened up, it was like someone lit a match in a dark room. The light was blinding, and the monsters totally forgot about Bai Yan. They all dove into the hole while he was standing there dazed. The tear in space actually started to stitch itself back together. He didn't really freak out, though. He'd seen this coming. Worlds usually have their own ways of dealing with a threat. Without a second thought, he shoved his way in before the door closed. The moment he stepped through, a massive force hit him. Something was violently yanking on his body, dragging him down. He started falling fast, It was just the world's gravity kicking in. Looking up as he fell, he saw the opening getting smaller and smaller. It healed up until it was gone for good. Once it shut, Bai Yen realized he'd lost that mental link with his other half. His connection to the faith energy died too, giving him a real shock. But what's done is done. No use crying over spilled milk now. He wasn't too worried about his clone, though, since it had its own spark. If he hadn't survived those martial world trials, he'd be a wreck. But after that test, he knew things would be okay. His other half could handle everything back in the kingdom of God. He shifted his focus downward, looking at the space below. The beasts were falling just like he was. Seems they can't fly either. He killed a few on the way down, after falling for a while. The world finally came into focus. Land and sea looked like tiny toys. He'd taken out a bunch, but plenty of monsters had already landed ahead of him. As the ground got closer, he could see everything more clearly. The whole landscape was this weird, vibrant shade of red. He spotted massive mountains covered in shiny silver-white rocks. He spotted a bizarre plant lacking any foliage standing alone like a solitary cactus in the wild. The weirdest part of it all was its vibrant pink skin. Other flora resembled massive fungi, towering high like ancient sprawling trees. Bai Yen noticed a variety of exotic growth, yet none possessed a hint of green. They were instead splashed with shades of pink, deep crimson, and obsidian. Chapter 78. Taking an Apprentice. Crash Bai Yan slammed into a fungal grove, finally hitting the deck. His impact shattered several neon-pink mushrooms, sending clouds of russet spores bursting from the stalks and blanketing everything in sight. Shaking it off, Bai Yan slowly regained his senses as the chaos subsided. Suddenly, glowing azure shapes began drifting off the forest floor, looking like airborne jellyfish with translucent blue bells and trailing tentacles. These alien things floated through the haze, snagging spores with their limbs. They were clearly harvesting the dust for food. Bai Yan watched in silence, until a breeze eventually swept the remaining spores away, causing the creatures to descend back to the dirt. He observed their transformation. They curled into tight knots, merging perfectly with the terrain. They were practically invisible now. Fascinated, Bai Yan scanned this alien landscape. Deep within his Tree Kingdom avatar, he processed the main body's experiences and realized his link to his other physical form had been severed. Letting out a soft sigh, he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he returned to his studies, focusing on summoning circles, warp gates, and the method to forge divine stones. Despite countless attempts, he couldn't crystallize pure faith into solid stone. Stuck at a dead end, he paused his experiments and delved into Jing Gong's memories. There's something caught his eye. Wait, this information had massive potential. The technique for taming savage beasts was something he could pass down. Once his people mastered this, a whole new class of beast tamers might emerge. He liked the ring of that, so he decided to compile the knowledge into a manual called the Beast Taming Code. Those who controlled the creatures would be beast tamers. Bai Yan got to work, meticulously drafting the scrolls. After several months of effort, he finished decoding the secrets and finalized the training manual. Perfect, he muttered with a satisfied nod, ready to share his findings. He went looking for Mu Yan to select some candidates but found him locked in a heated argument. Mu Yan's voice boomed with authority. Mu Yuan, the role of tree priest, isn't just handed out not even to my own flesh and blood. Mu Yuan Bai Yan studied the young man's face, noting the family resemblance and confirming he was indeed the priest's son. Mu Yuan argued back, but why I only want to be your student and learn the ways. Mu Yan shook his head slowly, his expression like stone. I told you before there is only one path to discipleship, absolute devotion to the tree god. Those with wavering faith can never lead. Not in a million years. Mu Yuan's eyes flared with sudden rage, his face twisted into a snarl. By what right do you doubt my devotion? Mu Yan simply closed his eyes and fell into a cold silence. What's the meaning of this? Why are you two at each other's throats? Bai Yan's voice suddenly echoed directly in both of their ears. Despite his obvious annoyance, Mu Yuan joined Mu Yan in a deep bow. Mu Yan caught every detail of his defiant posture out of his periphery. He sighed inwardly. Mu Yuan was blind to his own wavering spirit. His devotion wasn't nearly as unshakable as he liked to tell himself. Mu Yan knew the cause. Having spent 10 years away, he'd missed everything. Once the boy discovered why he'd left, a seed of bitterness took hold. That lingering resentment was enough to poison his entire spiritual path. Making him a priest now would only lead to a total disaster later. Mu Yan explained everything. He wanted to personally mentor a few heirs. These candidates would eventually take his place as the next holy guides. Hoping for the spot, Mu Yuan had approached him the moment he heard. Hearing the commotion, He Shui decided to wander over and join them. The idea of taking a student suddenly appealed to him as well. Bai Yan didn't interfere with Mu Yan's choices or force the issue. Mu Yan wasn't wrong. The young man's faith was indeed quite fragile. As their deity, Bai Yan could instantly sense the depth of their souls. He knew exactly who was devout. However, he rarely checked these things. Life shapes everyone differently, so their levels of belief naturally fluctuate. Giving the beast-taming scrolls to Mu Yan, he ordered the recruitment process. With his part done, he vanished to continue his private investigations. Mu Yan stashed the scrolls away just as He Shui turned to Mu Yuan. "Since your dad's saying no, how about being my apprentice instead?" After a short pause to think it over, Mu Yuan actually agreed. He Shui laughed and slapped the boy's shoulder. "That's the spirit. I've got one more person in mind if he'll take the offer." He was thinking of Ye Fu, the one from that final mountain fight. It was Ye Fu's idea to lead the charge against those beasts. Impressed by his guts, He Shui wanted him as a second student. In this strange landscape, Bai Yan was a lone emerald in the pink. His green leaves stood out sharply against the sea of mushroom trees. He sank his roots into the dirt to draw life from the ground. Normally, the energy from prayers was enough to keep him going. But in this new world, that divine connection had been totally severed. He had to save his internal power for when things got violent. Survival meant being self-reliant. To save energy, he changed his size. He shrank from 100 meters down to roughly 20 meters tall. Even then, he still towered over the surrounding fungal forest. Without a sun or moon, day and night simply toggled like a switch. When night fell, the blue jellies on the ground started to shimmer. Their soft glow was the only light in the midnight darkness. Faint blue sparks rippled toward the horizon, only vanishing at the world's edge. Bai Yin lingered there for a time. Within that fungal glade, aside from the strange, azure jellyfish-like entities, the place was entirely devoid of life. Once recovered, Bai Yan yanked his anchored roots from the damp earth. Composing himself, he began a slow, rhythmic crawl on his wooden limbs. A swarm of luminous blue drifters took wing, startled by his massive frame. The creatures initially scattered in a panic, yet slowly, a few began trailing him, because as he moved, he'd jar the nearby fungal stalks, raining down clouds of fine spores. Realizing there was a free meal, the jellyfish chose to stick with him. Bai Yan maintained a leisurely pace, halting every few miles. He'd anchor himself to feed on minerals. Uncertain of this realm's nature, he doubted that sapient life had truly taken hold here yet. Chapter 79. Sapient Bai Yan roams the world, haloed by glowing blue drifters. These beings eventually stopped seeking the ground, perching directly on his bark. As darkness settled, he transformed into a towering pillar of living light visible from leagues away. Journeying further, Bai Yan eventually crossed the border of the mushroom wild. Ahead lay a region dominated by massive columnar vegetation. These were the cactus-like structures he'd spotted from the heights previously. Drawing closer, he saw that these plants were draped in a strange velvety fuzz. Spore pods topped each stalk, primed to explode at the slightest tremor. The wind would then seize the dust, scattering it across the wastes. Stepping into this new zone, Bai Yin became the primary catalyst. With every footfall, pods nearby would burst in chain reactions. That odd, jellyfish-like pack remained at his side. Sometimes they circled his canopy, other times they slept on his limbs. He even observed their mating rituals. They'd draw near with caution, reaching out with delicate ventral filaments. Following a brief dance, the two would twist their feelers together. Before long, their appendages would merge into a single unit. They'd produce an egg-like capsule and tuck it safely into the dirt. It waited there for the thaw. Bai Yan unearthed a fresh clutch of eggs, taking it with him. He remained deeply intrigued by what their hatchlings looked like. As he traversed the wilderness, he scanned for other species, yet as hours bled into days, his search yielded nothing. One moonless night, following his routine, Bai Yan plunged his roots deep to slumber. Upon his back, clusters of blue luminescence rested in total silence. Suddenly, one flickered and drifted away from its perch. It ascended waltzing slowly through the empty air. Its radiant glow began to fail the blue hue, bleeding away. Finally, it dissolved into the void, their quiet way of dying. It was a phantom process, leaving no corpse behind. Once they expire, not a single trace of them remains. Bai Yin had seen this scene before, but this time, something felt off. Deep in the shadows, a tiny spark drifted toward him. This speck was nearly lost among the blue glowing lights. Blink and you'd miss it. Bai Yan watched as it settled into the soil he carried. Inside that dirt lay an unhatched egg. Unsure of its meaning, he waited for it to break. After walking a while, Bai Yan spotted a worm-like beast. That creature was an invader of this world. He sprouted a tentacle and lunged. The worm recoiled instantly, vanishing into its burrow. A faint tremor rumbled, and the beast burst out behind him. Fangs bared, snapping at him, but direction didn't matter to him. He sensed every ripple in the air around him. Everywhere was forward to his primal senses. A branch became a pike, skewering the beast's maw. It tore out the tail, pinning it like a kebab. The thing was stubborn and refused to die easily, even gnashing at the wood. With a sharp flick, he hurled it up. Then branches slashed like blades, shredding it to pieces. The shock of the fight burst nearby spore pods, clouding the air. From the wounded branch, sap dripped down, catching spores as it sank into the earth. With the threat gone, Bai Yan stood still. Nearby jellyfish things darted about in a panic, like startled birds. Bai Yan watched them. If only they were sentient. Intelligence brings awe, and worship from the weak creates faith. Without a source, his power would slowly drain, eventually leaving him empty. He could walk on his own, but his weapons were fueled by divinity. Without it, he was just a wandering tree. He saw two little ones circling one another, touching tentacles in a dance. Their way of speaking. He wondered if they could understand. He'd ignored them as mere animals before. He extended a twig, slowly reaching for a floater. It shied away at first, but curiosity won. Finally, its tiny tendrils brushed the wood. A faint thought reached him. It was alien, but Bai Yan was certain now. They could think. Perhaps he could guide them, fostering their minds. These little creatures weren't just beasts. They were seeds of evolution. These beings drift effortlessly soft and pliable, vanishing instantly upon death. Bai Yan unearthed the egg-filled soil, bringing it out. He wondered what might happen. If he added something new, he concentrated on a single, glowing drop of sap and let it fall. He waited, but nothing changed. His essence had no effect on them. Bai Yan felt disappointed. Evolution was always a slow process. As he traveled, those azure beings trailed him constantly. He called them cloud drifters, basically jellyfish that soar through the skies. Time blurred into long stretches. He had slain many worm beasts that had first breached this world. Eventually, Bai Yin noticed his strength fading. His movements slowed down, and his rests grew longer. Even his thoughts felt clouded, losing their usual sharpness. Finally, he stopped in a fungal grove and fell into deep sleep. The cloud drifters suddenly noticed that their ancient leader had stopped moving. They were thrown into a panic. Clustering together, they linked tentacles to share thoughts and find answers. This was their first act of reasoning. Intellect was born there. Chapter 80. The Calling. Over years of wandering, they had flourished. Many had interacted with Bai Yan. He never suspected that through this journey, those drifting creatures had already come to see him as a god. However, they still lacked the intelligence to communicate with him. But when one died, a fragment of its spirit remained, merging into the next generation. Bai Yun hadn't noticed that these creatures were far larger than their ancestors. This slow accumulation was destined to erupt one day. That day finally came, as the titan carrying them stalled. They began to think. A spark of logic flickered among them, finally lighting the fire of a long-buried power. A single mind was limited, but linked together, they formed a collective consciousness. They finally saw the massive life form clearly. Beside Bai Yan, the cloud drifters were like tiny insects. Awe turned to reverence, reverence to worship, and worship into true faith. The elders who had once touched him guided this collective belief. They made strange echoes like wind whistling through a hollow. These faint whispers eventually reached the core of his being. He heard the summons and woke from his long sleep. "Did I fall asleep?" he asked, pulling roots from the soil. "To walk the earth again." The creatures didn't know how to cheer, so they danced in the air to show joy. They swirled around him, looking like vibrant blue ribbons. Meanwhile, before the tree god, a ritual was starting as Mo Yan offered sacrifices with raised arms. A crowd stood behind him, mirroring Mu Yan's every bow toward the tree deity. Tang Wu and He Shui led the formation. Right at their heels, a row of figures stood in matching ceremonial attire. These men were the architects of the kingdom's new administration. Furthermore, several warriors stood nearby in dark plate swords at their hips. Among them were Ye Fu and Mu Yu, the two pupils He Shui had taken on. Once the offerings were placed, Mu Yan pivoted, scanning the faces before him with a stoic gaze. Ye Fu, Mu Yu, Jiang Tu, and Ma Fa. Upon hearing their names, the group stepped out, stopping right in front of Mu Yan. Every single one of them was armed. Mu Yan spoke up. "You four will be our envoys, carrying the tree deity's divine radiance to the four corners of the world. His blessing is yours. He will keep his eternal gaze upon you, shielding you from harm." The quartet dropped to their knees beneath the canopy, paying their respects to Mu Yan. 4 shimmering golden vines descended from above. Each one clutched a twig that looked like it was forged from solid gold. They reached up to receive the gilded branches as Mu Yan continued. "These are the holy relics of our Lord infused with a fraction of his true power. When the shadows close in this sacred wood will be your shield. When the path is lost, it will serve as your guiding light." Joy washed over their faces, though a closer look told a different story. Despite the shared celebration, each man harbored his own unique brand of tension. Ye Fu was practically vibrating with fervor, his eyes burning with fanaticism as he stared at the golden prize. Mo Yuan looked pleased enough, yet his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. That golden twig in his palm felt like a branding iron, something he was desperate to throw away. But under the weight of the crowd's gaze, he choked back the impulse. If he actually dropped it, Mu Yuanhui would likely be the first to kill him, even if he was her own flesh and blood. Jiang Tuo and Ma Fa looked just as keyed up, clutching their relics so tight you'd think the wood might sprout wings and flee. Jiang Tu was a son of the tree tribe raised in the heart of its culture. But if you traced his lineage back, he was actually part of the first group to join, a descendant of the old Xuangui people. As for Ma Fa, his name made his origins clear. Since the founding of the Tree Kingdom, the old tribal identities had slowly begun to shift and evolve. They now identified as great houses, with the Tree clan being the most dominant. Then there was the Ma clan, born from the horse tribes. Ma Fa's father was none other than Chief Magu, the man who first followed Mu Yan's lead and pledged his people's souls to the tree deity. The 4 took the relics from Bai Yan. They were tasked with leading separate expeditions to the north, southeast, and west. On the surface, it was a mission of faith, but in reality, this was about total territorial dominance. These powerful men were finally ready to look outward, prepared to crush anything in their path. They weren't just spreading a word, they were conquering the world. Ye Fu set his sights on the north, while Mo Yuan headed south. Ma Fa trekked west. Tuo Wang set his sights eastward. Each of the 4 led a legion of thousands, armed and supplied for their cardinal journeys. Mu Yan observed their exit. though he'd roamed much of this land. This expedition would span much further across the colorful terrain. White rock ascended a high peak, driving his roots into the stony earth. Sinewy roots latched onto the summit, mimicking veins and raw muscle. Vibrant foliage stretched toward the sky. Every Mica looked on, their spirits weighed down by sorrow. White rock's voice resonated within them. Depart. Flourish, my slumber will end whenever your voices summon me back. That day the Mica tribe moved on from the mentor who sparked their minds. They scattered toward the four winds to plant the seeds of wisdom elsewhere. A single Mica drifted along, retracing the path of his forefathers, to where they first met the divine. It was the birthplace of their kind, the hallowed ground where God descended to gift the world with thought. Upon death, a Mica clings to one essential piece of their legacy. It flows as a spirit into their successor. Some gift pure logic, fostering sharper minds. Others pass down physical refinements, breeding greater power. Yet this Mica held on to the primal memories. Following that mental map, he made his way back to the origin. While navigating a grove of towering spore pillars, he caught sight of a few peculiar silhouettes. Small, emerald-hued beings were everywhere. They shared a clear lineage with the massive plants surrounding them. They possessed cylindrical green torsos, but surprisingly, a mess of mismatched limbs sprouted from their sides. Despite their awkward looks, these strange things used those limbs to travel across the soil. The Mica was mesmerized by them. He paused his flight to study their every move. Chapter 81. Cultivating Abominations. Floating in the breeze. The Mica tracked the odd creatures as they paced through the pillar forest. They moved without purpose, frequently loitering in the same spots. They didn't need food, they just plunged their weird limbs into the mud to sustain themselves. Looking at these creatures, the Mica glimpsed a spark of the Creator. They were born of the divine, handcrafted by God himself. His own heightened awareness brought him to that realization. He drifted toward them, reaching out a feeler to establish some form of dialogue. However, these beings didn't have the same sensory organs he did. He pressed a tentacle against a limb, yet sensed only a void. No mental pulse flickered back. Micas rely entirely on touch for speech. Contact between two Micas sparks a vibration that is their tongue. Information flows freely through the connection of their feelers. They aren't typical organisms. Communication isn't just a two-way street. Groups can merge their consciousness all at once. They link together to form a collective, a lattice of spirits. The Mica approached several more, trying to connect only to find they were hollow inside. Floating upward, he pondered the mystery. Were they simply mindless, or did they lack the resonance to speak? He kept his silent vigil. He soon realized these beings didn't interact at all. Lacking any intellect, they merely wandered the barren earth. Resting briefly before repeating the cycle, they seemed like crude parodies. They were mimicking the one who led his kind from the cradle, the deity who granted them minds. He knew he had to act. Being divine creations, he couldn't just abandon them to fate. Deep in thought, the Mica man wrestled with his ideas for ages. Perhaps they mimicked the divine just to find their creator again. I must lead them to the deity. With that, the Mica man attempted to steer their path physically, pulling them toward the light. Yet his strength was nothing compared to their massive forms. He couldn't budge them. Still, he refused to give up the search, seeking a different way. If one Mica man wasn't enough, he'd just bring back reinforcements. He thought of his original goal, the Genesis lands. Surely others there still lived in a daze, unaware and unawakened. He would gift them the spark of reason. Soaring back toward the cradle, he moved swiftly. Before long, he reached the sprawling forest of fungi. As vibrations shook the stalks, primitive. Mica rose to the air, snatching at drifting spores, to dissolve and consume. His presence went entirely unnoticed. They were still underdeveloped, simple creatures lacking any true spark. Their only connection was through the touch of feelers during mating. He approached one, reaching out with his own sensory limbs. Soon, a new egg imbued with intelligence was formed and buried, left to mature until the moment of hatching arrived. He repeated this ritual countless times again and again, uniting with the unawakened kin. Eventually, The first shell cracked, birthing a fresh sentient Mica man. He possessed reason, the true mark of their evolved race. Mindful life began to sprout across the cradle. The pioneer, who brought this gift to his people, eventually passed away. Yet his mind endured through shared memory, including the imitators. A society of Mica folk emerged, trading thoughts and stories, learning of the divine. Our God will wake when we call. That phrase was etched into the very core of every being. Across the globe, the Mica folk began spreading the light of reason. Their numbers swelled. A few voyagers reached the world's edge, where a vast, endless ocean stretched before them, unexplored territory. A realm of pure water, without solid ground. There was nowhere to land. The sea didn't exist in their history. Undeterred, these few Mica folk took flight over the deep blue. Pushing forward, they scanned the horizon for a place to rest, after an exhausting trek having flown for an eternity. Spying a dark bump on the water, they glided down for a break. Barely a minute passed before the ocean started churning violently. Cold salt spray slammed into them with brutal force. One poor soul lost his footing, tumbling straight into the depths. The rest scrambled skyward while one dove back to help. Suddenly, that dark landing spot just vanished beneath the waves. Then a massive obsidian gullet breached the surface. Rows of pale fangs snapped shut, gulping him down whole. The remaining survivors beat their wings, climbing as high as possible. Far below, a gargantuan silhouette glided through the deep blue. A blood-curdling screech rang out as the shadow lunged. It exploded from the surf, covered in slick midnight scales. With its cavernous, toothy maw, it was clearly a worm. It spanned 60 meters, way bigger than during the first invasion. These things hadn't just survived, they were evolving fast. White rock had thinned them out, but some slipped through. Those stragglers were now turning into absolute nightmares. Another Mica man was too slow and got snapped in two. Half his body vanished underwater while the shadow lingered below. The last two didn't stick around, they bolted for the shore. That thing stalked them repeatedly, lunging from the white foam. Luck was on their side. They dodged every single strike. They flew for their lives, never once looking back. Even reaching land didn't stop them until their strength failed. One finally plummeted, forcing the other to land nearby. By the time he reached his friend, the light was fading. He watched him crumble away, leaving him to fly on alone. The warning had to spread. Meanwhile, in a crimson canyon, 100-meter beast reared its head towards the sky. It began grinding away at the red cliffs like a feast. Solid granite felt like soft butter against those terrifying jaws. Its throat pulsed as it turned boulders into fine silt. The worm carved massive tunnels straight through the mountain range. A scout flying nearby was caught off guard as a peak burst. He was swallowed along with tons of falling debris. The creature spat out the useless sand after draining the minerals. Whether in the muck or the deep woods, they were everywhere. These parasites were devouring everything in their path, sucking the world dry just to fuel their own evolution. Growing bigger every second, they were unstoppable. They will strip this planet bare before turning on each other, till only one remains. Chapter 82. A Single Leaf. Information traveled fast among the tribes, spreading the word. Terror was everywhere, but it forced them to stand together. Now they are finally putting a real game plan together. They scrambled for an answer, yet their own power fell short. Those beasts were far beyond them, true adversaries of the divine. A few among them recalled the golden era of serving their creator. Back then, the deity was awake, guiding their steps across the world. They'd seen that raw celestial might firsthand, watching him strike down horrors. The Mica folk soon realized that only a god could crush such threats. Yet a doubt quickly surfaced. Their lord had long since fallen into slumber. Every single one of them suddenly remembered a specific phrase. It was etched into their very spirits the creator stirs when called. A summons. But how exactly does one wake a sleeping deity? They were stumped by the true meaning of that sacred invitation. Each member of the tribe began to ponder this mystery. Could it be through memory? Looking back at the past, he once reached out with glowing golden tendrils to grant us true intellect. This idea resonated deeply. It was time to return home and seek their lord. Having wandered far, they finally chose to reunite with their creator. Their goal was to stir him beyond the cradle of their birth. A massive swarm took flight, heading toward a distant woodland. Within those trees lived another tribe born of the same divine hand. These ones lacked enlightenment, merely mimicking the gods' old habits. The Mica folk felt duty-bound to guide these kindred souls back to the deity. Maybe they'd receive the gift of thought, just as their ancestors once had. Descending into the brush, they located the drifting, aimless creatures. These beings had evolved. Many of their excess limbs had withered away. The redundant stalks were gone. By the time they reached the foothills, only 2 primary limbs remained for trekking, with only a few sprouts on their torsos. Most notably, a cluster of vibrant emerald leaves crowned their heads. Seeing that foliage, the Mica tribe knew these were definitely chosen ones. After all, only the Creator himself possessed such distinctive greenery. Working in tandem, they reached out with their feelers to hoist one of them up. Together, they lifted the creature high and soared into the open sky. A grand exodus began as the masses drifted toward the far horizon. They navigated by instinct, resembling a flock of birds returning to the nest. Their glowing bodies formed long, shimmering ribbons of azure across the heavens. Atop a snow-capped peak stood a colossal tree reaching for the stars. Its roots pierced deep into the stone, essentially swallowing the entire mountain. The massive trunk was endless, vanishing straight into the thick cloud layer. Massive boughs fanned out through the mist, and as the winds picked up, their roar echoed for 1,000 meters. The tribe converged at the mountain's base, circling the peak in a rhythmic dance, linking their limbs with one another. Hundreds, then thousands of them joined the celestial ring. Soon, tens of thousands had arrived, streaming in from every corner of the land. Adding to the swell, they maintained their endless vigil around the great timber. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the congregating masses huddled close. Their collective glow lit up the sky for miles, banishing the dark with a brilliant radiance. Even from dozens of miles away, the massive congregation of nearly 1 million Mica people was visible. Every soul was interconnected, crying out together in a unified spiritual call. The resonance passed from one Mica person to the next in rhythmic waves. As the sound intensified, the reverberation caused every single soul to tremble. Invisible energy rippled outward, eventually forming a massive, surging tide of power. This tide, fueled by their collective devotion, completely enveloped the sky-piercing tree. Bai Yin sensed a faint sound drifting in from somewhere far beyond. He shook off his slumber as the persistent calling sharpened his awareness. Old memories began resurfacing one by one until he was fully alert. A flood of devotion merged into him, the Mica people's faith distilling into purity. This surge revitalized him, igniting a golden flame of faith deep within his core. Under the spiritual fire's heat, more energy began fusing into a solid form. Slowly, a single golden leaf began to take shape amidst the flickering flames. It was tiny and delicate, much like a newly sprouted tender leaf. Bai Yin felt its fragility, fearing any outside force might shatter it instantly. He carefully tucked the leaf away, protecting it from the slightest harm, though its true significance remained a complete mystery to him for now. Nevertheless, Bai Yin could clearly sense the immense weight within that small leaf. Once it was secure, golden tendrils began emerging from his massive trunk. He slowly extended these shimmering limbs toward the gathered Mica people. The surrounding crowd erupted in excitement the moment they saw him respond. "The god has awakened," they cried. "He is finally answering us again." As their limbs touched, a flood of collective consciousness rushed into his mind. He saw them departing his side to spread wisdom across the entire world. He witnessed insectoid monsters ravaging both the continents and the deep oceans. Their helplessness was palpable alongside sightings of creatures mimicking his own form. Reaching out, he snatched one of the mimics and pulled it close. Examining it, he realized it was a war treant from the 83rd record. Looking at the creature, he noted its striking resemblance to a tree person. However, it wasn't a perfect match upon closer inspection of its anatomy. It had a vaguely humanoid frame constructed entirely from living wood and bark. You could call it a treant, though it was just one singular thick trunk. A few gnarled branches poked out, serving as a crude excuse for limbs. Crucially, it lacked a head. Bai Yin continued his meticulous observation. The flaws were obvious. These creatures possessed no actual wisdom or intelligence. They were merely animated objects completely devoid of an individual soul. Without a soul, they weren't truly alive. Calling them tools was more accurate. It took Bai Yan a few moments to fully analyze their physical structure. It was clear these things emerged only after being exposed to his energy. Their birth was accidental, unlike the intentionally created and refined Mica people. The Mica people received his essence, whereas these treants only received raw volume. Since Bai Yin wasn't in his true form, neither race had fully evolved. Both remained ordinary life forms, failing to undergo any real divine transformation. Because of this, the treants were extremely limited in what they could do. They could only mindlessly mimic his walk, incapable of any actual thought. No spark of intellect ever flared. But after mapping their internal logic, Bai Yen saw a path for serious upgrades. He set out to turn them into living artillery. He'd infuse them with devastating physical power, then hand the reins to the Mica people. Combining their minds with that lumbering strength would produce a fearsome legion. With a force like that, the Mica folk could finally hold their own against those common worm beasts. Bai Yen dove straight into overhauling the treant's physical shells. The Mica people fueled him with fresh devotion, providing the juice needed for the task. The wood began to warp and shift. The trunk-like bodies thickened and surged, while the original limbs underwent a total transformation. Small shoots grew massive, branching into dense, complex biological systems. However, these designs had to follow strict evolutionary laws to prevent a total collapse. Without a solid foundation, the resulting creations would be nothing more than piles of organic scrap. He used a human blueprint for the build, crafting distinct torsos, legs, arms, and skulls. He even left a hollow cockpit right in the head for the Mica pilots. This cavity was lined with specialized ports where the Mica person could settle, plugging their nerve tendrils into the surrounding biological interfaces. From there, they could project their will to pilot these giants through battle. Bai Yin dubbed these enhanced wood constructs war ents. They were pure engines of destruction. Before long, the prototype was finished. After completing the first functional unit, he assigned it to a Mica volunteer. He then beamed the operational schematics directly into the pilot's consciousness. One of the Mica people drifted into the hollow space within the skull. They locked their tendrils into the ports, and the treant's cranium sealed up tight. A faint cyan ripple of energy radiated from the pilot, surging through the giant's wooden limbs. Then the massive war ent slowly attempted to lift its foot. It immediately began to teeter and sway. The pilot understood the theory of how to walk, but they had zero experience using actual legs. That first attempt was a complete disaster. Thud. The 3-meter-tall wooden titan slammed into the earth limbs, twitching wildly. It was clear the pilot inside was struggling to find their balance. After some frantic flailing, the ent calmed down and began its attempt to stand once more. A crowd of Mica people swarmed the area, fascinated by the war ent. Bai Yen wasn't worried about them mastering the controls. Once a single pilot cracked the code they could use, their shared psychic web to broadcast that experience to everyone else. If one learned it, the entire species gained the skill instantly. He left the pilot to keep practicing their movement. Meanwhile, he decided to tackle the design from a different angle, to make it feel more natural. Soon, the second version was born. This time the war ent only looked half-human, sporting a stable 4-legged base instead. Another pilot entered the machine. The treant's head flickered as it tried to pilot its massive frame. 4 limbs jerked into action, stomping haphazardly across the dirt. It was pure chaos. Yet for a 4-legged war machine, it managed to stay upright. Bai Yan gave an approving nod, new ideas sparking. He drafted several alternative forms, handing them to the Mica. But he soon hit the brakes. Crafting every single one himself was simply too slow. Plus, these treants were built purely on his own logic, which might not fit the Mica. He figured, since these are weapons for the Mica tribe, they should manufacture them. Their own unique versions would likely be easier to pilot. Building them was easy, since they were essentially extensions of his own essence. But the Mica aren't him. They lack his finesse, and can't manually direct growth like he can. He needed to develop a Mica-specific power system. Once empowered, they could cultivate their own treants, or perhaps just grow them directly from the earth. He planned to test both methods. He sent scouts with specialized seeds to find a planting spot. While the force grew, he had a window of time. Bai Yan focused on researching their power system. Meanwhile, the group who already had their treants finally mastered basic movement. But walking wasn't enough. They had to learn to fight, otherwise, they were just oversized logs clogging the path. He had his previous martial arts experience to guide him. Creating a combat style for these wooden giants was actually pretty straightforward. Thinking about it now, he'd been in this world for quite a while, wondering about his clone. Chapter 84, he's currently disconnected, forcing him to focus entirely on the Mica. If he could reach the void, he'd reconnect. He realized he could repeat a previous tactic, use a teleportation circle. He just lacked the juice. Shoving that urge aside, Bai Yan decided to fix the immediate issues first. Step 1. Build a power system for the Mica. He'd noticed their unique communication. Their soul power was off the charts. Maybe something like the soul vision art he'd shared. Focus on soul refinement. With that goal, he grabbed a volunteer to start the experiment. He beamed his thoughts directly into their mind, but he quickly saw the Mica weren't compatible. Their anatomy was non-human. They were living energy. With their physiology, traditional training was never going to work. It was a lost cause, so Bai Yan kept tweaking his experiments. He eventually realized that martial arts didn't fit the Mica people. It barely helped them pilot those massive war ants. The true essence of the craft was simply beyond their grasp. Bai Yan saw he had been way too optimistic before. This realm was different. Even the fundamental laws were alien. He paused his research to study the Mica people more closely. If this world held a hidden power, then these locals must carry its signature. He just had to find it. Some piloted giants, while others rested on the dirt. A few even drifted through the sky. Wait, how do they fly? They could all fly from birth. It was just a natural reflex. But like birds needing wings, there had to be a reason. These beings had no wings, though. Bai Yan puzzled over it. Everything clicked when he witnessed a Mica person pass away. Their bodies just vanished, leaving no trace behind. He recalled his earlier theory about their true nature. They were energy-based, pure sentient manifestations of power. Their entire existence was just a conscious core, wrapped in a shell of raw, vibrant energy. Looking like jellyfish was probably just a random fluke. If they were made of energy, then absorbing it directly should make them stronger. The air was surely full of it. The challenge was how to feed. Usually that meant eating. Before they were intelligent, they ate mushroom tree spores. They still did, but Bai Yan noticed a strange pattern. Nowadays, the Mica people only really feasted right after hatching. They ate tons of spores only during that initial growth spurt. Once they matured, their hunger seemed to just evaporate. They went from eating once a day to once every few months, sometimes even longer. Looking at his current companions, the group around him hadn't moved since they woke him. They never left, yet this high mountain peak had few plants, definitely not enough for 1 million people. That is when Bai Yan finally put the pieces together. Absorbing energy was an instinct they were born with. They just never consciously realized they were doing it. It was as natural as breathing, so the solution was simply to amplify that reflex. But how? He thought about the act of drawing breath. Gathering faith worked on the exact same principle. But since faith was instantly absorbed by his own body, none of it lingered outside to be drawn in deeper. He couldn't force a bigger intake, but the logic held up. These Mica creatures feed by coiling their feelers around a bun and soaking it directly into their bodies. Those same limbs are their go-to tools for carrying supplies or just chatting with each other. Bai Yan's idea was to train them to pull in raw energy using those same appendages. He linked up with one Mica subject, instantly plugging into the creature's deepest thoughts and feelings. Since the host didn't push back, Bai Yan was able to take the wheel and pilot its physical form. He took a second to remember the exact sensation of absorbing the power of prayer. Then he projected that specific feeling onto the Mica person he was currently controlling. Following several failed attempts, he finally felt a faint tug of something moving through the air. A trickle of essence was being pulled from the environment right into the creature's core. Bai Yan then cut the cord, letting the Mica person try to harvest that power on their own. After a long cycle of trial and error, the process finally started to make sense to them. The creature eventually mastered the art of actively drawing in energy from the surrounding world. Having learned the trick himself, Bai Yan realized this opened up a world of new possibilities. From now on, his power source wasn't just limited to what he could find in the dirt. Soil, nutrients, and faith were no longer his only options. He could eat any type of energy. This meant if he ever ended up in a new world without a single follower to his name, or if his supply of faith ran dry, he could still fuel up on whatever was around. He'd never have to worry about crashing out and falling into a deep sleep like he did before. Thanks to their shared mental link, every last Mica person soon picked up the new skill. One individual tried pooling the gathered energy at the very tip of a long feeler. A ball of pure light formed instantly, and with a quick flick, he sent it sailing away. The orb hit the ground and popped, throwing up a cloud of dust and debris. It only left a tiny crater, but for the peaceful Mica folk, it was a revolution. Every witness was buzzing with excitement because for the first time ever, they could fight. They finally had a way to go on the offensive. Who wouldn't be thrilled by that? It is a gift from the great God. Praise him for this incredible power he has granted us. Their collective cheers echoed through the soul network, sending a tidal wave of faith toward Bai Yan. The combined devotion of nearly 1 million souls created a truly staggering amount of raw force. It slammed into him all at once, leaving him momentarily dazed by the sheer volume of power. Just as he was trying to figure out where to store it, he noticed something strange. That golden leaf that appeared when he first woke up was greedily drinking in the faith energy. Chapter 85, The Army. The golden foliage slowly began to soak up the spiritual tide. Under the heavy flow of power, the leaf started to thicken and become more tangible. It used to look like a tiny sprout that would crumble if you even looked at it wrong. But after drinking its fill, it seemed much more durable. Seeing this, Bai Yan stepped in. He began manually steering even more of the incoming faith directly into the golden leaf. He was careful not to overdo it, though, worried the structure might snap under the pressure. With the prayers of 1 million Mica people, he had a massive reservoir of energy to use. He didn't have to worry about running out of juice. As time passed, the leaf changed. The more power he pumped in, the more the golden leaf expanded and matured. What started as a tiny green nub grew into a wide, majestic plate of gold. Then, to his total shock, he saw a fresh little bud starting to sprout. It was growing right from the base of the leaf's stem. However, at that point, the massive surge of faith he'd received was starting to dwindle and fade away. As his internal power levels dropped, the leaf finally stopped its aggressive feeding frenzy. Bai Yan's got a handle on his flow, letting the greenery soak it up. More Mica folks are finally mastering the art of energy orb creation. They're grinding through the reps, slowly turning that raw effort into pure muscle memory. Some are pushing the limits to conjure up massive spheres. Others, however, are busy, twisting those orbs into totally different shapes. A few are even tinkering with their core properties.